Konnichiwa! Welcome to Tokyo, the tech capital of the world and home to this year's Red Bull Homeground. Before we get to any of the competition, let me take you on a tour of the City of Innovation. Welcome to Tokyo, Japan. Sick. Much better. First stop, Akihabara. This area is considered to be the electric heart of Tokyo. It is where technology meets passion. From electric to reflective, this is Asakusa and the revered Sensoji Temple. Skytree is a true reflection of Tokyo's towering aspirations. Now that's what I call a spike. And now for some island hopping. This is a diver, stacked with avant-garde architecture, which gives it a futuristic vibe and offers a glimpse into Tokyo's tomorrow. It's time to take you to our final destination and the venue for Red Bull Homeground 2023. The Ryogoku Kokukikan Arena.
The fusion of history, technology, and competition. All roads led us here.
Hey, I'm back.
Welcome to Red Bull Homeground 2023. The pinnacle of spirit, strategy, skill is about to unfold.
Someone once told me money can't buy you happiness, but it can buy you a ticket to Tokyo. Welcome to one of the most amazing cities on earth, famous for its beautiful culture, tremendous technology, fantastic fashion, sensational sushi, and I haven't even scratched the surface. Historic sumo wrestling, live, massive gigs, Olympic grade boxing, just some of the events that have taken place inside of this historic Ryogoku Kokukikan Arena here in Tokyo, Japan. This weekend, Valorant takes over this venue as we get set for Red Bull Homeground 2023. My name's Ian Chambers, joined on this amazing desk by two historic Valorant figures, I'm going to call them. Yeah, I mean,
okay.
I'm not calling you old, you know, I'm just saying. Tom Biz.
Actually, the more I think about that, maybe that was an insult. I'm not quite sure.
We've got Tom Biz and Mitch joining us to kick off the show here in Tokyo, Japan. Mitch, I mean, look around you just for a moment.
I'm having to resist just doing the whole stream like this.
I know, it's crazy.
So yeah, no, this is great. I'm really loving it.
It's incredible, man. I was talking to some of the teams backstage about how historic of a venue this is, and it really is just an honor to be here to see our teams for Valorant down there on that stage. I mean, 3 or 4 years ago, we couldn't have imagined something like this, and now to see it realized is spectacular.
It's really starting, as you can see, the fans are flooding in, and apparently this place will be sold out, is sold out. It's going to be packed to the rafters as we roll on. And as soon as you walk through the doors, Tom, it just hits you right in the feels, doesn't it?
Even just coming here yesterday when it was completely empty and everything was being set up, it's an amazing arena. And as you said, it's sort of like home to like legendary fighters, commentators, and me.
And now you.
And now me.
And now you.
I'm not sure I fit the bill. I'm a little bit nervous, I'll be honest.
Hey, we can get you and Mitch maybe having a sumo match later on. Who knows?
I'm not winning that
I'm
one.
not sure about that. Hey, all right, I'll take that. I'll take that.
Shout out quickly to Aegon by AOC for supporting this magnificent event. And let's now take a look at our amazing teams that will be participating this weekend. We've got last year's winners in 100 Thieves looking to reclaim their championship. We've got some fan favorite Japanese teams. We've got Fnatic in the building. I mean, Tom, we've got a fantastic mix here.
Oh yeah, for sure. You have the team who won last year. You have in my opinion, the team of 2023 in the form of Fnatic taking home 2 trophies, 1 in this city as well.
Yep.
So they are very much at home, have a lot of Japanese fans themselves. DRX as well, very popular within Asia as a whole. And then, as you said, you've got those Japanese teams, those qualifier teams, the Turkish superstars of FUT. I'm so excited. There's so much depth to this tournament, just of new teams, old teams, and teams that we've never seen before.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. It is a Swiss format to kick things off here on day 1 before we move on to a top 6 bracket. And Mitch, the seeding for this is interesting.
Yeah, it's actually one of my favorite methods of seeding in any tournament, something that I've certainly pushed for before in other events to go this route, especially when you've got teams coming from all over the world. It's very difficult to gauge where they're at in comparison to other regions. So we did a simple thing, got each team to rate the other teams in the tournament and put them in order from best to worst in their opinion, average that all out, and you've got a fairly accurate seeding. Obviously, you have to keep an eye out in case someone's playing some tricks like, oh, Fnatic, they're the 8th team. Yeah, we don't rate them, but no one's been
But then you're more likely to play them. That's a terrible idea. You want them at the top so that they play against the team at the bottom.
As we go through the player days, we're going to be looking out for a lot of different things. One of them, one aspect that I know that you two in particular are very fascinated to see, are roster changes, and we're seeing quite a lot of them. I know that you're a big FUT fan.
You got that right.
He likes Valorant as well.
We've got the
damn it, Tom.
We got 5 minutes in, but yeah, CNED, one of the best players here in Japan, right? He's in, Kiwi out.
Yes, so Kiwi leaving, you know, I want to put it straight to start this out. Within the MEA season, within internationals, I don't think Kiwi played poorly. He's not a player that I will celebrate seeing leave this roster if it weren't for CNED. The guy was at a point the best player in the world, or at least he was in the debate for it, very high up the list. Regardless of what region you were from, you had respect for this man. So seeing him now move on to a Turkish squad, which, by the way, I was speaking to FUT behind the scenes, and he hasn't played on a Turkish team before. He stood in for FUT, but at this level, this is going to be his first opportunity to really get to, I guess, find his footing in his own language, have that comfort zone, and more importantly, have his team built around him. When you look at some of the other teams he's been on, he's been a piece of the puzzle that has to fit in. This time, though, they are only looking to make him shine, and I'm so excited to see CNED potentially reach a new level.
An exciting time for him, an exciting time to watch him as well.
Oh yeah, for sure. And it's not the only move they've made. Obviously, Yedajay's come in, a young star that I think everybody is excited to see. Maybe one slightly more for the future. CNED, though, is one for right now. He's expected to come in, be that superstar player on the server, and if they're going to do damage this event, he has to be on point.
He'll be buzzing to get on that stage. Let's take a look at Cloud9 now. We've had a roster change here that we want to highlight. Oxy in, a player that's got a lot of eyes on him right now, Tom, and Leaf out.
Yeah, I think Leaf is one of those players that is widely regarded within Americas. He's been fantastic and has been part of the sort of core of this team for a while now. Oxy is that young gun, coming in alongside the coach, Imi, and Whippy as well, of course, who were both playing on G2. It's going to be big boots to fill, there's no doubt about it, but Imi clearly believes in this young star. He's proven himself to be very good already. Now we see, okay, can he do it on the main stage?
We call it home ground. This is a nice proving ground for him, isn't it, Mitch?
It absolutely is. I think for young players as well, standing in front of this crowd, and I think a Japanese crowd in particular, looking back at international events, they cheer for absolutely everybody. They will get loud regardless of what squad you're on. I think that's going to be getting the adrenaline pumping, as well as that seeing Vanity on this roster, someone that I have a ton of respect for within the international scene. I think he's highly underrated, and this could be a roster where he gets to prove himself as well.
100 Thieves, it's a different roster than the trophy-raising team that was very successful in Manchester last year. Let's take a look at a couple of their roster changes as well. Mitch, Stella and Derek out, and EU and Nature in.
Yeah, again, I have nothing negative to say about Stella or Derek. These aren't roster changes that I would celebrate massively, but EU, a player with a lot of potential, and from what we've seen, it looks like he's going to be on this roster further down the line. Nature, on the other hand, potentially coming in, I believe, as an IGL, he's going to have a big task here. Not only the pressure of playing a LAN event of this size, of this scale, in front of this crowd, but also, if he performs well, if they like how everything is fitting, you know, the rumors are that it could be a different IGL taking his spot moving into VCT later on. If he proves himself here, though, that might not be the case.
Yeah, when you're a fan of any sport, esport, an off-season can be a daunting time for fans, but thanks to Red Bull, we keep things ticking along with tremendous tournaments like this. And just a matter of weeks ago, we had the EMEA qualifiers, and Mitch and Tom were there. I know that they had a lot of fun. One team in particular was very successful. Let's take a look back.
here. Your boy Lewis hasn't taken any orbs so far. This is now looking very good for the side of Focus, guys. Tries his best, and his best is good enough. And double as they attempt to get control.
The coach to end it here and not expected to grace this stage in any fashion will be the one to close this for FUT as they'll head their way to Japan.
Absolutely, they made their way to Japan and they did it in emphatic fashion, Tom Biz. FUT Esports joining us here, and they didn't drop one single map.
No, they came into the tournament as favorites. They won the grand final with their coach. It was definitely a little bit closer than maybe this like 3-0 and 3-0 in the final. Our graphics, maybe a slight bit misleading. I think Focus took them the distance, but then you look at them playing against Heretics, another partnership roster that was just built. They obliterated them. So they come into this tournament maybe as more of a dark horse rather than the favorites as they were in Turkey, but I definitely expect some damage from this squad.
You must be buzzing that they're here, just briefly.
Absolutely, of course. I mean, this is a squad I've been a fan of since day one. I mean, they've certainly paid me off in merch at this point, so I'm always going to be supporting them.
All right, let's take a look now at the results of our Japanese qualifier as well. It wasn't just EMEA. Fennel coming out on top, and you know, they'll be feeling wonderful about that, but they do come into a bit of a lion's den here as, I guess, the underdogs, Tom.
Yeah, they managed to get through in a 3-2 fashion, obviously against those sort of tier 2 teams. A lot of the other teams are in rebuild stages right now, getting ready for Ascension, and they also have to come into this tournament with a stand-in, unfortunately, because XDLL is not going to be able to play in this event. So it's definitely not going to be easy for them. I believe they come in as the bottom seed as well, so even though they made it through that qualifier, they now have to prove themselves again.
I can't help but smile when I see the images of the fans that are flocking into the Ryogoku Kokukikan Arena. Do you want to try and say that, Tom?
No, I'm good.
Is that a Deadlock cosplay? I haven't seen that yet. I mean, I haven't seen a Deadlock fan before.
Did anyone play Deadlock?
Yeah, that's the first Deadlock we've seen on a Valorant stream. Let's go.
Well, as I made my way into the arena a couple of hours ago, I actually saw the fans queuing, you know, in mass volume.
Yeah.
That was way
just for you.
That was just
Wait until they see Laz.
But yeah, lots of cosplay, and the reason they're here is for this schedule of matchups that are coming your way. We have got a massive, jam-packed day one here for Red Bull Homeground 2023, Cloud9 versus Zeta. The roof is going to come off this place for Zeta when that kicks things off. FUT versus 100 Thieves will follow that up, onto DRX versus Scarz, and Fnatic versus Fennel. And this doesn't stop there. We go onwards and upwards depending on results from there, Mitch.
Yeah, look, the reality is there's a lot of these opening matchups that there are clear favorites in. C9, DRX, Fnatic, these are all strong international teams coming up against opponents that I don't think will match pound for pound in most people's minds. But that FUT versus 100 Thieves matchup, we will be robbed if that doesn't end up going the distance. I mean, those two squads are highly respected internationally, and on this stage in front of the crowd, we're going to have one hell of a matchup.
Yeah, we are. Right, our first matchup, as we've just said, is, of course, Cloud9 versus Zeta. Before we get into a full preview of our first matchup here, let's meet the fan favorites.
Which spike site across all maps is the hardest to defend?
正直スプリットかな。攻め側が結構強いけど、ミッドとかは守りやすいけど、サイトは守りづらいかなっていう印象です。
Which weapon animation do you like the most?
カオスバンダルが一番好きです。
どこら辺が？
どこら辺が？リロードでなんか弾をこう入れるんですけど銃に、それがかっこいいかなっていう感じがしますね。
横から質問してるけど。
確かに。インタビューやれよ。
How often should one by the operator?
防衛サイドは、オペレーターが強いエージェントだったら全部出した方がいいと思います。
Who's most likely to sleep through an alarm?
僕です。僕です。
今日も危なかった。今日も危なかったです。
危ないっていうかアウトやね。
今日もアウトでした。
These guys are like celebrities when they're out and about here in Tokyo, Japan. And they are, like I said, fan favourites by a country mile in front of this crowd.
Oh yeah, for sure. Zeta have already built themselves up within Japan. It's time to see if they can go on one of those miracle runs like they did a little while ago, a year or so ago. They are a team that has definitely captured the hearts of many, including across the entire world. And I think Laz and Sugar Zero are two names that will really stand out. The question is, can the two players coming in from their academy team do just as well? And Hero Ron, obviously this will also be his debut as one of the new signings. So this is a big change around for the Zeta Division team, bringing in these young stars, maybe the stars of the future. The question today is, Ian, is it the stars of right now?
Is it, Mitch?
I mean, it could be what course corrects this squad. I think they've got a better chance than ever, especially with the home field advantage. Remember, they didn't get to play in Tokyo last time around. So, yeah, Champs actually looked okay in some of the matchups that they had. There were some really close games. So I think that now, with some changes made, they could really have a shot.
All right, as you can see, Cloud9 are their opponents, and NA-Org, who've made the trip across the Pacific to attempt to build on last year's performance in Manchester. They came ever so close, Tom. Can they get the job done here?
They did well in the 10 Invitational. Obviously, this is a different roster completely, though. You had the superstars that were built up last year. Now, I think they're going for a little bit more synergy, trying to bring some of those younger players in alongside the experience, and we'll see if that's going to work that little bit better than it did last time out.
Do you think they've got what it takes?
I think so. This is a squad that could be defending champions. Now they've got a chance to take the crown.
Let's hear this crowd for the very first time for our walkouts of match 1. Cloud9 versus Zeta Division. Let's go.
Cloud9. Zeta Division.
Talk about goosebumps. That's what you call a team walkout, Mitch. I mean, you could feel the energy just pulsing through the arena.
I'll tell you what, Ian, it's hot in here, but I'm starting to get chills. That was unbelievable. And what a way to kick this off. That's the first matchup, and it's only going to heat up as the tournament goes on.
Yeah, and it's that, we see it at a lot of events, don't we, Tom? When you get to walk past what's up for grabs, you see that trophy as you go for your fist bump, and you know what's at stake. You've got the crowd around you. Yes, it's a lot of pressure, but it's a beautiful feeling because it's what, as a player, you work so hard for, isn't it?
And for sure, for both of these teams, the other thing to bear in mind as well, you win one map today and you make it to the next day. Yep. You get to fight another time. You lose two maps, you're done. You're done. And for the Japanese side, especially for Zeta, you want that one win. You want to get to play in front of this crowd as much as humanly possible.
And you want that trophy. That's what you want to get your hands on when this is all said and done. It's all, and look at the beautiful design of it.
I mean, no, I'm not. If it disappears, it could have been anyone.
Yeah. when we see it behind you on stream, it's just a replica, right?
Yeah. I got it made by someone else.
All right, as you can see, we're going to Haven first. We've got your map vetoes on screen. Mitch, what are you thinking?
It's actually the one map I didn't want to see out of this roster. Internationally, they played it a couple times. And, you know, when they played Bind against NRG, they looked good. Fracture was okay against Fnatic, but Haven, they played Fnatic and NRG, and they got smashed on it. For Zeta, it wasn't a good map, but we have to keep in mind it's a different roster.
Yeah, we're looking at new teams here. Like, that's the thing. Like, especially for Zeta, they are bringing in youngsters. Even Depp's not here this time around. It looks like he'll be sticking with them for the future. So I think maybe want to play a little bit more loose, play a map where you can work off those individual calls of that IGL. And that's the thing for Zeta as well. Their old IGL is now their coach, or one of their coaches. They have a lot of coaches. One of them is Brazilian. I don't even know if he can speak to the players. So they brought in a lot of tactical minds to this roster. We're going to see them play maybe a little bit more basic here because it's very, very, very new.
A lot of question marks, Mitch.
Yeah, for sure. There always are. But realistically, you got to think about it like this. A squad like Cloud9, they're not on the home turf. And they are even coming to a different country. A lot of the players were saying about jet lag, even though they've been here a number of days, it's hard to reset. All that could compound into a victory here for Zeta.
Jet lag is a real thing, that's for sure. I think us three have only just started to get over it. Still not quite over it, but I'm loving every second.
Interesting.
Yeah, talk us through.
So I was expecting to see Heroron, for those who don't know, actually was a very strong Sentinel in his previous roster. He's actually shifted. I was expecting Laz to go back to playing that Initiator as he had done in the past. Don't get me wrong, Laz is an insane Sentinel player, but being the more experienced one, I expected him to shift. So the other thing as well, I said, coming in maybe playing more simplistic, they're playing Harbor Viper. That's a comp where if your synergy's off, it goes very badly wrong. So clearly they're feeling confident with their practice and definitely have that more sort of explosive style. But this is a risky comp to run off the bat.
It's definitely not something I expected to see in general, especially on Haven. There's a lot of cool stuff that Zeta could have up their sleeve, and who knows, maybe that puts C9 on the back foot coming into it. I probably weren't expecting this comp to be up against them.
Do you not think that a risky comp like that is actually a good thing to see? It means that they're full of, you know, self-belief.
When you're a new team, maybe not so much, because that's where you're going to have those gaps in your play. Like, bear in mind, I said, Depp is probably still going to be in this roster for the future. So will they have even been practicing with this sort of young squad throughout all of the other players? I don't know. So it's definitely going to be interesting, but hey, I'm excited.
You know, I would almost say they have to have been practicing, though, to pull out a comp like this, because typically, like you're saying, you would fall back to comfort, you would fall back to things that don't require a lot of synergy. And to do this tells me that they've been getting ready. They've been cooking up something special for C9.
Well, we're edging towards throwing you into our first matchup of the day, but before we do, you know it's what I do, guys. You've worked with me before. I am going to push you for predictions here.
Zeta Division.
I'm
not predicting against them this entire tournament because Laz is playing and we're in Tokyo. If I do, I will never do it. It'll break my heart.
I'm pretty sure I saw at one point on Twitter you changed your name to a Laz fan account. Is that true?
Yes.
I'm not saying I'm biased.
I am. I'm gonna say it. He is biased. Let me just put it out there. But at the same time, I'm going to be biased too. I'm swinging with Zeta as well. Home field advantage, and I want to believe that they've crafted the perfect roster here.
Amy, if you're watching this, sorry, bro.
Yeah, my bad. You know, we'll buy you a drink later. Don't worry about it. It's all good.
Right, let's now get into our first matchup. And Tom has promised that if Zeta win this entire thing, he will get Laz tattooed on his buttocks. It's time to find out.
Both of them.
Tom, both of them. Take it away. I'm excited to hear you guys.
Thanks so much, Ian. We've already started this one off. We've seen the barriers go up, and it's Zeta Division on that defense, forced out of C. They're going to give it up and play the retake, while C9 quickly take that space. Now, hold on. It looks like Oxy's on his way through to help out, but the help isn't needed. Laz is the first man to fall, and that might just slow down Zeta's retake plan.
Yeah, already the first kill for Curry, the stand-in of this one. You've got Kayada as well. He's just swinging back in. Look at him try and do it. Oh, no, how he's got a third kill there. What a start for the youngster. One of the academy players coming into the team, and that was absurd.
That's absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I had a lot of question marks around Kayada and what we were going to see from this man, but if that's anything to go by, hey, we might be right. Zeta have built the perfect roster. What a start.
Depp's nervous.
Yeah. Oh, he's getting scared.
This on. I'd be like, oh.
He's reading the fine print in his contract now.
Hey, guys, I'm actually available now. Do you want to come back?
I'll be there for next round. Next round, someone out. That's unreal. What a start. And you can only imagine being a young player stepping onto this stage in front of a home crowd, and you come out with a 3K in the pistol. We're going to keep a close eye on this guy.
He's already looking to hype them up as well. We saw in the video earlier. He was the one that sometimes doesn't get out of bed on time.
Yeah, I feel it. I feel my spirit animal.
Yeah, unfortunately, if you do that, you're not doing that, though.
That's the problem. Yeah, I'm not going to wake up late and get a 3K off rip. Nice start. Those were wall bangs onto Curry. Laz, I like your style, my man. I can get behind that.
This is something that, obviously, if you don't know who Laz is, where have you been? But this guy is what I'd like to call a sweaty nerd. That's why I'm a big fan. The same, I've always been a big fan of Nats, because he's just a sweaty nerd who practices lots of stuff. For now, though, it has been an investment. Bear in mind, C9 have put their cards on the table, invested their money into this round, gone for those stingers, something that we know Vanity has always been a fan of. They've taken quick garage control, looking to try and split towards that C side. But there's been a heavy rotation already from Zeta.
Yeah, that Viper utility slowed them down enough that Euron could get the rest of his teammates into support. Kaede moving to the other side of the map, though. He's back over on A. 3 players ready to defend this C site. And it looks like C9 are still set on crunching in. Sugar Zero might have first contact, and it all comes down to timing. You see him putting down some of his utility to block off C long. It's going to be a fantastic help with 35 seconds left. Yeah. C9 have to run through utility and hope that they hit their shots in some of these fights. And Sugar's even got a safe space inside that smoke to hide out.
Yeah, they put the cove down just to try and hold them, but they're being wrapped on. That's the major danger. The surrounding coming in from behind, and it's Zeppa with a quick double, make that 3. Looking to match his man pound for pound through the smoke. Goes Kaede, a little bit risky, but in this scenario you can understand. And a flawless round break back from C9. What a way to get back on the table.
They left one gap on the side of Zeta. It was the walk through of Garage, the movement towards spawn. They gambled. And actually, if you look at it, they held that for what, 30, 40, 50 seconds maybe?
Oh, yeah. We were at the like 30-second mark when they went for that push. But I like the patience as well. And that's the thing from C9. There's 2 ways to play against this Viper Harbor. Either you just blast through their utility, just disrespect it completely early stages of the round, or you do what they did. You play very patiently, wait for them to burn it out, and then you have to be really confident in their executions. And they were.
Yeah, absolutely they were. They had the patience, they had the self-belief. And now they've got the opening duels. Not the first one, but the trades are clean. With Jake finding a double. The Zeta squad isn't actually thinned out that much, but C9 are being very meticulous about pushing this site. Using their utility to spot out these players. Flash used up, and it's a close flash. They know there's a player in the corner. They spotted Sugar Zero with that flash, and now they can move on to site, knowing that Laz is somewhere close by. What a shot! Laz rips their heads off. They'll be shot in the back, but it's down to a 1v1. Hero Run could be the savior of this round. One well-placed shot, 3 HP, and it won't be enough. So close to a bite back for Zeta, but C9 will steam into the lead.
We saw in that hype package earlier, Cracks managing to get that collab. Yeah. We've already seen one in this. Still ridiculously costly. Bear in mind that obviously quite a lot of finances were built up from C9 winning themselves that force, so they're not in too much danger in terms of their money for the next round. But that's going to be some decent armor orbs and also a lot of repurchases needed. So Zeta not in the worst spot whatsoever, but they're going to want to break back soon. Especially after you lose a second round, it's really just hard to get that confidence straight back.
Well, it seems like there's a bit of a favorite from C9 in terms of what side of the map they're looking to work. Consistently moving in on C, but they're using that as a bait in this round, putting out their utility there, hoping that it drags some pushes, maybe on mid, or maybe here on A long. Player spotted out, Kaede out of here.
Uh-oh.
He's going to be in trouble, though. The smoke should give him a safe haven to fall back, and indeed, he avoids getting punished. I like the idea from C9 in the early round. Now it's down to the mid stages, and I'm not sure where they can go from here, because they haven't got the reward for any of their previous aggression, and they've given up a lot of map control.
A plant here from Vanity could be huge, though. That's going to be Rolling Thunder online. Well, Oxy's gone. The spam from Sugar Zero does its job. They're looking to potentially aggress further. This A-Link, but they met by 3 players. Hero Run just landing every shot. Now it's left all on to Curry. Stand in 1v5. He's got 2 already, Mitch. This would be one for the history books.
It really would. On 18 HP, a devastating blow to Zeta.
Oh, he can't go that way.
Yeah, that one is unfortunately blocked off for now. 32 seconds, spike down, 18 health,
30 seconds
and a rifle that, you know, it's not like they're struggling for cash on the C9 side, but with such limited opportunities, I think he is making the right call to go and save this weapon, carry it through the next. But a good fight back from Zeta. And we have not just seen Kaida come in with a fantastic start. Laz had the collat. Hero Ron very close to winning out round 3, and now comes in completely denying the aggression from C9. These are very good signs for what Zeta can bring to the table further down the line.
Well, that's the thing. The Hero Run, I feel like, of the new players that we've got, is the one where my expectations are already reasonably high. Young player, 18 years of age, played on Fennel through the Ascension qualifiers, got very, very close. I think they got into that lower bracket final before they eventually fell, so top 3 in the entirety of it. It gets quite difficult from then onwards when you've got teams like Bleed and Scarz in there. But the fact is, he looked very good. So him being picked up is not a surprise. Kaede being this good very, very early on is fantastic, though, because you look for information on him and Uran, and you're talking about that one match that they played versus another academy team. That's about all we've got. You can talk to a few people, but it doesn't give you much.
Yeah, there's not a lot of hard data to pull from, but from what we're seeing so far, they're definitely up to the mark. Zeta 2-2. Neck and neck with their opponents. Economy on the line for both teams. This is a very important round. That's why the Rolling Thunder is committed. And up close, Laz has no chance. Quick punish by Oxy, and the side is theirs.
Yeah, nice execution. That Rolling Thunder always going to give you that entry, that space at a minimum. Spam coming back through has done quite a lot of damage, though, and they're using these high tides to take space. But behind it lies the C9 roster. Oxy will close out 3 in the retake. It's failed tremendously. Put Zeta now financially in a bit of trouble. They could potentially invest into maybe a single rifle if they wanted to, but it seems like we're just going to be sat there with Kaeda on the Blade Storm, which, you know what? He had an explosive start. Hasn't done anything since.
Yeah, look, it's been a couple of tough rounds, and a lot of these times you're seeing him late to the party. He's on A, he's playing A long, they're pushing C consistently. They're trying to bait him into aggression, which means he can't feel comfortable. Look at that in the replay. Oxy certainly has a smile on his face. I saw it even 30 seconds after that round concluded. He was still smiling ear to ear. Yeah, he still is now, actually. I see him there. He's having a great time. And I think that's as well the youth and the experience playing on this level as well, showing through that this is a big opportunity for him. And having a round like that, certainly going to get the confidence flowing. But like you say, Tom, on the other side, that Jet of Kaida, we need to see him step up to the plate in the coming rounds.
But this is the thing about this sort of venue. Obviously, we've had Ian with us sort of hyping everything up to a ridiculous degree, but that is his job. Whereas I'm a bit more, I would say down to earth, but some would say miserable. Yes. And even I'm sat here in this arena. We've spoken to Kanyang. Kanyang, if you don't know, owner of DRX, he's been around the block. He's been there in
esports.
Previous games. He's owned multiple teams, and he came up to us and went, you understand how historic this venue is. For esports as a whole, like being able to have these players within the stage when normally it's men literally fighting each other to throw each other to the ground. We're going to see that on like esports played here is a ridiculous way to look at things, and just how many people, like we're talking about the middle of a day on a Friday. There are a lot of people already in this building, and it's only going to go up from here. So the fact is, for these players, this genuinely could be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. There may be events that, in terms of the VCT, have more stature, but in terms of a venue in Tokyo with esports being played here, I don't know if there's anywhere that sort of has that same level to it.
I mean, obviously, Tom, this is both of our first times in Tokyo, and the crazy thing about it was once we knew we were coming.
Tough to beat.
Yeah, isn't it? Isn't it? Good luck. Good luck to the next event. Yeah. The thing is, I was looking at a lot of.
Come back to Manchester, guys.
I don't know. So I was scribbling down some notes on where I wanted to go. The places to visit, and this was one of them. And then we heard that where the venue was. I was like, I'm sorry, you must be mistaken. We're going to get a tour of it or something?
There's also the Sword Museum next door. Like, just this area in general. If you go literally just round the corner, there's this beautiful, picturesque little park. Like, I've enjoyed just exploring this, even for the couple of days we've been here. But we're back in. Enough waffle about the arena and everything going on. We don't want to get too excited. We've still got Valorant to be played and 7 more maps. Individual matches after this as well. Here we go. It's been a great start for C9, breaking back, and now, as said, Finance is not in a great position. We are looking at Kaeda for this round.
Whoops. Well, wish we weren't looking at Uran for that snake bite, but you know, it's okay. We'll pretend we didn't see it. He's got an opportunity in the corner, but with a pistol. Okay, never mind. I shouldn't have doubted him. A quick double, Laz and Sugar Zero follow suit, and again, it's on to Curry. A 1v5, some weapons even recovered. Uran has got a Viper's Pit. He might not want to use it here, but if anything goes awry, if a couple of players are picked off, he can just put down the Viper's Pit, use up his, he's already used his snake bite. Of course, we saw that towards Garage. It's a little shaky, but lock down the spike. There's no way back in for Curry here. He's locked out of this round, short of the performance of his life.
Yeah, it's just absurd. Also, by the way, the Bladestorm, I don't think got a single kill in that. That was multiple Sheriff kills and a Classic kill. So the one really dangerous thing was the only player to die and got headshotted while updrafting.
30 seconds left.
Curry doesn't have a lot he can really do here, but they have the finances to buy in the next round anyway, so he might as well try and do a little bit of damage. Letting them save all of these weapons would be huge, but there you go. Thrifty round one, big stuff coming out of Zeta.
You know, 1v2s like that, it was technically a 1v2 fight with that Sheriff. Typically, Prius has had trouble in the past. But I'm going to excuse him, because if he had anticipated that, I would start to think he's like Doctor Strange.
You know he didn't observe that.
I think he did. You know, we have a rule where whenever something like that happens, we just say Prius is observing.
Yeah, he loves it. He really does.
He enjoys it so much. There'll be 1BXs later. He'll have his chance to prove himself.
He's gonna beat you up. You know that, right?
He is. You know, I have a few gripes with Prius from the last couple days. I need to iron out.
Right. Okay.
We're on good terms, but we'll find an Irish pub. 3-3. Zeta they're looking fantastic, honestly. Matching pound for pound so far. Individuals have popped off, not just one or two. It's been across the board. I like the setup here. Alarm bot down on short. Nano as well, that's kept them back. It divides the attackers. Oxy's already fallen, and they don't have that two-pronged approach to try and trade him out. It slowed them, and it's left them to try and use something like a lockdown to regain that space. What is the idea here, though? Are they going to push back on Zeta? They want to deny that lockdown. There's players caught, stunned up close. Hero run, not good for the kills, though.
They didn't all get out of there.
They're going to catch him.
Sugar Zero stunned. The operator coming around to try and defend him, and actually, the Cosmic Divide has helped out. The thing is, though, that trade actually helped C9. Just giving up the site would have been a better advantage for Zeta. Obviously, I don't mind them attempting something off the back of the Reckoning, but now it might be theirs.
They're not watching this.
Uran come round from behind. This kill should be for free, but the timing's a little bit off against him. Gets rid of Jake. Vanity hiding in the back. Well, it's actually Sugar Zero to get the kill. Curry, though, looking to hold on into this 1v1 scenario. Spotted his opponent isn't actually on the spike anymore. He's just getting that information, and Sugar Zero starting to run out of time. He needs Curry to make a mistake, and even just looks to stick it to half. Bullets not quite being connected, but even still, that clock is ticking. Curry baiting him down, but I think Sugar Zero might just have it. It's gonna be close, but he will get it over the line.
What an incredible round for Zeta. I love the idea. Look, pushing into the lockdown, I don't mind it. When you have that ultimate to use, when you see it's connecting the stuns, that was just a great response from C9, showing their individual ability. Again, that Killjoy utility from the defenders of Zeta initially slowed down the push. It cut up what C9 were trying to do. They had to go to a second game plan. And overall, this was just clean start to finish. Curry, though, almost had his 4K clutch. He's had a few opportunities, if you even want to call them that, but this one was very nearly realized.
And now things get a little bit more interesting for C9. Financially, it's not the best. Bladestorm available for Oxy if he wants to try and invest it into this round, and looking like they might put a few extra weapons on the table. For Zeta, though, it's been a great breakback, and that's the fact of the matter. They've been able to do a lot with their low-buy rounds. In fact, I think those have been the better rounds for them thus far. Just been able to get things done with the pistols. Clearly, a lot of talented youngsters with those Sheriffs. C9, they're going to take themselves a tactical pause. As said, they started this game strong, but a few blips, maybe a few nerves out on the stage in Tokyo. And he's going to have words.
You know, the thing is, though, if you look at a lot of these rounds that Zeta are winning, like even the fact that they had Uran coming up through short and they make the call perfectly timed to not only start making noise in spawn, start moving out to site, but also to smoke it off to divide the site so that these players aren't able to take that fight, and the point of contact is still Uran for anybody that's further back in the site. That was gorgeous play, and I think you have to commend Zeta for what they're putting out already. A tactical pause out of C9, and the key thing being that this is on Haven, somewhere that historically Zeta didn't do too well. Again, you're rebuilding, you're re-looking at everything, but coming in with this composition as well, it certainly had our eyebrows raised, but we're starting to realize that it looks like Zeta have done their time, they've done their homework when it comes to running this on Haven.
Well, I'd say as well, especially a lot of the time with new squads, that defensive side can be a little bit more difficult, just not having those same proper structures for your defense. Your calling might not be the best in terms of rotations, and if anything, getting into that attack side, that's where someone like Laz can just lead them. Just tell them, okay, you need to do this, you need to do this. So the fact that they've already got a decent amount of rounds to start with over on that defensive side. As said though, Oxy, Bladestorm in hand. Curry's got himself a Guardian, and they've already shown that they can thrive with the Stingers.
I'm going to crack open a can of Red Bull, Tom. This could be a long one. I talked about favorites when we looked at the schedule earlier, but C9, they're not playing like it right now. It looks like a pretty even matchup. Oxy wants to take matters into his own hands. What a shot! And now the advantage for C9, thinned out slightly with Curry falling, but they're happy to have that B site. They want to push in further, though. More aggression out of the side of C9 as Oxy really realizes his full potential. 2 players left, and an ace potentially on the board for this man. He's certainly got the point of contact for some of these fights, and the op in hand now, as well as the Bladestorm back up. The shot missed, the Bladestorm returns, and it was so close. Uran, this clutch, it's not expected, and it's not delivered.
I'm almost dying if Zeppa should just use that gun all the time. His stinger seems to be on point. And honestly, we might be here in Japan, but Oxy, I think he just imitated a Korean jet. Like that was truly ridiculous, just dashing around. That second shot, I'm honestly, it almost looked like the guy was behind a wall, but we're not playing that FPS.
Yeah, that was unreal, man. I mean, the one tap on him as well, it was just so perfect. 4-4 now. And C9, you know, it was a thrifty round, but off the back of a Bladestorm mostly, and then recovered weapons start to play a role. Even though it was a stinger to close out the round, the damage was very much done at that point. You can see Kaida, he has to play the judge.
He got all of his kills in the pistol.
Yes,
that's a bit worrying. Obviously, he's someone as well that, as said, we expect him to be standing in for this event for Depp. We know that Depp, he's had his ups and downs, but more recently, Depp was playing fantastically well. Like, in fact, one of the games getting the kill record, so we know that he's definitely a big piece to be missing in this tournament. And for Kaida, it's a lot of pressure, because for everybody else on the team, you're talking about people who are signed for next year. They are going to be playing next year. Sugar Zero, we know that. Laz, we know that. So the fact is, for Kaida, this is a position where he can actually make a mark. Not necessarily, maybe it's for getting opportunities to play for the main Zeta team. Maybe it's even enticing a couple of the other teams here, like up against a Fennel or a Scarz and go, hey, do you want to loan me out? Because you don't want to leave Zeta, for obvious reasons. I don't think anybody wants to leave Zeta, but yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting to see if he can step up to the plate, because that first round, I think he showed us there's skill there.
For sure.
But he's just been very quiet since.
Yeah, that's the thing. And as time goes on, you have to remember, and we've all had those ranked games, the pistol goes great, and then you finish with the same amount of kills in that half. It really starts to...
Or it doesn't go great, and you have the same amount of kills as Vanity.
Oh. that was just
he's been on a desk with me, so I feel
it's just there was no need though, Tom.
And I've interviewed him, so I can smack talk as much as I like.
Well, we'll ask him about that later. I'll click. Can we
he
click
will never
this for later?
see this.
Let's bring this up in an interview. But yeah, the thing is, it starts to get really tough, because as time goes on, your confidence really starts to take a beat down, and I think for this squad, you know, especially for someone like Kaida, you want that confidence to be high in front of the crowd, and it only compounds on a LAN, in front of a crowd, in front of a home crowd, and so on. And you can see that C9 are very much trying to make some noise and see what the reaction is from Zeta. This is a real litmus test being put into work from C9. And Zeta aren't giving them anything, really. It's the C long push, but that's not going to be spotted for quite a while. It looks like they'll reset into an A push. Unfortunate for Kaida with a judge, but an opportunity for Hero Ron to show us some of this skill again. He was fantastic in some of the previous rounds. Now the challenge is most certainly coming his way. You can see those attackers barreling down A-long.
Yeah, he might be on the sky, but he's used to playing the Sentinel solo on the site, but so much util put in his face. Sugar Zero, though, has given him an angle to hide behind, and then drops down from above! A second shot straight through the smoke, and they're trying to aggress, though. Uran goes down to utility. Again, C9 managed to turn this back. And, okay, it might not be the judge. He's done it with a classic.
Yeah, I was kind of worried seeing that on the minimap, but then we swap and he's just tapping heads with the classic. Fair enough. Lockdown going to be used. They'll regain a lot of space, and it's very predictable where these players are going to go, at least you'd imagine. Looks like Zepa's going the long way around, and he's, well...
Yeah, he's just being detained.
Going to be detained, yeah. So it's now only one player to worry about. The stun coming out from Vanity. He's going to try to catch them, and yeah, a beautiful shot connected. He's very much on the board with a Rolling Thunder. He can save the round single-handedly. It looked like it could have been a little bit scary, but in the end, I don't think there's too much of a threat to be played. The time starting to run very, very low. Zepa's back in the round with rifle in hand, and he's even got a flash. He can run this way down. There's no chance for Laz to win. Maybe he can survive. Got to run fast.
Yeah, I actually wonder if there was maybe a little bit of miscommunication there, because one player's detained, and then you actually see the Laz taps the spike, and then they see where the stun comes from. So that's where I think he should just be sticking it to half. Rely on his teammate to at least do some of the work, then he has a bit more time on the board. So maybe a little bit off. Again, this is a brand new team. We expect there to be a few synergy issues. But this seems to be the issue at the moment for Zeta. Like, a lot of the initial takes, they're finding these openers. Like, Sugar Zero does a fantastic job. Jumps out of heaven, gets a kill, and then kills a second guy through the smoke. And then instantly Cloud9 get a response. Great utility placement. Half of Vanity's kills now come from an aftershock.
That is accurate. Yeah, well, to be fair, very important aftershock kill, Tom.
Yes, true.
Wouldn't have won the round without it, so.
They've got Sheriffs, Mitch. Are you more or less confident in Zeta?
Less. Less with the Sheriff.
Really?
Yes. Yeah, I know we've seen some collat kills, but I think that...
They've won 2 rounds.
You've already run out of steam in that.
Also, they almost won a 3rd. I'm more confident in them.
Well, I think the main thing about it is they're stacking up in a lot of these rounds. They've had early rotations on C, for example, when we saw that beautiful double kill come in from Uran. But the reality is right now the stack is on A. And it looks like C9, although they're being patient, have eyes on the C side, or at least they're trying to drag rotations. Uran, great opening shot. But Vanity,
there he is.
Now a quarter of his kills have been that aftershock. Even a stun put down. So they are moving towards the stack, but they're dealing with it very well so far. Just have to see if Kaede can get anything, but they're again expecting him to be around this area. And he's got him! What is going on with these pistols? Vanity has to do most of the work, if not all. Already 4 kills under his belt. Laz up close, will catch him out. Another! I was wrong to doubt them with the pistols in hand. Zeta are a menace.
Can you say that one more time? What do you say?
Said I was less confident, Tom. Said I was less confident.
Oh my God. Laz on the stage getting a clutch. Doesn't get much better than that for the Zeta fans. But again, Uran mentioned him as like, again, another one of these academy players has come up. We don't have much on. His Sheriff is filthy. He's just styling with it.
That was a mid pick as well, right? He just swung out B. That's the kind of move your ranked teammate makes, and then you're molding at him like, why would we play numbers?
Bro, you're playing Viper. Why are you swinging mid with a Sheriff?
We need your util. But no, they don't. They need his Sheriff, man. And I don't know why they've gone for rifles. They need to abandon the fully automatic. Maybe they just go for 1-taps from here on out.
Guardians.
Guardians only.
Guardians.
Scream is foaming right now at the mouth. Hearing that the Guardian
if you
is
say
back
Reyna,
for Zeta.
he's like, oh.
Oh, yes. Nice angle. Kaede not expected up close. He's flashed, he's dashed, and now he's still here. Laz supporting, and they've got them all. 4 kills, leaving just Curry, and no chance for success. Zeta have the lead back in their hands just as we get to the end of the half. 1 round to play for. And a great defense already.
This is such a weird game. Like, I genuinely, like, in my head, C9 are winning. Like, if you get what I mean. By the way that they're playing, their executions have definitely been better. A lot of the time, you're seeing that synergy looks better from them as well. They've had some explosive rounds, and then they just lose to Sheriffs. Also, I would say their C-site pushes, they've been blitzed most of the time. Like, I would say just avoid that part of the map.
Well, a different approach from Zeta, though. They're lighter on C, leaving B open just with the turret watching the cross, and playing for A long aggression to begin. They didn't see anybody with the flashes up there early, and so you're going to see this repositioning now. They're confident to leave a solo player on A. Holding that down will be Laz. His responsibility is to play that rotation in the late round or a retake of A and use the lockdown. Remember, it's the last round, so you want to put everything on the line here. Use your ultimates, and with a lockdown on each team, they'll almost cancel each other out. If the positions are right, that's so unfortunate. And the risk of spamming through a smoke with a Vandal.
Yeah, definitely had its risks, and well, they're punished for it. Again, falling back, taking their time, C9, making their push forward.
Steps heard.
Only one man really here. He's going to use the lockdown, realizing he doesn't have a lot of support, so just trying to buy as much time as possible, but they're pushing this, trying to get rid of it. But they've walked into Laz instead. 2 kills already, but again, the trades come back through. Sugar Zero gone. Laz still sat at the back of this site. They got rid of the lockdown in the move, so that's not going to be a problem, at least for the attackers. And finally, they managed to deal with Laz, but he took 3.
He ran past the alarm, but they were just out of range. They think they're back secure. They thought they'd have a few more seconds, but no. And with the lockdown destroyed, this is a huge problem. Jake has to just plant this, has to go for it. 10 seconds left, and they can peek him one by one. There's the flash, the attempted plant again, and now they just need to swing it. There's no chance to pull that across the line. 7-5, the advantage in Zeta's court as we end the first half.
I'm really impressed with Uran. Really, really impressed. As I said, this is the player coming from the academy, a young superstar of the future. But that's the thing, we're thinking of the future. Like, it almost looked like this project from Zeta was like, okay, let's get them playing with the main team, see if we can build something, maybe over the next couple of years. Sort of like what Heretics is doing. They've got a lot of young stars that they have to mold. This guy, like, the thing is, he takes that 1 kill on long, instantly falls back, repositions completely. Like, that's something you expect more experienced players to do. Players who've been around a while, not someone who's probably first time on a stage in front of a few thousand Japanese fans.
And you know, the really interesting part about it is we've seen a couple of rounds, more than 2, for sure. I think I can remember 3 rounds where Uran is coming behind the opponents. What I can't remember is a round where he got overzealous, tried to go behind them and got caught. He has a really good read on when to take that space and when to play the safer rotations and support his teammates. So that discipline isn't often seen from a player as young and as new to this caliber of play as him.
But that's the thing. I think, obviously, it's not to just harp on another player on the team, but you look at the difference between him and Kayada, and there's a clear difference. Like, he's sort of just taking mass risks. He is also on Jet, so you kind of expect that a little bit more. But it is great to see. And as I said, this is a very early litmus test for this Zeta roster. Like, you've looked at a lot of the other Pacific teams making big roster moves. Yay, to name one. So the fact that some of the players are looking pretty good on this roster already is a great sign. Of course, now they're going to that attack side. We've mentioned it in terms of the leadership. Laz in the past has been a leader in and outside of the game for this team. But this will definitely be interesting to see how it's going to work on the attack, because let's be real, there's no slouches on the other side. Curry is standing currently top of the ball for the team. A little bit quieter out of the likes of Jake, and even Zeppa. Like, I know Zeppa's 9-9. I expect Zeppa to be dropping like 20 kills. That's where this guy sits for me. So I'm interested to see if he'll be able to step up. And just look at where the defenders are. They're about to push mid. Oh, hello.
Couple wall bangs, but this isn't really the round.
Mid.
That's not the round where wall bangs play a big role.
How do you say mid in Japanese?
Don't know. I tried to dig deep for that knowledge. Kayada! The pistol!
Pistol god.
It seems to be just something special. The magic formula for this man is he's already done well to find 2. There's a 3rd. Triple kills in each pistol. That's something to boost your confidence. Let's see if he can keep it going. As this map continues, Zeta extend their lead. Now 3 rounds ahead of C9.
Maybe that's what it is. Coach Carlisle, he's gone in there, hasn't had much time with the roster. He goes, Kayada, your job, win the pistol.
I mean, look, if you've picked him up, we've heard of players being swapped in and out for different maps. Like, oh, he's our ascent guy, he's our buying guy, this is our pistol player.
Yeah, 60% of his kills are in the pistols.
That's so far. There's still a lot of rounds to be played, or maybe not that many if Zeta keep this up. C9 got to be sweating a little bit now, but look, The stack from C9, it's on C, and everybody from Zeta is moving towards this side of the map. Kaede does well to find the first, but with the utility that came back at them, they realized there's probably a few more players there than they'd like. Ooh. I like the attempt from Jake in this kind of round. Remember what Uran did in a round very similar, swung out on B, grabbed the headshot. This time it just didn't work out for Jake. And they have heard that orb being taken. They know that Vanity pushed up. They'll clear out these close corners on slow peaks. And then they should know that the rotations have come in. If that player pushed up, took the orb, and he's nowhere to be seen, you know that C's wide open.
Now bear in mind, the numbers you're seeing at the top, under each team's name, is their seeding. Cloud9 came into this seed number 3. Obviously not a lot known about the majority of these teams, but coming off the back of a win at the 10 Invitational versus the likes of DRX, EDG, expectations were fairly high. A loss off the bat, well, guarantees they won't skip a day, that's for sure. But also, could put them into a nasty lower bracket match if there are upsets to be had. Obviously, they'd probably play against one of the lower seed teams. For now, though, into that retake they go. Utility to section things off. I've been liking things from Sugar Zero so far, playing that Harbor. I think he's been excellent. Yeah. We normally talk about his Astra as his main sort of agent, one of the ones he's enjoyed in the past, and his Shorty as well. Well, there you go. Kaede, he's started to come alive. I think he's already got more kills in this half than the last.
Back-to-back triples. It's certainly one way to start it. You know, I'd love to have Lothar here for his lab, right? Pulling out some of those breakdowns, because the Harbor play, the wall usage, the double wall usage as well, has been really nice from Zeta. Reactively on the defensive side, there were a bunch of opportunities for C9 to take space, and then they would just be robbed by a wall going down. They'd have to slow the game, rethink their plan. And we've seen that consistently throughout the first half here on the attack as well. It can be so irritating, holding down a lot of these angles. Like A-Long, if you've got an op there, typically you're going to catch him on the cross, but now they can get right up next to you using this cascade as you see them slowly make their way up A-Long. And wallbang attempts from Oxy, again, big fan of this. Some damage done, but nothing major. Looks like Zeta will be bringing their full force to the A site.
A lot of utility sat in their way. Curry will delay them for now, but the rotation not coming in for the defenders. They're not over pushing in this position. They've spotted that lurk from Laz as well, which actually, if anything, gives them information they're likely going in the other direction. He's expected to be sat on the other side as they now look to push in towards middle. Watching towards Garage, though, Oxy will now be aware as the plant is actually faked, as they now go pushing back. The stun from Vanity, fantastic. And with 45 seconds left, Zeta have to rethink the round.
For a second, I thought Oxy did well in pushing that because he had a dash online, but he didn't. Very risky, but it's especially against these kind of weapons, but it's worked out.
Oh, look at Zeppa.
I like this wall. Gonna be able to move in towards this A site, take the space. There's no way they're going back. It's gonna be late flanks that come through from Uran. He's on C. Uran is on the C site right now. The spike is going back. They've 20 seconds. They better run damn fast if they want to make it there. It might even be a reposition to B site. Just a little bit closer, a little bit more manageable, but Uran has to do a remarkable job of holding this down. That wall is now fallen. They've ran out of toxins.
They've seen him.
And Uran's dead. The plan has to be stuck. The stun in. They're putting. No, he stopped it. I mean, the round is lost now. You just have to do damage. That's all you could hope for.
Will at least be able to hold on to the one gun. Kaede seemingly coming alive a little bit more in this second half, but yeah, I definitely think just really good disruption. I will say, like, we've sort of, well, I've joked with like Vanity not being able to get the kills, but his stuns have been sublime. Like the amount we are seeing out of that fault line just to cause players issues. That's why we saw that really aggressive push coming out of Oxy, because the second that plant was attempted, Vanity puts a stun through, they have to fall back, and so he goes pushing. Hit the players while they're almost retreating, and they're doing great to just communicate through where that utility is being played. Of course, there's still rifles on the board now for Zeta, and they're going fast towards C.
Oh yeah, the pace is definitely being picked up by this squad. Dash in by Kaede. He's spotted up close, and they've got a beautiful crossfire. C9 gaining control of this round. It's Vanity with the double. Aftershock forces them out. They've got to move, and right into the crosshair of Vanity. His fourth kill again. Some spectacular rounds from this man, but again, we will be robbed of the ace. Not to happen this time.
Who's going to get the first? That's the question. Vanity now actually moving himself right. He was 0-6 at one point, now 13-13.
He heard you, man. He heard you from down there.
You know, so like I'm just pushing him to be better. That's all it is.
You're a good coach.
Yeah.
Maybe Imi was shouting at him.
Yeah. He was
nice
like,
kills, bro.
Yeah, nice kills. You suck. Boo.
I'll sub in for the next match, yeah?
You know.
You reckon Imi could do it?
A UK CS legend. Weber managed to do it in the
Weber,
past.
Guys. We have a lot of stellar
I don't think Guys
coaches.
played UK CS.
No, I'm not quite sure about that one. I know he played Turkish regional Valorant, but our CS.
They're in a similar level as well, you know? You got Xantares and Smuya.
Yeah, fair comparison, isn't it? 1-to-1. The UK scenes, it's right up there with the Turkish.
Yeah, you know?
Yeah.
Imi does, he has a lot of experience. He has a lot of experience. He's really gone through the sort of ringer of esports to get to where he is now on a stage in Tokyo. And I'm looking forward to seeing how this roster goes with C9. I think they've got a good coach, good IGL. Like I think they've got young talent as well. So I think there's a lot of potential. I'm very sad that Whippy isn't here.
Yeah.
Because he is someone that, okay, we saw in Ascension, and for a while before we didn't see as much of. But he's someone that you go back to, like V1 and
V1, yeah.
Like he's incredible, and I think it was mainly because of the chamber meta. Like he was someone who was a pure Sentinel player, not one of those dirty Sentinel players who played like, oh, I play Sentinel. Do you play chamber? Shut up.
It's not a Sentinel. I've heard that so many times. I still cannot fathom people actually calling
Hey
it
guys, I'll play Sentinel. What are you playing? Chamber. And then that's where you click Alt F4.
Yeah.
Oh,
Outta
my
here.
game crashed. Oh, that's a shit.
Someone shouted at me for locking Cypher before because they're like, "We've got a chamber. We don't need it." It's like, bro, it's Haven. What are you talking about? It's back in the day. It was like Killjoy dominates the Haven play now. We've seen it on both sides. Laz with a pistol in hand, as well as
a lot of sheriffs.
All of his buddies, pistols. It's where they're dangerous.
Don't walk into Euron's crosshair.
They've got a flash, though, surely to... No, but they don't on Zeta. He's already used his, but they've got a Tiger. Could use that to try and clear out this angle. But if they walk into it, if they check it with their eyes instead of the animals, it's certainly going to cause a problem.
Okay,
Duran, though, is going to be dropped. Blade Storm used, but not found any result with that. And Zeta now have to pump the brakes.
Rolling Thunder. Yeah, he just used it to deny the plant completely. Sugar Zero still here, but it's checked by Zephyr as well. Looking clean this time from the side of C9. Not taking any chance. And you know what? I don't mind the Rolling Thunder when you've lost the rounds. You've lost to these sort of pistols.
Yes.
Just wanting to try and create a concrete economy. Laz is going to manage one. I don't know how Hero Run has got here. Oh, it's half checked. Oh, it's always costly. Every single time someone on Zeta does damage with the pistols, and it was finally looking like they were going to have a dream start to this half, but it's damaged again.
Gonna go ahead and say that's why he used the Rolling Thunder, just to avoid some of those problems. You still had a guy get up close. If he snuck away with the rifle there, that's something else. You know, rounds like this are typically housekeeping, and well, it certainly started out that way, but in the end, quite a blow dealt to the economy.
They've still got good money.
Yeah, but it's because of how the other rounds have gone so far, right?
Yeah. And also, like, coming in with an operator and still having enough to buy next round, probably still with an operator.
Blade Storm next round, well, either he's going to save that op for next or he's going to die and have Blade Storm. So the money not even close to being a problem for the side of C9. It is a good sign, though, for Zeta still being able to do that damage on the attack side with pistols in hand. They have a lot more to do. 9-8, and the rifles have come out. But it's the operator that they need to be so cautious not to walk into. And so far, Oxy is not getting given any opportunities.
And as said, this is something to mention again and again. Every single of this best of ones are actually really important. You win a single best of one, you've at least made it to the quarters. Even if you lose the next game, you don't go straight into the semis, it's great. You get to play tomorrow again in front of this crowd. For Zeta, that's probably all they're looking for. Like, get as far as you can, play as many times on this stage. Seekers are going to be expended. Zephyr, the first point of contact. There's 3 players there, though. I think Zeta realize it's a quick rotation back, or so it seems.
Oh.
The flash, though. perfectly timed from Zeta to get them that extra little bit of information. Jake going to be put under pressure, but it's all a ruse to try and pull players, and it has. Still, though, 2 players on A.
Yeah, but it's the AWP that they've pulled off of the A site. Problem is it's posted up on B, now rotating further to C. Okay, players are far away, but Curry standing strong. A quick double, Zeta answering the call as well. And it looks like C9 have got this one wrapped up in a bow. Oxy with the AWP. 2 shots fired, but it sends him running into Jake. There's no chance for Uran. A 1 versus 5, barely any damage done, and a great answer from Cloud9. Now Zeta are on the back foot. The scoreline will be tied, but the economy will be struggling.
Yeah, and this is the thing. I said, like, Zeta, I feel like they really needed to build off getting that pistol, getting that second round. Since then, it's been 4 in a row from C9, bringing this one firmly back into their favor. Few ultimates coming online, though, soon for the Zeta side. Lockdown not far away, Reckoning online, but the same can be said for C9. Bladestorm, as you mentioned, a Death Roxy will bring that online, or a single kill. And the Lockdown, Cosmic Divide, Seekers, everything getting close. Oxy, see you later.
Yeah, not so scary with the pistol when you're up against an operator. It's always a game changer. Okay, see, they got support up close. It's all a bait. Oxy's trying to make them think they can push that operator, deal the damage, but in the end, this is support from Vanity, now given away by that utility thrown down, and they'll concede the space. Zeta, not going to go near it. It would be foolish to take Garage at this point, but where can they go? With these pistols, it's going to be tough to find any space.
Yeah, Laz has bought a hero rifle into this round, so he's only going to have 550 credits. Leave him a little bit down in the dumps for the next, so he's still got his utility online, but starting to expend it. A plant will put him in an alright position for the next round, and they'll get that. Now the question is, can they do anything in the after plant? You've already got Bladestorm available. 1 kill for Curry would force them out of the site. And do they use this Reckoning? That's the question.
No, evidently not. What was that from Hero Ron? He's found one. Sugar Zero's on. This is starting to look incredibly good. Another double in this round. The Hero Ron and Sugar Zero taking it across the line with Jake left to do it all. Quick kill onto the low HP player, but defusing in the open. No smokes to back him up anymore. It's time to run. Maybe the Cosmic Divide would have been used in another world, but it probably would have been a waste. Zeta, I don't comprehend how they are so good when they come to thrifty rounds. Sure, you've got a hero rifle, but what did it do?
Zoomers.
Zoomers,
that's what it is, Zoomers.
Just stop buying rifles. It's a simple solution.
Just get these young stars on your team. Heron, like, this was just so clean. Like, 2 players run through at the same time, and he's able to correct quick enough to pop both their heads. Him and Uran have just, unbelievable with these pistols, and it's a round that Zeta desperately needed. Huge boost to the economy, and it keeps them in the lead for now.
I just can't believe we keep seeing this happen. C9, I can't even flame them for what's happening here. Zeta are hitting some insane shots.
If they don't lose a round to pistols, they've probably won this like 13-5.
Yeah. It's Zeta, and you know, sometimes we see losses to pistols where it's like everybody splits up and takes 1vx fights and pushes into Garage. It's like they peek together, they try to trade, but it's not possible. Unreal. 10 rounds on the board, double digits breached by Zeta, and they'll look to do even more, destroying utility or attempting to inside of Garage. Not finding a ton of it. Alarm bot out of play, but those nanos are on C. Zeppa's going to use this. No, he's not. You know, they're kind of dry on information, and as time goes on and these players start to fall back, that's where I do expect to see those Seekers used, because C9 have 0 info. There you go. All they know is that there's no one close to A. Seekers are gone out. That's got Oxy pushing. He wants to try and capitalize on this information, but there's an alarm bot waiting for him. No easy way past for now. There's the Tiger coming through. He's been spotted, but luckily had the dash to get out.
I think it's the time. It's starting to tick low, and you have to bear in mind the ults are in the favor of C9. A lockdown here could cause problems, but Jake's gone again. Curry still within position, holding on the best he can. They've managed to get rid of the players in the back lines, but the site has gone the way of Zeta. With seconds to spare, they'll be able to get things in, and they have a lockdown of their own. Oxy, if he's going to go, he has to move quick.
What?
He doesn't have a dash.
4 seconds?
There's no way out. There is no way out. He has to break the lockdown right now. It's not going to be possible. A mass risk, and it's not paid off.
No, that wasn't a good risk. I think you could see it from the very start. Chances of a trade still high. Zeppa, up close, he spotted the second player, but Uran was there to save the day. A very important double kill. He got the first as they entered the C site, and he got the last, tying the round up in a neat bow and putting 11-9 on the board. For Zeta, this is an unbelievable achievement already. I think looking miles better than they did way back in Champs. Slightly different roster, but to make this slightly different roster, slightly different approach to the game as well. I like this. You know, I thought that Laz and Sugar Zero would be having flashbacks when they saw Haven pop up, but evidently they're feeling good about their chances here these days.
Oh, the new blood coming in. Some of the smiliest players I've ever seen. Hero Ron, I don't think I've ever seen anyone grin as much as he has
he's
in
a happy
those
guy.
videos. But hey, you're 18 years old, you just joined Zeta Division. I guess that's a reason to be happy.
Yeah, it's a reason to put a smile on your face, and now with, you know, a lead and a potential map under their belt, I think we'd see him smile a hell of a lot more if they win this one. Guaranteeing themselves a spot tomorrow as well in front of the crowd. A BO3 would be absolutely massive.
Yeah. I will say, though, that based on their seeding being relatively low, if they do win this, I think they'll probably play Fnatic. So we'll see if Zeta or the Fnatic Japan guys will be a little bit more popular. Unless, you know, maybe Fennel get an upset too.
That's still just their next BO1 though, right? They'd still have their BO3s further on.
Yeah, they'd still make it through guaranteed to tomorrow in the quarterfinals, where, as you said, best of threes. Normally that's where you'd say the best team wins. But either way, Cloud9, it's been a very back and forth game. This definitely isn't done by any stretch of the imagination. The second one of these teams looks to take control. Another comes back, Reckoning goes in, Uran on the entry. A great start, and while Oxy caught moving, they've been doing these late round executions, 20 seconds on the clock, as they will get that plant in. There is a lockdown available, but do C9 want to use it?
I don't think it's the right call. 3 versus 5. Even if you do push them off the A site, you better find picks as they make their way out. And they're not finding picks without punish on the other side. Kaeda with a triple yet again. He had some quieter rounds after the initial pistol, but he's very much found himself online. It's okay, Laz, we didn't see it. 29 HP left on Jake. He's got another 1v2. Making his way in. Is he going to go for this? Sticking it inside his smoke. That's probably his only play, but 1 bullet and he's down. He's pushed and tried to take on Hero Ron, but, well, another big smile on his face as he wins another round for his squad. 12-9, map point. And they've got 3 chances to close this out. I'll tell you what, Tom, the big deal is if C9 win 1 round, put it 12-10, Zeta might go down to pistols. So they've got the work cut out for them.
Hey, I'm looking at Sugar Zero with 5,000 credits. It might take a little bit more than that, but maybe credits.
Bladestorm online too if they lose and so on. But
honestly,
I'd just be like,
the thing, though, the players who would have them would probably be Uran and Hero Ron, who are the exact players you want with the Sheriff. So I don't know. Pressure building for Cloud9. As said, like, they come off the back of a decent tournament. Whippy not being here is definitely disappointing, but Curry, he's a top fragger in the whole server. He's the super sub.
Nuts.
He's been playing well, so I do think going into this round, as said, it's not done until it's done. We've seen swingbacks already throughout this. They won 4 in a row earlier. Can they do it again?
We haven't seen Uran get to show off his Viper's Pit yet. He used it on C-Long on the defense, but they didn't push into him. They avoided him naturally. This time, though, that ult is so much more useful. You get a site, you take space, and then you lock it down. It's going to be very tough for C9 if they do lose some of those opening fights. They might just see this map slip out of their grasp.
Yeah, they won't. We do have ourselves another tactical timeout. Chance for Imi to see what he can do, see if he can breathe some life into this team. As said, they won't be dead and buried, and chances are, as said, C9 high seed going into that lower match. They'd play one of the teams that they'd be very much expected to beat, but they're also in a game of a team that they were expected to beat.
That's the difference, right? Like, this is the 3rd seeded team coming into this, and an event where you've got one of, if not the best team in the world. This is certainly somewhere that
Teams above them are Fnatic and DRX.
Yeah.
So
You know,
Foot's below them.
You're in a exactly.
There you
You're
go.
in a very prestigious position. And
we
if you
go.
were to redo that seeding after this matchup, I think Zeta get a whole lot higher up.
Yeah.
They're looking unreal to start. And this attack side slowed down. They're not going to be going for C. Instead, changing direction and hoping to draw rotations with that early push.
The thing with that Viper's Pit as well, you have to bear in mind, it's almost like a game of chicken. With Curry having a lockdown, you might even deny him using it just because he wants to try and stop that Viper's Pit later. But it's crunch time now. So chances are, you need to try and find some decent entries so that you can have an advantage in that afterplant for when the lockdown is played. Again, Zeppa hunting for that early information, but nothing really found. Zeta have been happy to play very, very far back and slowly make their move. They're doing it again. Curry is the only player in position, but of course, with that lockdown, he can't take a risk. He can't aggressively move in, and in fact, he's going to place the lockdown. The question is, yeah, they're just going to get the plant and get out of there. I say that. Kaeda's just gone down trying to make an aggressive play.
Oh, Pit's going to be used up, and it looks like there's a safe space to hide inside of. Down there on long, never mind.
Safe.
Uran's been caught. Oxy now playing inside of smoke, opening up a few more angles, but Sugar Zero punishes. Defuse on the way, half already. They've got to push through. Laz makes it in. He spotted their defusing, but they can't deny. Time has run out as C9 just stick it underneath Zeta's nose. That was a messy round. One where C9 commit quite a bit in terms of ultis, but they needed to.
Yeah, the thing is the same can be said for the other side. Like, everything now basically wiped off the table in terms of ults, especially for Zeta. So, yeah, you've got the Blade Storm. That can be something that plays a part. But the rest of the ults probably won't come online unless you're going to see, like, Laz get 4 kills and still lose and pick up an orb. Then maybe he has it for the final round of regulation, but he is still very, very far away. They've made that ultimate more expensive, so he's looking at 9 orbs now. Kaeda, though, he is going to have himself that Blade Storm. Not been the most impactful ult for him thus far. Normally, he has it, and then the pistols do all the work. There's no pistols to be had this time around. In fact, Zeta have the finances for purchases even if they lose this next one.
What colossal victory this would be for the Zeta squad. Yeah, tough round to do it in. And look at the side of C9. And they've got no ultimates to bounce them back, bring them back into some of these rounds. Zeppa is being spotted. They're using utility. They're trying to bait him out. They'll get a flash out of him, but...
Well, they're faking that they're isolating him.
The Tiger's seen it open. That's all the info now. C9 know that this is not a play towards the A site. Maybe even an early flank. I thought Vanity was going to go behind them, and that might have actually gotten dividends. Oxy picking up the first, swinging out wide on long, but it's smoked. Players now making it out of Garage. The spacing good, but the return is fantastic. Oxy goes down to a snake bite. Uran has to try and recover, but he'll be spotted and deleted by Jake. C9 have done well. They've made it all the way to round 24, and they need to win it to push us to an overtime.
Yeah, Jake's definitely been one of the quieter performances on C9, but that was a great hold from him. Ring around the rosy, constant reposition to make it more difficult for them to find him. That's a pretty nice shot from Oxy as well, but just a solid hold. And that's one of the things I feel like C9 have done well. It's just hunting for that information, quickly rotating, and then just having a lot of good utility out of the likes of Vanity, especially those stuns once more, just causing issues. And Odin's been purchased up for that early
Vanity,
ball
I
back.
love you. I love you, Vanity.
Just as we see with Mitch's Odin, 0 damage.
There's no need for that, Tom. That's emphatically not true. Usually do at least 20. Vanity's got unlucky. Screw you. Screw you, man.
Oh, little game of chicken. Now, I will say, when Uran's been holding these angles, he doesn't move. Oh, he moved.
He moved. Yeah, you're a liar. It's all right. We know it.
But he's back in his corner again.
Zeppa's waiting to pop this flash. It's going to come out of him soon with noise being made on A long. He's really biding his time. And, you know, that angle's not being watched by anything other than the turret. It's got a lot of faith in it. Other flash just came back online. I expected to see it burned up by now, but waiting for contact. There's the flash now. No follow-up. The stun comes in. Uran is down, but the trade is good. Sugar Zero must have avoided that stun perfectly. And now the rotations are coming in, Tom. They're moving towards the A site on C9, but Zeta have other ideas. That idea is to walk into Oxy, someone that's been delivering round after round. The pressure now for him as he stands in the way of their victory. But they're rotating back, leaving one player to lurk up close. Kaeda got such a good position now. with these steps being heard elsewhere, I thought maybe they would be a little careless, but no, good shutdown.
Will they even know that Heroron's got this far? 15 seconds left. They have to go and retrieve the spike. Vanity just looking to try and delay. They need to get this plant into position. They're throwing nanos just to try and delay them, stun through, but Laz has managed to dodge the utility aftershock to force him out of position. Laz fighting tooth and nail, but they didn't know Heroron was there. Laz has found another. It comes down to Jake in a 1v2, and Zeta are going to close it. They guarantee themselves a spot in the quarters tomorrow, and a brand new roster. Multiple youth players coming in has just toppled C9 in game number 1.
What an incredible display from the team with the home field advantage. Fan favorites, and they have delivered here in front of the Japanese crowd. They are going crazy for this squad. The new hope of Japan, it would seem. And whoever they face next, be it Fnatic, be it DRX, it doesn't matter. That team will be doing their homework. This is going to be a tough matchup for anyone to beat.
What a phenomenal dream of a start for Zeta. Different roster, different results. They are showing up big time for their home fans. The home support here, you could hear it. It was rumbling at times. And Tom, talk about showing up when it matters, because pressure was high for many members of this young roster. They didn't just deliver, they over-delivered.
Honestly, Ian, that script you wrote at the beginning of the day, it's going perfectly. But Zeta winning the game number 1.
That's the
Me
plan,
and Mitch, 100% predictions.
Let's go.
That's never happened before. I thought they were screwed the second we both said we thought they'd win. But the fact is, yeah, those young guns coming out. Uran, honestly, I've never seen him play before. I've never seen anything from this guy. There's one match on VLR that you can go through that will tell you about this player. His Sheriff was disgusting. Heroron, someone we know a little bit more about. He was also playing fantastically well. This didn't look like a team that, what they announced 2 days ago. 2 days?
Crazy. And the thing is, Heroron, right? Tom, you should take a leaf out of his book. Try smiling a little bit. What do you think?
You're asking a bit much of me, I'm going to be honest.
It was the perfect way to start things off here, Mitch, because it was a real back and forth affair. And if you're a home fan watching this right now, it was a dream come true.
Oh, absolutely. Realistically, coming into this tournament, expectations were low. We thought they would put up a show. They'd have a couple of good rounds here and there. But against a squad like C9, third seed in here, against some of the international teams gracing the stage, it didn't seem like we were going to get that much of a close matchup. And what an unbelievable, mind-blowing performance from them here. It was 13-11, but there were opportunities where I think C9 could have taken this across the line.
Yeah.
Take absolutely any of the pistol rounds that Zeta won, and C9 have it, but they had those individuals step up right when they needed them, and what a fantastic sign that is for such a newly built roster.
Another fantastic sign is, we talk about the youth and inexperience, and we've said how back and forth that was. It takes a lot of maturity to clutch out an encounter like that, where it is so close, right?
Oh yeah, for sure. Like, I think, especially, like, as I said, I don't think expectations right now for Zeta will be that high because they're so new. But when you're one of those younger players and you go, okay, I want to come in, I want to make a statement.
Yeah.
It's just like when you come here, you're like, oh, I've been away from Valorant a little while. I'm going to bring my fancy jacket. I'm going to look as suave as I can, just so that people go, oh, Ian's looking kind of good. That's what they wanted to do on the stage. They were like, I want to make an impression. I want the Japanese fans to remember my name when they leave this stadium. Well, they're going to get to see them again, guaranteed. They're coming in at a minimum at the quarterfinals tomorrow. They win their next game, they got a guaranteed top 4.
They've booked their spot. I mean, a big part of when you're an underdog performing in your home country, you want to at least make sure that you're there for the second dance, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah. And realistically, it's a double-edged sword. Like I've said, you start the game out, get a 3K. If you're Kayada, what an amazing
Look what
start.
it means to them.
Yeah, you can see it. You can see it. Heroron's going to be smiling for weeks to come, and that's only after the first game. The reality is, for this squad coming out here on stage, it's somewhere that they knew it was going to go one of two ways. Either they were going to deliver an astounding performance, make their region proud, or they were going to go out of here with their heads low and think, okay, now we're fighting for tournament life. in the next game. But that's not the case.
Off.
It's gone.
At least for the rest of the day. Like that's got to be a wonderful feeling for these players. And for C9, it's the opposite. Okay, sure, I know a lot of teams are going, this is a chance to, like DRX, test out a couple of youngsters, or this is a chance to see what we can learn over the off-season. For the Japanese teams, it's not the case. Like, genuinely, you come in here, like especially for Zeta, who like they wanted to be playing in Tokyo at Masters, didn't manage to do it. Now they get to play in front of their home crowd. They're going to want to do that every single day. They want to get all the way to that grand final if they can, so they get to play as much Valorant in front of the crowd. For C9 as well, yeah, it's a testing period, but at the same time, you don't want to come in versus Zeta, instantly lose your game, because even though it is a learning period, you lose, go out of this tournament in dead last. I can tell you the Reddit, the fans, they're going to be asking questions going, oh, C9's dead, they made wrong decisions. Like, that's how they're going to be.
That's how everyone on Reddit sounds, right?
I can't believe that they didn't play this.
You stopped doing an imitation of me. Thank you.
But you're right, I guess... I was sounding more like Mrs. Doubtfire.
I'm out of here. I'm getting out of here. I'm not.
I think after C9's performance at last year's event in Manchester, it would be so tremendously disappointing to go out so early if it came to that, right, Mitch?
It would be. It would be for them. It would be for the NA fans, but I'm not in NA. I'm an EU fan, so screw them. I think that realistically, I would look at it as a massive opportunity passing that crown to someone else, seeing a team like Zeta or maybe some of the others. Who knows? Now I'm starting to think maybe Fennel are going to be coming in here delivering that kind of performance.
Who knows?
Who knows? Anything can happen in a BO1. I'm also excited to see them in a BO3 later on today, or later on tomorrow, sorry.
Anything can happen. Mitch, you're really selling this. Make sure you're sticking around for every single matchup. You don't want to miss a thing. I'm pretty sure the Zeta fans are probably going to buy some merch right now, that's for sure. But let's move on now to
I need to get some.
versus Mitch.
Yes.
Me
Don't
too.
buy it all.
Me too. Go get me some too. Foot versus 100 Thieves, who are looking to defend their crown. Before we look into this one in more specifics, let's meet the guys who ripped it up in Istanbul.
If one of you were to accidentally team flash, who would it most likely be? Which player is the biggest joker off screen? Who's most likely to sleep through an alarm? Who's the best cook in the team?
No one, I guess.
Who takes the longest getting ready in the morning?
Crux.
All right, I'm always going to ask you guys a question that we ask the teams. Who takes the longest getting ready in the morning? Mitch or Tom?
I think it actually might be Tom. I don't know how long you spend, but I generally get up, shower, and get out.
That's because he gets up 5 minutes before call time, and that's all the time he has to get to the shuttle.
Yep.
Oh man, production are listening right now. Don't do him like that. Okay, so this
I always make the shuttle.
You do always make it. This Foot Esports roster, the Turkish side, of course, massively impressed you both in front of their home crowd in Istanbul. Can they do it here in Tokyo, Japan? Let's have a look if we can find them backstage right now. Yes, we can, as they start to get ready. Are we going to be able to catch a glimpse of them? Yes, we are. The handsome
Stevie the doorman.
Thank you very much, Stevie, you absolute sexy boss. And you can see the last. What are you looking at? We can see.
I'm looking at Stevie.
Our final bits of prep as we get geared up for this. But I don't know. I mean, come on.
Well,
You've been.
Guys is close enough that if he needs to sub in, it's literally
He's
just
ready.
a few steps away. That's the thing. It must be really difficult if you're Mr. Fallen, you're kind of sat there going like, I've been playing really well this tournament. Your coach subs in 3-0's the grand final. I feel like he's going to be sat for the rest of your life. But you lose a round, he's going to be like, I would have won that.
Yes.
Do you see my record on LAN? 3-0 grand final. Hey, Mr. Fallen, you know why you're playing here? Me.
That's a good bit of cred to have as a coach, isn't it? Let's take.
Had a captain like that one.
Absolutely. When you look at these behind-the-scenes pictures, it is hard to believe that we're inside a... Loves a bit of Red Bull. Me too. It's hard to believe that we're in the inside of a historic sumo arena. That is where these guys are sitting right now. That's the the job that we've done to pull this together to make it into a competitive environment. Let's take a look at 100 Thieves. Yep, the camera's still on you, bro. Here's 100 Thieves now. And this is a roster, of course, that are last year's champions. They're looking to do that back-to-back jobby. That's what everybody wants to do whenever you come back, right? And extend that reign. What are the chances? Because last year didn't pan out exactly as they expected, Tom. You'd expect when you get a big win at home ground 2022, it propels you into a phenomenal season. That wasn't the case. So it's yes, of course, it's a chance to extend their reign, but they need to show some bounce-back ability here. Yeah, for sure. I think the players they've signed, especially EU, someone who is playing in the Ascension and actually looked very good on M80. In fact, a lot of people it was between them and that org that we don't like, who were looking to try. And we love the players, by the way. And just for note, there's a team who won it. We don't really like their org. So, but yeah, it was between them and the other people who were going, the new G2, who were going to get
through.
They
who shall not be named.
And they came very, very close. So now that team's sort of being picked up. We're seeing some of the members go to the likes of Sentinels, and he's gone into 100 Thieves, and he's someone who, fantastic in terms of a lot of those initiators, supportive agents. He's going to bring a lot to this roster for setting up people like Asuna, like Cryo, who we know are very talented individuals. The fact is, though, expectations when it comes to 100 Thieves, like you have someone like Nadeshot at the helm of your organization, it doesn't matter. Like, he loves to sell some hoodies, but you know he loves more? Winning.
Money.
I mean,
which you get by winning.
You get by winning, yeah. Hey, look, we're all in this for trophies, that's for sure. Yeah, I think I've seen this video before.
Something similar for sure.
You love Haven, don't you?
Should
we go again? Should we go again?
Oh, yeah, run it back. Why not?
Let's run it back.
It's somewhere that I think Footer's certainly going to be comfortable. The reality is on this, especially with Haven, a lot of long-range angles for us to play with. I can't wait to see Cryo against CNET. I think that's a head-to-head that is hella spicy. CNET's been warming up. He's been looking really good recently. Yeah. But Cryo, it was his year. That's the thing. It's like if you go 2021 CNET, 2022 Cryo, you're looking at two of the best like Jet players ever to have existed. So obviously 2023 for both players was not really their like best year ever. So I'm looking forward to seeing like, okay, can they now build into a world-class 2024 with what could be an incredible match? Have you ever seen, because you saw it live in person when you were at the EMEA qualifiers, have you ever seen CNET this happy, Mitch? Actually, he's always happy. He really always has a smile on his face. But
unless he elbows a table.
That's true.
Nobody's happy after that. Yeah. No, that's happened for him.
But I think generally,
passionate guy. Yeah.
Thinking about him historically, like I think there's definitely a spark lit inside him now, playing on a Turkish roster where he gets to speak his native language. He gets to be at home as well, which is massively underrated. Like getting to actually, live in your normal house, in your actual city, and then turn up to work, a couple minutes, whatever. It's a beautiful thing. And I think, he's going to be going over to Berlin next year. We'll see him there as well. But there's an extra bit of spice added in there playing on a Turkish roster. I think he's happier than ever. Not to say that he was never happy before. So, of course, they're coming into this with a bit of momentum. I want to talk a little bit more about 100 Thieves in a minute, but let's get into Agent Select, Tom. Yeah, well, it's actually looking fairly similar to what we saw in the last game. Again, we're going to have that Viper Harbor, which did take the dub last time around. It is, though, I'm just excited for those Jets. Both players, so it's sort of, seen it maybe a little bit more so, that sort of explosive player. And I feel like Cryo is a little bit more, I want to say tactical with the way he moves around the map. So maybe a little bit of a difference in the way they're going to be played. Obviously the Sky and the KO is the interesting one. You don't see as much KO when it comes to Haven, but you do see it when you watch Krax. That's it. Krax is cracked when it comes to KO, and I think the reality is nobody is going to be ready for what he's been bringing to the server recently. We talked about CNET, and we talked about Cryo having their years. Krax could be up there with what we saw from him in the qualifier, but this is a different caliber of opponent that he's up against here today. I like seeing Nature in. I'm really excited to see him, presumably in that IGL role. He's been someone that can fill historically. He'll play whatever role the team needs, which is definitely a good sign for an IGL. But up against Mr. Fallen, he's going to have his work cut out if he wants to even go toe-to-toe, pound for pound with this man. Well, both of you made correct predictions, actually, albeit a little bit biased coming into our first matchup. Can you do it again? Who's taking this one, Tom? I'm going to pick probably exactly the same as Mitch and go with Foot. I think they looked incredible coming out of the qualifier, and I think 100 Thieves, I'm interested to see what they've got.
Well, one thing's for sure, momentum can take you a long way, but can you do it? Can you bring that momentum with you from Istanbul here to Tokyo? Let's get into our next matchup. It's 100 Thieves versus Foot with Tom and Mitch.
Thank you so much, Ian. We've seen the barriers go up at 100 Thieves, mounting the defense on Haven. A BO1 matchup and a big challenge for this 100 Thieves squad. Foot have already played very recently over in Istanbul. They had the home field advantage there. There were flags flying in the stadium. It won't be the case here, but Foot very much respected within the Japanese community as well. I think especially going back to Tokyo, they're saying they had a fantastic time there. I think Ada Captain's a massive fan favorite for them. We'll see how they deliver on this attack. It's been a slow start, a couple of blows exchanged, but it's down to the big push with a minute left on the clock, and it looks like Foot have their eyes trained on the B site. Asuna has a little bit of help from Cryo, and that's a dangerous duo to challenge.
Yeah, a lot of early chip damage done to the side of Foot. Paranoia through, and Ada Captain already going to be kicking things off. CNED alongside him, a fantastic start for the side of Foot, but bang! Straight through! Managing to find himself a triple, looking to turn this pistol single-handedly, but Yedaje is there as well. Both players low, looking for that first ace of the tournament. Yedaje, that youngster, coming in onto this Foot roster. Doesn't know where his opponent currently sits. A ring around the rosies on the side, and Yedaje is going to be there to close it out. Swings and roundabouts, Mitch, from the very get-go with a Red Bull clutch.
Yeah, the young gun of Yedaje showing up for his triple kill, but what a round from Bang. Being able to sneak in behind enemy lines, catch a free kill onto CNED. From there, I thought that'd be it. He even got peeked on the backside, lit down to 21, but that didn't stop him. Who knows if that damage wasn't done earlier, if the timing was a second or two different, it could have been his. The ace could finally have been found, but after many 4Ks, we still wait with bated breath for a Red Bull home ground ace here in Tokyo. Round 2 kicks off with 100 Thieves on pistols, and it's not even upgraded. We saw a lot of Sheriffs in the previous matchup whenever there was low buys. This time it is 4 classics alongside a Frenzy. Really not expecting much from this defense of 100 Thieves, considering the weaponry they're bringing to the table.
Yeah, I think it's also easy to forget that this 100 Thieves roster, it has experience, but there's still a lot of young players. Like Bang himself, someone I feel like I've been watching for quite a while now, still only 19 years of age. So he is someone that is definitely a talent. There's a reason he ended up on this roster in the first place. The thing is as well, compositionally, that makes things interesting. I think this 100 Thieves comp is really good for delaying and denying, but Foot's comp is burst.
Yes.
It's basically like you have that paranoia. You have those pop flashes from cracks. I almost feel like the composition of Foot completely outplays 100 Thieves. We'll see. Maybe they have those adaptations.
It's certainly the style Foot like to go for. Burst plays. Yedaje being sneaky beaky, like a little bit of extra structure added to the roster. You can see that he has got an angle that is not expected, especially with the steps being made towards the site. It's a free kill to start. Good damage. That's about all. But look, he was the player with a pistol, and he's already delayed them and picked off Cryo, a very important kill. Ultimately, Foot just want to avoid losing too many weapons. Again, the pistol player dying, acceptable. Anyone else falling, that damage will be felt.
Yeah, still keeping the 3 rifles, the Vandal onto CNED as well. We know that that is a hero gun going into the next round. Could sometimes be enough. And that is the thing, the difference maker. Like we mentioned it already. Was Kiwi a bad player? Well, I'll tell you the fact that he was instantly picked up the second he left this team by Fireflux. No, he was a very good duelist. He's not CNED though. Like, and other than maybe Althea, there's not really anybody to be more excited about in Turkey than CNED. And the fact is, he now comes into this team as someone who can take over maps individually. The same can be said, though, for Cryo. If he hits his stride, if he goes back to that sort of X-set form we saw in the past, who knows what this team can achieve. And with players like EU in the roster, who I feel like bring that extra depth in terms of supportive players. Nature as well, someone who can, as you said, he can just fill in where they need it, allow players like Arsena and Cryo to flourish a little bit more, because obviously Arsena himself is probably one of the most flexible players we have in Valorant. He's played absolutely everything at this point. Here we go.
Obviously we saw in that last round with all the pistols, they stacked up on A. on 100 Thieves. They didn't get the A hit, and they all decided to die to the spike, keep their money healthy. That's allowed them to get this full buy here as we come out of that pause. It will be 100 Thieves looking to fight pretty much neck and neck in terms of the utility brought to the board. You can see, or the hardware more so. 2 Bulldogs, 2 rifles for the side of Foot. They're in a very good position, regardless of who ends up in a duel.
Well, yeah, that's the thing as well. When your opponent is going to be running some light shields in this round, the Bulldog becomes ever more deadly. But here we go. Push through. CNED instantly taking that space. He is looking to almost just disrespect opponents running forward. But Asuna has managed to catch him. It will be an afterplant, but that rifle already hitting the deck. They've got one more. We'll now look to play in this post plant.
Yeah, it was good spams from 100 Thieves that left them on the back foot. They've already taken the site control and a few smokes to try and block vision. A tap to hopefully bait someone into an overpeak, but it hasn't come through. Flash in from Mr. Fallen. Foot going to use their utility to deny this with the Cove broken. The defuse is already halfway. They've come off it. But the time is very much on their side. They've got plenty to work with yet again! 4 kills in a matter of seconds! It looked like 100 Thieves had a whole lot more left in the tank, but this guy's come through and pumped the brakes on that squad. Unbelievable!
So you remember in the pre-show where I was like, oh yeah, CNED, he's the one who's kind of like expected to really like explode onto this. And Yedajay, maybe he'll be one that needs a bit of time to someone in the future. But he's 8-1. He's 8-1. He has more than double the kills of anyone else in his team combined. And he has single-handedly won them 2 of the rounds of the 3 that have been played.
I wish there was a timeout there so we could just see that replay a couple more times. That was outrageous.
Honestly, 100 Thieves might need one.
At this point, wow.
That's the thing. There's always a difference between playing against any other EMEA team and playing up against the Turkish squads. They just have these explosive players. You're yet to see the best of Krax and Adacaptain. Oh, in fact, and CNED as well.
Some fantastic utility to clear backside on C. The problem is they're a little slow in taking the space, so it's retaken by 100 Thieves. Bang, only good for the 1. But Cryo, with the off-angle rifle in hand, he's picked up another 26 HP. But the EU long-range battle with a Stinger has worked out. Okay, well, this round has very quickly fallen apart for the side of Foot. With only CNED left and a 1v4 and the spikes down in the open, 50 seconds on the clock and 4 opponents to take down. It's not looking likely, and he's made that read. Even saving here, I mean, look, 100 Thieves will probably just pick up the remaining weapons and call it at that, but there's a world where they decide to hunt him down. Not really worth it economy-wise. I think they are better to just stick around and see.
Maybe send EU and Nature in when they go to retrieve those rifles, see what they can find, but for CNED, not particularly close to the Blade Storm. Would have enough to purchase anyway. Adacaptain's got a lot of credit. Same for Yedajay. He might just be trying to catch some players lurking around, but they're not facing. They're not even looking to try and fight versus CNED. You know who's on the other side. But huge round for 100 Thieves, managing to catch them in the choke point. I really like how they sort of reclaimed a lot of the ground. I think they may have even faked things out a little bit with a Nano Swarm. I believe that was their Nano Swarm they threw into the corner while walking into it to almost fake the fact that they're retaking that ground. Like, oh, we don't know if there's someone here, while having that position and just selling a bait and then just having everybody swarm into the site. We are seeing a lot of low buy round victories so far in this tournament. I wonder if that's something that will continue. For now, both teams are going to have a 4-buy without any problems.
Yeah, it's quite a blow dealt to the side of Foot, but realistically, they had a loss due at some point. Yedajay certainly course-corrected them in round 3, but giving 100 Thieves 1 isn't the end of the world. There's still plenty of time for this to continue. Now, further back dog than you might see sometimes. It's avoided the knife early on. So, managing to get the information as it makes it all the way around the corner. I think 2 or maybe even 3 players spotted by that Tiger. But time will pass. They're left to just what their ears can tell them. Some utility used on a long. That's about it. 1 HP, no way out. Those wall bangs are going to finish you for sure. And now the rotations go back towards A. So 100 Thieves will actually be ready for this A take after taking down the Lurker. No longer just Cryo alone.
Oh, under a bit of pressure. CNED perfect with the entry up above, but EU has managed to trade, looking for a little bit more. He's done some damage, but Foot had the man advantage. Not for long. Nature almost manages a second, but even still Cracks goes through and leaves it all onto Bang.
Smoking
He
it.
had a phenomenal first round. Still has a snake bite. Looking to bounce it onto the player in the corner. Bear in mind the Cracks is already low. Has to reposition. That kills for free. And now it's him versus Ada Captain, but he's faked it. Tried to bait out his move of position. He's in the same place and almost doesn't connect the shot, but will land it in the end.
Very nicely done. I love the fake shrouded step. He thinks he's gone to the site, maybe making it out onto long, trying to buy space and time, but no. He just sat down under hell with the patient play, and even though the aim wasn't quite there on the initial couple bullets, he had enough time bought by that play to course correct again. CNET almost had this too, just a pixel or two away. I think the entries here have been fantastic, but that spray putting him down to 6 health. The Cracks was almost gone the way of the dodo, and at that point, the round very well may have went to 100 Thieves, but it didn't. And they're not happy about that, so a timeout will be called here and now. John, if you want to give us a replay of that 1v, or the 4K from Yedajay, it wasn't a 1v4, but might as well have been. They were all trying to fight him, and he just took him down. I'm going to watch that back tonight, falling asleep to it.
Fall asleep? I couldn't fall asleep to that.
Hey, I'm just going to have it on the TV.
Just an hour. You need someone to upload an hour loop just onto. There you go.
Let's go. Here it is. Honestly, just outrageous. This is the one from Bang earlier on, classic in hand. He was doing such a good job.
Yeah, something that's worth mentioning as well is talking about Zix coming in as their new coach. Obviously was the assistant coach over in Evil Geniuses, has since switched sides to the red from the blue.
Yeah. I like that.
And he has made his way in. Obviously they've kept themselves. Mike's gone back to assistant coach. Obviously he was assistant coach,
yeah,
now
coach,
assistant coach. So obviously he'll probably be coach again next time, and then assistant coach again. He's just up and down.
He's been here a long time, right? Since the start of the 2022 100 Thieves run, he's been on this roster, the consistent factor when it comes to coaching staff, and I think the value he brings to the table can't be understated whatsoever. Like having someone who's so intimately familiar with the inner workings of an organization, with players that you still have on this roster as well. I think he does a lot of work for this team, and well, a lot more work to be done as we come out of that timeout. And 3 rounds behind now, 100 Thieves invest. And it's a messy investment. Bang down to, well, a stinger while you have an operator in play. It's just one weakness, but it's quite a weakness at that. Cryo? He's going? I mean, now he's going and he's gone. He's out of here. It's a right call to fall back. That operator, though, has a real chance to pick them up an opening duel for free. Not with that wall, he doesn't, but... Well,
this is a risky spot to be in. I feel like needs to dedicate himself to one of the angles. He's constantly switching his position. Already, that lockdown, they need something to try and take that out of commission, and they're not going to be able to. Have to fully retreat out of the site. So with all of this setup, 3 players were ready on the A site. They've had to give up all of that basically for free.
One player getting detained, maybe just to bait them into some aggression. Get them to swing around, but it hasn't happened. And there's the null command.
Oh, that's annoying.
The attempted retake from 100 Thieves relied on some utility going down in just a matter of seconds before that ult came into play. That's canceled their plans. It's delayed and ran that clock all the way down. Remember, they've got an op in play. Do they want to risk it? It's gone to EU. Bogdan's long. He's low, but now there's a nade to slow them down even further. And every piece of utility that's thrown out from 100 Thieves has a response that cancels out their ability to push. Now the rest of the squad tries to barrel through this choke point, but there's way too many players from Foot, too many angles covered, and not even trades needed. That op will struggle to survive. 43 HP, players all around, and quickly dealt with in the end. 5 rounds on the board for the side of Foot. And although Bang might have had an SMG, the rest of the squad was fully invested. This has left them in a very awkward spot late into the half.
This, for me, is what differs Foot from any other Turkish team we've seen on the international stage. Like, you look at Supermassive Blaze, BBL, like those teams have those explosive individual plays that we've seen before from the likes of Yedajay. This round was based off utility. Lockdown takes the site. No command buys time, so they can't get back in. Then you have the fragment to slow them down even more. You've gone from a retake that had, what, 40 seconds on the clock down to 20. Just by delaying them completely, and then you're trying to run into the Turkish aimers. Good luck.
It's a big difference on what we used to know Turkey for, right? Because that round right there very much underlines what we've been saying for a while about this Foot squad, that they have that Turkish element to them for sure. They can burst out all-out aggression, and they can play it puggy, but this is a squad that has now started to mastercraft in a lot of strategy, a lot of structured play, and in rounds like that, you see the benefit clear as day.
Yeah.
7th on the board, or in play, I should say. We'll see the side of 100 Thieves stacked up on A, being challenged, a real opportunity with Nature already finding the first, and he's got a safe spot to play from inside of this orb. Stun is good, spams are even better.
Yeah, it looked a little bit dangerous for a second, but have done very well to stabilize. EU's going to know there's someone underneath, but I think he probably could have guessed that anyway. Add a captain a little bit low, and actually, again, these snake bites from Bang have softened up a player, given him another opportunity, but Mr. Farland doesn't let that last too long. Now, New Boy on the block, EU trying to clutch this one out, and instantly the swing comes out from Yedajay. 6-1. We spoke about this match. Like, this is our seed number 4 and seed number 5, the closest you can possibly get in terms of the matches we have. Obviously, our seed number 6 beat seed number 3 just moments ago, so maybe there's still a lot to learn about the seeding. But the fact is, right now, Foot are looking dominant.
Yeah, but I think this is exactly the seeding system. I still love because it works on a better basis, especially in the off-season than anything else. But this is it. It very much, this is what Valorant is. You can have a team, hold them in high regard, but when it comes to the officials sat on the server, your name means nothing. Only what you're able to do. And as you can see, Foot right now able to do a whole lot. 6-1. Good half already in the books if it ends here, and doesn't look like they're looking to stop anytime soon. Cryo's moved out of position now towards the back of C site. He's going to be challenged. Good to find a first. Bladestorm active. Now he can keep moving, keeping himself on his toes as this ultimate tries to hunt him down. And, well, he's caught in the open. Cracks with a double, assisted by Ada Captain. And the advantage quickly makes its way back into Foot's back pocket. And look at the position from Yedajay. So nasty. Sat in this corner. He's heard the steps. He's hearing Nature dance around, drop down. And this is where he can get a massive reward, shutting the round down as it stands. EU might even consider a save. The economy is terrible, but consider it all he wants. No chance to do so.
Yeah, cracks with a double. A phrase I think I heard more than anything else during the Istanbul qualifier. He always seems to just pull one out of his arse whenever
it's ridiculous.
Whenever there's a moment. But this is the thing. It started off strong, but whenever things get chaotic, it's just where, again, some of these players manage to thrive. Cracks just snuck his way into the back of sight. Nobody even noticing his position, and 7-1 up. 100 Thieves in their buy rounds have had very, very little to sing and dance about. The cryo operator, it's had a kill or two, but it's not really been anything in terms of changing the game. And Foot, 7-1 in the lead. Wow. The only thing I can really say for them is they've had a lot more time than 100 Thieves to get this roster ready.
It's been 8 rounds so far, and we've got 9 assists under the belt from Mr. Fallen. He might only have 3 kills, but he's certainly pulling his weight, helping that team push it across the line. There's a turret watching the garage push out, so nothing for free there. And it looks like Foot have got this on lockdown. You might lose Mr. Fallen. He's stuck in there on the snake bite, but Cracks really stuck in. He's gotten into the back of the site. His teeth fully dug into B. We'll see if he can draw blood as 100 Thieves now mount the retake. In just a matter of seconds, they'll be blitzing out. There's the utility in the beginning of it. 2 quick kills. Cracks caught, had a captain down, and all of a sudden, Yedajay has to, well, he has to one-up himself from earlier. 5 kills needed, and none found. What a convincing retake from 100 Thieves. That's them back on the board just when they needed it.
Now, I always try and keep up with the patch notes, but did they buff the Sheriff? And I just didn't realize because
it's got a heat-seeking bullets now, actually.
It seems to be hitting a lot more headshots than I remember. It's been clean. Bang as well has been the one sort of saving grace so far for 100 Thieves. He's 11-7, and they have 2 rounds. It's been absurd. Like, the rest of the team next on the board is Cryo with 4. Operator will be back into hand. They've also got Viper's Pit and a Lockdown. That's the thing with this composition. They have a lot of really powerful ults. Thus far, though, the ults have been a lot more effective from Foot. Oh, dear.
Yeah, really effective ult used there.
From the shadows is barely an ult.
it's a recon dart. This time, though, it's resulted in death. Like an average Jonas shot dart instead.
I understand what he was trying to do. With the Viper's Pit down, you don't really expect any other support to be on the A side.
Yeah, for sure.
So he was just like, okay, I'll TP behind them and just disrupt. Didn't go very well.
Yeah, maybe up into heaven is the play on that one, but you know, hindsight is 20/20. He couldn't see the way forward on that. Cryo up. It's such a nasty angle. This should be a free kill. The barrel spotted. He knows he's about to get the opportunity. It's so close. Is he going to fire through? No, he waits till he can see them. Look him right in the eyes through that 10-time scope and take him down. The C site is recovered by Foot with a plant in play, but the advantage for 100 Thieves, the ultimates in play. Obviously, Bang has used his Viper's Pit, but it's the lockdown to push them off the C site. Where's he going? Yedajay's walking into the spawn. He's caught an angle, but he's been spotted. I'm on 5 HP. It is time to get out of there. Out of there. It's time to get out, to get a kill. Sorry, my bad. It's time to get a kill, because this is Yedajay.
Yep, he's going to go down, spam back though. And that's the thing, he may have fallen, but that's given Mr. Fallen a chance. CNED still standing, he expected someone to be on the defuse. He heard the tap and thought that that was the bait. And instead he's caught out by Asuna. Another very close round, but 100 Thieves continue to get a couple more on the board. This was looking like a done deal at 7-1, but they've started to come alive.
You really see the reward there for Asuna, thinking quick on his feet, going for that tap instead. If he stuck it, maybe he would have gotten it. Blade Storm firing through, it's not the most reliable, but instead he ends up with that perfect timing on a player who's paranoid about the spike being diffused in just a matter of seconds. We're at 7-3. As we said, already a phenomenal half for Foot. For 100 Thieves, they're on the road to recovery.
Yeah,
looking a lot better.
7-5 is a perfectly reasonable half. So I don't think this definitely isn't done just yet. Cryo operator, wow. Not the greatest defense, but again, it's one and done. Every single time the repeat from Cryo results in his doom. Bang is in a great position, but read by Mr. Fallen.
Is that Angel?
In front of that. Oh my goodness, just going through on his own. He almost gets the next player as well, and they know exactly where Asuna is. CNED will get the job done through the smoke in the end. This is the thing, we mentioned this, these slow, methodical rounds from Foot. Oh, I'm running at you.
Yeah, that's it. And it's scary.
It is.
And I love the fact that we have CNED, I guess, bringing an element of his old team.
Using the Reina Vandal.
Pull it out at you? Is that yours? I didn't even cop it. I didn't notice. But
I expect only something to be allowed to use that.
that is actually that's a rare one to see actually played.
It's a cool gun, but
it's not bad. It's not bad. It's a lot better than the Smite skin set, I'll tell you that. But yeah, for the side of Foot, they have CNED come in and play this. Maybe he's even IGLing in that round. He brought out his inner angel. And he said, Mr. Fallen, you're a breach. Run at them. Run at them. And yeah, it worked out.
Oh no, CNED's got the final kill as well. How much damage is that going to do? Yeah, financially, EU's not in a great position. He can buy himself a rifle and light shields, but it would mean that likely the Tiger's not going to be in play for the round, so it's whether or not he's going to have to just drop something out of this one. The fact is, though, again, like it's just a lot of these early battles being won, the spam through the smoke as well, and maybe a little bit disjointed. Like it looked like some of the 100 Thieves members trying to make some of those hero plays, and I'll be honest, you can't really do that versus Foot. 1v1 duels versus a team like Foot, it's not worth it.
A lot of utility used to scrap over Garage. Looks like Foot have won the initial engagement. Rolling Thunder used. They're very much looking for a pacey play, and Crack's full commitment to the role is what gets them in there so easily. Of course, when you got that ultimate online, why not? You go down and it can be brought right back up again. Never going to keep Cracks down, but CNED, he's caught a double and he's out. The best part is he didn't even need the support. Oh, that's an awkward one. Oh, it doesn't matter. It was a bait. It was all part of the plan. That's what they don't realize. Foot dominating in this round with 9-3 on the board. And yeah, 7-5 would have been perfectly fine for 100 Thieves, but now they have to be worried because Foot have got them by the throat.
Mr. Fallen took back control of the in-game lead in that round. CNED, kill him. You got this, bro. But yeah, Yedajay really impressed. 15-5 at the top of the board. As said, this is one of the young stars previously on Fire Flux as well, and you have Woot, obviously.
You took your time pronouncing that one.
Yeah, I want to be, especially when it's the women's team. Fire, Flux, Fierce, scary,
yes. Oh,
scary.
Yeah. Tongue twister.
We'll get Ian to say that one 5 times later on the show. He might not be coming back.
I just want to hear him say the name of the arena again. I was really impressed.
What is the name of the arena?
Can we unmute Ian's mic for a sec?
Yeah.
Let him rattle it off. Because I was impressed in the opening earlier on. He was really hitting it.
Ryogoku Kokukikan Arena.
Look at that. He's been practicing in the mirror all night.
Your turn now. Come on, Tom.
Sumo Arena, yeah, it's a cool one.
Ryogoku Kokukikan Sumo Arena.
Yeah.
That's my best
the
attempt.
one.
That was it. That was it.
Right now, Mitch, your go.
I just did it. Do it again.
No, that was me doing an impression of you saying it.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
No, that would have been Ryogoku Kokukikan. Oh, my pot of gold.
That was bang on.
Wow.
Your impression of Mitch Matt. Well done, Ian. That was a great impression of Mitch Matt.
I never thought I would ever say this on a broadcast, being the guy from Hull, but can we just leave the Japanese pronunciation to me, please, guys?
Somewhere at home, there's someone
okay
Japanese just crying at your pronunciation.
Well,
either way.
9-3. It's a good scoreline for Foot. Pistol round could tell everything.
Yeah, they're hoping for a curse. That's about all they're looking for. Now, as I said, with new rosters, I do feel like, especially going into that attacker side, it might be a little bit easier to synergize. You can sort of talk through with the IGL, but that's the thing. Like, we've seen Stella sort of removed from this one as the old IGL of the team. Someone new coming in to try and lead the charge. This will be the true test. And the thing is, Foot aren't just going to sit back and wait. In fact, they've already taken full C-Long control and gone peeking out of A. Although the slow walk up, I think it's been spotted. They've seen the stun, the instant sprint across the map from the remaining members of Foot. And the only man on site, only man,
it's only
is CNED.
CNED with a Sheriff? I wouldn't be scared of that. Would you? Snakebite not going to land because he's underneath and he's dealing damage, chipping away. Asuna down to 8 HP already. When CNED falls, the rest of the squad is here. Cracks and Mr. Fallen, the IGL, and he's going in for 2, 3 even. A phenomenal display in the pistol round and a nail in 100 Thieves coffin as Foot push up to double digits on round 14. 100 Thieves are going to have to, well, they're not going to be able to pull any punches. They can't let this one go too far.
Yeah.
This is a tough decision. I think you will very much divide the community. You'll divide the professional teams on whether you should force buy or not here, but I don't blame 100 Thieves. They need something to light that fire back up.
Yeah, that's the thing. When you're 10-3 down, you got to risk it for a biscuit.
Yeah.
Like, they haven't really had the performance they've been hoping for. As said, we can give them a break by the fact that this roster, well, they were the last ones. We were sort of harping on Zeta for being so late, but the fact is we only really found out truthfully yesterday. Good start as well. CNED, a little bit overzealous, a little bit aggressive, and has met his doom. Ain't just going to go walking through, but he has been spotted by the alarm bot, taking a lot of damage, and even a headshot as well from Cracks, evening up the table after what was a good start from them.
Round 2 after winning the pistol, and Cracks has got an upgrade. You know, CNED probably thought he had a semi-automatic operator when he was going through that angle, but these players have bought shields, so it's got to be the headshot. That's where he fell.
Wraps around towards Garage.
He's got it for free.
free.
That's so easy. EU caught inside his Tiger, clearing space for Bang, not spotting anybody, and that's because they'd already pushed behind him, and the kill follows through again. Mr. Fallen, massively advantageous fight with a Bulldog in hand. An 11th round found for Foot after 100 Thieves 4 spot. Now they're left with practically no economy, but they're still going to invest it because it's 11-3. What are the chances they make that 12-3 comeback? Low. What are the chances they make the 11-3 comeback? Low.
That round for me was a little bit more frustrating, just because I think you get the opener. That's where I want to see you group up and hit
somewhere
as a team. And instead, it was really disjointed. 2 players trying to fake out into Garage, 1 player push mid, the other 2 pressuring on A. You're giving these isolated duels again to the side of Foot, and they have better weaponry than you. So, again, obviously the space taken by Ada Captain made it that little bit easier. And I love how Mr. Fallen, he doesn't even flinch. He's like, I am taking this orb.
Oh no, I'm being shot. Well, I've got my orb. Anyways. Well handled. They know there's a turret here. They can hear it. Just gonna break it through the wall. It's not going to happen for now.
I think also potentially checking to see if there's an alarm bot close. CNED's won that battle. As said, Bang has been one of the only players you say really showed up so far for 100 Thieves, and Him going down early on that lurk. Again, this is a full investment. Like, this isn't just a low buy round where you can go, okay, if they get a kill, that's nice.
And now they can't cross either. They've got to face CNED with. Okay, well, that's a good thing, apparently.
Yeah, rifle drop to the deck. A huge upgrade. Grier's going to be the one to take it. Mr. Fallen under pressure, but he normally thrives in these positions. Flash through is going to leave them blind. 2 players waiting within the smoke. It's actually going to go their way. Yedaje, he's been huge in a lot of these rounds, and he's still going strong. The Sheriff popping another, and I think they've heard nature. I think they know he's here, sneaking his way through the smoke or attempting to, but his position has been given up completely.
Good damage. 39 on Yedaje now after that spam.
He's got 14 seconds, though. Like, the plant is not happening. He basically has to just get both of these kills and doesn't know where the other player is. They've grouped up together, doing a lot of damage. And Chance with the classic, but it isn't quite there. Foot 12-3 in the lead, 9 rounds in a row for 100 Thieves, just to make this competitive.
Very well handled for the side of Foot. Across the board, this map has been a masterclass. And I think for 100 Thieves, it's disappointing because there's so much potential on this roster. I'm just looking at some of these shots from Yedaje, man, and he is having one hell of a game. 18 kills and 6 deaths right now. Very much if you want to know what went wrong for 100 Thieves on this map, I think a lot of it comes down to Yedaje. He had some insane rounds and very much chipped away at them. You remember round 3, the 4K, it's been constant.
These are the rounds where I'd love to just hear what guys are saying. Because I imagine, like, as you can see, Adicaptain's just having a great time.
Playing with the camera, man. Hell yeah. Give us a wink. A thumbs up is just as good. I'll take it. Considering he can't hear me, it works.
I just imagine him going, yeah, I guess just keep doing what you're doing.
Yeah, guys, just keep it up.
Although I do feel like guys
might go for dinner later.
He'd be like, yeah, Mr. Fallen, I want to be honest, if I was in the team, we wouldn't have even lost 3.
He's asking them, like, what are you guys feeling tonight? Japanese barbecue? I've heard the Korean barbecue here is unreal as well.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. We have one of the people from Red Bull telling us that. So
Can told me as well.
It comes from Can.
BBQ and he rated it. So
no offense to Laurence, but if Can Yang
knows his Korean barbecue.
I'll tell you that. I've been for Korean food with him in China, and he was like, "This is an 8 out of 10. If you want 10 out of 10, you come to my house." So I was like, That sounds like the greatest offer I've ever received."
He's always good to spend time with Can. Always good to see him. You know the thing I love about him? You walk by backstage, and he's always coming up. He's like, "Hey, what's up, guys?" Comes give you a big hug. Like, great fella.
Yeah, you know, another person who does that, Alpha.
Always.
Like,
stay one.
I can tell you now, when I was his age, I was not going up to anyone.
No, goodness. Oh, good lord. I'd be just sat there, scared as hell. Yeah. Yeah, no, we're really blessed in the Valorant community. I think in general,
a lot of lovely people.
The players, the CEOs, the COOs, everybody involved in the scene is just such a pleasure to get along with. I'm really happy.
Talent. Oh, I'm kidding.
That Ian Chambers guy.
Oh.
God, he's not coming back later, is he?
No.
Oh, thank God.
Not after he said Fireflux Fierce, like, you know.
5 times. Well, 12-3, and you know.
Kiwi appears in your mirror.
We've been pretty relaxed in this round, and I think Foot have been pretty relaxed in this game so far. Not too much of a challenge for them. And I don't expect that to be a common theme for 100 Thieves. I think the next matchup they have should be easier. I think then they'll have a day to recover, and they will not sleep after a performance like this. But we've talked about Foot and how capable they are a million times. Now we're seeing it in action on the international stage. A retake of A. One final challenge, perhaps.
Oh, the dash through from Zeta! He's performing acrobatics on this stage. And while now Nature, he's nowhere near. He's not even close. I don't even think he's going to be able to stop the defuse if he wanted to, even if he W keys the whole way. See you later. This one's done. Wrap it in a bow. Foot take this 13-3. They made that look easy.
Seconds before that, I said a retake, and CNET said, nope. I'm taking it. He just ran in, dashed in, and took him by surprise.
Mitch goes retake. Take. Okay,
take. Oh, yes, I understand.
This is
go. Like, he was so far out ahead of the squad, but it works, man. Catching him by surprise, they bombard their util, and it's over in a blink of an eye. That's devastating for 100 Thieves, but this has been the story of Foot again and again. There's a reason so many of us are Foot fans. This squad is undeniably one of the best out there right now. EMEA next year, watch the hell out. They were already good this year. They overachieved. I don't think they can overachieve anymore. I want to see a trophy.
Absolutely. Foot pick up where they left off in Istanbul, carrying that momentum to the Ryogoku Kokukikan Arena here in Tokyo, Japan. What a dominant performance, and what a way to kick off a tournament by taking down last year's winners with the greatest of ease, Tom.
Yeah, I would say the back-to-back is not looking too great right now, I'll be honest with you. Unless you're including the EMEA qualifier, maybe then you get a back-to-back. Because Foot, honestly, looked unstoppable in this game. They barely broke a sweat throughout. And Yedaje as well, that youngster coming in, rising up through the Ascension to join this Foot team, brought into a team that finished top 8 at Champions, and then top fracks the game. All right, and for the side of Foot, they're just having fun with it. Having a laugh here in Tokyo.
I saw, running through that. It's all well and good having smiles after the result, but during the game,
he was doing it before the game.
That's what I'm saying. Before, during, after, the vibes within this roster right now, Mitch, are through the roof.
Yeah, look, there's something that you can know Foot for these days.
They've been to the arcade. That's what that is.
We've seen that.
I wanted the octopus.
Yeah, you wanted the octopus. I think we've already seen
Sue won the shark.
Yeah, we've got
Sue won the shark.
Even bigger shark than that it was. She won.
Yeah.
And that was like 5 tries. And the machine,
isn't always bad, Mitch. Come on.
It is though. You can put your hand inside the shark. It's like he's eating it. It's really cool. But for this squad, consistency is the name of the game. Not just with the vibes, not just with the attitude, not just with the friendliness behind the scenes to absolutely everybody. You see at the end there, I gotta call him out, as Ada captain, he's walking out of the 100 Thieves room, walking back, and he jumps over to have a quick word with one of the staff as well. Obviously, he's just so friendly, so talkative, but it's also on the server. They bring that again and again, that consistency. This squad is one that you do not want to trifle with. Mr. Fallen, he didn't quite have the performance that he did over in Istanbul. He didn't damn well need to. They lost 3 rounds.
Well, you guys can go take a little bit of a break, maybe go explore this amazing merchandise stand as a lot of our Japanese fans are doing as they arrive by numbers. This is a phenomenal day in this historic arena, and there's plenty more to come after this short break. Welcome back to Red Bull Homeground 2023, live from the tech capital of the world, Tokyo, Japan. My name's Ian Chambers, and we're switching things up on the desk right now. We've got two new amazing, well, actually, we've got one new amazing caster joining us. Tom Biz decided to stick around.
Yeah. No, I'm actually Sideshow. I don't know if you knew that.
Tom made me say that, by the way. Of course, it's Paper Thin and Achilleos. Welcome to our desk. Welcome to the Ryogoku Kokukikan Arena here in Tokyo, Japan. You can see behind us on the big screen that we've got our Japanese broadcast team. We've got a simulcast going right now. We've got a complete Japanese broadcast running at the exact same time as this English one. It's quite a phenomenal achievement and a spectacle, isn't it?
They've been doing a good job. It's been smooth so far, and I hope that that's going to be continuing. Hopefully the game is maybe a little bit closer. The first series kind of delivering. 100 Thieves, not nearly as much in the second series. So I'm hoping that we see some more tight-knit gameplay, maybe that overtime that eluded us in the Zeta set.
Paper Thin, I'm going to make a bold prediction here. Yeah. You're having the time of your life out here, right?
Oh my gosh, yeah, absolutely. No. I mean, like, this is just one of the most iconic places in all of Japan. I mean, one of the oldest, if not the oldest, sumo arena in the place. And every player I talked to, every Japanese player that came in here was just like, we wanted to get here so bad because we wanted to play in this arena in particular, because of the history, because of the cultural significance that this has. This is just such an awesome venue to be in.
Yeah, I mean, Zeta proved that, right? They were living their dream down there. Maybe not so much as you alluded to there, Achilleos, for 100 Thieves, last year's winners. We just saw Foot take them to the cleaners there. They came out of that EMEA qualifier full of momentum, and they brought it right to the table here.
Yeah, and it was a really strong performance from Foot overall, just incredible plays. I mean, Bang starting things off really nicely and nearly having this classic ace to kind of kick things off, but then Foot come back in, they close out the pistol, and then the momentum just really ramped up. Yeta J in particular, absolutely incredible performance for him here on Foot. What a pickup for them to add him into this roster, as well as CNED, who is just putting up consistent performances that we are used to seeing from him when he has that jet in his hands.
Yeah, and what really impressed me here for Foot was the coordination. It seemed like somebody was always there to trade off of somebody else. The crossfires were really well set up. The post plants were really well thought out. You know, Yeta J able to cover a lot of the post plant angles really nicely. Cracks on point along with whoever else is there with him. Mr. Fallen, you know, great with his utility as always. Add a captain as well, both putting up double-digit assists. So it's a team effort here for Foot. Yeah, they're cracked out of their minds with their aim, but everybody looked really on point with their coordination as well.
Yeah, the coordination's on point, the energy behind the scenes is on point, and the synergy is very much on display in the server, isn't it?
It really was. I think for 100 Thieves, though, you don't have to worry too much about this, and I think if you're a 100 Thieves fan, this actually might be a sigh of relief because they did win that last home ground last year, and then look at the year that they had. So this, if they lose this home ground, they go out right at the beginning, maybe they're going to be the best team in the Americas League.
So you're saying that the loss is a good thing, and it's going to prove that they can then flip it and reverse everything that happened over the last years.
Keep the expectations low.
Hey, the Foot fans maybe not so much, but the 100 Thieves fans are loving you right now. Let's move on to our next matchup. This is what these guys are ready to cast. It is DRX versus Scarz. Before we do anything, let's take a look at another home crowd favorite and meet the team. It's Scarz.
Who's most likely to forget to buy during the buy phase?
No, not me. It's Lumo, no?
You always forget. Ah, I forgot money, guys. You forget flash.
Guys don't buy ammo. Yeah, you also forget flash.
Tend to forget flash.
But Lumo always forget to buy.
Three of them. Yeah, three of them.
Which spike site, across all maps, is the hardest to defend?
Why?
Why?
Yeah.
サイト、クロスファイヤーやばいし、ディレイもやばいし、オープンプラントされたらもうチームメインからも打たれるからもう難しいです。
守ってなんかスキルめっちゃ飛んでくるから。
Who takes the longest getting ready in the morning?
Me. あれ、そう。
Always me.
If there was a karaoke night, who'd be the first one up to sing?
Yoshi, yeah. Yoshi always singing and the screens are ranked, you know.
Always
singing.
Every time when we warm up,
everyone heard just Yoshi. Yeah, like when we're sitting in the room, we want to practice, you know, like aim training. He's always singing, you know, and we can hear it. We cannot mute him.
Paper Thin, Scarz, this is very much another team set to make this home crowd loud.
Yeah, some really big changes here, though. A team that's very excited to be here. A team that almost got through to the Tier 1 in Ascension, fell short of Bleed in the finals in Thailand. Top to bottom, that was a really, really good team, but they lose Jemkin, their star duelist, unless he's playing Reyna. Let's forget about that. Everything else, he was great.
We're not talking about it.
We're not talking about that. But everything else here, at times looked really, really good for them. So Alan and Yoshi still going to be here for this team. The real question is, who's going to be playing duelist for this team? Now, I do know that Lumo is going to be, at least for today, being the IGL for this squad, but a lot of big question marks. And for them, I talked to their coach, Fades, before this, and I just asked, what are the expectations here? And he says, we just want to test our mettle. We want to see where we're at right now and see how we are going to fare against some of the best in the world.
Yeah, there's an air of unpredictability with this roster for sure. Let's take a look at their opponents. It's DRX. Let's take a look because, they're making their home ground debut here in Tokyo. And Korean team, they're looking, and I know you know them very well, Seth. Are you excited to see them in action?
Yes, of course. I'm always excited to see DRX. Of course, this is their first matchup here, so they throw Paper Thin and I into this one. But one of the things that we've had questions about when they are coming into these events, we saw them in the 10 Invitational. Flashback was one of the players that was playing there. We were not seeing Zest coming back in onto the roster, and they're continuing to do this. And I was able to talk with them a little bit, and it's just like, okay, is this going to be a more permanent fixture or whatever? And then it's like, it's the offseason. We want to get our guys some experience and whatnot, so they're just continuing to field Flashback, let him get in front of larger and larger crowds, let him get that stage presence under his belt, so that when he does, whether he joins this main roster or if he gets picked up by another squad, whatever it may be, he's
I want
already
you
ready.
to feel the energy when a walkout happens, and it's happening right now.
Oh.
本日の2試合目を戦う2チームをステージにお呼びしましょう。 DRX Scarz.
Still blows my mind that the stage that those guys are standing on is traditionally used as a canvas for sumo wrestling. It is just a phenomenal spectacle to see this unfolding, isn't it?
It really is. I mean, as Paper Thin was talking about, incredibly storied venue. I mean, this place was constructed, obviously it's had some work done, but constructed 114 years ago. There have been numerous matches that have taken place here. Physical combat has been performed in this arena, witnessed by the Japanese fans, but now we bring esports here to this venue. It's awesome to see. It's awesome to see the crowd getting fired up, and I'm wondering how torn they are because DRX might not be a Japanese organization, but they do have a hell of a lot of Japanese fans.
Yeah, I mean, and DRX are just renowned for being incredibly consistent as well, aren't they, Pepperton?
Yeah, no doubt about it. A lot of what has made DRX so successful throughout their history has been sort of the organization and structure that they brought. Now, that also, in the long run, has kind of, you know, been the cause of their pain.
It's Haven again!
Okay. All right, well, sure, why not?
You were making a wonderful point there, but we're going to have to talk about this because we've made it 3 for 3.
Do we have to talk about it? Are you sure?
3 for 3. How are you feeling about Haven?
It's everybody's favorite map, I guess. I mean, with DRX it makes sense, of course, but I mean, it is a comfortable map, right? We kind of were talking about this beforehand, that we thought, look, we're going to probably see a lot of Haven Ascent maybe split on day one here. Just teams are going to be kind of defaulting into the maps that they know the best.
Yeah, I mean, Seth, when you look at a team like Scarz, it'd be rude not to say that they are the underdogs, right, coming into this tournament. But sometimes low expectations can breed high achievements, right?
No, they absolutely can. We've seen that time and time again. Look at EG, the reigning champions in BCT. That was the definition of low expectations. They didn't even exist, in fact. They made it all the way to the end. Scarz is a team that, as an organization at least, has proven themselves time and time again. They have solid foundations from that roster that did make it into the grand finals of Ascension. It's just about how do these newbies, how do these newcomers for the squad come together on stage, because it hasn't been that long of a turnaround from when these guys were able to join the team. So we'll see how much work they've gotten done, but at the same time for DRX, it's pretty much consistent across the board, but you do have Flashback. He had a slow start in the 10 Invitational, then he started to pop off. Is he gonna be fired up from the get-go this time, or is it gonna take some more time to get him, you know, up on his feet again? We'll have to just wait and see.
Yeah, I mean, we've got Agent Select in front of us here, and Pepperthin, I heard you let out a cheeky ooh.
Yeah.
Ooh,
well, there's a couple of interesting
miracle.
things. I mean, yeah. First of all, it's Foxy9 on the KJ instead of on the Jet. Now, typically when Foxy9 has been in the roster, he's playing a duelist of some sort, but now he's going to be on the Killjoy. Pretty interesting to see that. And then on the other side of the coin, the big question a lot of us had, who was going to be that duelist to step up to fill Jemkin's shoes for Scarz? It's going to be Yoshi, the longtime player for this squad. Very talented mechanically. Him and Alan, very, very strong players in their own right. Really kind of looking towards Tempura, Lumo, Mr. Tenzo. Guys who have kind of bounced around between Tier 2 Japan and even took some stints over into China for a bit. Now they're back here playing in Japan once again, going up against an unbelievably difficult opponent. And I know these guys don't have a lot of experience against each other, not just on stage, but off stage either.
This is our first time us three on a desk together, and number one, I'm delighted to be working with you both. I've never put you guys to the test when it comes to predictions. Are you happy to put your chips down on the table?
I mean, I'm going into this series kind of expecting the DRX should be able to come away with this. There's a reason why they're the number 2 seed coming into this tournament. They're a known quantity, but that does mean that they have known strategies. So if Scarz have done their homework in the short time that they have had, maybe they can get a win, but DRX are pretty heavily favored.
DRX for you?
Yeah, DRX, but I mean, just pull out the own team secret, right? Just go A every time, and no problem, easy money.
All right, let's get into it. Casting for the first time here in this historic arena, it is Achilles and Pepperthin. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much. As the barriers come down, let's go ahead and get into the action. Lumo going to be holding on to the paranoia here. Here's the tap on the orb, sends it, swings the corner, met with nothing.
Yeah, for now, kind of taking their time is DRX, a team that generally is slightly better on their attacker side on this map than their defender side. So certainly, as Scarz, you're trying to limit the damage as much as possible. Kind of seeing that same toxic screen here from Alan early that we're seeing a lot with Bang from 100 Thieves. Able to kind of utilize it at times pretty effectively to kind of at least trade out kills for himself in that previous match. But for now, DRX very, very, very cautious about this, wondering if there's going to be any lurks, any pushes. We've seen this a lot today already, Achilles, that teams are willing to get aggressive on the flanks, get aggressive on the angles, find those picks, find those moments. Like Euron on Zeta was doing a really good job earlier, I thought, of getting into the back lines of his opponents. So kind of DRX making sure that all their I's are dotted and their T's are crossed.
A slow creep up now, a little bit of a lurk there from Foxy9 outside of Garage. And then way forward here, just trying to use this toxic screen against them. A couple shots across the decay. Hoping to whittle them down just a little bit. There's a pop flash into the back. Sight Lumo holding his ground, managing to find 3. Buzz only comes away with 1. Pushing out Mako, also going to be fallen, and Foxy9 will get taken down. Lumo kicks things off. You said the IGL, at least for today for the squad, leads the charge with a 4K right in the pistol round.
He has a really good read on what DRX wanted to do late stage into that, and you hinted at this earlier, Achilleos, on the desk, that sometimes DRX can be readable. Their tendencies are pretty well known, and you can see that eventually you've got 3 over onto this site, quick rotations as well, of course, and they're able to use that toxic screen so effectively, like we saw earlier today with these Vipers. Really, really comfortable on this map. A lot of double controllers coming through. We've seen some Harbors. Now we're seeing the Omen Vipers, with the mirror match on both sides of the equation. But there, DRX just not quite able to read that little cubby placement behind Plat. They're able to sneak in there, and Lumo full effect. And Mr. Tenzo trying to see if he can catch Flashback. Flashback able to maybe sneak into that corner. I don't know if...
He wasn't spotted.
I don't think he was.
But if he sends out the Trailblazers, certainly would be. Very low investment across the board here from everybody, and yeah, Trailblazer almost misses him, but he turns back, and Yoshi in the meantime pushing out over at A-Long. Catches Stacks, finds the headshot spray. Even at that mid-range, Allen going to be able to steady it to find Foxy9. Mako going to be taken down off screen. Suddenly it's just 2 players left. That Sheriff was purchased here. Buzz, maybe an opportunity to do a bit of damage, try to bring this back into parity a bit as far as the economy is concerned, but needs to find some kills.
And they're just trying to find any semblance of damage here for DRX. A little bit done, but not enough to find any value, really. And some good discipline. It's been excellent. Lumo going to try to play off that turret contact, but Buzz not taking the bait just yet.
It's just staying quiet. The kills he did find, rather. Invest that Vandal, and it will be able to be recovered here. They can go ahead and upgrade one of these Spectres. You see the toss back there on the Bulldog, so it can be snatched up by a teammate. So 2-0 beginning here for Scarz. As we go into the bonus, will they get the conversion, or can DRX find themselves a round win? Because so far, it's been pretty not close. Only 2 kills spread out between Flashback and Buzz.
Yeah, it's been really good discipline. It's really been what what I've seen from Scarz. I've really liked their just kind of don't bend, don't give them much space. Just make sure you're not overextending any positions just yet. Kind of, what I hope to see is that they're able to maybe, as this half rolls on, a lot of utility expended there at the bottom of short A, but try to, kind of use that against DRX as they go. Try to then find their lurks. Try to then find some flanks into DRX's backlines when they're least expecting it. In this round, maybe a good opportunity for that with these lower buys. Kind of wait this out, because DRX is being extremely patient. We haven't seen much explosiveness from them yet. DRX is the team that will change it up on you from time to time.
Well, I mean, that's one of the things that we were kind of seeing from them, though, going into the likes of Masters Tokyo, as well as especially in Champions, was them actually playing a bit more loose, a bit more aggressive. This is looking a lot more like classic DRX, but so far the shots haven't really connected. But now, a little bit of damage earlier there onto Tempura. Allen getting tucked away, swing onto the corner, Flashback manages to win out the duel. Some damage going to be dealt with Foxy9 now taking down Tempura. Finds him, the C site broken open. Stacks is able to hold down the garage.
And I do like what I'm seeing here from Scarz on this round, though. Again, they're trying to get a little bit spicier. They're putting Allen into the cubby. They're sending this lurk from Yoshi, but it's accounted for by Mako. He is very, very aware of this right now, and Yoshi going to wait out this utility. Hawk's not going to confirm anything. So now they're going to regroup and try to go through Link.
Any damage dealt by Scarz would be good, but Stacks is just going to go ahead and pop him down through the smoke. Just had a feeling about it, it would seem, and comes away with 3 on the round. DRX go ahead and get themselves established with a nice little round victory, but Yoshi now looking to pick up that operator.
Yeah, a bit of a slow start there, and DRX finally finding their feet underneath of them. The aim getting a little bit crisper, a little bit cleaner here for them. Some damage done there from Allen, but again, I like the ideas from Scarz. Start out the first couple rounds really slow. Just kind of plant your feet, hold your sights, quick rotates off of contact later in the round once you kind of know, where DRX kind of has to make a move. And here, they're getting a little bit more aggressive a little bit earlier with that weaker buy, and that's totally what I want to see. That's totally what I think you need to be doing to keep DRX off balance, to keep them in check, because that is something that could give DRX fits. We've seen this against the likes of, FNS as a shot caller and others, where if they can kind of just really throw DRX off balance, really get inside of their heads, that sometimes it does kind of have DRX crumbling behind it.
Smoke the cutoff lobby. Stacks will show himself. See the drift back, Lumo hovering over around B. That A-Link position at the moment, whereas Tenzo getting himself very far forward, down in towards sewer. Just around the corner, looks for the swing, but he's not ready for Stax to be on the right side flank. Takes him down, Allen trying to get the second kill, only comes away with Stax. Flashback now, hoping to escort them forward. Sends out a snake bite, wants to try to cut off that access. Lumo, though, drifting up into heaven. With that smoke there, can't really afford to try to push forward. Foxy9, in the meantime, going to be on that lurk, and you can see that Tempura is fairly aware of this. That alarm bot kind of keeping Foxy9 locked in place for now.
Yeah, Foxy, good awareness here, not to push off of that, but again, good trading, good protocols for DRX, kind of something they're very well known for. Gave them the early advantage. Is there going to be any semblance of a retake here, or is it just going to be a save? A little bit of damage on the exit for Lumo, but yeah, looks like Scarz has opted to keep these guns, keep that op into the next round.
He's made his way through. He was able to circumnavigate that alarm bot. Now he's on the hunt. Ping does come down. They're wary about this, so very good awareness from the side of Scarz, but not much else that they can do. Spike about to erupt. Goes off, swing on the corner. Foxy9 will go down. It's far from flawless, but now tied up 2-2. DRX string a couple together.
Yeah, still though, I mean, you know, the firepower on DRX is going to be one of the bigger advantages that they have. Of course, they're a tier 1 team. They're one of the most storied teams in Valorant history. Certainly the most storied in the Pacific region. But maybe other than Paper Rex now, but you know, previously, you know, with their undefeated win streak and their, you know, runs at the bigger events, and then eventually Paper Rex came through. But you know, the firepower on DRX, of course, is nothing to shake a fist at. Buzz and Mako in particular, absolutely nasty. Stax when he's on a headshot machine. Yoshi gonna get aggressive with this op.
Gonna push out a garage, tuck to the corner. Oh, Buzz! What angle is he playing? Just behind the box, sprays him down. Wow! Up now, stranded on the floor. Flashback finds a second. Lumo still trying to get the catch here, trying to find something to bring this back as much as possible. Foxy stops jiggling on the corner. Oh, now, okay, I cursed him. Swings back out, gets headshot, so Lumo at least able to pick up one. 4v3, Spike still here in window, and quick shot, Stacks finding elimination. Lumo lurking forward, takes quite a bit of damage. Buzz swings back around, op recovered, but not for long. Allen will fall, Buzz gets himself 3, as does DRX.
Yeah, it's a really good read here from DRX off the rip, kind of expecting this push out of double doors, able to take that op down. Now, Lumo does a nice job here trying to allow Scarz an opportunity to recover that round, to reset. They're able to pick that op back up, but DRX just great discipline here, kind of work their way through the Scarz lineup. Lumo doing a little bit of damage, but overall, gotta like what you're seeing, and potentially might have a time stoppage of some variety.
It looks like time is indeed stopped at the moment. Let's see if it's going to be a tech timeout or a tactical. As we would just wait for a bit more information, but for now it seems like it might be a bit of a tech issue here, and yeah, okay, we've got the people here on stage trying to check and see what's going on.
Tactical timeout. I think they. Oh. I can see Fades talking, so I like, very, very enthusiastically. Sometimes, you know, notoriously Fades is kind of a little bit even keeled when he's in the coaching booth, but
he and Termi are usually quite stoic coaches.
Usually,
both of them very rarely showing emotion. We have the famous shot of Fades at the Ascension tournament where they were just getting absolutely bodied on bind, and it cuts to his camera and he's not saying anything,
he's
no animation whatsoever, just staring. But okay, yes, it is a tactical timeout. Glad that we were able to fly the little graphic there to make me know that I was an incorrect buffoon.
Well, you know,
you
didn't have to say it out loud. You said the quiet part out loud.
You know, people like self-deprecating humor, I think.
I do. You know I appreciate self-deprecating humor.
Exactly. Well, either way, we'll be able to get back into this one here momentarily and see if this timeout is going to be enough for Scarz to try to turn this one around. They're not letting DRX get too far away from them. It's only 2-3 at the moment for their score line, but they don't want that to snowball.
Right, exactly. You know, you've shown some good things. You've shown some different looks. Now you got read a little bit here by DRX. So I do appreciate that tactical timeout from Fades. He noticed that DRX was starting to download their patterns, and already we're seeing a bit of a change of pace here. Starting to push long A. They're using Yoshi to take some space here, along with Lumo now, TPing down into the bottom of the sewers. And Allen, tough job here. He's got a little bit of help from the turret, but he's playing a tough angle. Looking for that shot, not going to find it. Going to have to back up, set up the toxic screen. And even going to get a little bit of damage for his efforts, but he is swinging way over to the other side of the site. Just wants to avoid that spam if possible.
Gets away from it, doesn't take too much. Only 8 armor remaining, could be a bit of a factor later on. Blazer will be able to find one. Stacks again going to get is pushed forward. Doesn't see too much though, gets cleared out, and he's just going to be looking to hold this A lobby angle. Let's see. As the Seekers do go out, quick clear. Now the dash forward, themselves in onto the B site. Buzz up and over now into the back.
That utility there from Stacks buys them a little bit extra time and space. Keeps Lumo and Yoshi stuck on the A site. Quick
TP out, the full disconnect. No one going to be playing in the site itself. Buzz going to be playing forward, just outside, tucked away into the cubby. Tempora rushes forward, checks back. Now they're very confident that there's going to be no one within it, but now the bites start flying. Already held to half though, forces them off. Spam hasn't even really begun yet. Things are about to get crazy. Turn on the flash. Buzz can't quite make it happen. Yoshi pushing forward, managing to find 3. Gets himself a 4th. On for the ace. Looks for it, but now Foxy 9 starts swinging it back into his favor. Takes it into a 1v1. They know it was held to half. He can't find the diffuser though. And with the hold, Lumo will be able to get the round win.
Oh, just beautiful timing on this retake flood out of the front of the site. Kind of Scarz understanding the way that DRX likes to play those B post plants. They want to get deep. They want to use their utility to buy time. And they know that their best option is to kind of flip that script, to flip that on its head, to just push out. Don't give DRX any opportunities. It's a great flash to shut Buzz down, and then Yoshi pops the heck off with some great shots there. Really showcasing his abilities and why they are confident to switch over to him as their duelist in that moment. He's got the Blade Storm now and trying to get down a little bit deep, but going to get backed off by a flash.
Knives out at the ready. See if he can put them to good use. So once again, let's take a little bit of space and then grind things to a halt for DRX.
Yeah, DRX taking their time. And there's the turret over onto the B side. Alarm bot going to be in the garage. Lumo once again going to be trying to play off that Killjoy utility. Smokes are going to come down. A nano swarm there to clear that turret. That's really, really nice, but knowing that it was there, they don't like that turret placement. That means that they're expecting pretty aggressive contact potentially off that positioning.
Stacks. Oh, the instant headshot.
Spike down A.
Fantastic reaction time from Yoshi. That was Spike spotted as well. They know that it's hovering on this side of the map. Push forward. Just on the hunt. Here's some of these footsteps, and once again, it's going to be attack here onto the B side. If they do get the setup, flashback might be able to invest the pit here. Buzz comes away with a quick entry kill, taking down Allen.
30 seconds left.
Do they commit that to the fight? Looks like the answer's going to be no, but the swing around the back. Stan's able to find one. For a little bit more. Yoshi, a couple more knives left. Needs to try to get the reset here, but does have the rifle. There's a bit of a backup. Dashes to the side. Mako finds Tempora. Gets him through the wall. Knows where one's set. Can't quite steady to find Foxy 9, though. He takes him down, and DRX go blow for blow. They swing right back in. Manage to find themselves in an advantageous position once more.
Yeah, we've seen it so many times where Buzz loves to get vertical. He loves to get up on top of that box onto B and cause havoc. He's so skilled at resetting himself once he changes position like that. And Allen caught just a little bit off balance. Still, you know, Yoshi having a really solid round here, kind of making sure that there was no re-rotate available. But I think DRX the whole time kind of keen to go into that B site, see if they could have gotten that Viper's Pit down. Of course it didn't. Now you've got a couple other big ults available, that lockdown in hand as well for DRX. And this time they're going to be eyeing the A site, maybe seeing if they could put that lockdown into sewer and really push that site. But immediately Scarz here on a eco is going to flood back over onto the A site and just try to gamble onto this with just Allen on the other side lurking.
I mean, Mr. Denzel doesn't want them to get into that position where they could use this lockdown. Okay, just making eye contact awkwardly there with flashback, and then eventually he falls down. It's a little bit of damage in, but now Buzz in around the back. Yoshi with a nice headshot takes him out, but then quickly be dealt with by flashback. Mako gets his opposing Omen and Lumo. And now suddenly it's just Allen with a Guardian in hand and about half HP. You just barely see the tops of their heads, but can't get the clicks in. Ends up falling, and DRX now move up by 2.
Yeah, again, these aren't bad calls at all from Scarz. It is a weak buy, so, you know, doing some damage there, not too bad, but, you know, not forcing any ults out of DRX or anything like that. It's not you know, ideal, but they read the situation fairly well. They're able to kind of predict how DRX was going to want to maneuver that round against Ecos. A lot of times, you know, DRX might just try to push the pace a little bit, try to see if they can catch you off guard a little bit. But Scarz not really falling for it. And here we go. Maybe going to line up for another B hit. Nano to clear down here. Flash as well to make sure that DRX has the space to really break out, and they're going to use the TP from Mako. We've seen this from time to time where he gets into the backup here onto Heaven and causes absolute havoc.
He's going to be giving that up pretty quickly here, joining them down now on the ground. Spike just now starting to be planted here by Stax. Out into the open. It's the pit, just barely engulfs it. A very nice setup here for the side of DRX, and one that could be difficult to break because it's not going to flush them all the way out. That Viper's pit will be maintained. Pushing it out the back, 3 now into the lobby. The rush forward, the bite, the pit itself, the decay, working them lower and lower, but Stack's now going to be found. Yoshi down low, flashback, stuck, detained. Needs the reinforcements, they need the spray. They meant to find one, the fuse is interrupted, but it doesn't matter. Mr. Tenzo comes up huge. 4 for him, 4 for Scarz. Once again separated by a singular round. What a retake from the team.
Really kind of, I think, a few things left on the table here for DRX. I mean, not only is this Viper's pit just nullified by the incredible sprays from Yoshi and Mr. Tenzo, but they still had a lockdown. They could have placed that to kind of counter the lockdown of Scarz that they used to gain space to maybe buy themselves a little bit more time, make sure that they can't really push into that pit as comfortably. They had the backside really well covered with the Viper utility, but on the front side, there was no follow-up.
There was not. I mean, you can see the logic there. Have flashback, go ahead, get detained. Tenzo just going to be taken out. Buzz with a nice early kill. He catches him over it long. But have flashback, get detained. Stax hugs into the corner. That should be well and fine, but then Stax dies. So it does look silly, but they didn't want to double stack in this exact cubby to avoid the lockdown in case somebody pushed in or in case they have counter util to try to flush them out. Yoshi now, though, holding the line. Buzz snatching into the corner, but it's just far too low. It's taken out. Yoshi comes up with 4. What is that? Now on for the ace. The crowd goes wild. He will not find it. Luma will finish it, but good God. Blink and you miss it. What a 4K from this monstrous lad. We are now tied up 5-5.
Jemkin who? This Yoshi guy, he is something else. What a play here on the Jet. Able to just completely shut this down. Deals with Buzz first, dashes over, Stax his crosshairs are broken. Foxy9 isn't ready for it. And Yoshi getting it done here for Scarz, and we're all evened up, and now they've got some huge ults to play with. They've got the Seekers, they've got the pit. Lumo's got his ult. Let's see how they are going to pilot this. Only 2 more rounds left in the half.
And something tells me after today, it's not going to just be a today thing for Yoshi playing Duelist. I think that this is going to be something that we consistently see from this squad. Because good Lord, what a performance from him. I bet you if he was playing Reyna in that bind map, he would have gotten at least 3 kills.
At least.
Sorry, Jimkin. Good luck on RQ.
Yeah, good luck. We'll see you next year.
Well, now Yoshi still feeling like he wants to get aggro. Plays all the way up. Stack's dead. That drops the spike again. They get to note that for free. Seekers let loose. One on the hunt. Just identifying Foxy9's position. Now, what did DRX do?
And those Seekers there give Scarz some time to reset. The flash is going to give them some information that at least they're thinking of going towards B. Immediately, the smoke is going to follow from Lumo. Buzz can't do anything.
I mean, had the dash at the ready, but just not enough time to react. His flashback. Very nice back-to-back headshots coming in. Takes out Allen, brings us back into a 3v3. So fighting chance for DRX. As the spike gets planted, Mako TPing into backside.
Good crossfire set up on site, but I mean, we've seen Scarz. They're able to break these.
Very late rotation coming through here as Luma starts pushing his way forward. Okay, thought he had the kill, but still was able to stabilize. Gets it in the end. Flashback, not ready for Yoshi, pushing up, and this time Yoshi can't get away with it. Spray has to try to take him out. They hold the half. They actually pull off the defuse, but they get on top of Foxy9 right as the paranoia expires, not giving him that extra opportunity. And suddenly Scarz are going to find themselves in the lead. They're saying they want the cheers. They don't care about defusing the damn spike. They want the roar of the crowd. They'll have both, though.
You either cheer or we don't defuse. That's how it works. Just absolutely beautiful stuff from them. I mean, but again, little mistakes here cost DRX significantly, especially from a player like Mako. You do not see him too often getting caught with util in hand there. Not sure if there was a miscommunication, if he was expecting somehow that angle was covered, or if he had a little bit more time, and then, you know, trying to do what he can is Foxy9, but just too much to handle here. And again, Scarz, I said it from the start, but even on those 3 rounds in a row where they lost, I liked what they were doing. I liked the thought process, and you could see the results that once they're getting their feet underneath them, that doesn't feel too good. And I mean, it makes
Foxy,
Mitch happy, but
he can get some heals from stacks, so we'll be able to get pushed back up to 100 eventually, but it's still armor lost. Pit now going to be invested, just trying to make the A site completely unassailable here for DRX. And once again, they're really just have their sights set on B.
And only a Bulldog for Buzz. He's got the Blade Storm, though, to back it up. Mako going to try to push a little bit of space, but you've got everything but the turret there for Tempura to watch the front of this site. So contact is going to result in difficult situation. Buzz might try to go up and over. Yeah.
Okay, Seekers go first. They set them up over towards that A side to maybe try to draw some eyes, but can't really adjust that one. Buzz jumps over the top of the Odin. Gets taken down. Maybe he versus Yoshi. And a knife fight will come up. We'll have to just wait and see, but for now, it is DRX once again just doing the full disconnect away from the site. Odin could be recovered. Says this is better than a Bulldog.
Just a bit.
And yeah, if you want to try to spray down an diffuser, that's a pretty damn good way to do it. Tap on it, the turret as well, identify. The spray opens up, nothing going to be noted. Quick updraft, trying to find flashback, but he'd already been taking some damage. Ends up falling. Buzz finds another, but then Lumo takes him down. Still, however, 3 players. Is it a fuse? Starting up, he gets the half, however. Do they realize that? 3-tap attempted. Stacks, though. Benching the find him, and Allen just has to try to stick it. He's got to pray, but there's no way in hell will they let him get away with it. They take him down. The spike will be the celebratory end to this half as we get ready to swap sides, tied up at 6-6.
And a phenomenal half for Yoshi and Scarz here. Just absolutely brilliant stuff. Lumo, I got to give him a ton of credit. Not only is he playing well, but he's reading these situations very well. He's making good play calls. The only thing that kind of stinks for them is, you know, that Odin falls over into the hands of DRX and kind of, you know, bites them in the butt a little bit, as that's able to then be used to wallbang against them in a really favorable spot there for DRX, who loves to play post plants deep on the B. And Buzz there being really tricky, switching between the Blade Storm and the Odin, kind of keeping him off balance as well. So a good final round there for DRX, but frankly, is it going to be good enough with the way I'm seeing Scarz play, with the way that traditionally DRX kind of performs on Haven? This could be very, very close as we roll along in the second half.
Always happy to see the karma come back around for somebody purchasing an Odin. If you buy it, you deserve to have it used against you.
Yeah. What do you call it? The dishonest?
Is a dishonest weapon.
Yeah, dishonest weapon.
If you are a dishonest player, if you buy the Odin, if you buy the Judge, these are just guns that shouldn't be in the game and you shouldn't use them.
Yeah, there you go.
It's like using an auto in CS. You know, some things you don't do.
I see. Fair enough. I mean,
yes, this is all directed at Mitch.
Yeah, yes, of course. That's the only person we're actually talking to.
Yeah.
He's the only one that matters. Well, I mean, I tell you what,
I can't
though.
fix him.
No, nobody can. He's beyond repair.
Yep. See how
he's not one of those, you know, in Japan they have that art form where they repair pottery with gold.
Oh, yes.
You know what I'm talking? You can't even fix him with that.
Yeah,
That's just
duct tape will still fall apart. Well, let's see what happens, though, as we get ready to go back into the game here in this second half. The ever important pistol, as we are neck and neck, 6-6 between these two squads. And Scarz able to stop that momentum, stop that snowball buildup that we know DRX can have. Well, they are back over onto a defending side. Famously, their coordination often looks the best, so we'll see what kind of reads Lumo is going to have now that they shift over to the attacking side.
Yeah, and you can see that Scarz kind of flirting with trying to show A pressure and then pumping the brakes a little bit here. You know, a lot of times, again, you're using that util to clear space to allow you to kind of put some extra pressure on the player that's in A long. But This go around, they're taking their time. Trailblazer out here. Going to confirm the presence of just Allen, as they're going to keep Yoshi hidden in the pocket. But everybody else just kind of fanned out on the map, and nobody again. Scarz on these pistol rounds being really, really diligent, really methodical, trying to see if they can catch a player just a bit out of sorts. For now, Stacks are going to reconfirm, and with that Trailblazer, you got to start thinking they're going to be going A, and immediately you can see Flashback on his way over to help out.
The poison orb there, set up as well. Trying to slow anybody pushing their way out of sewer. Meanwhile, Yoshi just going to get tucked away over by that A-long orb.
And now DRX is going to kind of just give up B, play for C. And now with this contact, you really got to anticipate that it's going to be one of those two. Mako going to try to buy some time on the back of sight.
Paranoia out first, did spot Lumo. Tags him up a little bit more. They're working their way forward here into the side. Foxy 9 up on top. Let's wait and see if he can spot anything. Swing over the corner. Allen with the frenzy, able to find somebody. Gets another dink, but only 4 bullets and can't finish the job. Tempora takes out Foxy 9, but now they need to try to stick this plant, which is happening back over here on the B site where Yoshi is also situated.
It's just great maneuvering of the map here from Scarz. At least able to get this plant down, find something, and they could even win this with how good Yoshi's been. Yeah.
Low on HP. 1 bullet from either of these ghosts will take him down. Mako spotting though with the ghost recovery. Finds one, but Mr. Tenzo, oh my God, delivers the goods yet again. Basically gets the collat, follows up for the 3rd shot, and Scarz take the 2nd half pistol.
Unbelievable stuff. This guy has come up with some huge multi-kills. Once again, some dinks make things a little bit easier. What in the world? That fadeaway there from Mr. Tenzo. Absolutely disgusting, and they are fired up.
You love to see it. And these players very much right at home here on this stage in front of this crowd. They are feeling good, and they are performing even better than they feel.
And that's both pistols going the way of Scarz now.
A classic DRX.
Yeah, this is typical. I'm not. If you're a DRX fan, you shouldn't be overly concerned because you probably have been in this situation many a time. But all Bulldogs as well here for Scarz. Another kind of DRX special. They used to love to occasionally throw all of those Bulldogs at you if the funds could afford it, and just a ghost purchase for Mako as he's going to get tagged up a bit.
No Sheriff this time around. It's keeping the money a bit more towards that 2K benchmark. His Bloods will be able to find one. It's going to be Allen taken down. Weapon recovers. He dashes across. Gets it. Gets the spot. I think to the walls. Gets Tempora. It's a little bit of no damage. Actually not going to be found on the Yoshi. The shots go wide as he does find Buzz. That weapon, if Stacks pushes forward, can be recovered. For now, Foxy 9, though, trying to hold the line. 2 right clicks, takes him down. Mako spraying through the wall, gets the kill. And suddenly, it's just Lumo left in a 1v4. Granted, yes, the weaponry still going to be quite weak, but this would be one hell of a clutch.
Cover going out.
Sets up the smoke. Fakes the TP. See if he can get any information off of that one, but he cannot. Foxy 9 holds the line over at C. They win the thrifty round. They bring it back to a 7-7 score.
Well, this is all in the back of Buzz's hot start here. Able to outduel Allen. A little bit of help. Picks up that Bulldog, immediately puts it to good use. Even spots Yoshi over the top of that smoke. Goes for the kill, but Yoshi able to get the better of him. But then the crossfire here, too much to handle for Scarz as they're just herded towards the C site. And again, you know, not often that you see DRX get that aggressive that early in a round.
Yeah.
So catches Scarz just a little bit off guard, and then you can see that their protocols kind of start to fall apart a little bit, and they get stuck just trying to hold angles, trying to hold off this ferocious attack onto their backlines.
There is something in the food, in the water here in Tokyo that is just making these players pull off just thrifties. And we saw it throughout both of the previous maps as well.
It's the Chonko.
Could be the Chonko. We won't give context on what Chonko is.
Yeah, we're just not gonna tell anybody what that is. We're gonna make you look it up yourself. You've got the internet if you're watching this. Go figure it out.
Yep. Well, Paranoia sent out, but Buzz in front of it spots the feet, and Tempora just walks right into the trap that's been laid. And Stacks finding Allen now. Tenzo thinking that he's about to get a free kill, but Mako turns back, catches him. And this is going to be a wash here. It seems like Scarz not going to be able to pull off a miraculous thrifty like we just saw from the side of DRX. It's going to be a flawless follow-up on the back of that one, as once again, DRX will get themselves in a lead, but that has not lasted long so far in this map.
No, it's been extremely back and forth. And, you know, again, Scarz mental today seems really, really good. Fades has done a great job getting these guys prepared for this match here today. And they were fired up. Again, it means so much to these players, not only to qualify for this event, but also to play in this stadium, to play in front of the home crowd fans. There's so many things that have these Scarz players so excited to play for today, to have them so motivated to play well today. And it's just been really, really enjoyable to watch them play. They have been really, really good on this map. You know, getting a deep lurk there, yeah, it doesn't pay off in that last round, but still, you're throwing weird looks at DRX that are going to make them think, that are going to get inside of Stax' head and just kind of, keep them off balance. And that's what we've seen them do so well throughout this map.
Yeah.
Much more standard approach here from DRX. Coming into this round, they know that the buy is going to be there. They don't want to do anything too feisty. They're just going to be hanging back in their default positions for the time being. Alarm bot Nano Swarm set up there on B for Mako trying to play off of. It just lingers at backside. Nano Swarm will take out the turret. And Bite stops the peak for a brief little moment there from Foxy9. But now, see the sights, the spike starting to drift over here towards A. Jump. I don't even think he saw Yoshi, but he sends out some shots, so the message is found all the same as Buzz dashing away. You have to respect this guy, given the way that he's been performing. Doesn't want to take his chances. Up over the top, clearing out that sewer side, swing onto the corner. Buzz finding one, sends out a cloud burst, gets a little bit of damage there on Aluma, but he manages to hold his ground. Damage across both players here, so very low. Mako able to find him as he tries to get a cheeky TP up into heaven and shuts it down. And now Allen, with 35 HP in just 10 seconds, likely needs to just hold on to the weapon. Here's the footsteps. We'll be able to get one, but there's just no way in hell. Not enough time to try to go on the hunt and take out Mako, so the round goes the way of DRX. Once again, up by 2.
And this is really good kind of reading of the situation by DRX. A lot of time of being bought. Tempura's over on the other side of the map, or excuse me, Allen's over on the other side of the map, and Tempura trying to buy time over into the garage, trying to sell a bit of a fake with some of that Viper utility, using those snake bites and those kind of things to try to keep DRX from being able to make a quick rotate over to A, where the majority of the forces were for Scarz. And a good paranoia from Lumo to keep Stack stuck in that corner, but Buzz doing a great job, able to skirt around the side of all of it, find those really valuable kills to kind of keep DRX in that hold onto the site. And then, of course, Mako, the just brilliant senses, as always, to come in and clean that up.
Oh, flash goes out, forward check, make sure no one's going to be playing on into the cubby. Dash forward, and Yoshi's just completely surrounded. Buzz finds one, Foxy9 opens up. Tenzo going to be taken down. Smoke comes in to try to drift away, get themselves out of this rough position. It seems like they will be able to do so, but flashback. The quiet carry of DRX so far here in this map comes away with another kill. Suddenly it's just Lumo and Allen left standing. The Vandal's still in place. Some damage can be dealt, but 2v5. The odds very much stacked against Scarz to try to come away with a round win here. It seems like DRX might be getting the double digits.
And Lumo without his ult even, so maybe can find one.
A little bit of a delayed reaction there. Mako just pushing forward, manages to catch him. Now Allen just run away, grab the orb, get just a little bit closer to having that next pit available. But now he needs to try to stay alive, but he's pushing forward, and there's 3 players nearby. Paranoia does not catch, but it doesn't matter. Flashback comes away with the second kill of the round. Flawless fashion here for DRX as they move up now 10-7.
Yeah, it's just a solid hold here from DRX, of course. An eco buy for Scarz, not able to replicate what we saw at Zeta earlier today with those Sheriff rounds. Really doing some serious damage, and now, once again, maybe time for a bit of a timeout. I think it's a tech timeout this time. So, for reals, no buffoonery this time.
No? Well, that's good. Spare me some blushes.
Yeah. Doing my best.
Well, we'll look to get back into this game, obviously, as quickly as we possibly can. Hopefully it won't be too long. Nothing too severe to take care of. Once we have that squared off, we'll go back in and see whether or not Scarz is going to be able to pick up this next win. I just talked about the quiet carry, flashback. I had my concerns as to whether or not he was going to be warmed up coming into this map. He very clearly is.
Yes.
Because he's the only one that's actually going toe-to-toe and besting Yoshi right now as far as his KD is concerned.
Yeah, he's really having a solid performance, as we saw in the middle stages in particular of that 10 tournament a couple weeks ago. Really started to heat up, really started to figure out his aim and stuff. And in talking to DRX about this player, you know, they said the best thing about him right now is that he's naturally talented mechanically. That's one of the things that they noticed in him. That's why they were wanting to grab him as a young player to try to bring him into the org, trying to get him to really see what he's made of. And certainly, you know, it typically, if it was old DRX, it'd be Zest playing the Viper in this particular situation.
Yeah.
And I would say, yeah, Zest's utility might be slightly better than Flashback's, but Flashback's firepower clearly just as good, if not better, than Zest's, at least what we've seen so far this year.
Well, so far has been quite clean from him. Well, Mako, Foxy, and Stax bringing up the rear here. Not much separating those guys as far as the kills are concerned, but still time for that to change, as well as for Scarz to get themselves back into this one. They haven't let DRX really get away. I think it's only been a 2-round separation up until this point. Let's see if they can bring it back down to 2. Check, just jumping around the corner, looking to see if anybody's coming out of B, but DRX not on a buy round.
Stax has gotten pretty far up the long A. I'm curious how aware of that Alan is. Not too sure. I don't think he has any idea unless he is really taking a big risk.
He's just going to be able to drift down into sewer now. I mean, it seems like Stax has to be aware that this could be a thing.
Right.
He's curious about it, but how deep will he go to actually investigate this one?
Well, and if they come back towards A here, so much pressure is going to be on Stax, but I don't think they have any clue that he's been tucked into this corner.
He's the only one on this side of the map. Yeah, Ping's coming down. They know that he's
they
there.
do.
The flash completely catches him. A great read, great awareness here once again from Scarz. Buzz, knowing there's one over by Sewer, gets the kill. Allen gonna be taken down, but now into the Cloudburst. The Seekers are there, and he's gonna get caught. Yoshi finds Mako at the same time, and suddenly, it's just Foxy9 and Flashback remaining. Quick on the rotate, they're hovering nearby. Foxy9 trying to push up, but doesn't adjust a little bit too far to the right. Mr. Tenzo will be able to clean up the kill. As the smoke dissipates, Lumo is ready for it. The kills come across, and yeah, once again, it's a 2-round separation. Scarz win off the back of the timeout.
Just phenomenal reads here from Scarz. Whether Alan, you know, heard at some point Stacks coming up there or not, I don't know. But what I do know is that they figured it out one way or another, because that flash was meant for nobody but whoever was in that corner, and they absolutely punished DRX here. And because DRX kind of overcommits towards the other side of the map, towards the B and the C side, expecting with all this info that Stax has, Stax is like, look, if there's anybody on the other side heading towards sewers, it's one guy. It's probably just Alan using his toxic screener, setting it up for somebody else. No other pressure along A. You guys are good. Keep your feet planted. And Scarz is like, wait, this is weird. We haven't had any contact anywhere over towards the A side of the map. Let's see what's going on over there. And really read that situation so nicely.
And because of that, I have to go back to the double up. Buzz on op duty. Pulling this out for feels like the first time in a very long time. Right now, it's going to be the hover outside of Garage. Foxy9 going to get smoked off. Trailblazer being sent forward, but Spam does manage to clear it out, so not too much information going to be gained here. Drops down, takes a little bit of damage there. Across through the door, but Widely is going to be okay. Stack sending the flash. Doesn't know necessarily how far forward Allen is, but as that bite comes down, gives him a much better idea. Oh dear. Oh, spots him. Reacts way too quickly. Buzz does not allow for him to push forward, so he can actually line up the shot. Foxy9 though, now trying to anchor this B site. Spike going to be dropped as he comes away with 2 kills. Mako going to get caught up in the crossfire, ends up falling to the wayside. So we now have a 3v3. Humpers forward, alarm bot there. They hear 2 guns firing, as well as the footsteps on the site. They know that everybody remaining from Scarz is going to be here. Six now starting on the rotation, but Foxy9 taken down. Pit going to be invested. Curious to see what DRX decide to do here. Looks like Flashback going to try to flush him out. Pushing forward, Jordy in hand, spots him, gets 1 shot across. He does not get the kill. Yoshi finds Stax, and suddenly it's 9-10.
Man, oh man. Buzz there just not quite ready for the not wide swing there from Allen. He kind of pokes his gun out and then just kind of guesses. He's expecting him to go just a little bit more towards the door.
Right past the elbow.
Yep. He was thinking he's just going to keep heading towards that door, just going to exit. But, you know, wisely, Allen there is checking, and it kind of, you know, catches Buzz just a little bit off guard. And that's just, again, great awareness from Scarz. They're kind of expecting these long A pushes from DRX for them to try to set up these traps. And it seems like they're pretty well drilled in, you know, dialed in, that this is going to be a possibility, that this is something they need to be aware of. So again, credit where credit's due. You know, FaZe has done a really good job getting these guys ready here today. As they're going to slow things up once again. Just take their time, wait things out, a little bit of utility, but as always, it's just kind of Allen up here in A main.
Well spotted. Trailblazer chases, and this time Buzz finds his target. Allen swings right into it. Give Buzz a second attempt. Oftentimes he's going to nail it. Seeker now on the hunt, reveals somebody in a forward position. Yoshi ready to try to go for the entry. Dashes over towards that A-link door. Lockdown now going to be coming through his Foxy 9. Cuts down Mr. Tenzo, and Yoshi falls to Mako's hands. Tempora now just can do nothing other than slowly drift his way forward into that site. Ends up getting taken down, and Lumo has an opportunity to potentially get rid of this operator, but he's just steadily drifting past that jet. Doesn't find him. Stacks now. Oh, sees the gun barrel, gets the headshot. Crispy, flawless here from DRX. So now move up 11.
Yeah, it's just
more rounds to go.
A really good play off the back of that lockdown. Just immediately start pressing space, spike down, everybody firing on all cylinders. Foxy 9's done a really good job defending this B site throughout this half. He's really been good for at least one, if not two kills almost every time, it feels like. So you got to give a lot of credit where credit's due here, that Foxy having to switch over to maybe a bit of an uncomfortable role for himself off of that duelist role, really shining here on the defender side with Killjoy. And usually it's more like, you know, we used to see Stax' breach a lot on this B site, right? But he's been called upon to really fortify that position. Now he's shifting over to A. Utility completely placed at the front of this site. A little bit of backup now from Flashback. The two young guns here for DRX going to be called upon to anchor this.
This is a big change up here for DRX. Now they know that the KJ is here. Turret going to be cleared out. They continue to try to play into this one. They have the lockdown available for themselves, and there's no way to clear it. So far, the lockdown hasn't been being brought forward. Looks like they want to try and take a crack at it by opening the site as Yoshi quick shots across. Foxy 9 taken down. Tenzo again delivering the goods. Comes up with two. The site completely broken open. This Buzz just now pushing out of C long and still has that operator in his hand. Needs to ditch that for a rifle to try and assist here. Help Stacks back into the site. The shot onto one. Has identified the location of two other players. Pop Flash eats the full thing. Has to back away, take his time, but one tap shot. Tenzo taken out, looks for more Stacks. It's going crazy. What a clutch, what a 4K. The IGL for DRX drags it back into their favor, and now they're at map point.
Time and time again have we seen heroics in the clutch from Stacks, and he has brought it out.
Oh, kiss the mouse again.
Yeah, please. Yes, that one is well-deserved. That was absolutely filthy. The pullback on the Flash, able to come back off of the one tap and follow up with a few more. Just ferocious as Stacks in moments like that. There are so many iconic moments from him on the biggest stages, and there's another one for the history books.
Absolutely gorgeous. Just gorgeous
Nothing else
play.
to say.
Unreal.
He's going to run out of mice to kiss at this point. That Razer sponsorship needs to get on it.
I'm sure he has plenty. But now, map point in the hands of DRX.
Here.
Identifying that Allen is on the side. Thought maybe Buzz would wait, try to go for a timing shot, see if he could catch him on the cross, but seems like for now is at least hiding that this operator could be here.
There's a lot of tools to play with for Scarz. You got the lockdown, you got some Seekers, so going to be able to kind of toy with the map a little bit. Maybe use those Seekers to try to see if you can catch DRX, you know, as you're getting ready to set up for your attack. Trailblazer going to be set out. Mako Already set up with a one-way, no contact off the back of that. Stack's going to confirm, and indeed, presence being noted, but nobody shifting weight yet for DRX. Everybody remaining planted for this 2-1-2 setup.
Quick clear on the bot. Flashback. Feeling like he's up for the challenge, but Allen managing to take him down with that Spectre. Stack's trying to push up into the Cloudburst, gets gunned down by Yoshi, who then turns his sights over to Mako. Paranoid in the corner. Didn't know what was going to hit him, and now the same could be said for Buzz. Sprinting his way through the spawn, up, going to be left on the floor. He's got enough money for another one, but Scarz are not backing down. They want to take this to overtime.
Yeah, just a really nice methodical push here. Even though DRX gets a little bit of info, Yoshi is going to finish the job with a 3rd kill in the round, and it's just really clean stuff from Scarz. They're able to just kind of dissect the defensive of DRX, and again, DRX doesn't really move off of any of the contact off of the utility, whether it be theirs or their opponents. They just kind of plop their feet. No timeouts
30 seconds left
from DRX just yet, which has been kind of the MO in recent history. That I almost fell off my chair.
Oh, God. I don't want to have to take you to a Japanese
Nobody
hospital
saw it.
because you broke your hip.
Yeah, no,
so.
we've already had that at Ascension where
Yeah.
I broke my ankle, so let's not do that again.
Oh, dear.
Oh, boy.
Well, up again into the hands of Buzz. Waiting. Trailblazer going to be cleared. Yoshi pushing forward. Spam goes out, but doesn't get the hits. Kill not going to be found. Cloudburst not really going to be blocking too much. Just turns for the flash, goes for the shot, ends up going wide. Tempura can breathe a sigh of relief, and now invests the lockdown. Setup is there. Buzz assessing where he wants to go. Looks like he's going to have to push all the way up in towards heaven. Manages to get away from it. Flash back. Takes him a little while, but eventually gets the headshot. Yoshi going to be taken down. Tempura pushing forward, managing to find 2. Stacks gets Lumo at the same time, and now Buzz out of the smoke. The shorty in hand. Guns down Tempura, and suddenly it's just Mr. 10 to the left, and he falls. As Buzz, he misses the first shot, but he comes back in, and then it's crisp and clean. 13-10, a hell of a performance from both of these squads, but it's DRX barely eking out the victory.
Yeah, it took a little while, but those last couple rounds certainly looked like quintessential DRX with the Stacks clutch, Buzz showing off his skills with that jet, with those dashes, with that shorty. But really, a really well-played map here from Scarz. My hats are off. It's just unbelievable what they brought here today. Again, showing great mental awareness, great fortitude, and some great skills to back it all up.
Fantastically done. I mean, Yoshi, again, have to give him an individual round of applause, I think, for his performance in this match because, good God, I mean, highest ACS at the end of it all. 6 first bloods, only bested by Buzz with 7. A wonderful sight to see him on that duel list.
It was back and forth for a lot of this one between DRX and Scarz on Haven, but the Tokyo buff wasn't enough for Scarz as the Korean team put a very impressive W on the board here, and I think overall it was just a consistently impressive win for the Korean side.
They bounced back really nicely. I mean, it really, Scarz throwing some really odd looks at them at times, throwing a lot of different looks, especially on that defender side, making it really challenging for DRX to really ever feel comfortable, get a good read, and a well-deserved round of applause here, showing some appreciation to the fans here at Scarz, but right back at them as that was truly a phenomenal map to watch.
It really was. I mean, so many times, and it's not like it was always Stacks. It was always, so much stuff. Everybody had their moments throughout this one. Mako, who was widely quiet, having his big moments. I mean, good God, Tenzo as well. Mr. Tenzo was incredible. Some fantastic moments, and then we round things out with Buzz there right at the end, showing off that mobility, showing off that quick thinking, swapping over to the shorty to be able to win out the fight and close the round, close the game. Just overall, a very entertaining map between these two squads. Scarz, yes, they do lose, but I think they performed way better than I could have anticipated because, again, they have not been together with this roster for very long. So from what I just witnessed, I think that they have a very bright future.
Well, welcome back once again to Red Bull Home Ground 2023 here at the Ryogoku Koguchi-kan Arena. in Tokyo, Japan. We are seeing lots of Valorant action unfold here in this historic venue, and it feels like we're still only just getting started. Lots of matchups still to come, and of course, we've got a full weekend after that to get tucked into. If you are just joining us, let me just welcome you once again to our amazing casters / analysts. They can basically do it all. It is, come on, Paper Thin, Anthelos. I nearly said
You
Tom.
almost called me Tom,
I
didn't
nearly
you?
called you Tom again,
What
but I
is,
thought...
he's broken you. I can't listen to him. He's full of lies.
I was
Tom,
like, I can't do it again.
Think about the beard. Think about the beard.
Okay, the beard.
The beard is the difference. Yeah,
Paper-Thin's got the beard, and Tom has like no hair. He's like
Tom
he's like
can't
a
grow
naked
a
mole
beard.
rat.
Okay.
That's correct.
Yeah.
There you go. Scarz fans, I want to get onto the RX in a minute, but I do think that the Scarz fans watching this, especially the ones here in the arena, can walk away thinking, okay, we can still perform here, right?
Yeah. They absolutely should. If they're not feeling that, then they're thinking completely and entirely wrong. Because, like I said, I wasn't expecting this to be as close as it was. I was a little bit worried coming into it. I didn't want to, be that honest at the start before we got into the game. I was thinking, okay, maybe DRX takes this like 13-5, 13-4. I could see them just running away with it. But Scarz were prepared. They were throwing curveballs at DRX on the regular. They were having good reads as far as what they thought DRX was going to do.
Yes.
And the firepower was just on point from everybody on the team for the most part. So it was a fantastic performance. And like I said, I think that there's a very bright future ahead for this Scarz team as they, get ready to start competing again in Japan.
Exactly. Think about the short amount of time they've had together, and to be able to put it together and look like this, especially Mr. Tenzo and Yoshi. Yoshi swapping off of his natural role over to the duelist, and that dynamic duo of an initiator and a duelist that you see so often. These guys look like they've been doing it for years. It was phenomenal here, and certainly you could see why, a couple of these players from Scarz plus this coaching staff, almost made it to VCT Pacific. We're one match short of getting there.
Well, one thing's for sure, DRX are looking dangerous going forward in this tournament, and especially Stacks with that naughty 4K. I could watch that again, that's for sure. Let's move on now to the favourites, Fnatic, who will be taking on Fennel. Before we talk about this one, let's meet the Fennel roster.
Which spike site, across all maps, is the hardest to defend?
Haven B サイト。
確かに。
確かに。メッグヨットだよ。ほぼリテイクじゃない？守れないからリテイクしようってなる。
確かにリテイク率が一番高いけど、確かに一番守りにくい。
守れません。絶対に。入ったが最後だよねあれ。してよ。
Who's best at sneaking behind enemy lines and catching them off guard?
これわかるね。
これあるのが、翔太はラーカーとしてこいつ正面で打ち合って勝ってるのよ毎回。
そ
のラークバレてるのに、そう好きじゃない。これただ勝ってるだけ。
褒められてるのか舐められてるのか。
でゴンはなんかうまい。
テクニック。
こうやってやったと。こうやってやってるから。
テクニックだね。
これテクニックです。
負けた。
Who takes the longest getting ready in the morning?
自分にさせお前は。お前は自分を指させ。朝いつも入って、そしたらなんか5分10分ぐらい遅れて、あー悪いっつってコンビニの袋に入って翔太が。
Another home team. The fans are going to love them once again. Let's be honest. They've secured their spot here through the Japanese qualifier. Of course, Paper Thin, they're going to be delighted to be here, but they're going to look to upset some big teams.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, talking to Junta, kind of a similar vibe of what I've got from Fades before this, that they're here to test their mettle. They want to show that they can hang with a team of a caliber of Fnatic. Again, it's being here in front of this crowd, being here at this stadium. So much history, so much importance to these players individually that they want to come out here and give it their best. So we just saw here with Scarz, we saw it earlier with Zeta, these Japanese teams have come to play today.
It doesn't get tougher than going up against Fnatic, the favourites coming into this one. I mean, what can we say about them? They won VCT Masters this year right here in Tokyo, so I imagine they're very fond of the place, as we all are. Can they make it 2 for 2 in this amazing city and round off an incredible year, Seth?
I mean, it seems pretty likely, and it's not just us that think that way. All of the teams are going to be thinking, you know, the Fnatic is the top dog. This is the team to be concerned about coming into this tournament. If you can get through them, then you're going to be able to win the whole damn thing. That is the thought. But we'll have to see if Fnatic feels similarly about themselves, because he said, you know, we haven't really scrimmed too much. We got in a couple days ago.
Yeah.
You know, they're getting back on the grind, but they were very much, I think, enjoying the off season that they did have. But we'll have to see. I mean, there's obviously a lot of just natural talent here on this squad, so even if they aren't quite as fresh, you have to respect them. But
Speaking of fresh,
Stop
Haven!
A fresh map.
We did it!
Another old classic. No one's going for Sunset yet, it would seem here. But we do get Ascent.
Well, one thing's for sure. Fnatic had a speed run of a tournament when they were in Japan last time out. They only lost one map. You've got to imagine, Paper Thin, they're going to be feeling extraordinarily confident going on to Ascent.
Yeah, you would think so. I mean, it's maybe not the, you know, it's a good map for them no matter what. Look,
Yeah.
they're good at all maps. I don't even need to, like, preface that with anything else. They're really, really good at everything they do. Like you just said, only dropping one map the last time at Masters Tokyo. So, look, it's an uphill battle no matter what for Fennel. And again, I think, you know, every round you get as Fennel here, the better you feel. So you want to just push these guys. You know, everybody's performing really well here on stage. Bring the best thing, you know, bring the best performance you've ever shown. You've had plenty of time to study this team. This is a team that hasn't made any changes. You have plenty of tape on them. Give them, you know, everything you've got. Throw everything in the kitchen sink at them.
Sorry to jump in over you there, the main man Buster.
Yeah.
Getting ready for action.
He's the real star of the show.
He absolutely is. And you know, the Japanese fans love their home players, of course, but there are some big names internationally that these fans will be delighted to see live.
Oh, I mean, much like DRX, there is a ton of fans for Fnatic here in Japan. That has been proven time and time again. I mean, there's an entire Japanese, you know, Fnatic squad, and like they have social media presence there and everything. They are a huge organization in Japan. Poster and Yinsu are going to have a fan meetup, and like 2,000 people showed up, and it had to be dispersed by the police or something like that, because they are huge fans of this squad. And I think that, you know, they're not going to have them on stage yet, but knowing Fnatic, they'll make their way up onto that stage in the coming days, and I'm sure that this arena is going to erupt when they do.
Yeah, it'd be quite a shock, wouldn't it, if they didn't? Paper Thin, we can see here our agent Select on screen. Talk us through what you think of it.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of the default standard. Yeah, the back to basics. Yeah, I like that. But I think kind of the interesting thing is you're going to be looking at Fennel and looking at some of the maybe role changes that, if you're not super familiar with some of these players, or maybe you watched, I don't know, last chance qualifiers of 2021 was the last time you saw Dariali. A little bit of a shift around. You know, Sota used to be a smokes player, but widely talked about years ago. I was hearing about this guy in Japan being a cracked aimer. So Fennel recognized that, gave him a chance as a duelist. He's really shown for them. He's been a really important factor of why they've been able to almost be the team that's been in Scar's position, where they're the ones almost getting to the Ascension tournament. They came up just short, lost to them in the finals. It's a really strong team, almost as good as Scar's, sometimes better on different days.
Dariali, you've got to lean on his Tier 1 experience here, of course, and it's time now. I think we can get into this. Fnatic versus Fennel. Will the big dogs start off this one with a loud bark? Guys, take it away.
Thank you very much. And yeah, I mean, Dariali, you talk about this guy coming back into things. How's he going to perform? I don't envy his position, because right now he is playing Sova against Leo, who is on Sova. This guy has proven time and time again that he is Sova. He is the best in the world when it comes down to it.
Again, is there any matchup that you don't like, that you like aren't against one of the arguably best players in the world in their slot at? I mean, Durka, the best entry fragger in the world?
You know, that's a fair point. Leo especially. Sova's always a treat. Chronicle's going to be able to find the first blood. Alpha are now going to be finding Gone. Swinging around the back, however. Does take out Alpha, but Boser looks to hold the line. Gets the dig cross, finishes the job, finds himself a second kill. Quick little jiggle peek. Leo does challenge in for the fight, but won't be able to find it. But Rhea will fall the end as Durka cleans it up. Fnatic get the first pistol.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty good round here for what it is for Fennel, just kind of trying to brute force their way through B, able to find a couple big kills. But again, the kind of coordination, you're already seeing it here from Fnatic. You're seeing this kind of flash and change of, a dash and change of positions with Durka. And he's such a good player. He's so tricky to keep track of. He's such a veteran player. He's just got these incredible in-game senses to back up his incredible aim. And able to do a lot of damage, keep Fennel really off balance. We saw a couple good shots. You know, Sota getting in there, doing some damage. actually going to be grabbing the Sheriff along with Rhea. And in case you guys are curious, it is Clues. CLZ is Clues. He is also the IGL of the squad, piloting this KO. So a lot of weight on his shoulders, a lot of pressure here. Try to do some serious damage. And to make matters worse, you're going up against Fnatic on the defender side of Ascent, a map that they are really nasty on that side of the map of.
Boaster with a Marshall.
He loves this gun, and I love him for it. It is my favorite gun.
Set up. He's peeking window at the moment. Push getting ready to come in. He's giving himself a very narrow margin, but it doesn't matter. Gets the shot. Flash in now. Chronicle just playing off the back of his own util. Guns down too. Gon will find the kill. But does he get the gun? The answer is going to be no. Bulldog still left on the floor. Dash expiring. Durka not going to push the issue. Decides to play back. Alarm bot cleared. Leo swings in. Rhea falls.
And just left on Gon. He's about to be gone. Yeah, indeed. Alfier going to be the final one there. Arguably the best rifler in the world during VCT in 2023. Phenomenal in every aspect of his game. But again, it's these kind of bait and switches that Fnatic loves to do. They love to kind of lure you in, wait for you to overcommit, and then they're going to punish you. And Fennel not really able to recognize it in time. It's Boaster finding that kill, piecing out, and then immediately the follow-up with the flash and play off of it from the KO and Chronicle. This is, again, going to be really, really tough here for Fennel, so you're going to have to really dig deep, find some really kind of tricky things that are catch him off guard. Immediately, Shock Dart out, catches a little bit of damage into Dariali, so Fnatic going to get decent information. Smokes are coming down with this drone here as well. The flood is on for Fnatic. They are not waiting at all to try to defend this retake.
Paranoia timing was good there, but oh man, Soda, what a snap reaction. Takes out Boaster, now Gon, finding Chronicle, but Chronicle again comes up with 2 before falling. Always trading up. Now it's a 3v2. Dariali down to 49 HP. Gon still situated here in the site. Footsteps going to be heard. As Durka now arrives towards the A site, up in hand, getting ready to push in towards Tree. Looks like for now Heaven going to be abandoned. Durka will look to take that position. Recon Dart does ping him. But how do you get this spike across? The smoke, not available for 12 more seconds. You can't get to the door, and Dariali will die if he tries to work his way across there.
You're going to have to tie it to one of those shock darts and shoot it over to the other side. And you're right. It's
just throw it?
Yeah, just toss it. Maybe you can really hawk it across there. Eventually the smoke comes up and gives him the opportunity, a little bit of spam, but no shots catching. Gon going to try to cover close.
Quick clear. Alpha's right up in front. Pushes the smoke. Finds the headshot. And with a chance. Durka just going to be swapping things out. Recon Dart going to be cleared. They know Gon's position. Spotting him. They suspect that the other's going to be here in hell. Dariali, though, holds the line somehow, some way. Survives with 23 HP. Picks up the last 2 kills, gets himself and Fennel on the board as they go ahead and take down the bonus round.
Yeah, that's Dariali at his best. And you can see why he is of the caliber of been floating around in tier 1 teams at various points in VCT history. The guy is extremely talented. And again, every round here you get is Fennel. It's just going to make you feel better and better about yourselves.
Oh, sure.
You know you're tremendous underdogs. And the more damage you can do to Fnatic, you know, not only the better for you in this event, but the better for your future. The more confidence you're going to have. The more you can look back on this and be like, we pushed Fnatic. We were able to.
Oh my God,
Soda.
What in the hell? Just pushing out. Quick stop, gets the headshot, taking down Durka. Yes, it was just a Marshall that he had committed into the round to not being able to afford another operator. That is still a member down here for Fnatic. Boaster. About what he wants to do, tries to set the smoke. Does he realize that they are already in? There's the flash through. Chronicle again finding one. Does he get a second? Yes, he does. And then he dies. He gets 2 kills and he dies. That is what Chronicle does on KO right now.
He'll take it. He'll take those if you're Fnatic.
Oh, for sure. Minnesota down to 33. They can pick him off. Obviously, that gets them into a 2v2. So Fnatic not in a bad spot, especially considering that it is Leo and Alfier left alive.
One away from the Blade Storm, too, here for Zeta. So no matter what, going to have a nice follow-up into the next round. He looks to be really crisp and clean today.
Yep.
A very strong player, and that updraft able to keep Chronicle just off balance enough that he's able to find the kill. Nobody left here on the A site, so Fnatic kind of calling that this was on the other side of the map, but in fact, it's just going to be a free A plant here for Fennel. But I tell you what, going up against Alfier and Leo, absolutely two of the nastiest aimers.
But it looks like the call is going to be to play back and hold on to these weapons. They don't have any cash, so they want to at least carry these two rifles forward into the next round. So Fnatic just have to sit back, wait for this spike to go off, and allow for Fennel to get tied up 2-2.
Okay, sure. I mean, again, that's great for Fennel. They'll take that. I thought maybe Fnatic might consider going for it, but with the funds the way they are, absolutely got to carry these guns over. And now you're starting to put Fnatic in a bad position. It looked like maybe you were going to lose that bonus round potentially as Fennel, and kind of maybe things would kind of landslide in a bad direction for you. But instead, now you've got Fnatic on the back foot, on the attacker side on Ascent.
Excellently done. I want to take a look back at that replay and see Zeta like getting this opening shot if we have it, because that looked quick and crisp. Okay, we'll start it back off Tree. Never mind, it's fine. I'll watch it again at my own time. But yeah, I mean, Chronicle continuing to try to really hold things down over here by Tree. It's a little bit delayed. If he could swap over the Classic a bit faster, perhaps he would have been able to win that out and turn the tides of the round.
On my way.
So far, he is well out in front, 7-4-0.
Yeah, Golden's got his ult. Zota's got the Blade Storm as well. A couple players, and Golden just going to go for it.
He's just up into heaven. Boaster going to be taken low. Arriving, however, managing to come through and help save his IGL's life, but there's only 3 HP remaining on them.
Look, everybody from Fnatic is there. The whole team immediately on that TP was like, no, no.
It was a very fast pull of the trigger there from Gon, just trying to get himself in there. They'll never expect me to do this 2 seconds into the round.
I mean, I like the try.
Oh, no, I did too.
Why not?
He almost got the kill.
Yeah, he's got Boaster down to 3 HP.
Unfortunately, this does slow things down considerably now for Fennel. Creep forward, alarm bot not set up here in mid. They have the turret for contact. Let's switch. Going to be cleared out. This means that Leo now very much needs to have his eyes trained on mid. So you see him staring over from the base of that A heaven ramp. Trying to see if anyone's going to come pushing forward into this defender spawn, but they're drifting their way across in towards market now.
Things get a little bit sideways for Fnatic. You've got Chronicles ult.
I mean, if they just check the box, Boaster's going to die.
Yeah, it's not looking great. I mean, a wallbang classic would kill Boaster at this point, so it's not the best.
So far, not really going for it. Boaster wary of both approaches, and Clue's just going to be able to flush them both out. Alpha and Boaster now going to be taken down. Man advantage here for Fennel with the defense, and they have the null command if they want to invest it, but looks like Chronicle. Oh no, it actually is going to be coming through now. Pulsing out. Switch shut in case of a flank, and that's exactly what Dariali was going to try to do. Footsteps should be heard. Chronicle going to be noting him coming out of mid. Actually, no, he turns his sights back over towards Ali. Suddenly this backstab could come to fruition. Then they realize that they're running out of time and they have to start playing in towards this site if they're going to commit. But now Chronicle going to be spotted, taken out. Dariali gets the kill, sends down the recon, and that sends Leo and Durka packing all the way back over towards the attacker spawn, trading positions with the map, and Fennel will now move up 3-2.
And can you believe this, Achilleos? Fennel has Fnatic down on their defender side on Ascent. 3-2. Unbelievable. Winning a couple, both teams having some weapon rounds. It's absolutely insane what you're seeing from them here. Great stuff by Clues. Even though Golden's play doesn't net them any kills, it nets them some information and some serious damage to Boaster, like you were mentioning, that they were able to follow up on extremely quickly and then get that plant down and have Fnatic in a really bad spot. And the players were just talking about it. Fennel was just talking about it in their intro video, that who's the player that's most likely to kind of get in the enemy's flanks, get in their back lines. And someone pointed to Dariali, and he just showed you why right there. Again, another veteran player, really smart, really good game sense, able to punish Fnatic and force another save out of them.
Drone to check. Lingering within the smoke here is Chronicle. Up drop, dash forward. A little bit of spam, just hoping for a stray headshot to connect there. Zeta, but doesn't get it. Now it's Rhea with a very long lurk. Footsteps heard. Oh, ADS is in. Alpier forces him back, puts a bit of damage in. He hugs close. Up against the flower pot, looks to try to take the fight, but Alpier wins it out. Chronicle now, though, on the floor, can be res, but it doesn't really matter because it's only Dariali left standing. Spike going to be taking away, does have the ultimate, but in this position, it's not worth trying to commit into that one. Gets a single kill, and then will quickly fall to Leo's hands, and we are tied up at 3-3.
And now Fnatic getting their feet underneath them a little bit. Able to just kind of mow Fennel down as they try to make their way through to the A site. Good holds here, good crossfires. Clues trying to get out of that tricky situation, but gets stuck between Durka and Chronicle, and that's not easy for anybody. No doubt about it. Let's see now if Fnatic can maybe string some rounds together. Sota's going to grab the op here. That Blade Storm's still sitting, so heavy investment from Fennel. Going to really go for it. I like this. If you can win this round, you can maybe keep that op out of Durka's hands.
Big change of form. Go for this. But that is the crucial thing, right? It's winning the round, closing it out from here. I think the drone might have identified, but Leo's actually not looking his direction, so maybe he just barely avoided it. Either way, wasn't pinged. Getting ready to peek back in. Sends out the shot, doesn't get it. Now they know the opposite play, and Alpier ends up falling, and oh my God! What a quick scope in! Zeta just takes him out. What a play from him. The man advantage now firmly in their hands. Dariali going to be swapping the weapons as they are still looking like you're going to have to rely on him for some entry power despite the fact that he's at 40 HP.
Just absolutely brilliant stuff here. Again,
nasty shots.
It's absolutely nasty stuff. You know, the investment here into this op paying massive dividends for them. Let's see if they can bust through Boaster.
Boaster pinged. Shot over the top of the box, not going to be finding much of anything there. Looks like they will leave two to linger. One blind. Dariali hovering around main. They swing their way across, go through by tree. It's time enough, but they don't know that the B site has been completely vacated. Otherwise, they'd be heading there. Boaster plays up close, gets himself right along the archway. Leo dropping down, sprays through. Spike going to be stranded. Time running thin. 9 seconds remaining. His Boaster comes up with 2. Dariali gets the shot, but the spike needs to be planted. They're out of time. Now they need to go on the hunt. Chronicle, though, he's hightailing it. He's trying to get himself out. Swings on the corner. The round is Fnatic's. Chronicle narrowly avoids death to give Fnatic the lead.
Man, just great patience here from Fnatic, but able to hide themselves in these smokes. Leo kind of a one and done, just gets a kill and pieces out immediately, and they set up this crunch.
Shots again.
I mean, these are disgusting.
He repeat the boldness to re-peek.
That is absolutely disgusting from Zeta. But then, again, the way that Fnatic's kind of hiding themselves, playing off that contact of Leo, setting up for that crunch through short A, through tree. You can just see it coming on the map that if they weren't able to clear one of those players, things get tricky. Blades are popped.
Identified, Boaster's position, Chronicle. Not going to be caught off guard. Manages to steady the aim, finds the kill. Zeta going to be taken down. It's that Blade Storm. It's ripped away from the Fennel squad.
Calling my bot.
KJ setup is going to get picked up. Rhea. Alarm bot there in case of that. Case of a deep, aggressive flank.
And Alfier only 1 kill away. Or 1 orb away from getting his ultimate, really firmly planting himself behind that B site. They begin to make their way over. Turret put right on top of the switch, looking at that market door. He's going to alert to their presence, so immediately I can see Chronicle starting to push his way through, but a great turret here. Going to at least keep him honest.
Smoke down, recon, checking. Not much being seen. Ping won't come through from Leo's recon either. Durka having a decent sense of this one. Backs down the stairs just a bit. Just gonna creep forward again, just keeping his eyes trained over towards market. Mountain spots one. Nora Durka's had to force him off the angle. He pulls back away. TP now in about has it from the flash comes in and Clues takes down Durka. Pushing their way forward. Gone getting out the air. Dariali taken out. Again, time dwindling here. Plant behind the box. Quick peek from Gone. Finds Boaster in the head. Leo and Chronicle now. Dynamic duo to try to bring this one back. Everybody on Fennel has suffered some damage. Rhea, the lowest at 57 HP, but he's got an operator and he's just stuck in the back of the site.
Let's see if they're going to make a go of it this time. We've seen a couple saves from Fnatic, but a little bit of extra cash in the bank. We can throw some utility at this and see if they can find a kill potentially.
Flashes over the top, and the PK come in. Off shot finds one. Leo off the recon, gets Gone. Looks for a little bit more. That dart could do some serious damage as they're both stacked on top of each other. Rhea down to 1 HP.
Got one more.
But the time is just dwindling. Leo, I don't think he realizes just quite how close he was to winning this round in this moment. But unfortunately for him, this is going to be going the way of Fennel, and they are going to be tying things up yet again at 4-4 as everybody dies to the spike.
I mean, Leo, we talk about him all the time. Maybe one of the best, well, certainly one of the best, but maybe the best with his utility as an initiator in the world. And this right here almost puts an exclamation point on that comment. I mean, he is so close to winning this round. One more shock dart, he had it. He, like you said, probably just had not quite enough awareness of the status of those health bars of his opponents, and
there's no way to know if he makes the connection or forward in the site. You know, he's playing with very limited information, but that's one of those ones where you go back and you watch that moment, and you're gonna be like, "Oh my God, I can't believe I was so close."
I think we have back-to-back timeouts. Both teams are calling timeouts here, so we're gonna have back-to-back timeouts. So a 2-minute timeout. So both teams kind of seeing some stuff that they want to work on.
Well, see what happens after the first timer dwindles down, but you can still see smiles on everybody's faces. They're very much having fun in this match.
Yeah.
Despite how close it is.
Better be having fun, because this is a great match so far.
Very much is delivering. And much like the one before it. Pressure is definitely mounting. I mean, it's been a very hot start here for some of these players on Fennel. I want to see a little bit more, you know, clean it up a little bit.
Yeah. There's things to work on for sure. And Fnatic has definitely been playing this fairly cautious, right? We've seen a couple of saves where maybe, you know, they think about going for it if, you know, they have a little bit of overconfidence, let's say. But with the money situation the way it was, you know, Fnatic very much playing, you know, by the book. And that's good. I mean, that shows that Fennel is really forcing their issue, really forcing the hand of Fnatic. So I'm super impressed. I mean, Shota's been really good. Golem's had some moments. They're causing a lot of confusion, showing some different looks, making some good rotations. Again, leaving utility in spots that kind of gives them a little bit of information, keeps those quick flanks, quick lurks from the likes of Chronicle from coming through. Yeah, they've walked into some meat grinders a few times, to be honest, but other than that, they've done a pretty good job. If they can avoid some of those tricky situations that they found themselves in around the tree area in particular, I think that's been a real sore point for them so far in this half. If they can maybe find a way that if they want to utilize that space to try to clear that out a little bit better, that one's been a bit of a toughie for them. But other than that, frankly, very impressed with Fennel so far. I mean, you know, again, a team that hasn't had a lot of time together. They're, you know, this is a lot of these teams at this event trying to figure out these new rosters, trying to just, you know, work on their fundamentals, get these foundations in place.
All right, well, as the second timeout comes to a conclusion, we will once again resume the action. It's 4-4. Last round, narrowly getting away from Fnatic. Would have been them stringing together 3 in a row. Knives now going to be popped. The Circuit didn't have the cash for a weapon. He's going to try to take one.
He's looking for the window.
Player's cold dead hands.
Yeah, he's looking for that window, playing off of Alpha's contact, I believe. Going to try that updraft, see if he can get somebody. And just, he's going to see that utility come through. Alpha's going to clear it. So no opportunities given over by Fennel just yet for that Blade Storm to be utilized by Durka. Alpha also has the lockdown still. Dariali, though, of course, has the counter. Has the rock to the scissors. That is
going. Doesn't spot anything, but Leo sees plenty. Dart had connected there on to Clues. Backs away. Turret still set up. So there's no real ambiguity about that presence that could be forward there in B lobby. Fnatic feel like they have a pretty good read on this round so far. It's a pop flash again. This time Chronicle not going to go pushing forward. He wants to see how many guns he can hear shooting at him because they expect he's going to be pushing those flashes.
Right. And what I'm looking for here is if Fennel was going to push short, which they're not, how they were going to use their utility to try to clear that space. But wisely, I think they realize that this is going
Boaster! Caught with util, dash away. Zeta gets himself out. The same Diaz out there! Comes up 1, 2, 3 in a row. Nine's there, finally getting used. Durka gets a reset as Rhea gets taken down. So it's Toyota and now push on the corner. Durka finds the kill, gets his weapon after all. And Fnatic get themselves a round win, 5-4.
I got things to do.
Well, that's some of what you expect from this team. Just phenomenal rifling from Alfier and a beautiful blade storm from Durka. That's just classic Fnatic. And even though Boaster kind of with a little bit of a whoopsie there, Alfier, Johnny on the spot to just clean Fennel up. They are not ready for the initial kill, and then Alfier just so clean with it, with those two in the follow-up. Durka right there to back him up. Nasty, nasty stuff from Fennel, but it was well read by Fnatic. They were keen to try to put pressure on them in Pizza. And even though maybe Boaster just didn't quite expect them to be as far ahead as they were, the idea was still good. The sense is still keen for Fnatic.
Okay, I was a little bit concerned. I thought for a second that Fennel were actually going to be pushing out into that one way, which is set up again. Need to try to clear the right side. Chronicle, quick adjustment. Takes out Zeta. Kill comes in. Dariali with a nice headshot. Will find Boaster. Finishing him off. Now they know the support presence out of B is Durka. Now clears one. Leo spotting two. This is one in the corner. Sends the darts out, wanting to try to flush them out of here, try to get these eliminations. Just tucked away, trying to stay elusive, but here comes Durka. Finds the first one. That's a spike now stranded. Everybody else completely stuck on short. Here on Cat, push forward. Let's get going. Let's get one. Loose gets another. But the problem is they still need to get the spike. They get themselves some weapons.
But I'm still excited.
And there's the pickup. No three-man stack available to deny that one away. Not going to be seeing those red card mechanics coming through. As the plant comes in, and now they have the lockdown off the back of it. Fennel throwing everything in the kitchen sink at this round. Alfier tucks away. He's got one of his own. Do they commit it here? Try to get themselves back into the site.
Pop the no command. Beautiful read of the situation. The utility on point here for Fennel.
Turret cleared. They know where both players are. TP in towards the back of site. Fennel looking like they might just be able to come away with this one. Is already, Alfier, he's drifted back to the opposite side. They're going to call for the save. Fennel, they're going to get themselves up 5-5.
It's a thrifty. They came into this round with pistols, a few sheriffs, and they're able to find just enough, and with Golem sitting on his ult,
thrifty.
Able to get it. Now Alfier going to find a couple. Only one, okay.
One.
Okay.
And that is weapons recovered, saved here for Fennel. And another operator on the attacking half into the hands of Toyota as we take a look back at this one. It starts off rather well there for Chronicle. He gets the backstab. He puts the spike down on the ground. But Gone having the ult available completely flips the story of this round on its head.
Yep. See it from time to time on Ascent where that ult actually comes out very useful. Sometimes it just sits in your back pocket an entire half. And Durka.
Oh my God! Well, there's no ambiguity about that one. He was rushing forward, gets the kill. Zeta gets himself another one as Chronicle's going to fall. Now Boaster trying his hand at this one. He goes for the jumping no-scope. Doesn't matter though, because Clues has already got the covering fire. Leo and Alpha now the last one standing. And they are split worlds apart. Alpha forward at bench, Leo sat here alone at A. And everyone's gonna go rotating in towards B. The only positive here is that this is where Alfier does have his util set up. The odds of it finding too much value here, they're in a 2v5, seems very unlikely.
Yeah, and this has been such a fantastic half for Fennel, of course, but able to keep the op out of Fnatic's hands, able to keep that economic damage strong, even on the rounds they're losing. Now Fier, it's a lockdown and a dream here. We've seen him do crazy stuff before.
Comes away with one, but gets taken down to 7. Leo, hearing that TP, has the right read. Dorn out, big shot, managing to get one. Rhea gonna be taken down, has the correct read again, pushes forward, knowing that Gon was not gonna have enough time to try to reposition. No command now gonna be invested here from Clues. Steriali probably wishing that he would be over in B lobby right now because he still has that Hunter's Fury available. Using it from Boathouse, a very dangerous prospect.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard, even if Alfier can get it down.
Okay, lockdown is gonna be coming through.
Yep, they gotta try to put pressure on Dariali.
Recon over the top, ping's not being found. Starts going with the Hunter's Fury, the push up. 1-2, Clues gets it done! Fennel take the lead, 6-5.
Oh, that was really well thought out by Fnatic, but an even better counterplay here. A little bit of patience. Of course, Yota's op is rather good today, but at the end of this round, I mean, Leo with a beautiful 2K to get himself the opportunity. And again, it's the right play here from Fnatic to get some pressure down before, or try to catch Dariali in the middle of his ult. But it's just really well read by Clues. Just kind of crouches underneath the ult of Dariali and gets in a phenomenal position that catches Fnatic just enough off guard. He's able to find 2. It helps that Alpha was at 7 health, but just absolutely so well thought out here in the heat of the moment by Fennel. I mean,
at this guy.
So many good things. Yeah, let's just watch this guy for a bit. He's pretty good.
He's just rushing down Cat with an open hand
Now
on attack. Unreal decision making. He's playing so wildly. Gets rewarded for it. The poster taken out. Zeta again coming up with a kill.
Now, if he had a shorty and dashed forward off of the back of that, I would have said, is this Soldom?
He's got to be feeling like him right now.
He's feeling, I mean, he's playing out of his mind. I love what I'm seeing from Zeta. The decision-making here is so good. Gets the pick and backs right off. I mean, you know, we saw him get maybe a little aggressive on that re-peek earlier when he had that 2K, but it paid off, so whatever. But, you know, withholding the pressure from Durka in the previous round and now here, just moving with his team. And they're setting up for a potential B hit. Durka has got the dash popped.
30 seconds
but
left.
it's running thin. Push onto the corner, and oh boy, gets tagged down quite a bit. A knife there to the shoulder. It's the headshot across though. Clues on the floor. Jumping across is gone, and now he's knocked out of the park. Durka comes away with a second kill, and Leo going to be taken down at the same time. Chronicle looks to try to hold the line though. Spike carrier going to be killed. 10 seconds remaining. They need to get themselves in. Alfier, the rifling, it's not coming together. He's running low on bullets, both of them completely out of it. It doesn't matter. Durka, he'll step in, take over for his comrade, and once again give us a 6-6 half.
Well,
it's a little bit awkward at the end.
A little bit awkward. That's okay. Look, I think we can allow Alpha one bad one. He's had so many good ones.
He didn't die.
He did not die.
So.
He bought time. The rest of the team got there. By the way, Leo's utility in here to catch Gon gives this such an easy kill for Durka. Durka does a great job holding the line, does a bunch of damage to Yota, finds the follow-up kill, tucks himself in that pocket, waits for the utility from his teammate. Yeah,
I love that we put this in the highlight package and made
Come
it
on,
slow-mo. It's like at the end of Saving Private Ryan when the sergeant's like fighting the other soldier and they eventually just have to start throwing their guns at each other because they all run out of bullets. Oh boy. Well, hopefully the players are having as much fun as we are.
They're having fun. I'm having a blast.
6-6, just like we had in our previous series. Fennel hanging in here against Fnatic. Truly surprising us here in numerous ways.
Yeah.
But now we shift over to this attacking side. Durka on attack, always something that needs to be respected.
Oh, for sure. Again, I think you can make a really strong argument that Durka is the best entry in the business in the VCT. Last year in particular, had just phenomenal stats in terms of being able to trade and get space and do all these things that you're looking at when you look at some of the advanced metrics. He tops the charts time and time again. And you know, been talking about this guy, obviously, basically it feels like since day one of Valorant that Durka was him. Certainly some work to do though. I mean, this is a really good attackers half for Fennel. Really good against a really good team in Fnatic. So now, you know, how is this defender side? How clean is this? You know, Jonta and Euler. Euler is going to be your stage coach. Jonta, the Ukrainian head coach for Fennel, former Counter-Strike pro. Really doing a great job with this team the last couple years that he's been on. And really has them, just like we saw earlier with Scarz, well prepped for their opponent. Same result from the first half that we saw with Scarz and DRX.
Spotted the knee there on the jump across, and yeah, suppression comes across, says, oh, I got 4. I think they're going B for the time being. They're just going to be grabbing up that orb, try to get those lockdowns online as quickly as we possibly can. We'll leave the turret. It's all a Fnatic now. Widely going to start drifting over in towards mid.
But Fennel's got a pretty good read on this. Now, if they can
stack and market.
Yeah, wait this out or only reveal one. They wait it out.
The drone saw nothing. Oh, out into the open is Leo. Down to 888. Now Dariali looking to try to hold things down on short. Does not give them access. 3 quick kills, a flawless pistol. Fennel are here to play.
They read so many moments in that round perfectly. They hear the turret go down, and immediately they're like, let's go over to market. We're going to wait this out. There's going to be a drone that's going to come out. We're going to hide until the drone is gone. We're going to wait about 5 seconds. Then we're going to pop out and start making noise. Dariali, great reactions. Gets the first one immediately. Shock dart in hand. Does some more damage. Quick with the trigger on the next kill. And then it's just lights out for Fnatic. I mean, just what a beautiful read here from Fennel.
Zeta sends out a straight shot. Quite connect.
The crowd even went ooh on that one. Like, yeah. He's been hitting so many shots, you just expect it.
Basically a full 5-man push, getting ready to make their way in towards tree. The stinger is in hand for Durka. Can do some damage here. Push onto the corner, dashes past him. Oh my God! How does he get that headshot? Boost does manage to cut down one. Chronicle going to be taken out, but now weapons be picked up, recovered here. Leo and Boaster managed to push their way through. A 3v3 HP bar is going to be low on the side of Fnatic, though. They have been miracle workers from time to time. Shots not quite connecting onto Alpha here as the door gets broken down. Judge in hand, Rhea trying to work his way through. Everybody playing here over on the Heaven side. Boaster going to fall. Zeta able to find the kill. Shot still flying across the way as Dariali guns down another one. Now it's just Leo. He gets one. The fuse being held. Needs to try to clear out Toyota. Needs to try to get on top of Rhea, but he cannot do it. The defuse is in. And Fennel will take the round away. A bloody brawl. Yes, they lose 4 players, but now they move up 8-6.
What is that flick from Gon? I mean, absolutely ridiculous. Can we please see that again? Him and Clues in here.
So just the back end of it.
Oh, yeah, goodness. But still a great response from Fnatic to get in there, and Leo holding his own, and Shota not able to find that final shot, but just able to hang on by the skin of their teeth is Fennel to find that round win. Tons of damage done by Fnatic, so Sheriff's gonna judge. It's going to be the purchase.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, indeed.
Okay. Boaster not happy that they're down by 2, so decides to bring out the Odin. This is a bit of an eco here, of course, for Fennel, given that they lost so many players.
I respect this.
In the anti-eco, I don't, but...
I know you don't.
We'll see.
That's why I said it.
There's still Sheriffs here and the Judge, so if we push in towards these weapons, there's a chance for Fennel to do some damage.
What about buying the Judge on your second round? Is that dishonest? You said earlier.
It's a little bit more honest.
A little bit more?
But
it's like a white lie instead of like a full.
It depends on the agent you're playing.
Ah, okay.
If it's a Viper, it's completely dishonest.
Well, yeah, but that's, you know, that's what you're supposed to do as a Viper.
If you're going to play like Raze and play like YZ, then you know what? That's
or Jing.
entertaining.
Yeah. Okay, fair.
YZ, like that kind of stuff, sure. As long as it's flashy, not just sitting in a smoke like a brimstone.
Yeah, the flashy
Caterpillar smoking and killing people. Anyway, attack now coming through here onto the B site. This is 3 players. Well, I said 3 players. Now there's just 1. Ron, last man standing, eventually going to fall. Couldn't quite line up the headshot there onto Leo. Whips it. Now Rhea, the Judge in hand. See if he can do any additional damage.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. I mean, you can see that the opportunities aren't being given over by Fnatic. Very well aware of the weaponry that Rio is going to have in his hands. They heard it in the previous round. They should still be keeping track of that. So they're going to try to mostly keep long angles. Yeah, Chronicler, no problem at all. Getting that final kill in the round. And a good one there from Fnatic. Again, that kind of early Odin investment catches him off guard enough to get that early pick. Yes, it's an eco for Fennel, but still, you want to do as much damage with taking as little as possible in rounds like that as Fnatic. And in Odin's, let's just be honest, it's a good way to do that.
They still have it, so it does get carried forward. But now, Zeta picking up the operator once again. Now on the defending side, it looks like he's going to go for a quick little cat peek across into B lobby.
Well, this is what I was really curious about here for Fennel. If they can kind of recreate that magic from the first half once, if, I shouldn't say once, but if Zeta was able to get the op in hand. And again, it's an early investment for Fennel, really trusting their duelist with this, as I think rightly so is from what we've seen so far today. He's getting way out there.
Starting to push his way up. Oh, the turret. The attention actually gets drawn. Whether that was an intentional little play there from his teammate, I'm not sure, but if it was, that was actually brilliant. Almost gets them to catch on the Alfier, but he does get away with his life. Time goes out, gets the null. On to 3. Durka going to be gunned down. Gone. Looking to try to hold the site. Pushes back up through his own smoke. Boaster back gen. Now caught off guard. Unaware that Gone was going to be moved forward. Zeta arrives, takes out Chronicle. Leo goes fishing with the ultimate, but doesn't come up with the goods. Jump peek on the corner. Goes for it, but a little bit too much movement. The shot gets offset. They keep their lives for the time being.
That got really dangerous really fast for Fnatic, and Alfier was trailing, looking for lurks.
Left.
None were coming. Fennel happy to duel on site.
Apple.
It's a happy apple?
I don't know.
Well, we are in Japan, so Pineapple Pen. You know that song?
No, I don't.
No, you're not missing out.
Time dwindling. Alfier finds himself in the site. Goes for the tap, looks for a peek. Nothing going to be spotted. Door shut. Potential for them to maybe take this one away. Still just 30 HP remaining for him. Door close to being broken. Util very much lacking here from them. They have a 0 point, and that's about it. Door broken, turret going to be cleared out. Waiting for clues to get himself onto a wider angle over at main, as they're both just tucked away here in hell. Spot on to 1, Leo taken down. Now it's all on Alfier to try to hold the line. Off shot goes wide, the defuse coming through. Do they clear out that Nano? The answer's going to be no, but it doesn't matter. The kill comes in, the defuse goes across, the op will be recovered. And Fennel once again move up by 2, now 9-7.
They're just so sturdy right now, and some good teamwork here to make sure that Zeta is able to get one, set him up for a second, even though he isn't able to find the shot. Still buys them a little bit of extra space and time to get in here. A good clear. And yeah, Zeta pays the price. Doesn't matter. You still get the round. You still get the gun. And that's huge here for Fennel. They have Fnatic on the ropes. Can you believe it? Coming into this tournament, I mean, to be one of the biggest upsets I could remember.
Oh, Dariali going for the spray, but counter spray is there from Boaster, so he decides to just back off. And they are just fighting fire with fire. Lockdown now invested. Pull away, he's one off. Having that ult available, the Hunter Sphere to try to clear it. Nade goes down, will be able to get rid of it. TP forward. It's already Durka has entered into the site. Clue's going to be taken down. Durka thinking about whether or not he wants to go even deeper there over towards the defender's bump. Thinks better of it, pulls back away.
Now you got to be careful with your funds that you have as Fennel. Don't want to overcommit to this retake. Maybe if you can find 2, you can try to press for it. But Leo, ooh, almost gets him.
Oh, Zeta trying, but Gone is going to be able to find the kill. Leo taken out. Boaster finally gets his man. Spams across, finds the kill. Rhea and Dariali versus 3. Dariali spamming down. Somehow Durka doesn't take a shot there. It's just actually Neo, and it looks like the call to save is going to be made. It's Rhea caught with the turret in hand. Taken down. Now, it seems like it's just going to be the Odin.
And that means you can't get that op back. Rhea going down.
For it. Oh. Tuck into the corner. Durka really wants this kill. He's going to push in for it. Finds the kill. Dariali seems like he will be able to hold on to the gun at the end of it all.
Yeah.
Fnatic get one step closer.
It's like almost here for Fennel, but you know, Durka is just so good at these entries, just really getting deeper than Dariali accounted for. Or clues, excuse me. And then kind of the wheels are off the bus, and they're going to go for the retake. And I said if you could find a couple, it might be worth it, but the response is just so quick and clean. Durka even finding that final one, catching Rhea, getting a little bit over-aggressive there. Trying to maybe see if he can set up that turret for an exit frag, but not going to be the case. Zeta with the Blade Storm, though. And still...
He is rushing forward. Spots one, knives go across. Eventually gets the headshot there onto Leo. Who's, however, trying to back him up, comes swinging around. Durka guns him down. Eventually will fall to the Hunter's Fury from Dariali. So that settles, we find ourselves here with a bit of an awkward 3v3.
Kind of an interesting setup here to kind of get the information for Dariali that there are players over towards top mid, or towards Gelato, to set up for that Hunter's Fury. So able to get one out of it, get one with the Blade Storm. So putting those ults to good use, as you know, Dariali wants to start cycling that ult right away anyway, because Alfear just used that lockdown, so there's no reason to sit on it. Try to wait it out, try to see if you can rebuild it in time. How to catch back up in that cat and mouse game between the lockdown and the Hunter's Fury. Now, a couple nanos in front. The alarm bot there as well to deal with.
Oh, got the dart off right before that no command comes through. Chronicle starting to push forward. Will get pushed down to the ground. The spike now going to be dropped as Rhea lines up 2 quick kills. The res possible, but given the timing, Alfear is just going to try to bait him out. Trying to get a swing, and eventually he will. Dariali takes him down with the Odin. That ends the round, gets Fennel up to double digits. 10-8, 3 more, and they will take down Fnatic.
Oh, dude, what a play there from Rhea. A really clean stuff. I love this setup. It's kind of like... It's like you use the jet a bit as like a drone there to go out there and get the information for you and just kind of pin him in as well. So it's a really nicely dialed up execute there from Fennel. Now it's Durka's turn with the blades.
Here.
Gonna set himself up, maybe on top of this wall. Try to get something done, but Fennel right now firmly planted on the other half of the map, so not going to be giving any opportunities just yet.
Clue still has this 0 point, so if they try to go for the entry and they're relying on these blades, he can take that away from Durka very swiftly. So for now, gone, just doing the standard jump peek, trying to see if he can spot anything at all over towards A main. Spike going to be handed off. Looks like maybe Durka not wanting to go through main, might turn his sights over towards Cat instead.
Just being very, very patient this round is Fennel. Like you pointed out, it's not only what they're doing with their positioning, but also with their utility. And now Clue's starting to get a bit of a sense that he needs to back off.
Okay, there's maybe the 0 point. Manages to catch 4. The push forward coming through. Leo already in. Starting to push forward, trying to catch him off guard there. Shots across, almost gets the kill there, just Chronicle. Spams him low. The elimination so far not going to be bound. Not going to be taken out. Leo just running through the stinger, managing to find 2. Zeta managing to get to arrive, but then gets gunned down by Leo, who trades out for a Vandal. Durka gets one on the Dariali, and suddenly it's just Rhea left. The ult available, but no way in hell is he going to be investing this one. It seems like Fnatic with their half buy, somehow, some way, just run down Fennel, wipe them off the face of the map.
I mean, it's this round just as a really great encapsulation of one of the things that has just made me fall in love with Fnatic last year was the way that they stagger their utility, the way that they think on the fly. They've got Clues completely pushed back. Knowing that he's likely to be going into back gen, Leo's able to get that information and then immediately Chronicle throws a fragment into that back corner to flush Clues out into the open to keep Leo a little bit safer there so he can push towards Gen, so he can get that double stinger kill. It's the way that they feed off of each other, the way that they use that information, follow up with utility to clear space, to push space. to get these kills is just so impressive. Just very nicely done by everybody. You know, Leo's going to get the double, but triple, in fact. But Chronicle is going to get a couple assists off of it. He's got 17 assists right now. 16, 13, and 17. Really just having, as usual, as expected, a strong performance from these initiators.
Well, down to Sheriffs. Just the one Phantom here from Toyota. We've seen some pretty crazy thrifties today. Another one here from Fennel would be one step closer. Otherwise, Fnatic likely to tie things up 10-10. Keep this going neck and neck the whole way throughout.
Right here.
Yeah, just the one rifle for Zeta, and still Odin for Boaster. It's Chronicle just looking to see if anybody's going to peek out. Use that to check some of the close corners outside of B main and a little bit of market. And for now, Fnatic just going to take their time, going to work the clock. But again, Fennel's been pretty patient until there's been significant contact from Fnatic. So this time they're trying to set up for a trap towards A. You can see the turret to give them the info for the push from Tree. And then a couple nanos at door to maybe buy them a little bit of time and space. Probably a smoke to follow up at the door if they push through Tree.
30 seconds left.
Right. Everything just trying to pave the way here. Zerka rushes forward, finds one, can't quite line up Rhea's head. Does come away with one, puts a shot into Boaster's shoulder. Clues gets a kill onto Alfier, but now door going to be shut. Dariali having to go up, having to break window. They know exactly where he is. Sends out a dart to try to soften him up, but Widely probably wants to just hang back, could just die to the spike. See if he hunts for any additional kills. Sends pretty much all the util to start. The drone maintained. Leo noted. Knows that there's one underneath of him, and he gets Boaster down to 20. He cannot get that kill. 10-10, all tied up. Fnatic looking to run this one back.
Now we're starting to see Fnatic really coming online, really clicking here. And the front door of A main is left open here. There's no smoke. It's used instead to try to hold the line at Tree. They set up that one way, but Fnatic just completely disrespects it, just pushing right through. That gives Boaster that angle with that Odin to really break that setup open. Now, again, yes, the guns were not the best for Fennel. But I thought maybe with those nanos at that door, could maybe buy a little bit of time by smoking off that door and just kind of crossfiring in towards Tree off the back of that contact. But still, doing some damage. And now this is the really important round. This feels like this one may just make or break this map here. Regardless, absolute treat to watch Fennel play against, you know, I think most people would say maybe overall in 2023 the best team in VCT. They may not have won champions.
No, but still high placements, 2 tournament wins.
Yes.
It was a very strong argument indeed.
Maybe call them 1B behind EG's 1A.
I think there's probably a lot of people that'd be happy with that, but you have a technical pause, so hopefully we can get through this one, get right back down to brass tacks here quickly, because 10-10 has been neck and neck, and given the pace that we've seen, given how inseparable these teams are, it's hard to imagine.
Gold machine.
Sure.
It's cute, it's funny, I like it. That's all it needs.
It's hard to imagine that this doesn't go to overtime.
I wish it would.
I feel like we're going in that direction. We haven't had one yet. I'm happy to start right now.
It could. There's still a lot of hope here. Now there's quite a bit of money now banked up for Fnatic, so Fennel really could use a win in this round. And I'm gonna take a look at some highlights of Zeta, the Zeta show. And absolutely just is so good in so many different aspects. It's that Leo shock dart that almost won him around.
Leo just continuing to be an absolute machine when it comes down to the rifle and comes down to just that game sense, identifying immediately where Fennel players are going to be positioned. It's been highlights on either side, much like, you know, pretty much every series that we've had today. And it has been close. to get word on what the issue is and how quickly we can be back up and running here.
Ooh.
As you can see, that's a nice sign.
Fnatic fan.
There's many of those.
That's looking good, but it looks like we have to restart a PC, so it should be about 2 minutes or so.
All right.
That's the information I'm getting, so don't worry. We're gonna get into it right after the tactical pause, or excuse me, the technical pause. There will be a tactical pause, just so you guys know. One was requested by Fennel, so got a little bit of time to vibe, to chill, and enjoy the atmosphere in this just absolutely stunning venue. What an absolute treat it is. I mean,
yeah.
When I found out we were going to be here, I think maybe the most excited I've been for a venue ever. Yeah, no, it is the most. I'm not even, who am I kidding? It is the most.
I'd put it right up there. You know, I wasn't casting at the time, but I did work in Madison Square Garden.
Okay.
At one point.
Yeah, that one's
cool.
up there too.
But yeah, I think that this one probably has taken the cake as far as just coolness is concerned. And the fan turnout has just been fantastic to see.
Insane.
And people were lined up at,
right away.
I came in a little bit later, but I was hearing it right around 9 a.m. People started to kind of show up and drift around the venue.
Yeah, there are pictures of lines forming.
Also, public holiday, so
it is a public
lot
holiday,
easier
yeah.
for everybody to come in nice and early.
True. Timed out well.
Well, I'm seeing a countdown right now in game, so it looks like we are about to get right back into this one. Unless they're just running it a little bit closer, but there we go. That's the bumper we like to see. As we go right into the action. Appreciate everybody's patience and chilling with us. But now we get what we want, which is more gameplay. Fnatic
Standing ahead.
running back the last 2 rounds in a row, get themselves now 10-10. Do they take a lead from here, or can Fennel once again break away?
And just a reminder, there was a tack timeout, and one of the things you're seeing here is some more pressure, a little bit change of how the utility is placed for Fennel. They've got the alarm bot further up to kind of set up this 2-player hold at Tree. Tree's been a bit of a problem at times for them. So now they want to try to keep it under control.
Gone, spotting each other. Hunter's Fury on the hunt, on the chase, looking to try to get the tag. Goes across, does he get it? Yes, he does. Connects on the 2, but he managed to stay alive. Zeta, in the meantime, finds Chronicle right up here at the top of Cat.
Rhea's got his ult still got that lockdown, so that Hunter's Fury, not often do you see Leo not find as much value out of it as you would expect.
Could have been an enormous amount of it. As the alarm bot goes off, will be cleared out. Durka bringing up the rear here behind Leo. Drone spots 2. Know that there's going to be 2 just around the corner of Tree. Spike now being planted. Boaster here in mid, finds one. The paranoia crashes across. He's got no idea where to look, and somehow he comes away with a second kill. They didn't kill him in time. So they're eventually managing to find it, but now it's just he and Rhea left standing. It's very much noted. Door now going to be shut. Looks to break that one down. Dart at the ready. As Rhea creeps out across here onto heaven. Shot cleared. Durka swings. The timing absolutely perfect. And it will be Fnatic now moving up to 11, taking that additional step forward.
And I like some of the thought process that Fennel is going through in this round with the way that they put that alarm bot further forward. They had both Dariali and Rhea playing pretty up close and personal there near Tree in front of window. But one thing I didn't like about it was that they popped the nano swarms really, really fast that were outside of switch. So once that alarm bot made contact, it was the drone that was ahead of it. And I think kind of a panic reaction from Rhea there with that smoke that came down as well, that Fnatic was going to be able to get in there really quick. Well, they popped them so fast that Fnatic could just kind of sidestep them and still got in there quick anyway. And so, maybe expecting pressure from the front of A main, of course, yeah. But there was nobody in that direction for Fnatic, and there was no information for Fennel because they had no one playing on site in A. So I think maybe just a little bit deeper into that setup could work well.
Looking for a tiles crunch here. The pressure coming out B main as well, but it looks like they've completely missed everybody. Now Leo just pinging, knowing that they're pushing up here over on top Cat. Yeah, there you go. Toyota finding one. Boaster gone. Odin on the floor. Picked up, trying to be used against Leo, but he manages to shut it down. He's for a brief little moment. Zeta gets himself a second kill, pushing forward. Alpha here in a ratty position, kills him right as that dash gets popped. Maria's the last one around the back, now dead. It's all on Dariali to see if he can do some additional damage, but the coffers are enormous here for Fnatic. He would have to win the round to really make a difference here. It seems like it's not going to happen. Map point about to come through as the time continues to dwindle down. A weapon recovered. A push forward. Looking for the hunt. He's going to get hunted. Alpier finds 3 here in the round. 12-10. Fnatic now potentially just going to run away from this one and crush the OT Dreams.
And I mean, Fnatic really starting to get their feet underneath them, able to deal with some of these curveballs that are being thrown by Fennel. And, you know, yeah, Zeta gets one, but Leo immediately backpedals and finds 2 of his own. And then it's Alpha, with, as you called it, the ratty position. That, again, it's these veteran moves that Fnatic has in their back pocket. Make them so good, so hard to deal with. And Alpha just gets a free kill out of it. Then essentially a free plant. Now Zeta with a Marshall, as the money became too desperate, too dire to do much other than back up this Blade Storm with the best that he could.
He was thinking about a judge for a little while there, but went for the Marshall in the end. Just curious to see actually how he was going to play it if he did get a judge. I thought he was just going to go rushing down mid again.
Then we've gone full Sodom.
He has pulled back, gets himself situated over at A Haven. Fnatic not really seeing much of anything. Decide that they're going to cut through mid a little bit here. It's a lockdown.
It's all a bit of a fake, though.
Fragment goes forward, just looking to clear this one out. So now lockdown play, not going to mean too much, but Durka pushing forward, right in behind Clues, takes him down, finds the opening kill. Updraft up over the top, just trying to spot what he can. Dart does connect, Gone, going to be tagged up and noted. Plant now coming in. Null Command continues to pulse outward, just denying that utility as they get closer and closer. And Rhea, he needs to wait this out so that he can use the lockdown that he's been saving. Spam coming in. Now, it gets initiated. Dropped onto the floor, looking to push them back, but it's fairly shallow. The spray through hell, managing to find the kill. Knives out around the corner. Chronicle shuts it down. The headshot. It's Siona. Rhea able to find one, but now Dariali going to be taken out. Rhea finding another one, but Boaster holds the corner, finds the kill, and Alpha finishes the job. 13-10 like the RX before them. Fnatic will take down Fennel. But by God, I mean, you can see that face right there Boaster's making it. I think he feels like that was a bit rough.
Well, it has been a little bit of an off season here for Fnatic, and took him a little bit of time, but towards the end there again, looking right back to Fnatic we've been used to seeing this year. A great little play there at the end, this sort of pseudo fake with that lockdown. Force out that fragment, force Clues into a bad spot where the lurking players from short A catch him completely off guard and get a free kill. They're able to get into the site much, much easier. Force some kind of off-kilter, sort of on-the-fly decisions to be made by Fennel that results in them losing that lockdown, losing some players on the attempted retake. It is what it is, but really nicely handled here by Fennel.
Well, you saw it in Buster's eyes, didn't you? We definitely almost witnessed a huge upset there. Fennel pushed Fnatic harder than anyone expected. But, I mean, Seth, Fnatic really just dialed in when it mattered and showed their quality.
Yeah, I mean, they got to that final hurdle. 10-10, we come out the back of the pause, we come out the back of the tactical timeout, and they decide, okay, this is where we can put our foot down. They come out, they win that round, and then they just run it from there. This is a team that, you know, obviously has as much experience as you could possibly get when it comes down to competing in VCT, in Valorant. Fennel is not that squad. This is a squad that has been around for quite some time as an organization, but still some newer players to be seen here on this team. And as we were talking about coming into this, they should absolutely feel proud of their performance here. Toyota especially, absolutely incredible plays from him on this jet. When I believe he used to be a controller player, if I'm not mistaken. So he's doing the inverse Mako and going from playing controller to being a jet main, and he's looking stunning on it. So, you know, hats off to them. I think Fennel, this was very close to a win. That would have been incredible, but this was still a feat that they achieved right now.
There were definitely some moments amongst the home crowd here where belief really started to rise, that this could actually happen for them. Was there any point where you thought, oh, this could go down?
Yeah, no, definitely.
Yeah.
When they were up 2 or 3 rounds or whatever it was there towards the later stages of that second half, I thought they could definitely get this done. It looked like Fnatic was having a tough time kind of getting onto the same page at times, and it really looked like Fennel was able to sort of really dig deep into the playbook, throw some weird looks at them. You know, Zeta doing some of the stuff he was doing with the operator, pushing some space, just doing uncharacteristic things of maybe what they were thinking they were going to be seeing against this Fennel squad. Really threw them for a loop in the beginning, but then we saw at the end that they started to manage it quite nicely. They started to backpedal off of those deep pushes towards top mid. They started to really anticipate that pressure and react much, much better to it as time went on.
Yeah, do you think initially, Seth, that it was the unpredictability that Fennel brought to the table that Fnatic struggled with?
Yeah, I think that definitely adds to it. I mean, Zeta was kind of just, I wonder if the coach just said, play like Kong Kong. Just go do crazy stuff that no one's going to anticipate. Yeah, get
Not
knocked
enough
down,
no-scopes
get
for
knocked
that.
down to 40 HP and then re-peek and kill the other guy. Because that's what it kind of felt like. He was kind of emulating Kong Kong style. And I think that Fnatic, I think it took him a little bit to get a read on what he was going to be doing. But I also think that there was some rust for sure that had to be shaken off here for Fnatic.
Yeah, let's take a look back at some of the highlights from this one. We will be shortly getting
right
into,
here.
yeah, I mean, big moment.
Just, yeah, some incredible plays. Alfier, again, showing that he can be that solid foundation, just holding down a site with the killjoy. Also showing that he's capable of whiffing from time to time. Yeah. But for the most part, it's a very clean performance from him. I mean, he and Chronicle, for the longest time, while we were just going back and forth, they were the ones who were very much leading the charge for Fnatic and keeping them competitive in this game.
And you can see that the utility usage, especially from Leo and Chronicle, really is kind of like what makes these gears, you know, turn for Fnatic. They're really able to kind of stagger off of each other, play off of each other's utility. I mean, that Leo double kill with the Stinger really set up well by the way that Chronicle's able to react quickly with a fragment, things like that make Fnatic so good.
Yeah, well, Boaster, you saw him, that sigh of relief. Some you know, he was almost cringing at the camera thinking, did that really go that far? But he is now standing by with my main man, Adam Savage, ready for an interview. Winner's interview, of course. Adam, take it away.
All right, thanks so much. I am joined right now by Boaster. Congratulations on your win there. You didn't make it easy, though.
No.
You didn't make it easy.
No, we're a bit rusty. That's for sure.
I've been really looking forward to chatting to you as well. The energy you bring to all the interviews I've seen. I mean, the fans here as well. Just look around us. Everyone just loves you guys.
Yeah, I mean, they're very supportive, that's for sure, of all teams, which is really cool.
Yeah.
And yeah, I always love competing in front of a crowd because it means I get to like wave at people, sign stuff and stuff, so it's really, really fun.
I mean, you had that fantastic win at the Masters earlier on this year in Tokyo. When you come back here now, do you feel like, do you feel galvanized by the crowds here? Do you feel like it has good memories, of course, being here too?
Yeah, of course. I mean, Japan, we've never lost. And we've been here twice.
Touch wood, touch everything. Touch
wood.
everything.
Yeah, I don't know what wood I could touch. Down here, maybe? No, joking. Yeah. Oh, sorry.
I told you energy. I love to see it. Yeah, it's great. It's great.
Yeah, I'm just super excited, super happy.
Amazing. I mean, we saw the 6-6 at the halfway mark there as well. What do you do to kind of inspire the team at that point? What do you say? How do you get everyone kind of, obviously, you guys, all the other teams got a chance to see each other, and you were very much up there with the cream of the crop. How do you inspire the team at 6-6?
To be fair, I didn't say much, to be honest. I was just like, you don't really focus on it. You just kind of play the game, and like, hopefully the rounds will play out and you'll win. So at 6-6, in my head, I'm thinking this is a terrible half. What are we doing? We look rubbish. But I didn't say that to the boys, obviously, because if I said that, it's Jova. So yeah, we, especially after losing the pistol as well, we just had to get one big round, and luckily I got a pick on the Jet at the start of the bye. And then it was a bit back and forth, but luckily when that team, they're not really expecting to beat us maybe, so when they started feeling like they were going to win, they started playing a bit worse, and that's where we kind of capitalized and made a comeback.
Interesting. I mean, it's going to be great to see exactly how you guys progress in the rest of the competition too here. But congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
You did it, and we'll see what happens next if Fnatic. For now, though, we're going to head to a break. Loads more coming your way. We're halfway through today's action. Do not go anywhere. You will see you back here for more Red Bull Homeground 2023 in just a moment.
In a moment.
friends. Welcome in to the National Sumo Arena. Now, of course, the show is well underway. Red Bull Homeground 2023 has started with aplomb, but before the fans came in, the players came in, I thought a savage whistle-stop tour of this fabulous place was definitely in store for you. Obviously, Tokyo is a long way away. I want to bring you closer to the action. I got ya. First things first, let's take a look at this. This is actual sacred ground here. If you actually go out into the lobby, the main arena here, you'll see pictures, portraits, effigies of sumo wrestlers of the past. Yokozunas have been crowned here on the main floor. That's exactly where our players are competing for glory here this weekend as well. Who will be our Yokozuna later on this weekend? We're going to find out very, very soon here. As you can see, all the seats on the main floor here as well, where all the spectators are taking part. Tons of fans here this weekend. But I've been fascinated by these. They're like beds down here. Have a look at this. I've wanted to sit on one of these all weekend long. I'm going to do it. Oh, is it comfortable? You're damn right it is. Oh, this is, I mean, how do you sit? I mean, I'm quite a big person. How do you sit in this? I guess this is the main suite. This is great. Do I have to leave from here? I think I do. But as you can see, there's tons of different ways that you can actually watch this unfold over the next few days and enjoy every second of it. I know the fans are outside and queuing in their droves since first thing this morning. But I say we get a bit closer to the action, just for you. Let's get down to the main stage, take a look at the trophy, the setups, and see really what's up on the main stage. Now, I promise you the VIP treatment, and that's exactly what I'm going to deliver. Follow me this way to the players' area here. So this is actually where all the players are getting themselves ready. They are warming up ahead of their first matchups of the day here. You can see everyone's got their own kind of based areas here, like so Fnatic and Cloud9, Scarz, all 8 elite teams. This is where they're going to play some of their matches as well as get ready for what is to come. As well, shout out to all the unbelievable snacks here. I have had my fair share of Japanese snacks. Look, this is just a few of them. The amount of cereal bars I've consumed over the last few days has been astronomical, and I won't stop. I can't stop. Never. Back up this way, though, you can see where catering's taking place as well. I'm going to head upstairs and see what else is in store here. Come on, follow me. And this is it. The players' tunnel, where the players are going to make their way to the main stage, which looks absolutely glorious. Look at this place. My goodness. There's Mike here in the Steadicam. Yes, Mike, you ready? He's ready. He's ready for this. As everybody else is as well. As I mentioned, queues around the block right now. These seats are going to be full very, very soon here. But come closer. Come this way. Let's go to the main stage where the action is actually going to take place here. The Valorant crates are ready to rock and roll to my left and to my right. Watch your step here as we make our way to where it's all going to show down. It's going to get spicy, heated right here. You can see the 2 setups either side of me here. This is where our players will be set up, getting ready to go to war, to battle it out here, to try and claim the ultimate prize of being the Red Bull Homeground 2023 champions here. And look at this. We've seen the culture, the sights, the smells, the sounds. Manchester 22 was brilliant, but Tokyo is something else. Look at this trophy. It's glorious. It's amazing. This is going to go to the winners of this competition. It has been an amazing time here in Tokyo thus far. Hopefully that's caught you up to speed here. Now back to the action. Oh, I'm loving every second.
Me too, Savvy baby. Welcome back to Red Bull Homeground 2023 from this illustrious, historic, iconic sumo arena in the heart of Tokyo, Japan. The Ryogoku Kokuki-kan. I've been practicing that.
I think he said it better.
No.
I felt like it.
I literally asked my Uber driver for the specific pronunciation, recorded him saying it, and then played it in loop.
I have a test for you. Next time you get in an Uber, I want you to tell them where you're going.
That's already happened. I said, can you take me to Ryogoku? And he went, sorry?
That's what I
didn't say sorry, but yeah.
You should have said sorry.
I should have, and I did. Welcome back. My name's Ian Chambers, and I'm back on the desk with 2 of my main broskies. I'm going to call you that. Tom.
Where are they?
Tom Biz and Mitchman are back, and you've been, I guess, sitting, waiting in the wings, ready to come back out. What have you made of the other action that you weren't casting?
They were much closer than I expected them to.
Yeah.
I'm going to be honest, I thought I'd be back here about 45 minutes ago. I thought that like DRX, they were just going to like spank their opponents, make their way through, and I was like, Fnatic, if they lose 4-5 rounds, and I was sat there, I think it was 10-9 in favor of Fennel, and I was going, what?
Yeah.
Like has someone lost the script? I was like, Ian had it perfect earlier. Zeta Division, winning opening match. I was like, well done, Ian. You've written this one. And then it's Fnatic lose to Fennel. And I'm like, we got the wrong guy.
Thank God we didn't have to get predictions for that one is what I was thinking. But wow, yeah, I look, they end up closing it out. The favorites one, technically, but yeah.
Are they still the favorites in your eyes after that?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
For sure. I think a lot of it as well for Fnatic, you have to wonder how much prep coming in here they have and how, the benefit of them day in, day out as they heat up into the tournament. And I think they're a team we already know that their skill ceiling can be so high. It's just about reaching that again. For some of these other teams, they've got to push through to that new level. But wow, after such an incredibly close opening for basically all of our teams, it's Barfoot. It's a
yeah, they did all right.
It's a rough one. I saw Geis. Did you see Geis's tweet after the game?
I haven't seen
their
the
coach. He tweeted out and said, "I made this. Was it for Tokyo last time or for Champs?"
Yeah.
And he didn't get to use it. He has the 100 Thieves logo, but instead of a T, it's a 100 L.
Oh, nice.
rough.
He's had that on deck, ready to
He's
go.
been waiting months.
Toxic.
Let's take a look at our results and look ahead to the second half of our Swiss section of the tournament here on day one. As you can see, Cloud9 and Zeta, you said it, it was part of the script. Zeta kicking things off in wonderful fashion in front of this home crowd with a victory. And then onwards from there, we saw Foot. Mitch, I know you were delighted to see them get the win.
Yeah, absolutely. To look so dominant as well, I'll always celebrate EMEA absolutely smashing NA the way it should be, the way it used to be, and we're returning to normality. But
I did go and have a look because I was like, the Reddit's going to be having a meltdown. And the 100 Thieves fans, some of them were hard coping, some of them were rational and just being like, hey, it's just the first game, it's the best of one. Like, there's still plenty that can happen from here. And some of them were like, it's over, we're done, they're never coming back. It's like, guys, calm down.
Hey, that's not your Reddit voice. Do your Reddit voice.
It's over.
Of course, DRX as well. We saw them in action with a nice win over Scarz. Scarz putting on a nice performance too. And I'll tell you what, I've been checking out the Scarz Match here. It's pretty sweet. And of course, Fnatic with, I wouldn't say impressive. It was impressive towards the back end, but Fennel pushed them harder than I expect any of us really anticipated there. DRX, I mentioned them earlier. We can now meet their team behind the scenes. You'll enjoy this. Cloud9, sorry. Cloud9. I was wrong.
Fired.
Should the team always have a duelist?
Francis is on the team.
I'm down, yeah.
In this meta with this team, I think yes. Right? Yeah, 100% yes.
If you had to pick a map to play for the rest of your Valorant career, which one would it be?
Icebox. Icebox.
Icebox. I'm down for Icebox.
I love Icebox. You guys are
Or, no, Breeze.
Jake, how do you not like Icebox? I guess you play controller. I think I'd play Haven. I love Haven. I don't know why I love
Hell no, Haven.
Who's most likely to clutch a 1v5 scenario?
I'd say Eric. Yeah. I'll give it to Eric. Yes! I'd say Eric. Serious? I've seen Eric win more 1v4s than Jake.
Which player is the biggest joker off screen?
Joker? I think we're all pretty stupid. We're all, but there's one big clown over here. Nah, I feel like we're all jester. It's either him or all of us. There's one of the S's. Yeah. No, we're all jesters. We're all clowns, but this guy's the biggest. Actually, yeah, you are the king of the clown.
All right, we've already seen these guys get beaten by a home favorite, and they've got to do it again now. Can they take down Fennel? They've got to bounce back, and they've got to do it quickly, Tom.
Yeah, and the thing is as well, it's if Fennel had just been like battered by Fnatic, you might be going, okay, it's going to be, especially bouncing straight back. They've even had to reset up on the stage as well, so it's one of the tougher turnarounds for them. But they went really close against the clear favorite of the entire tournament. So I think the Fennel are going to be riding high. C9, they lost a close game. They lost literally both pistols and a few more rounds to pistols as well. So I don't think they're going to feel too hard done by. But we also didn't expect to see them in this position. So I do think it's going to be one of those things where C9 have to sort of fix things a little bit. And on the other side of things, Fennel, it's like, just keep doing what you're doing. Like, if you can keep that sort of energy, maybe you knock them out of the tournament in last place.
Any particular things that you think C9 really need to work on after what you saw in the first one?
I mean,
Don't lose the pistols.
That's a question for coaches. I suppose sheriffs, when you see those on the other side, group up together and go to somewhere on the other side of the map. Figure out where they are. Get away from them. It was rough, man. They lost a lot of anti-ecos, and that's not something you want to see from a squad like this. They've had a couple hours now to sort of reset and look at what went wrong in the previous map. I don't know if we'll see another Haven out of them, but I don't think it comes down to map issues. I think they got skill diff. It was straight up. And in this matchup, you know, coming into today, there's not a chance I would have said, like, oh yeah, it could happen again here. But Fennel had a pretty good performance, and even if I think Fnatic came in at 50%, they still shouldn't be able to do that much damage to them and make us think
50% of the best team in the world is still a pretty damn good team.
It still should be a lot better than what we saw. So I have no other solution than to say that Fennel actually are a competitor here. And C9 have got to be sweating. Being eliminated by back-to-back Japanese teams would be something insane for this roster in particular, because it's not one I have many doubts about.
Yeah, that was definitely a performance that you can't argue with. These guys have not come to mess around here. It's a dream come true to perform in a venue like this, and they are not taking it lightly. I think that C9, like you said, have got their hands full with this team. The one question I've got, Tom, is you said they're all warmed up. They've just pushed Fnatic hard into the wire. Are they going to be potentially exhausted here?
Nah, it's the best of one. It's the best of one. If they played
a
best
of one
against
against Fnatic, though, you know?
Yeah, but if they played a full best of 3, then maybe you could talk about exhaustion. It's a best of 1. If anything, you're now just going into what would be the second map of a series, and then that's it done. So I don't think there's going to be any fatigue there. Also, they're coming in with a coach, someone from EMEA, someone who coached FPX in the past in the form of Jonta, who's going to have vast amounts of experience he's bringing to this team. It's why I really like what Fennel are doing there. They're actually throwing in someone who can sort of bring this team back and sort of vocalize what they need to sort of fix. And also players like Zeta were just insane in that last game. Like, if he can keep that sort of performance that he did versus Fnatic now going into this match, they might actually win.
That's what you need, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Someone like that who's able to take those early round fights consistently against a squad like Fnatic and look as good as he did. I mean, that is one of the main reasons they were able to push them as far as they were, disrupting their early rounds. And if he can do that here, yeah, C9 could definitely be up against the ropes.
There's a seed of doubt likely in Fnatic's mind, though, now, right? Surely.
In Fnatic's mind?
Yeah.
I know what you mean in our minds about Fnatic?
Yeah.
Like, because I don't think Fnatic are doubting themselves.
You don't think?
No.
That's not their style.
You win 2 trophies in the main stage, and you still won the game. I think they're just going to be like, yeah, all right.
I think Boaster's expression summarized it best when they finished the game, and he, all the other guys are walking out. He turned to the camera.
It's lighthearted, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. It's like it wasn't clean, it wasn't easy, but they got there. And I think this is somewhere that if this was an international VCT event, I think they probably would have come in swinging and dominated. But even still, it's hard to imagine the Fennel wouldn't at least be able to trade a couple of blows with how they play.
There it is. Here it is. Yeah. Let's run that back.
Our production team is too good.
Our production team is.
He does it again in a sec. He does it like he's going to jump in front of the camera here. Yeah, that is exactly what I'm talking about. Thank you very much, production. That is how I'd summarize their feeling right now. They're not doubting themselves. They're just very uncomfortable with how that one unfolded.
And so happy to be here, and the fan base is definitely showed out for them as well.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, maybe they just had a little bit too much fun in Tokyo over the last few days. Alpha said he's been here 6 days and he's still jet-lagged, which is impressive, but I imagine
it's almost like a skill at that point.
It's like, bro, just sleep. Come on, it's not that hard. You've been doing it all your life. But no, I think that ultimately they're going to be a team that gets better, not only as the tournament goes on, but as you get into best of 3s, they're going to have a deeper map pool than anybody else. If they get to the best of 5, which they should, they're going to have the deepest map pool of everyone here. There are no excuses here for Fnatic, honestly. Even the sort of like, oh, maybe they're not trying that hard. They're still by far the best and most tenured team in this tournament.
They should sleepwalk through this event to at least the grand final. Yeah. That's if they lost the grand final to a Foot or to like an on-form C9 or even Zeta, in that situation, I'd be able to say, okay, they had a hiccup, whatever, that happens. But if they don't make it to grand finals, I think that's somewhere that we definitely do get worried.
Yeah, I mean, Cloud9, they made it to grand finals last year, right? They finished in 2nd place. It would be a real nasty way to exit coming to a bigger arena. We talked earlier, didn't we, about, the evolution of home ground. You went there from the very beginning, but it did start online, and then it jumped across to the Red Bull Gaming Sphere in London, and then it went to Manchester, and now it's here, which is quite the jump. And if you perform well to the point where you're in touching distance of that trophy in Manchester, to drop out so early and not have the full experience in a venue like this, Mitch, would be heartbreaking.
It absolutely would. And as well, just like coming into the tournament, it would be unimaginable that it would be 2 Japanese teams that send them out. But that is now very much in the realm of possibility. It's undeniably a concern in the back of their mind. And you have to wonder, after traveling all this distance, playing on that stage once, and now being put in an elimination BO1 up against a squad who's just done damage to Fnatic. You talk about Fnatic doubting themselves. There's a chance that C9 might start to. Again, knowing the players, I doubt it.
I don't think they're sweating.
The game starts to go against them, and, well, then they might start sweating a little bit.
Yeah, I think it's also a typical thing for America's teams in general to start a little slow. Like, we've spoken about that all the time with like Optic/NRG. They always seem to have a shaky first game, and then they kind of like really step it up into the second one. Obviously, a much quicker turnaround than a lot will be used to. But again, I think that Zeta came in, caught them off guard, won both pistols, won a load of sort of like low buy rounds. To recreate that's going to be very, very difficult. And I think if you actually look at gun rounds, C9 were the better team in that match. Like in terms of structure, execution, they were the better team. So I'm not worried about them coming into this game. I think Fennel have shown that they can do damage in terms of individual ability. I just don't think they're going to live up to the structure of Cloud9. And I would say that Cloud9 for me are still heavily favored in this game.
I guess in many ways it will depend as well what map we end up on. That's the beauty of the BO3, that you don't have that much sway over where we end up. It's going to be narrowed down to just that one, and it could be a middle ground for them, somewhere that they're going to be comfortable playing, or it could swing the other way. And we also had a conversation with Kanyang before we began.
Just look at these shots. I'm sorry to interrupt.
No, go ahead.
Bitch. It's just, I can't get enough.
It's so cool.
I'm standing in this. You know,
how much money would you pay for them to put you up there?
Anything.
I bet
do
you'd pay double for you to be shirtless as well.
Absolutely, absolutely I would.
We can talk about that backstage.
But when I look at this, it's
Mitch already has it printed out just for personal reasons.
I brought it with me with some super glue. But you know, I'm looking at these pictures and forgetting that I'm even standing in it, because I'm looking at the screen going, wow,
that
what
place
a
looks
venue.
cool.
That place looks cool.
Yeah.
But you got the sumo wrestlers on the top up there in the rafters, and you know, I've been to NBA games in the past over in the States, and you've got like your legendary players who've retired their jerseys, and it's almost like that same sort of feeling, isn't it? You got your Michael Jordans up there and your LeBron Jameses, even though he's still active, and he was playing phenomenally well last night, but this isn't a basketball
But the thing is as well is when you go outside, like out the doors, all the way around, as you walk around the entire circle of the arena, they have these like old school pictures all the way back to like paintings of old school sumo wrestlers, and then like ones where they had like really, really old pictures of them. Like this is a legendary place to be. So it is really cool. Like it's one of the only arenas where I can say I've just gone walking around the entire thing. Like my daily steps are done just by exploring this arena.
Yeah, that was something that I think we had an element of that at Champs, but it was like musical stuff, right? Here it's like the peak of sporting competition. The fact that we had Olympic boxing held here as well. Like there's been very few tournaments here, and they're all extremely high in prestige. So it's amazing to actually be here and see the building. It's like a living building as well. And from outside, it looks sick.
Yeah, it looks so cool. And the thing is, I know we've all done, we're lucky enough to have been able to travel around the world and do events in different places, different continents.
Yeah.
And the fan base here,
it's
amazing.
Unmatchable.
I know you saw this already at Masters, but for me to see this for the first time, it's cool. Well, you saw it online.
Yeah, I saw it on the TV.
Now that guy's got it right.
Yes, that's the Adam Savage setup right there. he's watched the video with Adam and went, I'm going to try that.
Adam was right. Just needs to take his shoes off next time.
Well, that's it. Yeah, he was sat there in the trainers. I think someone might have given him a quick whoop. Nope. Get those off the cushions. But yeah, this is somewhere that I think for a lot of these players as well, you know, they understand how important it is. It was Kanyang earlier that was saying to us about how prestigious it is and how amazing it is to be here and to compete here. And I think for him, going back to the point I was going to make about him earlier, he told me how, okay, we're DRX, right? Teams we play know us. They know how we play, how we like to play. We don't know them. You know, it's not even from we haven't put in the effort, but it's the reality is, he slayed him out.
I may have made Kanyang leave the room.
Kanyang was nice enough to say, like, he's giving us some insight. You know, he's saying, like, yeah, you know, it's a BO1, anything can happen, and our team is playing against a team. We don't know them, they know us, so who knows?
He said, you know, we don't necessarily need to win this event, and I may have said, well, you don't normally win events.
Oh, you're cold.
He said, yeah, it's off season. We don't need to win in off season. You know, it's about the regular season. He went, you don't win there either. And I saw the man's heart shatter
He
in
does
front
that
of
to
me.
everybody.
He left the room. I've never seen Kan Yang be defeated in a conversation, just leave. And he literally is so emotionally distraught. His friend turns to him and betrays him like that.
I've seen him.
I've known him a
That's
while
Tom
as
Biz.
well.
Yeah, and he's been nothing but kind to you. He invited you to his house to
That
have
is true.
Korean
That is
barbecue.
true.
You told us about that earlier.
That is how
then
I
you
treat
went and
my
saw him
friends.
and just slam
You
dunked him.
had Korean barbecue and then you bodied the man.
I have. Oh yeah, and I did with
You
him
did.
in China.
Yeah,
in
you
China.
did.
It was amazing as well. And he ordered everything for
That's the
me,
last time
which-
you get
which for
invited
me-
out. I'll tell you that. Me and Ian are
that's
going out
true.
with him tonight.
That's
Yeah,
true.
absolutely. You can stay here.
You're off the list, bro.
Listen, this is only day one of Red Bull Homeground 2023, and I'm delighted to say we're only halfway through the day. And we can now take a look back and find out some of our top players, our top 5 players by ACS. And no surprise here, some of the names that we're seeing on screen right now.
I don't know. I feel like Bang is a little bit of a surprise.
Bang's a bit of a surprise.
They got 3 rounds, and he's the 4th highest rated player.
Ridiculous.
Because he was playing really well.
That
That's
pistol
the thing.
4K
Yeah,
with a
he had
classic.
multiple multi-kills. It was just that, unfortunately, the rest of the team looked fairly quiet. As I said, like, we got to give them a little bit of slack. Their team was literally announced like yesterday. They haven't had much time to practice. You've got Nature coming in as like a brand new IGL for this specific team. You've got EU playing his first matches. And they're playing against Foot, who have already played an entire tournament together, which they won. So you could definitely give them a bit of slack. I think the 2 new players from Foot being both like 1 and 3 is insane. Like that's so good for them, and I honestly feel like if you actually look at some of the rest of their stats, you should probably put Yedajay at the top of the board because he had a 3.3 KDA. Like, he was unreal.
That's outrageous, actually, to play that well. And, you know, for 2 of the Foot players to be on that board and then to still, like you're saying, have Bang from 100 Thieves there, it just speaks to how solid of a player he is.
Also, Yoshi being up there, where in the past he wasn't really playing in that sort of duelist role. So like the fact that he's sort of switched his roles up, the whole team seems to have like shifted quite a bit. Obviously they lost Jemkin, who's like previously in that role, so like it was big boots to fill, and he smashed it. So like honestly, I think the only person who's not like, I don't think it's a surprise for Cnet to be there, but like it's a surprise to only have 1 Fnatic member and it being Chronicle, because normally you look at like an Alpha or you look at a Durka as the people to really lead the stats. He's the flexible player.
Like, I mean, yeah, you could look at those guys. Boaster with the Odin as well. That was I was expecting to see him up in the top 5. Yeah, I'm disappointed. I'm distraught. I'm upset. But next time, hey, look, you pull out a round 3 attack side Odin, swing B main wide, then as the player tries to run away, wall bang him. Hey, you got my vote.
He does.
You got my vote. Put him in top 5. Take Cnet off the list.
Luckily, I'm not picking this.
Thankfully, yeah.
Just be Vanity and Boaster. That's it. Just the 2 of them again and again.
I think that the battle here is, you know, it's beautiful and it's amazing for a player if you start really strong at a tournament, but then it's popping off consistently, isn't it? That's how you win trophies.
Oh, for sure. Like, I think that we're going to see a very different board towards the end of the tournament. I think we're going to see some of those players. I would be very surprised if Alpha's not on there by the end. Like, we could genuinely have 3 or 4 Turkish players. If Foot keep playing the way they have, Alpha performs as well, maybe they just steal the entire board, but
They're showing a KDA top 5 on the Japanese stream in the arena, and it's literally 3 of them. It's just Attic Captain, Mr. Fall,
They
and
love
Yedajay.
Attic Captain here.
They do love.
They really love
Attic
it.
Captain.
That's rigged stats. I can tell. They've gone, what stats?
They were like, which one's he topping?
Okay,
that one.
Yeah, we're putting Attic Captain up there.
Nah, they need cycling.
Well, if you've just joined us, the reason why this is going on behind us is because this is a simulcast, right? We've got an entire Japanese broadcast team just directly over there. We've got Japanese casters who are better than these guys. Host.
I agree.
100%. Have you seen how these guys dress, bro? Every time I see Uda on the screen, I saw him in real life as well. He looks even better. Guy's got a perfectly tailored suit.
I'm
embarrassed.
Show you later. There's some clips from the Japanese team.
It's hype.
Firstly, they say like Stimbeak, one of the ability, Stimbeak-on! It's like, it's fantastic. Like every time it's used,
unreal.
Stimbeak-on! It's so sick. Absolutely love it. And then also there's a clip where Ye, I think he gets an ace, and it's just every time he gets a kill, it's like, yay! Yay! And it just gets bigger and bigger until he aces their eyes. It's one of my favorite clips I've ever seen. The casting's so enjoyable. Don't know what they're saying most of the time, but it
can listen.
You can feel it in your heart.
That's all about.
Feel it in your heart.
Well, you don't know what I'm saying half the time. But look, we can see. Good one. We can see them here. This is from the backside. They're literally got the exact same view that we have, just on the right-hand side from our perspective. And, you know, the view, luckily for us, is like the best seats in the house.
Do you know what's great about their stream?
Yeah.
So they've got the two casters, and they don't have that annoying third guy.
That's actually the setup we requested coming into this. But hello, I don't know where the camera is. Somewhere.
I heard that the good thing is, it was really cool because I overheard them saying, "Oh, I didn't realize. I saw the English broadcast. I didn't realize as casters were allowed to dress in our pajamas for the show."
That one was pointed at you, Tom.
Yeah, that was at you, Tom. Yeah.
Oh, that's nice.
Although yours is kind of fluffy, to be honest. I'd sleep in that. No problem.
You got one of the dressing gowns.
We got our guys on camera right now. I mean, it's just, there's all sorts going on all over the arena. And as you can see, there are a few, you know, spots throughout this 5,000-seater venue here that are empty. A lot of those are people checking out all the merch right now because merch
The queues are crazy out there.
I can't get any.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get in the
We
queues.
ran out of food, bro, 2 maps ago. The food trucks ran out.
What?
Yeah,
There's so many people. Genuinely.
you went out
the
trying
British,
to film,
the
right?
British pub. We were both trying to go.
Well,
us Brits,
I was being brought
us
to the
Brits
British
were trying
pub.
to go to the British pub.
Yes, you and Adam
Yeah,
were trying to go to the British pub. I was being brought along.
Us Brits.
Well,
That's so British of you.
Us Brits.
Of them,
we're
yes,
going
it
to
was.
the British pub.
Of them. It
and
was very British of them,
unfortunately,
yes.
None of us Brits could actually get any
none of those
any
two.
of the food. It
None
was
of
all
those
sold
two
out.
could get food. And then I wanted to go to the American place for some good food, or even the Japanese place beside it. All out. All out.
Yeah.
And
It
to be
was a
fair,
shame
I'm
for
not
us
surprised
Brits.
because
Crimea River.
the queue was just completely perplexing because inside of the merch stand there were massive. I was like, oh, everyone's in here. The food's going to be easy. Nope.
No.
There's a lot of people here.
Just back to this, and speaking of a lot of people, this is actually going to be sold out and packed to the rafters all weekend. Just apologise really quickly for our tech delay. We're just restarting a PC, and then we'll be right back into action for our next 4 matchups. Just speaking of this arena and performing as a player and playing as a player in front of a live audience, yes, this is an off-season event, but you know, you cannot underestimate the power of getting more and more LAN experience under your belt because it is a different beast, isn't it, Tom?
Well, yeah, whether you're one of the teams that's looking to go through Ascension, which eventually will end up on that LAN stage, or, for example, the likes of Zeta, who've got some young players coming into the partnership this season, this is going to be huge for them, because after this, they get to play sort of at home. They're sticking it out in Tokyo for now, which obviously is where you're seeing Zeta being based, but then they're going to have to head off to Korea. So it's a foreign sort of place to go. Obviously, it's not massively far away, but you get to play at home in front of your fans, you get that experience, and then you go and you play up against the Korean fans. So I think that that's going to be a huge experience for them to sort of learn from. And as said, for some of those younger players who are looking to build through Ascension, you get that experience now, then you fight through the season. And then the thing is with Ascension, only one team gets into the partnership. You don't get second chances. So this is sort of your first chance to get that feel for the stage, know exactly what you're going to be coming up against, because I don't think the Ascension crowd would be bigger than this. And
put your name on the map as well as a younger player.
For sure.
Right?
For sure. You know, I'm noticing as well, in all those crowd shots we had, those were all Fennel fans. Everyone had up signs, Gone Machine, and cheering on all the players. So that's another element to it about playing on this stage. It's not just about that. It's about when you go out to the food truck or you walk out past and everyone's stopping you and taking the pictures. And I know even for people like Ada Captain who are used to it in EMEA, the fans will always stop them. Being here and seeing that is different. And I think for some of these teams, the likes of Fennel, getting to see that level of support here today, the feeling of all those players, all those people, those fans with eyes on you, it also adds another element of pressure for sure.
We haven't really talked about the home crowd buff really that much. Do you think that's coming into effect at all?
See, the thing is, I almost say no, but only for the reason of I don't feel like the fans in here are massively
They're not biased. That's
like
it,
when C9 walked out, they got a big cheer. If you go to certain places, you might get booed.
Yeah.
Then there's more of a, or like for example, you might get a few people who try like he's over there, like try and like do something like that. But here, they're so supportive of everyone.
It's just respect.
That I feel like you're not gonna get that like feel the pressure of the crowd against you because they aren't. They're just supporting everyone here. It's very nice. It's very unusual. It doesn't happen that often.
They're definitely a little bit more vocal towards their home teams though, right? So there's a benefit for your home players.
You'll hear a cheer if you lose a round.
So as we get into this, C9 versus Fennel, we are literally about to start to bring our players out onto our stage. And you guys have seen some walkouts in your time. How does this rank?
Oh, they've got a while before they compete with either Benkai or Boaster. They're the ones you've got to compete with. You got to start doing backflips or something at this point.
All right, let's do this. C9 and Fennel are making their way into the Ryogoku Kukukikan Arena right now.
本日3試合目を戦う2チームに再びリングに上がっていただきましょう。皆さん大きな声援でお迎えください。Cloud9。Fennel.
Two teams, all smiles, looking supremely confident going into our next matchup here. That's Cloud9's second time making the walkout into our arena. Fennel doing it for the first time. And let's not forget, this is a group of young players. I think the average age collectively is 20.
Not bad.
Klaus.
Do you feel old, Ian?
Very. Klaus is 21 years old. He's the oldest player, I'm pretty sure.
Wow.
So it's, you know, it's such an achievement to be there, and it must feel absolutely incredible. When I was that age, I have no idea what I was doing. I think I was still at uni.
Well, that's the thing as well. That first game for Fennel, that was played behind the scenes. You don't have, you have eyes on you in terms of the screens, but not in terms of everybody being surrounding you in the arena. So it might be a completely different ballpark for them. You look at the other side, you got players like Vanity who've been on the stage for many, many years at this point. So I do think that this could be a different factor. Obviously, if Fennel can start strong, you hear those cheers get behind you, it's going to pump you up. If they start slow, then maybe it'll be a little bit more problematic.
Okay, we're going to Ascent. At least it's not Haven, right?
Interesting.
Well, that's it. I think for C9, they'll be relatively happy with that one. You know, we talked earlier about Hero Run and how smiley he'd been down on the stage. Vanity for Mana just lost the opening matchup and now is facing elimination. He's got big smiles on his face as well. And I wonder if part of that is because they get to play here on Ascent.
Well, you can look at this two ways as well, though. It's like Fennel have just played Fnatic on Ascent, so they'll know what worked, they'll know what didn't work, but also C9 probably just watched that entire thing, so they have been able to see what worked for Fnatic, pick them apart a little bit. So I think it's a double-edged sword because Fennel looked good on this map. So you've gone into something that, especially when you have like a stand-in player in the team, you're going to be able to get Ascent to work fairly easily. It's probably the most basic map in the pool at the moment. And for C9, you've kind of given them a map that you know is going to be all right. I just assume that the coaching staff alongside Vanity has gone, okay, I see the weakness in this. Let's break it.
It's a tough one to call, isn't it, Mitch?
It is a tough one. You know, really, it's that result against Fnatic that throws a lot of doubt onto this result, because if C9 end up starting shaky, it could fall apart very, very quickly. Fennel have shown they've got the ability to close this one out.
All right, Tom, we're into Agent Select now. What are you making of it?
It's Ascent. As Ascent, you're going to see the same stuff pretty much every single time. This is about as cookie cutter as a comp could be. Mirror matchup across the board, which, again, that's the one thing I'll say with Cloud9 not going for a different map is even if you're going to watch their map, not a lot's going to change. It's Ascent. Like, you're going to see the same sort of setups. I guess they just, again, they saw what Fnatic did and have decided, okay, we can mimic that, we can do it better, we can even learn from what they maybe had flaws within, or they're just feeling very confident on their own Ascent.
You know, I was speaking to Vanity behind the scenes during that Fnatic game. We were talking about Boasters, attack side, round 3 Odin. I don't know if we might have lit a spark inside him. Maybe we're going to get to see it here today, but
yeah,
he's always someone to rely on.
Round 3 judge.
That's, now, listen, let's stick with the Odin. Let's stick with the Odin in that case.
Would you rather be coming into this straight off the back of a result like that against Fnatic, or have a break and
have a break?
Recalibrate?
I think C9 have the upper hand. They got, especially because it's the same map, they got to watch this team play. Yeah. And the thing is, Cloud9 might have fixed some of their problems. I don't think Fennel physically had time to. They can reflect individually, they can have a quick conversation, but there was no, oh, yo, let's hop on a server, what if we incorporate this recon or this? No, it's theory verbally, and that's it, and that's very tough in such a short turnaround to make that work. At the same time, it was a close game, so we can be inspired that they might be able to bring it across the line, but tactically, I think it's undoubted that C9 had the edge in that regard.
Well, Tom, one thing's for sure, certain thing that both these teams have in common, and that is that the safety net is now gone. You lose this and you leave the tournament. Mitch, Tom, it's Cloud9 versus Fennel.
And it's quick. It's a very quick start. They've already pushed straight through B main on the side of C9, taking space with a paranoia and trying to follow up with some kills. I love the idea. Unfortunately, the execution didn't work out because Fennel were quick to adapt. They fell back and they avoided being caught off guard in a fight there. I like the response from this attacking side of Fennel. Now let's see what they do. That might almost be a direct counter from C9.
Yeah, they were just trying to pressure them, make things a little bit more awkward for Fennel, who might have had more opportunity to try and execute in the last one. Mid control being battled for hard, but Oxy is going to go down. Good start for Clouds as well. Shock dart.
Nice.
Going to do...
Look how low they are.
Too much, yeah, from the initial fights, but even still, they've kept that man advantage alive as they look to rotate back around to this A site, which is currently empty, although there is still some Killjoy utility from Curry. And we saw in that first game, he was putting up numbers, the super sub, the stand-in. He definitely wasn't their reason for losing. There's no doubt about that.
No, absolutely not. Playing offside here, avoiding the KO knife. Still gives them that utility, and there it is, activated. Great damage. It forces Sayuda forward, and they punish. This couldn't have went better with a turret kill. CL said Klaus was extremely low.
Wow.
Well, Curry, he wasn't the reason for losing last time. He's the reason for winning this pistol.
Yeah, and he managed to do an unbelievable amount of damage with the Nano Swarm. So he got 4 kills and an assist. Not a bad round whatsoever. Timmy the turret. It's unusual. You see pretty much every single piece of utility from a Killjoy doing work for the squad.
Yeah.
And he's not going to buy back in with a rifle as well.
And that Nano, I mean, the Nanos, they didn't get a kill, but they did gift a kill to the squad that Sayuda being out of position.
Something to mention as well. Okay, they did technically win a second round in that first match, but they lost both pistols. So it's already a different story to the Zeta game because they've got off to a strong start. And look, I'll be honest, Cloud9 lose this round against 1 Sheriff and 4 Classics. I'm worried.
Yeah, that wouldn't it wouldn't be a great start. I mean, we've seen them lose the pistols.
Ares. You love the Ares.
No, listen, this is where myself and Vanity might deviate slightly in theory. I think I would rather have a water pistol than an Ares in a round like this, in any round, to be honest. It's just not conducive to a good time, especially as a Sova. Water pistol, then you shock dart them, double damage. But yeah, we'll see if he's able to get anything done with it. He's already swapped it to Curry.
Next stage.
Oh, Oxy, he's got a chance here. Great opportunity. Nobody's got shields. Just a body shot needed, but none found.
Oh, wow. Pop flash
lunatic
through his own fragment. Obviously, Zeppa, we've noticed that he has got a keen eye when it comes to this stinger. Never mind. He's gone down almost instantly to the Classic. Any damage that can be done here from Fennel would be sublime, but they are now being quickly cleaned up. There's going to be Curry to get that 1 kill with the Ares. A few players lost along the way, but ultimately only going to be a couple of kills.
Yeah, especially in a round where C9 invest relatively heavily, picking out a Vandal and a Guardian, still being able to carry both of those through to this round. Having an Ares, you know, in my opinion, a drawback. But the reality is, they can afford to lose those two players as long as those weapons were still carried forward. Now they've got a decent buy, a pistol in the hands of Curry, which is just funny. He's been playing great so far, but now he's got a bit of a bigger challenge. Do the same thing with a Ghost in hand.
Yeah,
this
so
is a round.
You get 5 kills. You know what? Give me a gun.
Yeah, but they want to keep his utility online. He's playing retake on A, info on short, and that's about all he's got to do. The rifles instead are the ones pushing up, taking some space on B, trying to fight very early on because of those aggressive stances. They've rotated in, and there's 5 players outside of A, but there's also 4 players inside of A. And those are the attackers. Doors wide open. That's awkward with Clouds down. They've got to completely reroute their plans. The timing's out. A headshot hit as well on Sayuda. That was a gorgeous shot. Hit initially by Vanity, followed up on by Jake, and the kills keep on going their way. This was supposed to be a bonus. There were weaknesses across the board, but C9, it didn't look like there was any weaknesses, only their strengths on display here.
Yeah, they were able to delay just for such a ridiculous amount of time off the back of killing that planter. Then everybody was in on the rotation, wallbangs coming through to just not allow them any positions, and solid utility as well. And a lot of that's coming off really sort of aggressive pushes on one side of the map.
Enemy remaining.
Seeing those replays, just there were a couple of trades for sure, but when there's rifles in the hands of Fennel, that is really where you want to see them deliver. And we mentioned earlier, it's their first time walking out on stage. It's Cloud9's second. I don't think it's that much of a buff to have walked out once before, but the idea that for one of these teams, it was their last time to mount that stage, and soon they will leave it for the final time as well. The back of the minds of Fennel as this match develops. A few pistols and a Marshall in play for the attacking side. And it looks like some space taken around mid as they destroy the alarm bot, but they're still leaving lurkers on the extremities, so you could easily see them change direction and move back towards short or B main. For now, though, it's aggression through to the spawn. 2 players spotted. Info there. An execution from Oxy. Whiffs a little bit on the second kill, but he has deterred their aggression, and that's all he needed to do.
Yeah, so far, like, things from Fennel have just looked disjointed. Like, one player fighting one angle, another fighting the other, and it just means there's been no opportunities for trades. It is the same in their execution. Like, it just looked like they were really messed up by what C9 have been able to do with just like fairly basic pieces of utility. So I think they may. I wouldn't even mind if they took an early pause just to try and almost center themselves a little bit. Push through. Oh, God. Zeppa's going to want to forget about that one. But either way, it is looking like a fairly easy cleanup in the end. Oxy, well, he doesn't miss towards the end of the round.
Well, they voted Zeppa most likely to win a 1v5. And, well, it's a little bit awkward in the 1v1 there, but we know that's not a typical day for him. 4-0 start. Very strong for C9. I see the timer paused up top on the server. I'm assuming we've got a timeout for the side of Fennel, not wanting to let this slip away too much, and I think it will be the right call. This is a very important round for them. They've got economy. You can see, obviously, this round was an eco. It's why they get so little done in terms of damage. But the next is going to be all important. Round number 5, if C9 win, they will run away with this. Their credits are already stacked extremely high, so for Fennel, it's not just about winning one round. It's about winning one round and then consistently being able to put them on the board till they break that C9 economy.
Well, there we go. It is going to be the Fennel tactical. Now, they are actually very close to quite a lot of their ultimates already. Lockdown one away. You've also not too far off a Hunter's Fury. And also a null come up. But the same is going to happen for the other side. In fact, Oxy already having his Blade Storm online is pretty daunting. And also just the credits. Like C9, they've not just won 4-0, but 3 of their players have only died once. So they're going to have plenty of reserves in terms of the economy. Now, you have to think back to what was happening when they faced off against Zeta. They kept losing to pistols, so they never had themselves any economy, and they kept boosting the money for the side of Zeta division. So this is already looking like a completely different scenario so far for C9. And I do feel like if Fennel don't break back relatively soon, this game could get very far out of control very fast.
Well, you just saw the coaches get their final countdown, the hand signals telling them that it's time to close that mouth and open back up the server. get back on for round number 5 as C9 are going to be tested yet again. Vanity playing an Odin on short. Now that's a play I'm a big fan of. We're going to get a recon dart up and in. That wall potentially broken and a spray right after, but it's all to support that B main aggression. They've already gotten up in their faces with Oxy picking up a quick double, dodging bullets like it's a Matrix movie, and they've left a very low HP Rhea to fall all the way back to spawn. Complete denial of any game plan from Fennel, and that's devastating, Tom. If you start out a round after attack pause where you've sat down and, okay guys, what do we want to do? Yeah, we'll take a little control here, then we've got the utility there, and your whole plan is set out in front of you. And then they just go, no, we're going to get in your face, screw your plan, and now you've got to pick up the pieces.
Well, it's also just the fact that they have the paranoia and then the spam coming through, so the only way you can go is back. Yep. Like, there's not really any space. They've done that push a couple of times, and the fact is, it also seems like C9 are just very aware of the gaps that they're leaving. Like, 2 players sat back watching for that push down into mid. Fennel, honestly, they're being herded like sheep at the moment. C9 are just pushing and pulling exactly where they want to go, and it just leaves gaps, so many gaps. It's many times now that Fennel have just been caught with a player looking completely the wrong way and no support, and I think they just have to save. Like, there's nothing you can do to get back into this round. Look at the positions already with still mid control. They have deep A control. And they have a player just watching B main in case they go that way. Yeah, just hold on to your guns.
They've also been fought from every angle. There were players watching spawn. There were players pushed up in market. They might not be able to carry these guns forward, though. The aggression has come out. Cloud's stuck in the corner, and he saw, obviously, that was Zeta.
Yeah,
they knew one flash was used. He thought a second was coming, but there were none left, and Vanity even closes it out with an Odin kill in the attacker spawn. Not something you're going to see every day. Actually, not something you're going to see most days, but today, unfortunately for Fennel, is the day for it. And this is a round where we're going to see a lot of ults from Fennel in the upcoming one, but the economy was put on the line here, and not much of a reward to be found.
No, I do really love the setup that C9 are almost rinsing, but I almost feel like that one setup has been successful enough that they almost don't need to show too much more.
Yeah,
like,
literally.
This is looking so ridiculously clean. Again, like 2 players on their team have died once. One of those players is Oxy. Now, just think back to what we've seen so far from Oxy and realize he's died once, and you understand how this game is going. Like, the last round, he ran straight through B main.
And dashed through.
And got 2 kills, and then dashed back.
Dash back, yeah.
So, like, it's been absurd the way things have been going so far, and although we don't see too many sort of stressed out faces on the side of Fennel, this is their tournament life on the line, and well, they're lounging.
It's a staple. It's a staple, especially of North American Valorant. They're chilling during this pause.
If they were holding their mouse, they'd be doing the JDM.
This is obviously a technical pause. You can see Gone there. Beautiful hair, by the way. I don't know. Are you jealous, Tom?
Obviously.
Naturally.
Obviously.
I don't think you could pull off that hairstyle. I'll be honest.
Well, I can't pull off any hairstyle because I don't have hair.
Bald. But yeah, Gone was obviously having a little bit of an issue. I think re-plugging in the mouse, and you know, I don't blame him. It's been tough. It's been tough for the side of Fennel so far, and for C9, you know, like you're saying, you show one thing, it works this well. You know, not expecting much of a change.
Have they done that setup 3 times? I think.
Yeah, it was pistol round, it was that round, and
they've added the odd element in, like the Odin spamming through the wall was not there the first time, obviously, but yeah, they haven't really needed to show much whatsoever. And it looks like, the thing is, for Fennel, it almost looks like it's just keeping them out of their game. Like, they're unable to get to a point where they can actually, like, put in an execution because of the fact that they're just being pushed so regularly. And then you have to bear in mind, this is before we've seen anything like an operator where, like, map control can really be fought for.
I do wonder for Fennel. You know, obviously, the key thing to say is that because this is a technical pause, you're not going to have that communication there. It's not like the coaches get to use this time to reassess strategy. That's why C9 are styling on the other side, just sitting back. And to be honest, there is actually genuinely something to be said about having that approach. Obviously, I think some of it is a bit of showboating, but on the other side, you also want to be able to keep that heart rate low, keep yourself calm, relaxed.
I love that you got the tech guy who's trying to fix the PC and he just flexes to the camera.
See, Gone is what a lot of his fans say is Gone machine, right? And
okay.
His machine's gone now. It's gone AWOL.
Yeah, that is true.
Well,
I saw Ian set up a TV earlier. So I wonder if man of many talents.
He's about to pop up on the screen.
Send him down? Should we send him down?
I think he's about to appear.
If he turns his mic on, maybe we get the answer. But
if you
work it out?
If you were on that stage, how would you fix this issue from what you're seeing?
I was just being helpful in the green room. We needed a TV setup. I set it up. I know how to switch like to HDMI 1 or whatever, but that's where my skill set ends. I'd just probably go down there and entertain. I'm not doing it now.
I've heard you do a mean Fortnite.
Entertain how? Yeah, is it a dance? You'd be just styling on
I'd rap
in front of him?
You'd rap.
Wap?
I would.
Oh, rap. Sorry.
Yeah, I'd
sorry.
rap, yeah.
Must have heard that wrong.
There's a 30 there's a 30-minute section cut out for a performance. Are we seeing?
Are we allowed to reveal this?
Are we seeing Deeks?
No, that's not me.
Yeah,
don't bring my rap name up.
I've heard good things.
You haven't. Yeah, I've not told you anything about that.
We're gonna republish the videos.
I've heard
What have you heard?
you were a support act for Big Nasty.
That did happen.
Which is insane.
In a previous life, yeah, that happened.
Yeah.
But what I will say is, moving on, is that apparently we do have a bit of a blockbuster performance on this stage by a rapper from Japan tomorrow.
Which is insanely hype.
Which is insanely
I cannot
hype.
wait.
I bet this is what's so cool, right? When
Is
you
it
imagine, when you imagine these,
He's more of a singer.
These super cool.
He can rap. He can rap. I don't know what I'm saying.
Don't do him like that.
When you imagine these like legendary sumo wrestlers in the center of this arena battling it out,
Yeah.
however many decades ago, right? I bet none of them ever thought, one day we'll have video games and rappers on this stage.
I somehow don't think, especially when the venue first came to be used for sumo wrestling, I'm not sure they imagined this. I'm not sure anyone did, to be honest. But that's the beauty of life.
One of the sumo wrestlers, as he's being painted,
prophecy.
is said, one day we will see
nerds on computers.
Pixels, where people have a little cross and they click and fake bullets go towards it. Like if they did do that, people gone, he's lost.
That would be his last day as a sumo wrestler, his first day in a mental
hit
ward.
his head too hard as he slammed into the ground.
You said nerdy gamers, right?
Yes.
Let's be frank. Let's be honest right here.
Okay, go for it, Frank.
I'm going to be frank.
Bro, I'm Frank.
Japanese fans
Yeah.
are less nerdy than us.
I'm
They're cooler.
gonna be honest.
Have you walked around Tokyo?
Yes, I have.
There are some sweaty gamers here.
There are. Oh my god.
Oh yeah.
You saw it in the arcade. They had their own gloves, their own earphones.
Yeah, but they were cool.
Sorry, Ian.
Goddamn right, they were cool.
See you later, Ian. Cut his mic.
I'll
Cut his
definitively,
production. Cut his mic.
Tom, I'll conclude this by saying everyone in this building is a massive nerd, and there's nothing wrong with that.
Okay.
Yes.
To each their own.
Let's get into this, guys.
Except of course, Deeks.
Deeks. Ian Chambers.
I'm out of here.
Well, Ian's out, and now it's time to get the game back online. We've got 5-0 for C9, and as we said, it could be an important round for Fennel coming into the next when they get those rifles back out. It was devastating losing round number 5.
For you.
What's that?
Do they get to C9-0?
Do they get to C
9-0?
9-0? Do C9 get to C?
Because you know the social media guys are already loading up the tweet.
Yes. The Photoshop is out.
C9-0.
Get
it? Because we're called C9.
Didn't see 100 Thieves tweet the 100L. That's
no, surprisingly not.
But
they managed to steal 3 rounds from Foot, and that was all they got.
The way things are going right now, I would say yes. I honestly would expect to see a 9-0. C9 look absolutely unbelievable. There's not been a round where I think we're incredibly close.
Not break the alarm bomb.
No, not close enough. Too far. It's been put up.
It's not sold any sort of ruse. That was kind of the goal, to sell the idea that they've crossed in this direction. It hasn't worked. Now, they are managing to wrap around through tree, and they have all just been hit by that knife.
Left.
It's so much information. They are up to 25 seconds. They're just making their way into A main now. The paranoia is clearing as well. Counter paranoia, but there's still a flash, and have actually gone wins the duel, but there's a second player there who they still need to deal with, and they're planting in a spot where it's wide open for their opponents. Rhea, well, it's too little too late. Even if he got this kill, I don't think it's going to matter too much, and Curry's there as well. 6-0, 3 away from C9-0, and Fennel, well, right now it's a bit of a flop.
Yeah, I don't really mind that round, the plant position. Obviously, it looks silly to us seeing those players in heaven, but yeah, they saw 2 players in main. They thought, okay, there's 2 main. They're pushing main as well. There's probably not anyone heaven at this time, and they just hoped that they had the right timing on the round. But again, after seeing 3 players on short, there was no way that you wouldn't see that rotation come through. And C9 are now in a really good spot, 6-0. But here's the rifles, right? That previous round was pistols, but we've got Fennel, 4 ultimates online. Rifles in play, Odin spam, looking gorgeous, Vanity. That was perfect. That was head height all the way. Unfortunately, there was no one there.
Yeah, it was perfect. That's why Rhea, 100 HP.
There was no one there, Tom. He can't control their movements, all right? If they went that way. Yeah, but again, it's not his fault that they're not there, Tom. That's what I'm saying. Sometimes I play this role and they don't come B, and then what am I supposed to do? We'll retake A with it, obviously, but that's not easy when my teammates die so quickly. Luckily, Vanity doesn't have that problem. And that's the only difference between me and Vanity.
Definitely. Well, Zeta, he's actually brought the operator up on this attack side with C9 pushing them quite regularly. I don't really blame him. Look at the position already of Oxy. Deep within B main, Odin homed in on towards mid. Already starting to try and spam their way through. 40 seconds left as they do look to go in this direction. The weaker of the 2 sites in terms of the numbers. Oxy's going to have to try and take down 2. Actually going to be shielded by the smoke. They look to run through it, but there we go. Gone. And leaving just Vanity left at the back of the site.
Recon broken as well. They weren't able to get anything with it, and now the flood comes in. Everybody's here from Fennel, and they're winning the fights. That's the B site for them. The plant in, the pick onto Curry as well, and denial for Zeppa. Most likely to win a 1v5, already dead, so now it's on to Jake with 4 HP and a shock dart on his neck. Absolutely no way. C9-0 will not be happening today. It is 6-1.
Delete the tweet. Delete it.
Delete
I know you had it loaded up. It was ready to go. Not quite today. But either way, a really good response. The fact that it was so clean, I don't know if it's necessarily something that will be recreatable. A bit more of a gamble into the A site in this round for C9 with Oxy ending up being surrounded because of the positions eventually being lost, but just getting that round on the board. Just that little bit of extra confidence. Operator as well for Zeta puts him on the score sheet. And bear in mind, versus Fnatic, he was 22-19, 9-5 in opening duels. So he had a superb performance. That was his first kill, and there's his second.
Very nice. An opening duel onto Oxy, a key player for the squad of C9. And also, he's occupying mid. It means now these squads are split in a 2-2 setup, or at least they were. Vanity's rotated to A short, covering off this section that was a little bit more open. Even still, though, you know, that's kind of what Zappa's doing. They're doubling up. They're gambling on it being an A play with Curry able to slow them, but he didn't get the lockdown in on time.
He was waiting to try and hit the timing right on the lockdown. And because of the knife, he hasn't been able to use it. Now, Jake is going to rotate in. Now the lockdown's going to be placed. And then this becomes a very awkward scenario. Hunter's Fury going to be used by that defenders, but they're pushing. They're pushing forward. Zeppa's just 1 HP. They're fighting in towards the spawn. And now Vanity is all that remains. Fennel break back again with a second round in a row as they look to try and grind out a little more in this attack.
That was a really nice response as well, putting down their lockdown, getting the Hunter's Fury out of their opponents, and then making the call to push them, to run it down, to take that space. That's a confident play, and that's exactly what I want to see from Fennel. They're not treating their opponent with too much respect. They're coming in and not being afraid to take those fights. A second round on the board, this attack side is starting to shape up, you know? They lose the pistol, and they can end up on a 7-5 scoreline, which I think is still possible, reasonable. And that's a fantastic fight back from them.
Wondered if maybe Zeta was going to try and just headshot him through the wall with the operator.
Imagine.
It would have been impressive.
Hello?
See again.
Hello?
It's going to be forced back out.
They're gone. They're leaving B main completely. They're going to start moving around. And it's the fact that A is wide open. Just a one-player Jake sat further back. The rotations are okay. They're repositioning up towards heaven. They'll have more of a stack up here. And I think for C9, you know, they seem to be stacking up on A quite a bit and putting some of their players towards that side. but we're not getting the aggression out of them that we've seen in some of the previous rounds. It doesn't happen there. It doesn't happen on
They were very
B.
happy. There we go. It was the A main control that was really just causing problems for Fennel, because then you can gamble a rotation away. If you leave this player here, it puts no real safe plant spots unless you dominate the entirety of the site, and it's definitely easier said than done. Much slower stuff for Fennel. Now, what I've liked over the last couple of rounds is they've just been going together. Whatever the decision is, they've been following it to the latter. This time, 30 seconds left, slow, and expecting some sort of mistake. No opener this time around, like in the last with that operator. And in fact, Oxy is going to find that first kill and is dodging that Hunter's Fury almost to perfection. They know where he is, but he knows where they are as well.
That is just a masterful display of operator finesse, moving around the A site perfectly. And the movement, very much something to highlight. The shots hit were even more beautiful. That's one way to fight back. And you know, we saw Oxy picked off first in that second round for Fennel. Now he gets a say in the round, and well, he's only got 3 deaths on the board, but 13 kills. And I think that very much is a highlight of why.
Well, that's the thing. Yeah, he was playing so aggressively throughout that sort of first 5 or 6 rounds that they basically waited to try and shut him down. This time he played passively. Fennel had nothing. They were waiting for someone to make a move, someone to make a push. And then they tried to go for an execution with basically 20, 25 seconds left. It just wasn't really enough. And that's the thing. If C9 are patient, I've not seen enough from Fennel's executions yet to really believe that they're going to be able to turn this into a decent half.
There it is. An attempt by Sayuda to replicate that, I think, round 8 opening pick, but no. That one was on mid. This one was a little too overzealous, jumping through the smoke.
The difference of the last couple of rounds in comparison is the pick he got was Oxy pushing mid.
Yes.
So now Oxy is adapted. He's stopped doing that. And if you're going to go facing a team, he's going to win these battles. And they're still leaving players lurking in positions. Like, even though they've not been as aggressive, C9, they are still always taking some form of map control. This time, in front of their own alarm bot, which, as we mentioned, they've not really done much in terms of destroying.
No flashes now, man. They used their paranoia, didn't push on the back of it, and now are left in this position where every fight is going to be a dry peak. Every duel has its disadvantage to it, and for C9, there's not a lot left to be done. It's a 5v0 before I can even get that out.
It's a 5v, never mind.
Yeah, let's kill that point
it is
immediately.
5.
And you could see it because they had everything set up to close that round out after that initial mid fight. And I think once you lose, not only your flashes coming through from your paranoia use with no result, you have Klaus dying, so now you've no KO to initiate, to info spot. It's such a difficult round to recover, and well, evidently, when they weren't capable of recovering.
Yeah, again, well, without Oxy going down early, it's looked like a very, very different story over the last few rounds. And well, this buy is very interesting. Gon's gone for Light Shield's Classic. I guess he's hoping that one of his teammates falls and he can get a gun for free. But one of those guns is running in on his own. It's Zeta playing through short. The rest of the team are all stuck in onto B main. I think Zeta might have just been seen as well and has had to fall back. Ria's also brought an attack side judge. Like, I made that joke earlier, and he's actually done it.
Why is Klaus here? He's left completely. The whole squad is now going to be rotating with him. Spike leading the way safely enough through the attacker spawn, sure, but as he gets towards B main, that's where the real danger is. Curry, a player who has consistently been putting up numbers, is now in position. He heard the steps. He knows exactly what's going on. Players outside B main, moving towards middle. They're ready for that contact. In fact, Vanity currently sat down on mid. Holding this control. He's actually wall banging through, trying to do some damage. I think he caught a few bullets onto Dariali.
I reckon Zeppa is so baffed that he's just peeked into short and faced a judge. Like, what? Yeah. Why has anyone got that? But almost manages to work.
Two players
time again. But look at it. We're down to the 30-second mark as they're looking to execute in onto position. And this guy just is missing at the moment. Oxy looking to take it home. Support from Zeppa eventually comes in. Dariali. 1v4 judge clutch.
Yeah.
Even he's not using it at this point.
With 12 seconds left as well. The time is against him. But it's more about the players that are against him. That's where he needs to be worried. 4 seconds. He wants to die. And, well, Oxy grants his wish. 2 rounds so far for Fennel. C9 up to 9. And again, it is very much worth noting. You know, Tom, we've got to cast in a bunch of different venues across the world, and I don't think anyone is like the Japanese crowd. We can hear it. I'm not sure how clear it is at home, but even when C9 win that round, there's a round of applause every single time. Like, the respect is off the charts. It's really, really nice.
Yeah, Oxy's having a great time. 17-3. We mentioned him as someone, as said, big boots to fill with obviously Leaf now leaving over and almost doing a straight swap with him heading on to G2. But the fact is, yeah, he's just been absolutely farming. When confident, definitely seems like a young star within this C9 team. And wow, Fennel might have had their moment in the sun by going toe-to-toe with Fnatic, but right now it's looking like a much more bleak outcome for them. Their defensive side is going to have to be nigh on perfect, and even then, it might not be enough with how little we've seen on the attack.
It's the fact that they make all those early aggressive plays and then completely change their playbook late into this half. It's hard to adapt to for the side of Fennel. The adaptations they're making to what they're seeing, and then they see something else the next round. They want to push up this time and play towards the spawn, at least having a sneaky position by Sayuda. He's hearing steps and rotations, and just comes down to whether he thinks that's his moment to take space, because of course Vanity's still watching towards the spawn. Fennel are poking and prodding at the rest of the map, hoping that they can open a little bit of space, leave a blind side for C9 that can be exploited, presumably by Sayuda. For now, that's not the case, and in fact, his position leads to a blind side on their side, and Zeta even predicts his spot. A perfect clear, an execution. Vanity, well, he's not had a good time on that. Curry's inside the nanos just to deal damage, and oh, they weren't expecting that. Oh, nice headshot, but it's through the wall. The Klaus is going to survive on the site and even get that spike planted.
It doesn't look like Oxy's giving this up, though. Paranoia has actually left the player behind him completely blind, and because of that, Oxy's able to get both kills. This man has not missed a beat throughout the entirety of this first half, and they're going to go in 10-2. Cloud9, I mentioned it earlier, that sometimes the Americas teams can start a little bit slow, and then that second game they come back swinging. C9, well, they've almost hit the knockout punch already.
Oxy is 19-3.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous. The 2 rounds that they found are ones where they were able to drop him. Like,
the Japanese stream's not going to be happy because they had their ADA captain at the top, sorting by KDA.
Yeah, this guy's about to wreck that stat.
I don't know if that's going to work anymore.
He better die a lot in this coming half.
Yeah. Maybe the first game stats might balance it out a little bit.
Maybe.
But then you got to hope that ADA captain.
He's had 3 deaths for quite a while now. He keeps getting kills. Look, attack side, maybe it's not going to be so easy. He's going to have to dive on a sword a little bit more, but...
Yeah, he was super passive on that defense, you know, when he was dashing straight through.
He was never playing aggressive there, was he? But what started to work for him later on was just standing still, holding the angle, and punishing peaks, so...
That's the thing that is a little bit disappointing for me. It's like, it seemed like in the early rounds, Fennel were getting shut down by the fact that C9 being so aggressive. They then adapted, caught them, and then... when C9 changed again, they didn't have that next level to go back to. They were so worried that someone was going to push. We saw most rounds going down to the 30-second mark and them just getting slaughtered.
Yeah, and you've got, you know, Paranoia, 2 flashes. You've got your Sova as well for a lot of entry and info clearing. That's somewhere that I think you have the tools to deal with Oxy, or at least to make it a lot more difficult for him to find that kind of space and that kind of easy, those kind of easy fights. But the reality is that, you know, they weren't able to think on their feet like that. They weren't able to come up with the punishes. And now for C9, this massive lead might just take them through to tomorrow, to the BO3s, save their tournament life. You remember, on stage for the rest of the day, we're going to have 2 games on the stage, 2 games played in the background, and they'll still be on the stream and still broadcast here, but obviously for setup times, so we've covered this. But the idea is that the losers matches, the ones who will see elimination, are on that stage. So for C9, they've come very close to earning their spot further into this tournament. For Fennel, it's got to be devastating to have such a close game against Fnatic and now see this. But it's also the benefit of C9 being able to watch that Fnatic game. They have a lot of ideas of how Fennel like to approach the map, how they see it breathing. And that's allowed them to get a chokehold on this so far. Nice kills, good damage return. Curry even able to grab a frag.
But that's the thing. That was Jake managing to double dink two different players. Didn't get either of the kills. But it leaves players desperately low on the Fennel side. Oxy, he's heard someone's low. He wants to pad those stats a little bit further. Under a little bit of pressure, but wow, seemingly not. He's actually taken 0 damage, looking out to see if anyone's pushing behind him. Finally, the shot dart connects, but so does his final bullet. One left in the clip. Well, now Zeta, there you go. That's at least one, but he needs so much more. Rhea, the final man, left standing to try and turn this round back, give his team a little bit of hope. But it is seeming like C9 are going to go from 0 pistols in that last series. Maybe not. Rhea somehow made this one competitive. Vanity's utility belt is dry, but he definitely has the HP advantage, and his opponent has absolutely no idea. 2 pistols, 1 from C9, and they are running away with this.
Yeah, look, that is going to be a nail in the coffin, one of the last to be applied, unless C9 fall victim to what we saw in the previous matchup of losing out to those pistols. This is very much not going to be a happy story for Fennel in any way, shape, or form. There's a nice game of whack-a-mole, though. Look at this shot. He didn't even have an idea that Zeta was that close anymore. That's such a good reaction. Unfortunately, another was needed. And that one proved to be too difficult. Oh, they've ecoed this one.
Yeah, what sort of? Rhea's gone for a judge. Oxy's done the same. Only one of them's going to have impact in this round, and unless he's got a great retake judge, which the only way he does is if C9 get very, very over-aggressive.
So I think Gon used a smoke on that turret, but I think the turret spotted them already. Still, though, might be able to get some good space closing up.
The thing is, they're all within the site anyway, so that's, yeah, you're right. The only thing they can really do is play for exits at this stage. And actually, the smoke ran out and told them that they're there anyway.
Yeah, they had to destroy it. Now, look, if they go towards main, they've got 2 players. But if they go this way, oh, they've spotted Rhea. They've even seen the judge. And you know what Oxy did? Dashed into it and swung it. That's just disrespectful.
He's going for a Blade Storm. The thing is, they gave him the Bulldog. He's actually going to push this all the way. He's going to give them a Bulldog.
Yeah.
But the thing is...
Oh, never mind. No Bulldog for you.
Okay. I guess all in all, the thing is actually saving a Bulldog when you're going to have a 4-buy in the next round anyway. True. It is not really worth it. But now you're going to have, by the looks of it, Rhea maybe having to buy the judge again. Nope.
He's got Bulldog. So, yeah, a little unfortunate going down to the spike. But, you know, these things happen. They didn't know exactly where it was planted.
Well, that's the thing. For the players that died to the spike, it was worth dying to the spike, because otherwise, like, Rhea would have had to buy a Bulldog anyway, and then you would have still had a Bulldog. So
yeah. For sure, you'd have 2 Bulldogs instead.
Now, the thing is, Oxy, this is why it was worth it. I was going to say because he's going to pick up the orb, but he actually just dashed in with a judge. He didn't care about his Blade Storm. I think he might take it now, though.
Yeah, there you go. Blade Storm online. And popped immediately for C9, 12-2, 10 chances to close out this map, lock in a spot tomorrow in the quarterfinals. And it's, well, things have been going incredibly well so far. Fennel need to step up here, and now Gone already to 44 HP. As C9 closed in on short, the judge comes out for Oxy, but he's spammed in the back. 72 health now, very low. Headshot delivered. That's all he's getting. And what a response this has been from the side of Fennel. Really nice mid-crunch. That leaves C9 with not a lot to do. Vanity's even going to struggle to get towards A, this one bit of space they've got.
He's going to hear that they've all...
Oh, no. Oh, no!
Okay. Took a little bit of a wall bang. Now this turns back into a 2v2. Bear in mind as well, those were the healthy players. They killed the healthier of the players. That's bad luck, if anything. And already the peek back out, almost, from Jake. But even still, it puts Gone on just 4 HP. This is very, very winnable for Vanity.
It's going to have to be the wiki wild, wild west for this man. He's coming in just with a sheriff in hand. And look, you don't want to see his hand where his hip be at. But for Fennel, they might not get to see too much. This man's quick on the trigger. 4 HP and 57 on the way back through. Things are desperate And the Desperados will try to defuse that spike in just a few seconds. They have no idea where Vanity is. A shroud covering him right now. The fog of war very much in play. And that is to his advantage. One shot to the body, all that's needed. He misses it to start. No shock darts left. Recon out. He has no idea where they are. They're closing the distance. Wallbang! And another! Vanity makes it work with a Sheriff in hand. 13-2. An unbelievable bounce back for C9 after a shaky opening series. It got the revenge against the Japanese squad, with Fennel falling here. That is the end of their run in Red Bull home ground.
Yeah, you made a few references in that last round, but all I can say is that one was a real slap in the face for Fennel.
I'd give an award to C9 after that, I'll tell you. What an incredible run here.
Yeah, I mean, commiserations to Fennel after a valiant display against the favourites Fnatic. C9 sent them crashing out of the tournament. But look, they got to perform in front of a home crowd here in this amazing venue, and I'm sure that is something that they will carry with them for a very, very
Their coach
long
is so
time.
stylish. I know that's completely irrelevant in this point, but like the fit, it rivals yours, Ian, I'll be honest.
Mate, the Fennel fit, I'm pretty sure that they've got like a collaboration with Diesel. Like, these guys know how to dress.
Okay.
In fact, as soon as this is over, I'm going to their merch stand. But like I said, commiserations
the stuff
to
for
Fennel.
cars?
Huh?
The stuff for cars?
Yes, it is. No,
Okay.
not the stuff for cars. The stuff for cars. Trying to have a serious conversation about fashion here.
Trying to have a serious conversation with Tom around. This is
about
the
fashion.
issue. About fashion.
About
yeah.
fashion. The man you said, I'm wearing pajamas. You're going to have a conversation with me about fashion. Nice one.
They're not even new pajamas, but look, you said it yourself there, Mitch. C9 showed some incredible bounce
I
back
prefer new jeans.
ability there. And they were definitely able to scout Fennel on this map. We saw it earlier on, which evidently gave them a bit of an advantage here. And it sort of stripped away Fennel's unpredictability, didn't it?
Oh, yeah, definitely. Look, this is what we talked about before we went into today. The reality is, you know, Tom might be out here in his non-new, maybe even unwashed pajamas, but the reality is, for the side of C9, they came out looking clean, and I think a big advantage of that is the fact that they got to watch these guys play not that long ago, you know, an hour ago or so, just before their series. They got to look at their tendencies, look at how they like to handle things, and, well, you can see that the benefit was most certainly there.
I think the other thing as well is, bear in mind, Zeta in the first game versus Fnatic, 22 and 19, 9 opening duels. Oxy this time farmed them, like absolutely farmed them. Like, they weren't winning opening fights. I think the 2 rounds they won were when they managed to shut this guy down. He has just obliterated them. They're gonna have nightmares about just his face. And that's the thing, because he's just smiling the entire time, lounging during the pauses, and then the game starts back up, and he kills them all. Well, he had so many triple kills.
There were a few players, weren't there, at the very beginning of this in the pre-show that we were highlighting and marking down as players to watch who we could see rise here in Tokyo. And that's exactly what he just did on that map. He was electric, Mitch. You could be calling him Jim West out here.
You absolutely could. Like, what an incredible way to bounce back. And the reality is, you know, we talked about, the doubt for some of these teams.
Yeah.
You could see from the very get-go, there wasn't a doubt in C9's mind that they... Get-go.
Oh, sorry.
There was not a doubt in C9's mind that they were the best team on that server. The fact that they began the game with such an aggressive stance on the defensive side, so many they came out swinging, and then halfway through, or quarter way through, let's say, halfway through the first half, they turn around and go, oh, we're pumping the brakes now. So Fennel make the adaptations, let's play deeper, let's play to counter these aggressive stances, and then a minute into the round, you're like, where's the aggressive stance? Where's the push?
420 ACS, nice.
Crikey. I think, Tom, this is another prime example here, isn't it? That you can't really judge a team too harshly on the first map at a tournament in front of a live crowd, can you?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, like that's the thing. I think that Zeta performed very well.
They did.
They managed to win a lot of explosive rounds, and they won both pistols. Now C9 win both pistols, get to properly build into those buy rounds. I said it at the beginning. Their buy rounds looked better than Zeta's in the game that we saw earlier. It was just that they lost so many rounds to pistols. Now they get all of those under their belts. They win 13-2. So I think that if you're basing it off that first match, maybe there you go, 100 Thieves. You've got your little bit of hope. first matches might not matter after all. Maybe they'll win the next one.
It's when you're a competitive player, there's no such thing as taking a loss that well, is there? But I do think for Fennel, they can leave the here knowing that they did put up a really good fight up against Fnatic.
Yeah.
And like I said earlier, they did get to perform in front of an amazing home crowd. So Mitch, they will leave this with some great memories.
But that's it, at least. I imagine that walkout is going to be in their dreams for months to come. Like, that's something that you'll never forget, I think, until your dying days, is the crowd turnout here today, the cheers for them, and every round they won, all 2 of them, would have felt fantastic.
Yeah, you also got all the sparkly signs with their names.
Yes,
that's the one thing I'll
really
say.
Cool.
The Japanese fans, it's awesome that they just have so much different stuff that they've designed and brought in from home. So that must be heartwarming. Even if you've not had the best of the day, you look around the crowd and there's someone who's like customly put effort into building something because they're a fan of yours, and they'll support you no matter what.
Well, we're seeing fan support for both Fnatic and Zeta, lots of it as well. So we're going to be seeing a lot of fan signs for both of these teams. We're going to be hearing lots of cheers as they go head-to-head. Fnatic, of course, with some big personalities on board. Let's meet them.
What's the best strategy when you're the last player alive in a round?
Exit for X.
Clutch.
Win the round,
Yeah, 100%.
That's why you're not calling every round.
Which agent's voice lines are the most annoying?
Astra.
Astra?
Astra. It's so loud, dude.
No.
I mean, she always singing. She's waffling like you, bro.
No. Don't say that.
I don't know.
I don't actually know.
It's Astra. It's Astra.
What about Rage? Come on, man. Why you gotta kill my vibes, man? Brimstone.
If there was a karaoke night, who'd be the first one up to sing?
Yeah.
You're not asking about that one?
No.
That's why he's lit, by the way.
I do love a bit of karaoke, yeah.
Who's most likely to clutch a 1v5 scenario?
Me.
I think any of them, other than me. So I think any of them. I think I've almost seen every one of them do it. It's, they're too good.
Who's most likely to sleep through an alarm?
Alpha, maybe, yeah.
I get jet lag, bro. What can I do?
One thing I love about these Red Bull tournaments, of course they are off-season, and yes, they still carry a lot of weight, a lot of magnitude. All of the teams involved want the trophies, but we do get to see a little bit more personality. We do get to see them loosen up a little bit more as well. And let's see how loose that Cloud9 are looking right now as well, because I think we can cross over to see them behind the scenes, and look at this. This is what I love. We're not allowed behind there, I don't think, Tom, so we get to bring it on camera.
I am.
Yeah. I think you just got told not to go back there.
I think they were like, oh,
that's a request from the players.
Yeah. They were like, that guy keeps coming back here and I have no idea what he's saying. Obviously, C9 they speak fluent English, it's just the accent.
Oh, got you.
They're like, oh yeah, what language is that? It's definitely not Japanese.
I don't know, have you heard him say Ryogoku Kokugikan?
Hey, I can say it better than you. Ryogo. That's the first time. Oh, that's the first time I've bottled it.
It would be a real shame if someone clipped that.
I can say it better than you.
Anyway, back to business. There's Boss there in the Ryogo Cuckoo, whatever it's called.
Oh, no.
I'm doing it on purpose.
Oh,
Listen, so far this year, this team.
Third time's the charm.
Where is he? Where is he?
The Ryogoku Kokuki-chan Arena. Chan? That's wrong. Anyway, listen,
You could have just gotten over it. We wouldn't have said anything.
So far this year, they've only lost twice to 2 different teams, both of which are not here.
We're talking about, people crumbling under the pressure.
We're moving on now to talk about Valorant. They've also faced most of the teams in this tournament, and they've beaten them all, so they're not going to be too scared. Let's take a look at their opponents. Zeta, who are standing by. Now, you couldn't have asked. We've got a 5th player as a sub now, by the way, here, Tom.
Yeah, interesting. I guess they really are just looking to try and test out some of the different players. Obviously, I think Yatsuka actually was playing as a chamber when we saw him previously. So I wonder if maybe that's because of the map they've actually got in. They want someone who's a little bit more aggressive from what they saw previously. And as we mentioned, it's Kayada who was in the last game playing Jet. So I guess maybe that gives us a little bit of an inkling as to what map's coming up, because maybe it's one that they're not going to run a Jet on.
Look at that. You can see they're playing right next door to each other, so you'll be able to hear each other as you play, which you can get in each other's heads a little bit if you want to shout, if you want to throw each other off, but
I think with those headphones,
you don't understand how much white noise is in those headphones. They've got in-ears underneath, but those headphones on top, not only are they basically like sealed to your head, the amount of white noise coming out of those means you can't hear a goddamn thing.
Nah, pull your ear off just so you can hear, just in case.
Pull your ear off?
No, don't pull it off.
Pull a Van
they're
Gogh.
not allowed to do that.
Okay.
That's illegal.
That is what some people would call cheating, Ian.
Okay,
and we don't condone that.
All right, we're going to Lotus for the first time here. That's nice, because we've had only 2 maps so far on display, so it's nice to switch it up a little bit.
Oh yeah, thank God.
Yeah.
Like if we'd seen Haven and Ascent the whole day, I would have been in trouble. Like that,
I
wouldn't have enjoyed that. Yeah.
Thank God, Fnatic, they come in and they first ban it, and then they ban Ascent afterwards.
But also, it kind of ties into what we were saying. Like this is not typically a Jet map, so I guess that's why we've seen Kayada sort of go out of the team, and potentially the reason that we've seen Yatsuka come in. It is that he's likely going to be playing maybe a Raze or instead a Chamber, something that we have seen run on this map before. So I'm looking forward to that. I will say, Zeta going up against Fnatic on this map in particular, this is the map where they basically dominated everyone except Loud. Like they were the best team in the world last year on this map, or this year. Sorry, last season. It feels like it's feels like it's a new year already.
Can we get that camera even closer?
By the way,
I want to get even closer. I will say just briefly, sorry, Mitch. Let's not forget these two are friends. Like Zeta and Fnatic, they've got a good relationship. They've got some real funny moments.
They have merch together.
They've got a merchandise collab. So it's a friendly rivalry, but one that both teams are going to want to win.
Who's going to be burning it afterwards?
Yeah, that's the question.
I'm done with these guys.
Mitch, I'm sorry, I interrupted you there as we get into Agent Select.
I have no idea what I was going to say before. I noticed that one of the signs was upside down. That was tragic. The Agent Select for Zeta, the good thing, the pressure's off. They know they're through to the next day. That's why they're not playing on the stage here. So at least Yatsuka will have an opportunity to play on the stage, depending on the maps, tomorrow. It's an opportunity there. But backstage, I actually think it might take a little bit of the pressure off. You're not playing in front of that crowd anymore. The problem being that you're up against Fnatic.
Yeah, and also Fnatic are starting on the attack as well, which again, like this is where if Zeta managed to pull something off on this map, starting on defense, then we start to get really, really excited about them, because this, as said, there's been barely any teams that have been able to beat Fnatic on this map in particular. They went on a crazy streak of wins as well. It's one where I think Boast is incredibly comfortable in terms of his calling, and it's one that even if you're going to say, oh, maybe they're a bit jet-lagged or anything of the sort, they're so comfortable on this map.
If Zeta can follow up on their phenomenal stats this tournament, where they got a big win over Cloud9 with a humongous win over Fnatic, people will start saying they can go all the way. Let's get into this. Tom, Mitch, who's going to take it?
Oh, look, I think the fan favorites, they might be Zeta, but Fnatic have also looked so good all year round for years. So it's hard to not
all year
root
round
for them as a favorite. Yes, all year round, 4 years. Yes, for years, they've looked good all year round, which is true.
Is it?
The last, yeah?
Nah.
When have they looked terrible?
With the Enzo one.
Well, there was absolutely no need for that. The opening duel goes to Yatsuka. He is finding Chronicle, and a good debut for him in this tournament. Prowler, Alfier up top. He's bouncing around. He's diving in behind them. A man behind enemy lines. But his teammates are falling. The numbers maintain Zeta's favor, and they've fallen back and out of here. Very clean opening engagement for this defensive side.
It's left Fnatic in a bit of an awkward spot. A 4v3. Obviously, Zeta so far in pistol rounds have been sublime. Like they managed to take both versus Cloud9. Definitely struggled a little bit in some of those second rounds, but
30 seconds left.
Fnatic are now going to go back to that B site. They've left Alpha lurking behind to try and hold off on those rotations. A fight he somewhat needs to win to give them that advantage. And with Leo now getting the plant down, the time starts to tick versus Zeta.
The challenge now for Fnatic is holding on with the numbers disadvantage. They hope they can isolate some duels, and it looks like they might. That's Suka alone on this side of the map as his teammates retake. He's biding his time, waiting for them to be focused elsewhere, and then he'll strike. Very nicely done with Boaster, the last man alive. The man with the biggest clutch stats in all of EMEA. He's already off to a good start with 2, but that's where it ends. And that's what I was actually going to say earlier before Ian very rudely interrupted me. That Boaster is a damn liar, because he said in that video, oh yeah, I've seen everyone else do the clutches, anyone.
He said he'd win a 1v5.
Yeah, but technically, in terms of clutch statistics, he is
okay. But let me ask you this: is there ever a scenario where all of the other 4 players on his team don't get a single kill? Because then how's he going to win a 1v5?
Well, then how are any of them going to win a 1v5? If Alpha is in a 1v5, it means Durka, Leo, and Chronicle have all died.
That's true. That's true. I'd say it's very unlikely, but I'd say it's the least likely for both.
Yeah. Well, just call him trash. That's there's no need, but okay, fair enough.
It's okay. He's handsome and talented. He doesn't need to be the best player in the game.
If Enzo is still on Fnatic, I would have voted for him as most likely to win a 1v5, but that's besides the point.
Also, maybe most likely to lose one.
All right. Having a good day today, Tom, are you? You're having a good few laughs today.
Yeah.
I'm happy for you.
Logan sends his regards.
All right, now. All right. I'm not a big fan of the more recent Marvel movie adaptation, but it's not. I haven't seen it, to be honest with you. The one just called Logan. I didn't see it. I heard it's all right.
Yeah, I like those sort of films.
Yeah.
I've got to watch.
Okay. I'll give it a watch. I'll give it a gander.
I think you go a little bit later into some of the X-Men films and they get weird.
I can imagine.
But either way, it is going to be a minute investment here for Fnatic. Some Sheriffs. Durka has himself the March. Again, they're playing very late into these rounds. Sugar Zero up close. Seeing him on that Omen. A chance for a few tricks to be pulled out. But this is the thing. It's so late in the day. They're now using that util to clear him. And, well, it's gone fantastically well. You're going to see that lurk through from Boaster. And that turret being destroyed is going to pull a player away. But they've got to run. You got 15 seconds, lads. The spike's on the floor. And now the push through as well from Yatsuka is going to clean things up. A little help from his friend. Boaster, buddy, you need to die.
Yeah, there's 2 seconds left. At this point, they'd almost be wise to
stand
fall
in the
back,
nade.
but he's got the
stand in the nade.
That's exactly what he wanted, to be honest.
If they put the showstopper online, so it's actually kind of helped out the defense.
Worthwhile. Yeah, no, to have it online at the start of the round, because look, 1 orb isn't that much, but you take the risk by going to get it, or you have to find a kill. But now, if things, you hear a couple steps, you pop that, and you're wide open, and it was that. Double kill from Yatsuka, perfect timing.
Yeah, it's this nade that gets him the final kill. So obviously, from Boaster, it's the right decision. He now has a rifle. He wouldn't have been able to afford it if he didn't. But
was it worth it?
It's the one player he didn't want to die to. Because that's the thing, fighting for the orbs on this map in particular, okay, maybe the A orb, you can get that control, but it's still a big risk. And like, for example, the C orb, you don't want to be going anywhere near that. It's such a deep position to try and take.
When Dirk has already got that orb towards the C site. Of course, speaking about it as a defender, it's very difficult to take. And inversely, as an attacker, it's relatively easy. They've got to swing out wide, and well, that's never really a good idea at the start of the round. Iran's not going to be happy with that. He's been tagged up a little bit through the smoke, but for the most part, there's nothing to worry about just yet. But when the push comes in, that's where the real challenge is. Rifles all around for Fnatic. But the rotation is on its way. For Zeta, they have Yatsuka pushing up on B main, clearing the space. The door will open, but he'll fall back.
Yeah, they're almost trying to play with their opponents a little bit, like debating with the door. Now, obviously, it leaves Sugar Zero alone. I don't mind the gamble as much, though, in this sort of round. Like, you have to look at what they've got. A couple of Bulldogs, SMGs, a single Sheriff.
30 seconds left.
And again, playing down super late in the round. 30 seconds to try and make their move in towards the site. The thing is, Fnatic have picked the right site. There is only one player here, and in fact, Sugar Zero's decided, you know what, let's try and play this one in more of a retake scenario, because I am not winning this 1v5 with a Sheriff.
seconds left.
Showstopper in. There's only a couple of seconds left, and the spike planter is being killed. Fnatic are in trouble. They're going to plant it now. At least they'll attempt to. There's no denial. Just a second away on that swing. Sugar Zero might have had the round, but now there's still a challenge to be had. Last player alive is Alpha, 30 HP. Players all around. He needs to try and get out of there. Nice headshot. Uran is down, and Hero Ron, the last man standing, will finish the round for Zeta. A third in a row. It might have been close, but not close enough.
Yeah, that was really, really dicey from the side of Fnatic. They're playing so late into these rounds that a hero play here and there, it just go fantastically. And that's the thing, they use that ult to perfection. Just denying the plant, it just caused absolute havoc. It left it down to Alpha, and I'll be honest, I always believe in Alpha in those sort of scenarios. But the fact is, Hero Ron, again, another one of the new players, one of the players coming from outside the team, not coming from the academy. 6-0 right now. He is looking like a shining light as an 18-year-old entering Zeta Division for the first time, playing on the stage last game, and now playing still in the arena, but a little bit further away. He's looking great.
Oh, undoubtedly. I mean, for Zeta being 3-0 up, it can always flip back the other way.
Oh, so much damage.
Made it so costly, 28 health. The Showstopper will find nothing. Zeta are wise to his tricks falling all the way back, using utility to cover the retreat. 2 stars put in towards the spawn. Plant, quite open, and in many ways, for the spawn, they could take that control, they could fight for it if they wanted to. But instead, they're staying back towards main. There goes the lockdown. Best opportunity here for Zetas to open the door and try and compete, try to destroy that lockdown. The fight needs to be won for that to happen, and Yotsuka is deleted immediately. 3 seconds left on the lockdown. It's time to get out, retreat, and as they try to, Durka catches them. He's lurking in the back lines. Chronicles spotted 2 towards the spawn, and another in water. He's lost the fight. That leaves a lot more pressure on the Boaster, but time ticking away. You start to hear it faster and faster as time goes by. Nano's on site, already used. Another going to be popped, and now Boaster fighting. With, well, he used the grav well, but it wasn't even necessary. Hero Ron is already out of there.
Saving the KD.
Yeah, absolutely. Boaster didn't get to save the KD, unfortunately.
Well, I don't think he'll mind too much. Fnatic onto the board. Took them a little bit of time, and this round, more of that ult spam. And that's the thing with Durka. It's like, okay, the Showstopper didn't actually grant him a kill, but it granted him so much space. And that's the thing. You can't lose track of Durka. Like, that's it. If he uses a Showstopper, you need to know where he is at all times, because the fact is, he gets in towards the back end of that round, does some real damage, and they managed to win with what was much more of a low buy. The fact is, though, still a purchase available for Zeta, but it does have a few pieces missing. Although that piece missing is Uran having a Sheriff, and I think that's actually an upgrade.
They decided not to go for the Seize nade. They had it set up just a second before the barriers went up, but swapped instead to the standard reveal we've seen from Zeta in a lot of these rounds. They look for control on A main. They see that it's not being fought for, and instead those players move towards the connector, now ready to pounce on B.
Face your fear!
But they're going to be spotted. Nightfall used, and that's really going to deter any further aggression from that squad. Uran, look, he's got a Sheriff in hand.
2 here.
So much damage has been done in the past, but unfortunately, he won't get an opportunity. And Boaster's lurk is expected, but that's about the only benefit to be spoken of for Zeta in this round.
That's the thing. Even if he'd managed to clear 1,
Recalling my bot.
you're not going to expect the second player to be there.
Of course not.
Laz and Sugar Zero, the only right decision here is to save, and although it took a little bit of time for Fnatic to get off the starting block, seems like they're starting to build into this one. And this is the thing, that was almost like a combo breaker. We've seen Fnatic so far. As I said, they were playing down to the 30-second mark in the majority of rounds. This time they just ran into B, like full blitz the setup. It's somewhere that Zeta have had a couple of players throughout the rounds, but it's normally the case if you lose a round on one side of the map, you're going to bolster it up a little bit. And now for Zeta, things get a little bit more troublesome. Sure, you've got those saved weapons, Mitch, but they don't actually have that much else to play with.
Yeti's showing us a sad scene here. It's poor Bears. It's going to be one of these squads for Zeta. Like we said, pressure's off. They know that they're into tomorrow no matter what. But what an opportunity this is, playing up against Fnatic.
Well, also you skip straight to the semifinals, which again is like getting top 4 at your first event with a team. That would be huge, and what a head to take straight away. As said, there's only a couple of rifles in this round for the side of Zeta. Now, bear in mind that the Sheriffs were actually better when they played versus C9 than the rifles, especially on Hero, Ron, and Uran. So I'm actually not too worried about those players going into this round.
Careful here.
But there is also a gun to be retrieved if they can go pushing up through C. But for now, they've gambled A. Mitch, they've gambled right.
Oh yes, they have rolled the dice and it's landed perfectly for them. 20s across the board.
Do Fnatic go back to B though? Like this is a classic. The
door.
amount of times I've seen Fnatic like posturing towards the A site for an entirety of a round, and then they just blitz back in. And in fact, Laz has gone, you know, I think I've heard this one before as well, and spins his way back towards the door.
Laz, yeah, he's at the door waiting for it to be broken open so he can take that free kill. Sugar Zero, nice shot onto Alpha. There's no one else able to follow the downside of the door. Your window to entry is extremely low. Now they're going to try to break that door open, but Laz, yes, waiting patiently the whole round. And there's his reward, a 3rd kill. And a 2nd in just a matter of seconds. With Chronicle left alone, 10 on the clock.
10 seconds left.
Not enough to get this done, and Hero Ron will even take the kill, swinging with a Sheriff. Upgrades for Zeta, and the lead extended to 2.
This is the thing. This is the one thing about Fnatic, is coming into this event, they are the team with the most tape.
Yeah.
Because they are the full 5 coming through. And as said, you sit in that round, you see the posturing towards A, and it clicked in Laz's head going, if they go back, I'm ready. Yeah. And he just destroyed them. And that's the thing. We know that Laz's skill ceiling is as good as anyone's when it comes to Valorant. Like, this guy has done it on the main stage, done it on the big stage, done it everywhere across the world. Iceland was obviously the pinnacle of that. Now, though, Fnatic look to go back towards the B side, but there's been an adaptation, and it's looking like a slaughter. Sugar Zero does well. And Boaster actually helps to turn the tide. Even things up again.
Bring them down.
That's another player spotted with the Prowler. I almost thought Boaster would move back to take this fight together. It's a 2v2. They know there's one pushed up on C. This is where a lot of the time you'll see teams make a decision, group up, and push towards one side. It looks like they've gone for that eventually. Albeit the spacing, it's a little bit too spread for my liking. Hopefully that's not the case on this fight. Hero Ron actually tagged up and forced back. So some space taken. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Tom, he only saw one of them. It's not going to be fully aware.
I think it was just faded almost instantly. Haunt goes through. Heron has one of his own, but I have a feeling that they can almost gamble back now. And actually, they ping both. He can definitely pull that rotation in. 30 seconds left on the clock. Plenty of time for Fnatic to try and play with things a little bit here. Laz is going to try and deny that plant, but not quite. There's a wall in the way, buddy.
Maybe he was denying them pushing him, Tom.
Maybe.
It could be. Give them time to get into a post plan. You know, it's a great strategy. It hasn't worked out to start. But let's see. Laz on his way in. Turret to cover the left side. That's water clear. Now they just need a fight on the site, and Hero Ron's doing a damn good job of that. A defuse found, a lockdown online for the next round as Laz closes it out. And another great display from Hero Ron. Fnatic might start to get worried soon, Tom. Zeta are showing a lot of prowess, and it seems like Fnatic are running headfirst into a brick wall in a lot of these plays.
But that's the thing. We saw Hero Ron last year on Fennel, the team that just got eliminated. And the thing is for him, this is the big call up. This is your team didn't make Ascension. The biggest team in Japan, the biggest org in Japan comes calling. And he has answered that call. He was fantastic in the first game. Big clutch rounds. He was one of the reasons they won so many off the back of the Sheriff. Now, versus Fnatic, he is 11-1.
A poster managing to pick him up, but Sugar Zero returning the kills. The blast packs used by Yetsuka. They get him out of there alive just about. 36 HP on Leo. The trades have altogether been good for Zeta. And remember, if they're forced to a retake 3v3, they've got a lockdown. With a low HP player on Fnatic. Jeez, I'm pulling a Neen Chambers. But with low HP left on Leo, that could be a tipping point for the side of Zeta, especially with Laz still alive. I mean, he's a player we've seen on the international stage a couple of times, and I have to say, he's never really hit that level consistently. I've always felt like I expected more from him than I got to see. That might not be the case in this tournament, though. He's had some good rounds so far.
Out the A site, open for business.
You are divided.
Cosmic Divide will deny them for now. Some utility being put into place to try and make things that little bit more awkward. Now, there is a lockdown available. That's why you're seeing a slightly more patient Zeta division here. Did they? I think they even started rotating back in the other direction, maybe expecting that the plant has gone down elsewhere. Uran is jumping through that Cosmic Divide, and there's the realization. Both players sat in an after-plant spot. The plan here from Fnatic is to spam, but bear in mind, Leo is very low.
Well, Laz is even lower. He's just been taken down by the man with low HP. Leo swinging them again and again and finding the result. Unbelievable. He's 16 health in the corner. Uran needs to drop him and then turn 180 degrees. Maybe not. Alpha swung it, but he won it. 3 rounds now for Fnatic, and they're back on the board.
Do you know what I realized, though? That question we had earlier, player most likely to win a 1v5, it has to be Leo, right? It has to be. Do you remember that 1v5 he pulled off with a Sheriff? Like, yeah. I don't feel, don't get me wrong. I do agree any of them can pull it off, but Leo is just, he's going to tip the scales in any direction, and again, what he's able to do in that round, 16 HP, gets in 2 individual fights, wins 2 individual fights without taking a single point of damage. And well, for Fnatic, I will say, Zeta 5 rounds already on the defense of this map, up against Fnatic, who are widely renowned as one of the best attacking Lotus teams in the world. This is a great start.
I think they've already surprised us in this tournament, in the opening matchup, certainly, and here on the defense, most certainly. But they're not going to be happy with 5 rounds.
No.
If it was the end of the half, maybe they would have a smile on their face. But going into round number 9, no, you're not going to let this slip. That lead needs to be extended even further because you know that Fnatic can flip that switch and go right back into #1 team in the world form. For Zeta to have a chance, it's got to be a big push. Try and close this out as much as they can. A few ultimates online. Both sides have a Viper's Pit coming into the next round. That should make for some interesting retake gameplay.
Yeah, I think as Loud learned in Brazil, you don't beat Fnatic until you beat Fnatic. Yeah. Like, they are the team that pulled off one of the most legendary comebacks of all time.
Because of a pause from Mini.
And there you go.
Man that isn't here anymore.
Yeah, he's not going to be there. Elmer Putty, though, that's the thing. I'm excited to see him on a team. Well, I'll be honest, that is fluent in English. Like, because he was on Gen G. I believe that the way that it worked there was him almost having to translate things to someone in Korean who would then, or no, he wasn't translating it. The Korean was obviously translating it, and then it would go to the team. So I do feel like this is a very, very different scenario for Putty, and honestly, I think he definitely can work very, very well with this Fnatic squad. Of course, we're going to miss Mini, though. Who wouldn't? We love Mini.
Man who's hard to replace, that's for sure, but
he's been with them since before they were Fnatic as well. You have to bear in mind.
Yeah. They summoned him way back.
Get my scarf off him.
Someone FC scarf? Yeah.
No, that's the thing. Yeah. He brought it with him when I met with him a couple of months ago and forgot to give it to me.
Oh, no.
Sent me a message after. By the way, I had a scarf for you. Oh. I was like, oh, one of my summon scarves.
But for Elmer Putty as well, to quickly touch on it, the current coach of Fnatic, he has been on. He was on that Gen G roster in that situation for 2 years to the day. Like it was September to September, 21 to 23, and you know that it sounds like a bizarre system, but it must have worked for him to be there that long, right? And to make that work is not an easy task. So he definitely deserves a lot of respect within the coaching scene, and well, we'll see how high the heights can be for Fnatic and what they can reach.
You're only going to hit one of the players on A. It's actually a little bit misleading. The double stack up is here, but even with the advantage from Fnatic, Uran makes it competitive again. 15 seconds left as they look to get that plant down. It needs to be a kill from Sugar Zero. It needs to be one fast. The fact is he's got 5 bullets left and he's not going to be able to land the shot. A nice attempt from Uran to actually turn that one back in their favor. But now Fnatic really look to build into this one. They managed to shut down the aggression in this round, but even though this buy might not be the prettiest from Zeta, Mitch, that's a lot of ults.
Yeah, it's somewhere where there's a lot of safety nets to fall back on. This was devastating. Uran was only 57 HP. If he had a little bit more health, he gets out of there through the box, just tanks a couple of wall bangs, and then you have a really competitive round. Instead, it was just a little bit too much of an ask, especially once they isolate where is that player. And you find out that location, everybody's trained in on it, and with the plant in, there was no hassle. Fnatic, the attack side is certainly starting to take shape. This time the C site is drawing their eye, and it looks like Zeta are quick to rotate. A lot of players here to help out. Uran only good for one. We need to see a little bit more, because that's a rifle down with just Laz having the other rifle, and he is quite a bit away, only making it towards spawn, the C side, spawn side of C, pardon me, right about now.
Yeah, and Alpha getting those couple of kills, he's now got the lockdown online. So that ult advantage that was there a moment ago really isn't anymore. I would be surprised if we see more use from Fnatic, but they have been a little bit more loose with their ults over the last couple of rounds, especially when you need to start grinding things back. As I said, even a 7-5 half on the attack for Fnatic is not even close to sort of what we expect from them when it comes to the attack of Lotus. Snakebite doesn't actually clear Sugar Zero, but it does seem like Boaster is aware of the potential. Laz does well. And still a couple of players looking to push back in. Sugar Zero goes a little bit early, though. The rest of the team still sat back, patiently waiting, and him running in. Wow, Chronicle has just decided to end this one, 5-5.
Yeah, very clean from Chronicle with that third kill and the second to close it out. And with the scoreline tied up, like I say, you know, Zeta are not going to be a squad that's upset with having 5 rounds on the defense, but with how things have gone, this could have been more.
That's a real Zeta fan. He's got himself a Zeta headband and a Zeta flag. Now that's how we like it. I love these little, like the Sugar Zero. I think, did that say Sugar Zero, Sugar Hero above it?
I think so, yeah.
That's sick.
Yeah, Zeta not going to be upset with their current position. 5 ultis online, though. This is where they could push it up to at least 6. Nice opening from Laz, but the punish is immediate. Alpha here not letting them get away with anything. Showstopper used, fired out as well, and it's Chronicle to be dropped. No more Viper utility to play around. The ultimate committed. Sugar Zero on the way to the A site, taking space. Trying to deny this push from Fnatic. He suspects it's coming in here. He's made the right read. Fnatic need to find him, locate Sugar Zero, and take him down, but it's easier said than done. The guy's an enigma, but he's caught Leo rotating into B, or more so, Leo's caught him. They'll get the B site. Free plant down below. 30 HP on Alpha. It's Leo and Boaster with the onus of this round on their shoulders.
Lockdown will buy them that extra little bit of time. Not anything really left now for the side of Zeta to play with. They used quite a lot in this round to try and pressure in the early. Now they've got to see if they can pull it through in the late. A lot of tagged up players, but Fnatic are just looking to buy as much time as possible. Their post-plant utility doing the work for them and not peeking until it's absolutely necessary. The spam through, and it's actually being stuck. They have to be a little bit careful. Heroron is just trying to hold on. The fact is, it's been halved, and he just has to stick it from here on out, but there is no time left as Boaster will be there to close it. It's definitely too close for comfort, but Fnatic have now continued that grind back and at least will go in level at the half.
Another clutch for Boaster. He just can't stop. Can't stop, won't stop. 6 rounds on the board for Fnatic as they keep on pushing. We still have both of those Viper pits, but Laz with a lockdown might counter it out in the next round. Now, in what we see here, you know, this is somewhere that the start of the round didn't go according to plan for Fnatic. They get knocked down a peg. They're left into chaos. But again, we see one of their biggest strengths is just thinking on their feet, being able to reset into that late round and come back with a winning solution.
Again, control just taken. Alpha, after maybe a slightly quieter performance in the last game, has really come online in this one. Another opener for the Sentinel. Sugar Zero, though, this is his gun of choice. The judge only gets one, and Durka continues the push forward. Lockdown finally utilized, but a stage where it might be too little too late. We're even going to see the paint shell take it out of action, but it's not like it mattered. A 1 versus 4 for Laz. Let's see if he can get anything done here.
It'll be tough. Easier with Alpha down, but he was very low on HP. Not a luxury that he'll have for most of these other fights. Maybe Durka, but Chronicle and Leo still sitting very, very healthy. Of course, round 12, I was going to say, yeah, Chronicle, Viper's Pit online, not used because he was just too focused on fighting with his teammates. Although he popped it, it certainly wasn't necessary. We talked about 5 rounds for Zeta being a decent spot to finish the half on. I just did think they'd be able to push up a little bit further, but it looks like Fnatic woke up, they poked the beast.
Yeah, as said, like, we have high expectations of their attack side. It doesn't mean they're slouches on the defense by any stretch. Again, though, super impressed by Heroron in this map. Like, the amount of impact he's had so far. Yeah, sure, the last few rounds have been quieter from the entirety of the squad, but honestly, 5 rounds, it's really not bad. Like, going into that attack side, we'll have to see what they've got in the second half, but I don't think, the problem is, it's like that's nothing to be frowned upon for their defensive side. It's just the fact they lost 5 rounds in a row. Like when you're 5-2 up, it's a little bit of a different story. The good thing for Zeta, though, is they've been phenomenal in their pistols. They're currently 3 for 3, winning 2 of them versus C9, of course, in the other map that they played today. And if they can make it a clean sweep versus Fnatic as well, there's a good chance that they could fight this one back into their favor.
I love the difference looking at these crowd shots between some of the most recent international over in North America. You know, all the signs are kind of memes or asking for people to DM them. These signs are, and also they're all drawn on just, you know, the square cardboard that they've picked up at the venue with a Sharpie and scribble it down. You know, it's sort of a last minute thought of, oh, yo, I'll make a sign. Some people put some crazy effort in, don't get me wrong. But here, everybody puts some crazy effort in. They're made from home.
I like how you said that as we're looking at someone
edge
with a picture of a cat on their phone.
Hey, multiple pictures of cats. That's something. It's not just one, Tom. And, you know, you got to get Photoshop up at home and craft that. That's still some effort.
I think the real skill is if you can do it in paint.
Oh, yes. Okay. Then we're talking. See, I've got like a Photoshop on my phone. Just kind of cheating. It's really helpful.
Do it in paint. That's when you're really a cool kid.
Control, copy paste, right? On paint, put any image into it, draw over it. Yeah.
Do it in Word art, bro. Come on.
Hell yeah.
Well, here we go. Pressure for Boaster.
Oh, he's safe.
Low on HP, but he's not quite done. He'll take 1, and Alpha's then. Well, I was gonna say his hero, but actually, Boaster's already dead, so not the greatest hero. He caught him, but after he already hit the ground.
He caught him on the bounce back up. You know, fair play.
Yeah, saddest moment in Spider-Man.
Yeah, depending on which one, yeah. Get there just a second too late. Well, let's see if they can Peter Park their way in here on the C site. Get that spike planted. Alpha puts a thorn in the side with Sugar Zero now very low. Heroron's being spotted. Leo trained in on the angle. And he's easily able to adjust, ready for Sugar Zero to make that play around. Heroron turns on a dime to take down Durka. Good read of what Fnatic will be trying to do here to react around their teammates' info. But he's now down to just 50 HP. Barrel spotted, and he's executed by Leo. A pistol win for Fnatic, an 8th round on the board, now leading by 3. And the challenge for Zeta won't be in this round, most likely. I'm expecting a very light buy, with the next round being where they splash the cash.
Get the sheriffs in, lads. We've already seen what you can do with that weapon. But yeah, that's the first pistol that Zeta have lost. And that's where now the game starts to look like it's slipping away from them. 6 rounds in a row have gone the way of Fnatic. As said, like it has sort of been like the first day of the tournament, a bit more of a sleeping giant. The Fnatic starting to wake back up. Pressure being placed. Duran again. Always seems to be good for one. That Sheriff has hit the deck, though, and they don't have another one.
Time to push forward and recover it. 1-to-1 trades, you're going to be very happy with in a round like this. That attack side as well, being able to coagulate, move together, push into a site, and well, if you're Fnatic, that's a terrifying prospect. They're going to leave A wide open because of that, not wanting to isolate or be isolated rather in some of these duels or isolate a teammate to defend a site solo, especially when it's like not a Killjoy or something like that, who's obviously set up across B and C. Looks like they will go for aggression. They will also split up towards A. but the punish isn't there. Oh, the punish is there. Hero runs, caught him with a wall bang on a Ghost. I thought he was safe around the corner, but I was wrong.
And now Yatsuka's got himself a Guardian, which when you're low on HP, it's definitely not the worst weapon to have, needing those instant headshots. He's going to go lurking back through the B site. Now, a battle is to be had facing off against Boaster. Timing is everything, though, and Boaster manages to win that duel. Leo's able to clear this close angle where Hiroron was looking to be a nasty surprise. They're being methodical in the attempt of this retake. Fnatic not wanting to let this one slip away, and almost a wallbang kill from Alpha leaves these remaining players in such a horrible position. Sugar Zero trying to do something a little bit nifty. Well, when you've got nothing to play with other than a classic, it's not quite going to work out.
An expected result in this round, I think it's fair to say. The side of Fnatic winning it out with superior weaponry. But this is what we mentioned for Zeta. You know, that round 2, it wasn't a strong buy, it wasn't an investment. Instead, I got the pistols.
Yeah, I know you didn't see that, but that was somebody holding up a tablet with Boaster twerking on it.
Ah.
Player standing.
We've got the GIFs in now.
I very much regret not looking at the program feed for that.
Don't worry, I'm
upset. Send it to me.
It will. I think you can very easily Google that one. I'll be honest with you, Mitch. I think that one has been seen a few times.
I don't think I need to Google it, Tom. It's safe in the camera roll.
It's engraved in your mind.
I actually just have one of those little screens in my room, the programmable ones. It's just on a loop.
Oh, okay. Like the sort of like photo frame.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay, I get you.
Some people put pictures of their family. I just need gifts of Boaster. What else could you want? Durka already opening it up with Euron down, and what in the world is that from Boaster? It's not even like a spam weapon. He's got a Guardian, and he just picks a spot, fires, and of course there's a player on the other side. This is just ridiculous.
I've seen people wall bang with the Guardian, but not like the spam
Let me shoot through a smoke with tracers, and well, look, if you're gonna hit the shots, it doesn't matter, I suppose.
Yeah, and especially in the somewhat bonus round, this is getting super out of control. Bear in mind, we were at a scoreline of 5-2 in favor of Zeta.
It's madness.
And then Fnatic, well, it almost reminds me of the scene in The Incredibles, or right near the end when he's like running the race at school. And he's holding back and then just instantly starts sprinting all the way to the front. They're like, close second, closer. Well, they're sort of just sprinting away with this one. 20 seconds left for Zeta. I almost wonder if this is just a save at this point. They're going to try and run through the smoke late on this C site. Boaster hasn't moved an inch. The nade through. He's going to just clean them up. A third kill for him. Oh, online, not that it's needed. And Laz, well, he was hoping for a late lurk. He's even been spotted by Durka. 10-5, 8 rounds in a row from Fnatic. And while at this point, it is looking kind of done.
It absolutely is. Yeah, they might have been slow to start. They might have been a little sleepy, and Zeta had some very nice rounds and good adaptations in that first half.
Yeah, I wish I could be 18-9 when I'm jet lagged.
Yeah. I like, yeah, even in the video, they're like, who's likely to sleep through an alarm? And he's like, yeah, it's me, but I'm jet lag, bro. And to be fair, yeah, evidently, he must. He's complaining about it, but he ain't going to be complaining about that performance. 18-9 for Alphier, 10-5 for Fnatic. Getting towards the end of this map, especially if it keeps up after what was a staggering 8 rounds in a row from the side of Fnatic. It should come as no surprise that Zeta want to take a moment to talk about things. They've called a tactical pause to reassess how they're going to fight their way through. And again, the pressure is off. This is not do or die for them.
He's got the Fnatic sleeves on. He's ready in case of a call-up. You know, like the fat blokes at like football games who are just like full kit. They're like ready to go. They're like, yeah, just in case the old gaffer calls me up, I'm ready to go, as if that would ever happen. But he's got the full sleeves on, and just in case, he's like, you know what? I'm ready. Get some gunners on, good to go.
He looks the part. Sometimes that's all that matters, Tom.
I respect wearing like the sleeves as a fashion statement. That for me, that's a confident person.
The thing is, like, Smoothie made fun of us for not being Radiant, like, a bit immortal. But if I had that Fnatic sleeve, I'm not saying Devard has robbed me of Radiant, but maybe.
Right.
Maybe that could be the game changer.
you never know.
There should be studies
I would
done.
say that I'm fairly confident it's not the case.
It might be, though.
Sure. Why not?
Can't disprove it.
Why not?
That's all that matters to me. A little bit of an awkward fight here for Alpha. That's up against Pistols. Aggression that gives them a rifle. Now they can cross over with the smoke down, pick up the rifle, and really start to compete for this round. A couple shots landing perfectly onto Hero Ron. Boaster caught on aggression. And this has been, you know, an attempt for Fnatic to take it to a different level of gameplay, getting in their opponents' faces. But Tom, when they've got pistols in hand, that might not be the time for it.
That paranoia was definitely a little bit late.
I don't know what you mean.
You see Yasuka go, right, and I'm right in there for... Guys, where's the paranoia? But it doesn't matter. They've got the advantage. Leo, Durka, Chronicle. Well, Boaster may be down, but he believes any of his team can win on 1 versus 5. In fact, just one of them needs to get a couple of kills to get them back into this one. No ults available on either side, so it's just going to come down to these firefights, and Lads is already cleared out. Looking a bit more problematic. Hero also stuck in the corner. They are picking them apart. And what was a 4v3 just seconds ago quickly diminishes into another Fnatic win.
Yeah, problem was Hero Ron's obviously committed to using some utility to catch these players out, to grab the info for his team as they make their way through. He didn't see the nade coming, and by the time he did, it was way too late. It was at his feet. There was no way that he was going to survive that blast. 11-5. Fnatic have earned their spot despite a terrible start.
Of this?
Not just that.
Did we need a slow-mo replay of Alpha not hitting his shots?
Hey, look, it doesn't happen too often. For some people, it'll be the multi-kills they get. But when Alpha...
And Vard didn't let it slide.
No. Oh, no. Why would he? Why would he? He's looking for something to do out there. He's happy to pull on their strings. Fnatic pushed up on C. Durka firing away up in hand, and it's a bait as well. You know, this guy wants to take a fight, get out of there, and then leave Alpha behind the box to completely decimate them. It looks like Zeta won't be falling for that trap, though. Instead, focusing their attention towards the A side, which is where we're going to have Boaster alongside Chronicle. A dangerous duo for sure, and I love, can I say, I absolutely love what Boaster's doing here. He's waiting for the steps. He's hearing them. They know they're going to try and open that door, and that's when he fires away. It's so beautiful, Tom.
Yeah, also with the push-up of Durka on the other side of the map, they can gamble here. They can have that full rotation. Another spam.
Do it again. Do the roar.
Ooh.
Do the roar.
He's on him.
You've got 60 bullets, Boaster. Shoot some of them. Yes, no. It was so close. It was so close.
We talk about the crowd sometimes giving things away. I almost feel like it's a good thing you're not played out to the arena, because you would give it away. They're now rotating back as well. 35 seconds left. If they go into B, 2 players. If they go towards C, operator. There is no safe space for this Zeta squad. And again, I see her and wonder, like, is it worth a save? But when you're 11-5 down, it's just too much. Like, you're not going to be able to do anything to stop this man. The Prowler will force him back. But he also has his ult. He also has a paint shell. And they've got 14 seconds. They're screwed.
Okay, it's going to be a little awkward for Durka. Having to go down to the classic.
He had a classic as well.
Sorry, everything else.
He's got an operator. He's got a showstopper. He's got a paint shell. Oh, sorry. He's also got classic, guys. Sorry, I didn't think of that one.
That's beautiful. You named everything else, and he just pulls out the free weapon.
He had a boom
ball. Oh, they just wall-banged Hero Ron. Goodness, they lost over half their team to wall bangs in that round.
Hero Ron to 0 Ron, unfortunately.
Jeez.
Or Hero Ron to Sugar 0 Ron.
That's 10 rounds in a row now that we've seen.
Yeah, you remember when it was 5-2? Me neither.
Yeah, me neither. It was only like 10 minutes ago at this point.
Yeah.
Some incredibly dominant rounds. Fnatic pulling out a bunch of depth. Boaster winning my heart for the millionth time with the Odin play.
It's a you thought sort of moment. Oh, you thought Fnatic weren't going to be the #1 seed in this tournament. Sorry.
Big mistake, buddy. They're moving towards this area again. We're back on board with Boaster. He's spraying away. He's making noise. He's firing back. He sees the tracers. He knows. Oh, this is so beautiful. So much damage can be done here. They can't get close to the button. He'll give it up, though. He'll concede the space. He's not too greedy. That's what I love about Boaster. Resetting his stars as well.
I think they did. Back. They managed to jump strafe, press the button, so he decided to fade away.
Just about. But even then, they're too scared to push into it. Aware that Boaster might just be there, ready to spam, ready to spray. ready to win the game today. We'll see if he can close this one out as they've got them boxed in. The push through C has completely isolated this angle. There's only one spot these players can be in. Boaster firing in to do damage as they make their way in, but he will play the retake. Again, confident in this early flank that they've got on, and Laz has to shut this down. The Nanos pushed him out a little bit, not wide enough. Yatsuka's fallen, and there goes Laz. The Odin's still alive on the site, still spraying away, trying to suppress the sound, maybe for Chronicle. Certainly Hero Ron didn't know there were players that close. Good trade from Alpha, leaving just Uran, the last man standing, and stand he will not for much longer. The defuse confirms it. Fnatic, they're going through 13-5, looking beautiful. I mean, it was a shaky start, a slower one, but a quick finish.
Well, you can see why Boaster's a fan favorite. 13-5, yeah. And also a good bounce back from the last map as well, playing against Fennel. It's definitely a rougher game for them, but Alpha back on form, Boaster right at the top of the board as well. And it was another day at the office for Fnatic. And it secures them a spot in the semi-finals as well. That's what you have to bear in mind. They get to skip the quarterfinals because of their 2-0 victory. And for Fnatic, well, it's going to give them an easier time and a lot of opportunities to watch the rest of the teams.
It's ridiculous. Boaster's twerk game is just off the charts. When he lifted a trophy here in Tokyo last time, that was his celebration. And, well, the same thing here. A very different vibe in the Fnatic room versus the previous game that they played. And, of course, with this win, it means their next game will most certainly be played on that stage in front of the crowd. We haven't got to see Fnatic out there. Both their games were in these back rooms. And now their next will be in front of the crowd. But, you know, #1 seed going through, correct me if I'm wrong, Tom, that means they will get the choice of whether they're...
I think there might be something about who was more successful throughout the day, so I don't think it's... We're going to leave that to, like, admins, the clever people. People are really knowledgeable about the behind-the-scenes stuff, like Ian.
Yeah, I mean...
I've heard, so what is the rule exactly, Ian,
They get to
right
pick who
now?
they have in the semi-final. They get the
but
choice.
who does?
Fnatic.
Are you certain?
No, but I'm going to find out.
I don't actually think that's true.
Never
mind, we're going to ask someone who actually knows and not Ian.
Well, Fnatic right back to work, right back to the twerk. Back in the driver's seat, resuming their position as favourites to win this tournament. You can see him right there. Boaster was right in his bag. Absolutely flying on this map, especially with the Odin. I know that my man Mitch was loving every single second of that. To Mitch and Tom, you've been phenomenal on the cast. You get to take a little bit of a break, maybe go see the sights of Tokyo, Japan, and you'll be right back with us here in the Ryogoku Koguji-kan Arena in Tokyo, Japan. When we come back, we've still got 2 more games coming your way. We'll be back very shortly. Don't go anywhere. welcome back to Red Bull Homeground 2023 from the home of innovation and one of my favorite cities in the whole wide world, Tokyo, Japan. You are tuning in with 2 more best of ones to come, and I'm joined on the desk by another illustrious duo. Once again, making a, I was about to say debut, but it's like your re-debut. It's been a long day, guys. We've got Paper Thin, and we got Achilles here on the desk. Welcome back. Have you been enjoying the play while you've been behind the scenes?
Yeah, I mean, was hoping it was a really good start for Zeta Division there in that last series. Was looking like, oh, maybe this is going to be competitive the whole way throughout. Yep. Unfortunately, not quite the case, but I still like the trends that we're kind of seeing from Zeta overall today. Obviously, still in the tournament. This was not an elimination matchup or whatever, so we get to see more of this team and see how they continue to develop. But some great highlights there from Laz. The guy that's really been impressing is Hirodon. Hirodon has been absolutely crushing. Give this guy a sheriff, and he will get you results.
Yeah, he's been just a revelation for them. I mean, look, he was an insane player on Fennel. He was putting up crazy good numbers, but he was on a Sentinel role. Now he's switching over to the Initiator here to keep Laz onto that Sentinel role, and he's still impressive. I mean, his utility maybe not quite as on point as you'd like, but who cares? His shooting is nuts, and that's definitely really important. And I mean, Boaster's just, a human highlight reel himself. So.
Boaster is Boaster, and I want to talk more about Fnatic in a moment. But just briefly, Zeta, do you think that they've seen enough, and have you seen enough from them to feel confident going into the quarterfinals?
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious to see like what the maps are going to be looking like as we go into non-best of ones and whatnot, where they're going to look to trend to, and whether or not they're going to lean in towards having Yatsuka in here on this roster, where clearly he comes into play the Rays, or if they want to go towards more jet-centric maps so that they can have a bit more firepower. Granted, it's the first showing. There's a lot of pressure on him, so you can only say so much about Yatsuka after this one. I'm sure we'll see more of him in the future, but for now, I like what I'm seeing from Zeta. They're still sometimes slowing down to that snail's pace that they were hitting in VCT Pacific, where we'd see them go for a side exec with 20, 25 seconds remaining. But we also saw a decent amount of aggression coming out of them, and I think they need to push in that direction, continue working that way, be a little bit looser, be willing to really ramp up the pace and catch your opponents off.
No, that's no. We can't have that. This is Zeta. We got to have just nice, slow, steady play.
Yeah, I know.
Around.
Well, it's not slow and steady from Fnatic, who have re-established themselves for sure as the favourites to potentially go on to win this. Of course, it's unpredictable. We've got still 2 long play days ahead of us to find out who will lift that trophy when it's all said and done here in Tokyo. Let's move on now to our next matchup. It is 100 Thieves versus Scarz. Now, 100 Thieves did not get off to the best start at the beginning of the day here, Paper Thin, but they are, of course, last year's champions, so they're not going to want to go out of this without kicking and screaming.
Yeah, certainly not. And who knows, we could see, like we saw with Fnatic, where they start off a little bit slow in some of these games or maps, and then they kind of ramp up. So that could happen here with 100 Thieves. Now, they were having a tough time with the extremely tight coordination that Foot had. They were kind of giving Foot some easy 1v1s at times, things like that, so they can clean a little bit of that up. Bang was playing really, really well on that Viper. I thought he was landing some really good timings with his utilities. He's having really good calls when to dismiss the toxic screen and play off of that, things like that. So if he can kind of keep that up, and if somebody else can pick it up behind him, whether it be Cryo or whoever. Also, it is difficult for 100 Thieves, right? You're bringing in Nature very last minute here to try to sort this all out, potentially being the IGL as well. So you can't really fault 100 Thieves here. They're trying things out. A lot of teams are. So now you're going to get tested a little bit more against Scarz, who looked really good against DRX.
Yeah, I mean, I think Minnie put it the best with one of his tweets from a while ago. It's like, these are off-season events. Can we please not put that much weight onto how this is going to impact VCT performance going into 2024? There's so much time to continue to develop, and that's what these tournaments are really all about, is seeing that development, seeing it in action, rather than having it hidden behind and locked away in scrim rooms and whatnot. We're actually getting to see it happening live. For Scarz, though, I mean, it was a really strong showing for them in that first series, pushing against DRX. I mean, 13-10 is a very solid scoreline for this squad that also has not had that much time to really develop since they were able to bring in some of these new players after having the likes of like Jemkin and whatever go over to RRQ, Crystal leaving the team, etc. I think that their performance inspired a lot of confidence in this squad to do great things. So for 100 Thieves, yeah, you might be able to shake off that loss. It looked like they were in good spirits, but at the same time, Scarz looks damn good.
You've got 5 seconds. Who's winning?
I think 100 Thieves.
Scarz.
All right, 100 Thieves versus Scarz. It is now time for another epic walkout. Bring it on.
世界最高のバロラントチームをス ステージにお迎えしましょう。壮大な対決の時がやってきた。100 Thieves。Scarz.
You can feel a little bit of higher pressure in the air this time around because, of course, when this one is said and done, one of these two teams will not be rejoining us as this tournament progresses. So there's a lot on the line here, Paper Thin.
Yeah, absolutely. Nobody wants to be done. There's still things you can practice. You know, we talked about, these off-season events. You know, obviously there's things that are going to change because rosters change, people change. You got to figure things out, and that takes time. So it's like you want to have that extra room, though, to work on your fundamentals, to work on some of those things that you brought these players together for here. So in this match, absolutely, they're going to be bringing their A games.
Yeah, Seth, I mean, like, it's a learning opportunity, of course, for a team such as Scarz, right?
Sure.
You want to figure things out, you want to test your mettle against some big teams, but ultimately, that competitive spirit is obviously within you, especially when you're playing in Japan.
Oh, yeah. I mean, being the, kind of like the pseudo-crowd favorite here you would anticipate is we're also going to have splits of the Japanese map to come out in this one. Yeah, that's going to add a lot of pressure. But as we saw earlier with them versus DRX, I mean, DRX that's a team where if you're going to be scared of going up against somebody, you're going to be scared going up against Fnatic, you're going to be scared going up against DRX because these are squads that have so many reps at the international level, but they were vibing. We saw them on stage. They were having a good time. They were hamming it up for the cameras as well. So I think that Scarz, even though this is an elimination matchup, are probably still going to be feeling quite comfortable coming into this one.
For 100 Thieves, it's a weird position to be in because you didn't have the year that you wanted after winning home ground last time out. We're obviously at the back end of the year, so it's a chance to do two things. You can end 2023 on a positive note, but it's also the time of the year where you look to kickstart the next season. So you almost want to use that momentum again and try again for next year. So it's a double-edged sword, really. If you get a strong performance here at this tournament, there are lots of positives all around.
Yeah, look, confidence is important. And, like I said earlier with Fennel, they want to win some rounds. That's what matters, getting that confidence against Fnatic. Here for 100 Thieves, it's kind of like, look, we're probably slightly favored in this matchup. We should be winning this. If we get that, it's going to feel okay. And then you want to get deeper and further, like you're talking about. But that momentum matters. Those things kind of play into your mind as the season goes on. You're like, some teams can do well with losing here and bouncing back from it. Other teams are going to, thrive more on being able to find some success. And 100 Thieves here running the double duelist. This is kind of the nice part about Asuna that we've been talking a lot about today, right? He's very flexible. He can play a lot of different roles, so he's able to come through here, give you that extra firepower that a lot of teams are favoring on Split these days.
Yeah, but Scarz on the opposite side, I mean, very different team composition that we're seeing. The KO's in the mix as well as the Sky for Scarz. So they do have that double flash comp on top of the double smoke. So a lot of tempo control in their hands. If they're connecting with those flashes, if those 0 points are hitting targets and not getting destroyed, it can really slow down the entry and the firepower that comes with this double duelist composition. But Cryo back on Jet is something that people were screaming for throughout the year. We saw a bit more of it. We saw it earlier today. We're seeing it again now. Is that going to deliver? And we need to see Asuna having a strong performance alongside him. They need to be the tips of the spear. They need to be the ones that are guiding the rest of the squad into the sites, finding success.
Yeah, and if you're a new addition, you want to have a strong performance here. So we're looking for big things from EU and Nature as well on the side of 100 Thieves, Paper Thin.
Yeah, no doubt about it. It was a struggle for them the first time around. Again, I mean, the only highlight I had written down in my notes was Bang. So definitely want to see them having a lot of impact. Without the Sentinels here, that Viper in particular becomes very important for Nature to really make sure that he's controlling the tempo of the map, he's controlling the pace, he's making sure that his smokes are placed well, that those snake bites are landing where they need to, when they need to, like we saw with Bang earlier.
All right, 100 Thieves versus Scarz. One of these two teams will exit the tournament when this map is over. Let's get into it. Achilles, Paper Thin, take it away, guys.
Don't mind if we do. Here we go into the pistol round. Scarz on the attack first and foremost. Ooh, it's Mr. Tenzo making contact, finding Asuna, taking him down first and foremost. Nice early kill, spotting Bang as well, who's just going to be going the opposite way, rotates back in towards the site. In the meantime, things getting busy over here in Habitus. Tempura picks up EU Cryo, taken down. Does manage to get Yoshi with him, so a bit of that firepower going to be taken out, but still just a 2v4. Odds stacked against 100 Thieves. Recovered Sheriff will give Nature a little bit more firepower. If he can line up some heads, do a good Hiroron impersonation, then maybe they would be in with a pinch, but he goes into the smoke. It's not anticipating that Tempura is going to be waiting there.
Yeah, it just really catching them off guard in a couple different spots here, you know, with Mr. Tenzo over on the other side, Tempura hiding in the smoke. So again, this is showing me that Scarz is just really well mentally disciplined, and Lumo's going to finish it off with a headshot and a bang. So four players alive at the end of this round for Scarz. It's a really good start in the pistol. Once again, looking really good for them. They haven't dropped one yet today.
I was just about to say 3-0 in pistol rounds so far here. Didn't see TRX pick up a single one when they played against them. And it looks like we're going to have a similar follow-up buy coming through. Lumo, not quite. Oh, never mind. He is going to go for it. For a second, I thought maybe he was going to be the lone pistol carrier, but full Bulldogs across the board once again here for Scarz. Very low investments for the side of 100 Thieves. Saw a flash of a shorty for a brief little moment, but taken away. So just a little bit of util spent. But otherwise, classics abound.
Yeah, so Scarz continues just this really clean play. I mean, I'm really impressed so far. See if that can continue and see if they can get it done. I mean, 100 Thieves, I was going to say also before this match, like coming into the defender side on split could look pretty good, but you know, Sentinelist comps, no ciphers. Of course, not quite into that newest phase. Yeah, we're not quite into the newest phase yet of Cypher, but even still, there's still teams who would play it anyway on this map, and he's super powerful on the defender side. So without any of those Sentinels, no Killjoys, definitely some room to maneuver here, potentially for the duelists. We'll see.
Yoshi taking a couple shots over towards Bang. He does manage to elude the damage there. Of course, have to have our eyes on Yoshi again. Brought out that Jet earlier, had a wonderful performance. Now we can see how good his race is going to be. Tempura finding the first kill here of the round. Is Asuna going to be taken down, but Cryo fires back very swiftly. Dealing with Tempura, so one of those flashers is going to be gone. So Tenzo going to be waiting until his next one is available.
And
so the A site's completely open at the moment.
Exactly. This is something that has been really impressive with Scarz, is they are willing to kind of find some angles on the map.
They're hearing the rotations, though. And now this is going to send them drifting back over here towards B.
Yep.
Which they will also find completely vacated. And this is kind of the problem here for 100 Thieves when they have low investment, when they have nothing but classics. They have to rotate as a pack. They do have that recovered Bulldog. Let's see if Bang is going to be able to put that to good use as the plant starts coming through.
But this is part of that, getting so deep into the enemy lines, getting that information that they can hear those footsteps, that they can be in positions to capitalize on the movements of 100 Thieves. So you gotta love what you're seeing.
If not for the recovered Bulldog, I think that widely 100 Thieves would be perfectly content to just sit back and allow for the spike to take them down. But Bulldog in hand goes to good use. Bang finds two. And suddenly it's a 2v4. No jumping up over the top. Notices one. Gets the elimination, but Nature swings the corner, takes him out. Snake bite in. They clearly have no idea where Allen is at. shots. Ooh, the scope in, the swing on the corner, and EU helps take him down. The defuse is going to be coming in, and what a fantastic reply from 100 Thieves as they will go ahead and tie things up 1-1, denying the anti-eco.
Well, Bang is just, he's playing out of his mind in this tournament, so things maybe not going the way of 100 Thieves in our first game, but this one, right back to Bang being really, really strong. Getting that Bulldog and immediately putting it to good use. Nature with a good little flank there at the stairs, being patient, waiting the players out. And yet, still plenty of fire left in this 100 Thieves squad. They still want this for sure. And now a few assault rifles along with those Bulldogs going to be in there. A couple Vandals. Nature going to be going with that Phantom as they look to see if they can really shut Scarz out here. Kind of reminiscent of Scarz attacker's side on Haven, right? Win the pistol and then lose the next round. So they played okay the rest of that half, but not great. And maybe here they can find something with a little bit of value.
Holding the corner, sending a couple shots out. Smattering of damage, but the nade will very much force him away. Shoved back. We'll take, I believe, snatched up there by Yoshi. Either way, that attempted push through the garage going to come to a halt, and all the wall drops, and Cryo perfectly poised to take down Allen.
Allen thinking maybe he could get away with it there just at the nick of time off of his wall. Nature going to do a little bit of damage to Yoshi there, but just going to fall back to the safety of his teammates. His push seems to be on.
Paranoia cross, but Bang knocked out by him. It doesn't matter. Tempor with a fantastic headshot shuts him down. Elimination found. Yoshi, however, gunned down on the drop. Tempora falling to the earth, dead. Nature will be able to come up with two. Lumo just lurking here in the garage. Flash not going to get the catch, but the nade will get some damage across. Forces him back behind the box. Couple shots in. Asuna pretty damn certain that he's there, and he will be able to find him. 2-1. 100 Thieves stringing them together. Now we get ready to go into the next buy round here for Scarz.
Yeah, but again, you know, Scarz being active on the map, doing some decent things, but 100 Thieves, you know, starting to get their feet under them, starting to get a little bit of confidence. A little bit stronger here, able to hold it down just enough. A little bit of a tricky spray with the aim punch for Nature, but it's a Phantom, a little easier to control at that range.
Well, parity basically for the first time. That Guardian, though, still in the hands of Yoshi. Quite able to get up towards that Vandal.
Kind of an interesting decision with a raise on this map on attacker side. Used to seeing judges, if you're going to cut funds a little bit. Ooh, the risky boombot there. Asuna ready for it. Quick kill for Mr. Tenzin. Yoshi right behind him.
Finds Asuna, and that's going to be the double duelist taken out. Fantastic early kills here from the side of Scarz. Just a little bit impatient from 100 Thieves, wanting to push up, wanting to get aggressive, but Scarz shuts it down. Just a fairly standard crossfire setup. The push continues, and Bang just walks into a multi-stack of members. And now it's just Nature and EU left.
Definitely seems like Scarz.
Spotted. They know where he's at.
Yeah. They see him. But they seem to be really aware of kind of the aggressive nature of 100 Thieves on this map. They seem to be really, especially around that ramen area, checking back and forth on both sides, really making sure they're keeping track of it. Nature, though, it's one.
Find one, but there's a lot more work to be done. The bite does delay, and he was just about to look away and try to track the Omen TP. Either way, so Tenzo comes up with the kill. Plant can now come in. Looks like Scarz, yeah, will be able to just tie it up 2-2 with some fantastic kills right at the start of the round. It was pretty damn unrecoverable there for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, just a really strong start. Again, good awareness from Scarz. I don't mind the idea here. You know, you almost get ahead of this boombot enough to get Yoshi, but then they're just waiting.
I mind this one. This is when you know you're done.
This is the Matryoshka doll. Yeah, 3-1 there. No matter how it goes, there's always more waiting. It's unbelievable.
The Hydra stack.
The Hydra stack. There you go. Yeah, the three-headed beast.
Cover going back in we go. 2-2. See who's going to start taking a little bit more of a lead here. Yoshi going to be one away from having that showstopper online. Crucially, Cryo does have an operator in play in this round. Invested just about everything to be able to get that purchase. Seems like Scarz might be anticipating that. They're not really giving any open angles to anywhere other than mid here, which still does have that obfuscation coming through from the smokes. Yoshi trying to get a tempo push here. Catch Nature off guard, but he's unable to do so. Ends up falling down, and that's the entry power taken away from Scarz now.
Yeah, an isolated angle there for him against Nature. Just decided to try to see if he could win it. Yoshi's been feeling it today, so Why not? Does some damage, but it's going to be healed up by EU. Cryo is going to put it to use, and Asuna finding Tempura with that Vandal. Cryo going to continue to wait this out. In the corner is Lumo.
Now for more. Ooh, Cryo wants his pound of flesh, and he will have it. Lumo taken out. The quick scope in. Allen just going to have to drift away. Does have money to buy, but might need to put that towards one of his teammates, especially because Lumo has nothing. Looks like they very much want this chase. Austin at least going to be clearing enough space to be able to grab the orb, so now he has his ult online going into that 6th round.
Yep, Allen hoping for value. Decent amount of money in the back pockets for Scarz, so a really big win here for 100 Thieves, especially if they can come through this cleanly. Looking at their bank accounts, very low. 0 for Asuna, 0 for Nature, and yeah, they do. EU finds the final one. Flawless for 100 Thieves, man. They're looking really dialed in now.
Definitely coming alive, definitely a lot more present than we were seeing in their opening series. I mean, they've already tied their score. I believe it was a 13-3. So that's a good sign. Now it's nothing but growth from here.
You hope. You hope. Unless it turns out what
surely
we saw
Scarz doesn't just win 11 in a row.
Yeah, that would never happen. I've never
Not
seen
everybody
that.
can be DRX.
Or how many was it that Fnatic just won in a row against Zeta?
Yeah, it was quite a bit, yeah.
It was a lot.
Either way, this is going to be a bit of a tempo break coming through as we see the tactical timeout get called out here by Scarz, wanting to course correct on this attacking side and try to get some wind in those sails.
Yep. Fades here. Let's see what he wants to do. I like that change in that final round there in round 5 from Scarz, or excuse me, from 100 Thieves, where they backed up a little bit, they let some of the pressure come to them, and they played off of that. That's the rounds that have been seeming to go well for them on this defender side. The rounds where they've been proactive have been read pretty well by Scarz, who kind of take their time a little bit, usually in the beginning of these rounds. So for 100 Thieves, you know, take advantage of this map, of its natural state, of being able to play back a little bit, play safe at some of these chokes, you know, like coming out of Mail, coming out of B main, coming out towards A heaven, that kind of thing out of ropes. And you can see it there, Nature able to win his 1v1 against Yoshi, essentially. And those kind of things will continue to benefit them, especially with an op in hand. It's going to be a little bit easier to play that style, of course. And now, again, very important part about that round as well was the extra money that they're going to be able to bank up. Just have to buy a little bit of utility, the full armor for Nature. Everybody else was good to go. I mean, that's a crazy efficient round for 100 Thieves.
Let's see what the call is going to be from Fades now. To see if Scarz is going to be able to tie things up. That showstopper is there. Does that come into play here right off the rip?
Both showstoppers. We could have the duel.
For now, it's not going to be that fast pace that you come to anticipate when Arrays has the ultimate. It is going to be a slow creep up the ramp. Eyes not on it. EU rotating around. We'll send out the Trailblazer. It's Asuna lurking on the ledge. Ooh, spotted for a brief little moment. Some shots exchanged, neither connecting. He drifts across, changing up his position, trying to become a bit more unexpected. As Showstopper goes in, finds one, covering fire. Asuna down to 22 HP, but Yoshi was dealt with. Fantastic duo play coming in as Cryo will also find Allen. Tempura in the meantime is just drifting into the B site. We'll be able to find one, so Bang gets taken out, but Thieves fairly nonplussed by this, considering that they have the spike under their control.
Yeah, and this is, I like the way they're preventing it. Yeah, we've already seen it once today.
The good old Redgar attack.
Yeah, let's make sure it didn't happen. I was actually just about to say, I think Lumo might have his ult. Doesn't matter. And he's not even going to, I think, try for it based on its position, just hoping that.
You grab the gun.
Yeah.
They are stacked up. Asuna's low. Okay. Sprays in, and there you go. They'll flush him out. The shorty gets the kill. And it's just going to be Bang as the only casualty. As 100 Thieves will continue onward, now 4-2. The bank's very much broken here on the side of Scarz, and this should certainly be the round where we see Yoshi look to try to implement that showstopper.
Yeah, you would certainly think he's going to try to find an opportunity for it. And frankly, 100 Thieves here kind of prevents it from happening by finding the early spot onto Yoshi, who is leading the way, gets noted by the Trailblazer, and that kind of gives 100 Thieves a moment to kind of think about it. Yoshi doesn't, want to pull the trigger there, go for it himself, and that lets them set up for the 1-2 punch. You know, with the showstopper, with the players coming behind it, to really nullify any hope Scarz might have had in that round. And now their economy's bad, but their ults are good.
They do have 4 of them. But it's always that mental hurdle, that tactical hurdle of do we want to invest these ults into this round where we are at such a heavy disadvantage. Right. If you can get a kill, you know, especially 2 early on, then makes it that much more likely that you're willing to do so. But
I think
with no action happening, I'm not sure if we're going to see it outside of maybe the showstopper, but Yoshi's creeping up. The gun barrel is spotted, and that's just going to be Tempura now falling. And I think that kill onto Allen will certainly seal the deal.
Yeah, I was about to say, if you can find the spot onto Cryo, then maybe you're willing to try to invest that showstopper.
Oh, flash out, bang. Very much blinded. Yoshi able to take him out, but Asuna deals with the other 2. Now it is just Lumo. Gets a quick headshot, looks for a little bit more. Can't quite line it up. 2 down now, up by 3, 100 Thieves. Starting to kind of run away with this one, and yes, it is split. It still does kind of sway into that defending side, but for Scarz, you have to start being a little bit concerned.
Yeah, and also, you've been sitting on a showstopper for 2 rounds. Both of them, Yoshi's died. That's like, who knows, potentially, you know, 1 extra showstopper you're going to lose in the long run for Scarz because of how efficient 100 Thieves has been shutting these pushes down. So, for sure now, something big's got to happen, but there's plenty of response here. You know, for the side of 100 Thieves.
Okay.
Wow.
Double blast spike up the ramp. Does manage to best Asuna. Taking him down and only taking a smattering of damage. TP out from Lumo. He's caught as EU. Guns down 2. Yoshi now eliminated. That early kill, that advantage they had, very much starts slipping away from them. You can see, tell that EU wary that there's going to be somebody coming up the ramp that doesn't anticipate that Allen's already going to be there. Cryo, however, with that information, gets to go ahead and get some revenge for his fallen teammate. And Tempura just getting ripped to shreds. Down low, push out. Tenzo able to find 1, but he needs to do so much more. The bite kills him off. Now in a 1v2, covering fire, going to be set up. Nature looking to stop him from swinging the corner. Flash is available, but it's just being stuck. He thought that he had gotten off of it. He will find the kill, but it's going to be a bittersweet loss.
We move as a unit, okay?
That's a tough one. Viper's Pit and Showstopper still there. And, you know, some ults invested there, but, you know, Scarz with that opening pick. Immediately the response from EU is huge.
I mean, I get it. You kill him, you get that kill right there on Nature, and in that moment, you have to suspect, oh, bang, he would have gotten off the spike. He's going to have, he knows that he's going to have to defend himself if I come swinging. But if you don't come swinging, he doesn't have to defend himself. He stays stuck to it. So a very good read from Bang overall.
I'm not sure he gets there in time.
Would have been tight.
Yeah, even if he just bolts for him. I'm not, so it would have been really close, but that's hard to think about in that moment. You know, you're kind of expecting maybe that, you know, peeking off of each other, that kind of thing, but I don't really fault Mr. Tenzo too much for that. That's tough. That's a really tough spot to be in.
Tempura now trying to stave off some aggression over towards Ramen here. Is Cryo going to be taken out? Allen getting the catch on him over by the ramp. Tempura, trying to back away, but then Nature swings the corner. Mr. Tenzo peeks out, finds EU. For now, Scarz very much have a man advantage. They have some recovered weapons, and they can get this spike planted. They're going to rotate over. They know that there is this pressure that was being exuded outside of the garage, so they want to plant on A.
Yeah, again, good, safer rotations from Scarz, knowing the map, knowing, you know, good situational awareness here from Lumo on this idealing. This is the safer play. This is the better play. Don't give Bang and Nature the opportunity, especially with those big ults they've got, to potentially turn this situation around really quickly. If you get that Viper's Pit somewhere convenient along with the Cosmic Divide to help set it up, the round could turn 100 Thieves' way very fast.
Almost spotting just enough here. And flushed out into the open. Nature's still going to be good for 1. Puts a little bit of damage down, swaps out the weapons rather than going for the reload. Wants to try to do as much damage as he can, but it's just going to be the 1 kill that he gets. Allen will find the final kill, and Scarz get themselves a 3rd round win.
Yeah. Again, good change of direction. You know, 100 Thieves does a good job dodging the showstopper up towards B Heaven, but it's good recognition from Scarz of kind of how 100 Thieves is going to want to play around that, pushing out through B main, and Tempura's just waiting there in Ramen, just saying, okay, well, I can at least get the info even if I don't necessarily get a follow-up kill off the one he had gotten earlier. And off the rip, Allen gonna use the Poison Cloud to cut off the front. The Viper's Pit gonna be put in the middle to cut off any initial aggression from Scarz, but I can see Lumo, Tempura thinking about it. There's, of course, a counter pit as well, but potentially available from Allen, but Mr. Tenzo might have some trouble here.
Flash doesn't go deep enough to actually get this connection here, but Tenzo swings back in, but also not quick on the trade. Make sure that he doesn't get away with that one for free. Bang now, gonna try to delay. HL goes his way, puts a little bit of damage down. Out. Snake bite out onto the floor. Yoshi able to bounce over the top of it, only takes a smattering of damage. Waits for the vulnerability to go ahead and wear off. One in the alley, one in backside, Bang. Lines him up, finds the elimination instantly. With the drop down here, Nature able to find Tempura rather easily. Allen Lumo now the last two standing. The rotation, the flank coming in, trying to get himself into position, but it's being watched for, but it doesn't matter. Gets the headshot. Asuna gone. Now down to a 2v2 with the spike. Dropped inside the site. You on one side, Nature on the other.
30 seconds left.
Backs away. Plenty of noise being made. Hold the swing in. They're trying to pressure out Allen. They need to make sure they don't line up. They do not, but Allen gets one of the last bullet, and Lumo is there to cover. Cleans them up, and now Scarz stringing two together.
Man, I was really impressed with how 100 Thieves handled the beginning part of that attempted execute by Scarz. The paint shells comes out. Immediately, Bang responds with the gravity well to buy a little bit of time, and they've got the site completely smothered. They've got one on alley, they got one on site, they've got one in heaven. And if that player in heaven wins that trade versus Lumo, it's over. But Lumo, you can see, pumping his fist, screaming, because he knows how big that round was for them. And he busted that round open, gave them a chance in what became a win.
It's absolutely monstrous. I mean, you look at the money now. You're 400 Thieves. Really, only Cryo, the healthiest out of him, likely wants to try to get that next operator into his hands going into the final round of the half. It's just a frenzy for him. 2 stingers, 1 hero rifle carried forward by EU.
And Asuna one away from another showstopper here. Just got to keep your eyes peeled to see if he's able to find a pick or an orb anywhere. Is going to use this Trailblazer. This has been kind of the name of the game here. Keep the players that they know are going to be holding the extremities busy. Start stacking some of that utility to help out these duelists gain some space. Wow. Wow.
Okay, Nature. Yoshi and Tempura both going to be taken out. And that is a huge swing for them.
With the stinger.
Weapon's not recoverable. This Bang now in a bit of a rough position, gets flushed forward, and Lumo is ready for it. Knows his tendencies, it would seem at this point. Showstopper at the ready. Rocket gets sent out, but Lumo guns him down. Asuna and Nature knocked out of the park. 6 HP. Holds on by a thread. Pit now going to be invested.
I've got your train.
Scarz, they very much want to take this up to 5. Seeker on the hunt. Seeing what it can find. EU just shoved back for a brief little moment. As Cryo creeps up, just checking out the extremities here of this Viper's Pit. Lumo, however, still going to be something that he's got to try to tackle, but he's not ready for it. And now Lumo suddenly on for the ace. One more bullet would have gotten it done, but Allen will find it. That ace still eludes us. But Scarz, they are running this back.
They have really figured things out. After losing 4 rounds in a row, now they put up 3 in a row. Maybe going to be able to even this half out. Really good stuff here from Lumo, getting right underneath that showstopper. Asuna can't react in time. Somehow able to keep that spray under control to find the second onto Nature. Absolutely nuts. Then tucked into that corner, Cryo not ready for it at all. Gun sticking out makes it pretty easy to wallbang Cryo. And now all of a sudden, you are able to get this op. You are able to go for the close to full buy. Of course, some half armors, but Nature as full. But you've got that op, you've got that important tool that really helped kind of dictate the start of that big win streak, 400 Thieves in the start of this half. Let's see if they can find a little bit more success. Cryo looked really, really strong with that op, putting himself in good positions. And now expecting maybe somebody to come from sewers. And eventually Mr. Tenzo might be making his way over there. Angle still not smoked off here for Cryo. Oop, but now with that Trailblazer, he doesn't want to reveal his position.
Oh, Asuna pushes in behind it. Isn't spotted. You may think that this position is not going to be occupied. They're just going to drift away from mid. Happy with the pressure that they put out.
And they got a lot of contact in mid too, so they're feeling like there's at least a couple players in there. Maybe now's the opportunity where we can push the extremities, see if we can find a little bit of extra breathing room, see if we can find an odd man situation and take advantage with that toxic screen going up.
Hello! That is a jump scare right there. Blast pack to try to push them back. Offsets the aim, and Asuna tries to go for the transfer.
30
It's a
seconds
little bit of
left.
damage. It crawls onto Allen. Crucially, still comes away with a kill when it looked like he was completely and utterly screwed.
Man, Asuna did a really good job there. Almost maybe turn this round on its head.
Okay, it's going to be a rotation over to B with the TP in. Unless they want to just go for the lone drift in, but they're quick on the rotation. 100 Thieves are going to be right here. They have to stick to this one now. Time ran low. Cryo pushing forward. Spots one. So having to back away. Drops down now. Looking for the approach. Bang. Trying to go for the concuss. Still manages to find Tempura. Lucky to get the kill as he was full flashed, but Allen trades it back. Still a 3v3. Luma watching. Waiting for them to come flooding out. Nature finds one crucially for getting taken down. As Allen picks up 3 in this round, the time ticking away. Cryo holding the angle for a brief moment. Lumo swings on the back. You completely surrounded, and now Cryo, nothing more that he can do. The time is gone. Rushes forward, tries to get himself out of the smoke, but it's going to be a 4K from Allen to get Scarz up to 6-6.
Just love the way that on some of these rounds, Scarz is able to push and pull the map, and even showing us a new one where earlier they would get some deep space with Allen, get some information, make rotations off of that and off of the sound cues they would find, make rotations based off of the contact that they're making in the early part of the round. But here, they're able to kind of hedge their bets again, this time with the ult of Lumo, able to push around the map, maybe gambling a little bit there that he would be able to get down free onto the B site, but felt like they had enough information, had a good enough read that they could take the risk. That's a great flash for Tempura, but an even better response from Bang, who's just, again, looking really, really good today.
Yeah, I mean, overall, some decent moments in there. Nature, very much having quite the impact here for the side of 100 Thieves.
That's great to see.
Battle of some of these controllers here. There's Yoshi, not seeing that same groove being hit right now as we were spotting on that, that jet earlier in the game versus DRX. Let's see how he's going to be faring, shifting over now to that defending side.
Yeah, I mean, and this isn't something that I want to say is shocking in a way. I mean, Yoshi's a very good player, but a lot of times it's a lot more comfortable for players to play on Jet, right? Like it's a very, I don't want to say easy, but it's a different, kind of more flow state style, whereas with Raze, you have to be really careful about things like when are you sending out your boom bot? When are you sending out, they're starting to clap here. Lumo, not only is he working his team, he's working the crowd too. I like it.
This is supposed to be Adam's job. I think Lumo's coming for it.
Yeah.
Good at crowd work.
Oda and Adam are going to be out of jobs soon.
Well, like I said, you could tell even just earlier in that opening series, which is when these players should have been feeling the most pressure, when they were playing against DRX, when it was their first time on a stage in a venue like this, that they should be feeling nervous, that they should be a bit tighter in their mannerisms.
Yeah.
But they were so ready.
They're going to have fun. And it's great to see Lumo stepping
Fun
in.
they are having.
Yeah. Not only is the IGL, but it's the fun, oh my God.
Okay, first contact coming through. Yoshi finding the opening kill. Turn away from the flashes. Explosions abound. Nasuna will be able to come away with one. Tenso blown to smithereens. So we're going to assess the actual damage here. Looks like widely. No additional stuff there on the side of 100 Thieves. Tempura did get knocked down to 70. Sometimes the decay from the Vipers makes it hard to tell.
It is a little bit, yeah. That isn't the easiest to tell when it's, oh my God, Nature. He is, okay, yeah, he is on one.
Just knows that there's going to be someone lurking behind that box. Yoshi at 13, Boombot will go right past him. Frenzy at the ready. Yoshi tries to swing in as well, but Bang managing to adjust. Comes up with the kill, and now it's all on Lumo. And he is still a world away.
Well, Scarz at risk of suffering their first pistol round loss here of Red Bull Homegrounds 2023, and he can do it. 1v3 Some space being given. That's the first. 2 to go.
Doesn't even take too much damage either. He's in a decent position there. And Nature at 40. If he can isolate that fight first, but the problem is he's very much running out of time. There's a full clip there.
Oh,
spots him. But yeah, he's just running out of time, and bang. He's been so damn accurate. It's the third and final elimination, and Scarz their first pistol round loss.
Yeah, this is kind of an interesting start as everybody's just throwing everything in the kitchen sink at this. Counter flashes, counter paint shells, but the gravity well combo is what's going to give Asuna the kill onto that first one. So that Astra paying some dividends. Kind of one of the key differences between these two comps. It's the Astra over the Omen. And those are the situations when paired with the Rays that it can be oh so devastating. Keeping that in there. But in general, you know, just clearly both teams are wanting to go home out of this one. That's a given.
Yeah.
There.
But Scarz, can they recover on this defender side? You know, that's where they struggled a bit.
No purchases pretty much at all, other than that frenzy there for Allen. That plus some util. I mean, Yoshi is getting spammed down. 38 HP from him. Still does have that paint shell at the ready, so can get some damage back onto the enemy. Good point out. You're just setting the flash while still possible. Paint shells will stop pushing up widely. Yoshi and Tipor know that they have to abandon this position. Allen almost spotting Bang with a frenzy at that range. Wouldn't really favor him in the fight. So the Thieves now make their way over onto the site. Jump forward, get around, looking for anybody at all, and finally find Mr. Tenzo. They take him down. Goes under the corner. Some decent damage found on the Gryle, but not enough to get the elimination. As oh god, he's trying to get the kill, and Allen's trying to get the knife. He'll finally fall. Almost gets it. And once again, it's going to be Lumo. This time, no ghost.
Yeah, no ghost. We respect the effort. Okay. Well, 100 Thieves able to convert.
Thought maybe knives were 100 Thieves' weakness, but
why? Oh, that's right.
I think we all know why.
Now I remember.
And here we go. We'll do the slow.
I thought you had a dumb joke lined up. I mean, it kind of was, but.
I mean, you know.
No, I appreciate
the hatchet was about to come down.
Yeah. Now that I figured it out, I appreciate it. Just took me a second. I am really warm right now.
It is hot.
It is hot in here right now.
But it's fine. We carry on.
No, we go. We go until this don't go.
Fine English, anyway.
I've got a laugh out of Ian next to me out of that one.
The fight back in here for the side of Scarz, but it's falling apart as quickly as it came together. 2 kills. Ooh. One going to be dragged back as Yoshi able to find the elimination, but looking for the tempo push. Nature will get chipped away at. Bite comes down to buy himself a little bit of space, but couldn't quite get the timing. Swing in there and get the punish.
Healing over here.
Heels come across. Trying to keep everybody as topped up as humanly possible. Make sure that they can try to maintain this man advantage. Cryo certainly making sure that they can. Tenzo managing to come away with 2. And now it just leaves Yoshi on as lonesome, already whittled away at, now finished off. EU will get 2 with the Guardian on the back end. 100 Thieves getting ready now to move up to double digits as they continue to just knock down this economy from Scarz.
Yeah, convert the bonus. Asuna's got a showstopper. They look really, really good right now. You know, their post plants here, mostly pretty clean. I mean, it takes some really good plays from Mr. Tenzo and others to do some serious damage. That healing from EU, so valuable there, getting everybody topped back off. The good response from Cryo on the drop down, just killing the player instantly. Just really, really good stuff that we're seeing from 100 Thieves right now. And as they look to try to see if there's going to be any pressure from Scarz with this, not force buy, excuse me, this eco buy from Scarz. Some Sheriffs and a Stinger for Allen. With all that confirmed information there, you know there's at least a couple players, if not 3 or 4, lurking around for Scarz, so certainly they're going to be taking their time.
The 4-man stack could do some damage here. Flash in, though. Push up the corner. Cryo able to find the first. Nature Takes out Allen. A little smattering of damage here. Asuna actually eating a little bit of extra damage there on the back end.
That's
but
fine.
It's like, I got a Sky.
Yeah.
Don't take care of me. Now they storm their way through. They're wary about the rest of the team potentially being there, a part of that stack over at Ace, and now the rotation is going to be coming in. Tempora is going to be making first contact. Puts a shot there into Asuna. Looks for a little bit more. Tempora will be able to get Cryo before Bang takes him down. Swing onto the corner. Yoshi now arriving here in heaven. Manages to find himself the second kill. So Tenzo, the last one standing. He's going to rotate up through heaven. He will be able to recover a weapon.
Very doable. We've seen him pick up huge double kills.
Flashes himself. No one saw that, don't worry. Oh my god! Through the corner of the wall!
Nuh-uh.
Gets it now into the 1v1. Bang has no idea where Bang is. There's the drop down, the flash in hand. Bang has it delivered to him on a silver platter, but my god, what an effort from Mr. Tenzo, from Yoshi, to get them to that point. Unfortunately for Scarz, though, it's 100 Thieves getting themselves up to double digits.
I mean, Mr. Tenzo coming off of a long stint on Crest Gaming, now over here with Scarz, and you can see why he was highly prioritized on, oh my god, what?
That is just nasty.
That is outrageous. But, you know, this Scarz team are going to be looked at as maybe the best Tier 2 team in Japan coming into this year, right? You know, like, it's hard to imagine that they're not, you know, with the way they performed at Ascension. So, just kind of curious if he's going to continue to perform like this, if Yoshi can find them comfort on this raise. That's hurting Scarz here right now as well, right? Yoshi hasn't been able to find a ton of value on the raise compared to Austin on this side, who's been pretty good. And this is going to be tech timeout for Scarz as they look to try to, once again, stop one of these 4-win streaks of 100 Thieves. They've done it before.
They ran back 4 consecutive last time.
Yeah, they can do it. They've got some ults to work with. You know, both teams, again, going to have those dueling showstoppers. You got Seekers for Mr. Tenzo. You got Bang with his wall, so.
And this is where the pressure mounts. This is where the fun and games end.
It's always fun and games, right?
If they run it back, the fun and games can resume.
There you go, there you go.
But until then, it's like, you know, you can't play video games until you finish your homework.
Oh, I see.
So
Okay.
this is the homework aspect
This is the homework.
of it.
Oh,
They can
man.
get up to 10, start
Thanks,
having
Dad.
some more fun on stage.
Yeah.
We'll go in to resume as the buy comes together. As you mentioned, I mean, 2 ults apiece. So we have that Cosmic Divide available for the side of 100 Thieves. We have the Showstoppers and those Seekers from Mr. Tenzo.
Patience off the rip. Some checks with utility over towards A.
Oh, hello.
Oh my god.
Limo spotting quite a few people there on that corner. The paranoia buys him enough time to try to get out. He's actually TP'd into backside. Cryo has no idea about it. Ends up falling, but just a spam through the box. Lumo flushed out as the nade comes in from downtown. Yoshi claims Asuna, bringing this back into parity. A 3v3, now the 3v2. Tempora, snappy headshot, comes up with the kill. Tries to go for the pop flash peek. Bang takes him down. 2v2, the Seekers needing to be cleared out. Now the plant can resume, both approaching from alley. Yoshi, showstopper in, finds nature. Leaves Bang all in lonesome. The nade spots him, they know exactly where he is. He's full flashing, he's got no hope in hell. Yoshi with a 3K will help break the win streak. Do they do it again, paper thin? Is this the start of another run back to tie us? We'll have to wait and see, but for now, Scarz get to within 3.
I'm a believer. With what I've seen today, they're really good about making adjustments as these halves go on. They're really good about calling different styles of plays, about reading their opponents well. This is good patience from Yoshi with that showstopper, finding so much value with a couple different paint shells, gets a kill with one, flushes out Bang with another, leads him right into that flash from Mr. Tenzo. They can make it an easy cleanup. But that round was, that's what you want to see out of your race. Good utility, good firepower to back it up.
Only smoke from Lumo, cutting off that A main access.
Look at these stars from Bang. They really want to try to take some mid controller, see if they can bait someone out. Maybe looking for some kind of pressure, see if they can catch someone peeking out here, but right now they've all shifted back to the other sides of the map. Smoke going to come up to try to give some room to maneuver for Asuna.
Boombot spotting nothing. Catches him here on the rope, or rather on the box, but Allen able to find the spray. Does take a bit of damage there, but go a couple of Mr. Tenzo to get some of that healing.
Just shy of finding the head was Asuna. If he could have just gotten that spray under control a little bit more, could have potentially found that kill. Now, Scarz just kind of spreading the map.
Right towards screens. Try to zone them back. Tempura with the right idea. Uh-oh, well, unable to find that. Flash does go up over the top and
30 seconds left.
gets a little bit of damage on the Cryo, but Cryo wins the war. Lumo now sat within the smoke. Cloud bursts down, drops in. Cryo reading this perfectly, gets the headshot, takes him out. Nature going to be lost in the meantime, trying to go on that wide flank. Blast pack goes in, they interrupt this plant. Has to really stick to this one. There's not much time remaining. Another blast pack goes out, the spike is still going to be planted. You trying to get the covering fire. No one with their sights turned over towards heaven. Full attention paid here in alley. Yoshi swinging out, ends up getting caught. You takes him down. The footsteps heard. The flash goes in. There's one. There's two. Bang! Picks him up. And the 4-round run back streak not going to be allowed.
Absolutely. Just tenacious post-plant defense here by 100 Thieves. This looked like there might be an opportunity. And if that blast back gets there half a second sooner, that's actually a completely different result in that round. But the timing just a little bit off for Yoshi. Credited some of his utility previously, but that one just a fraction of a second off, and that costs him. Gives the ability for 100 Thieves to set up in that crossfire and that post plant. Really make it a lot more difficult, especially with Bang still sitting on a fair amount of utility and just being himself. Just shutting that round down at the end. Once again, showing us the same look here off the rip. I'm kind of keeping my eyes on the way Bang is using these stars early to try to, kind of keep Scarz guessing where the stars are. I almost thought I said Scarz twice, but it was actually, I didn't say stars, I think.
I mean, they're just going for the wall bang attempts here. The paint shells will finally save them off for a brief little moment. Decent damage pushed forward there by 100 Thieves. Just going in, Asuna just kind of eating that one. Pop flash at the ready. Tempura trying to rush forward, but is into the meat grinder here. Z and Yoshi both get taken down.
I was going to say, they're on a weaker buy here, trying to force the issue with so much contact.
I've got your trail.
At A heaven from 100 Thieves. If they can still win it, that's fine. But
contact, Asuna just swinging through. Pushes the Viper wall, does manage to come away with one. So the spike now gets planted. EU still hanging back, watching, suspecting that somebody's going to be coming up through the vents. Hit going to be invested now to try to cut off that screen access. Lumo working his way through. Does it manage to get past them? Can drop down into the site. But how do they get Nature out of here?
Last player
not easy.
It's not impossible, and it seems like, yeah, probably not going to happen now. All on.
Oh my God,
he
he
sees the
put.
leg. Okay, gets a kill, sets up the smoke, but now really needs to stick this one. He sees the star.
Oh, no.
And there's the grab pull. It's taking him off the defuse, getting the vulnerable out. Has to just pray that they don't come looking, but EU's right on top of him, gets the elimination. And 100 Thieves get themselves now up to map point.
All's well that ends well. With it being into the 12th round there, 100 Thieves willing to just scrap away with Scarz. Using that Viper's Pit, but one away from another Cosmic Divide. Couple rounds to work with. Asuna's not too far away from another showstopper, so plenty of ults in the cycle to work with to try to secure this win. Of course, you can just get it done right here, right now. Half armors. You do have that null command. You do have this, the Viper's Pit as well, from Allen to just cut off mid. Kind of nullify some of that early space that 100 Thieves was toying with, that was using those stars to bully Scarz one way or another.
It feels like widely 100 Thieves were already decently aware that this pit was going to be invested in mid, so we're already kind of set up to play away from it. It's the cut across here from Asuna, taking some pot shots into the pit to see if he can get a straight connection. It'll be a lucky headshot, take out Allen. Now the push getting ready to come through, looking for grab well, and barely does Lumo get away from it.
Yeah, Yeah, trying to play off the contact of that Hawk to pop the grab well. Just a little bit ahead of it was Lumo. He's going to be under pressure here. He's the only one, other than you've got Tempura up in B Heaven, but he's all on his lonesome on the site itself, and Tempura's back in the pit. I mean, he's coming back.
The 0 point should have given him some decent information there. Cryo swinging out, finds Tempura up atop at Heaven. Push off the back of the nade. Cryo not fearing the damage, managing to find a second. Now Allen going to be falling. It's all on Yoshi and Mr. Tenzo to try to get it done. Yoshi finds one. Nade goes out. Tries to interrupt, and looks like it will. Decent damage going to be taken, though. And now Nature arrives in Heaven, finds one. Tenzo once again put into a 1v2 scenario.
Don't give it to him again.
The same spot. Does Asuna jiggle the corner? He's not nearly as low HP this time around.
Oh, he's going to have to make noise, trying to bait.
He knows that he has to drop. He has to give his position away. He cannot play this one with ambiguity. Actually takes some fall damage on the way down. Bang, will find him, finishes the job. 13-7, 100 Thieves keep themselves in the tournament.
Yeah, this looks like 100 Thieves. I saw a lot better coordination, looked like better communication as well. Despite Scarz having a really decent start to their first half, matching 100 Thieves on their defender side evenly, 100 Thieves attacker side with that double duelist. No Sentinel on the side of Scarz. Really keep it in check. Was able to really have its way. Asuna having a great time. Cryo doing a good job with the op on the defender side, but really Asuna, I thought, on that raise, definitely set.
Well,
open up a lot of space.
Sorry to jump in,
no,
but
it's okay. Go ahead.
With Scarz out, Zeta, and now Japan's last hope here in this iconic arena for 100 Thieves. They are still in contention to defend their trophy. A big win for the American team with some really important players showing up big time. Achilles, Bang, Nature, and more. We saw some really important players.
No, we absolutely did. And this is exactly what 100 Thieves fans will have wanted to see in that first series, but at least they can have that sigh of relief. They are not eliminated. They get to stay in the tournament and play again, continue to fight for their lives tomorrow in the quarterfinals, where the pressure is going to get ramped up even more. But this was the kind of performance from them that we had expected coming into today. This was the kind of strength that we were expecting from this team, from the new coaching staff, having Zix, a literal world championship coach, joining this roster to fine-tune, to make some adjustments. A much stronger performance here from them. But overall, for Scarz, not quite as dominant as we would have liked to have seen. It didn't go as far as it did versus DRX. Yoshi didn't have as strong a performance on Raze as we saw from Jet. But I hope that, as they have said, that this is just taken as a bit of learning, that they can just take this away, get this great experience, and carry that forward for future events.
Yeah, it's definitely a learning experience, but all of these players have got moments in the server and outside of it that they can almost add to their human highlight reel going forward through the years, right?
Exactly, yeah, you got to channel a little your inner boaster there. Get out on stage, have a little fun. I mean, Lumo in particular was looking really good, looking like he's really comfortable out there.
Yeah.
Even when things are kind of sliding against them, they're still doing a really good job of keeping the energy high, keeping the spirits high. And, that's kind of part of the name of the game here. Talking to these coaches is come out here, have fun. Just give it your best shot. See where you currently stand compared to some of the best teams in the world. And then let's figure out what we need to work on off the back of that. And I would say attacker side for Scarz, quite good. They're really good at working the map. They're really good at shifting their weight around, really good at using their information against their opponents.
Yeah.
But on the defender side, it seems like they have a little bit of a tougher time of keeping track of their opponents, keeping track of the information. So that's definitely something to work on. But overall, I'm really impressed with Scarz today.
Future's bright for Scarz, just not in this competition this weekend, but for 100 Thieves, like I said, their dream to raise that trophy back-to-back is still alive. And, Achilles, you said it just before we got into the game, you can't really judge a team too harshly from a first game they play, especially when it is a best-of-one. So we're seeing them grow into this tournament, and potentially we might see even more from them tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, that's the hope you have to have if you're a 100 Thieves fan, is that this will continue to trend upward, that we will continue to see this high-impact performance from the likes of Cryo. People were begging for him to be back on Jet, and he's looking damn good. But Nature as well, kind of, leading the charge, being the guy coming into IGL, the squad. He's looking very strong as well. Some fantastic impact, some great clutches that were coming through from him. And, you know, I will always kind of harken back to this of something that SK Rossi said all the way back in lock-in, was that when you see your IGL doing well, it really helps rally the rest of the team around you.
Yeah.
So having somebody that can go in there and kind of just set the example, that really helps invigorate the rest of your team to have a stronger performance.
And on a personal level, for a new member of the team, new member of the roster, to have an MVP performance puts a bit of wind beneath your wings going into the next matchup. So speaking of our next matchup right here, right now, we've got one more game coming up. It's DRX versus FUT. We've got just a couple of boxes left to fill in our bracket tomorrow. A semi-final spot up for grabs. Of course, paper thin, this is two winning teams coming into this full of confidence.
No, absolutely. I mean, you're seeing FUT, who looked absolutely marvelous against 100 Thieves, really shut them out. And DRX had a little bit of a struggle against Scarz. I think part of that is Scarz nature. Like, they're really, really good. Not the player. The nature of the team is quite good.
Yeah.
And they have a strong attacker side. They had a good read on DRX earlier. Now you're going to see FUT. Let's see how much homework they've been able to do. And let's see how some of these newer players that are or shifting back in players like Foxy for DRX are able to withstand this tremendous firepower. And it looks like a really well-coordinated FUT team coming in.
Let's take a look at this DRX roster. Of course, it's a different kind of pressure to the matchup we just saw unfold before our eyes there, because both of these two teams know they will be here tomorrow, but you can get a real nice head start by locking in that spot in the semi-final. DRX made their successful Red Bull home ground debut earlier with a win over Scarz. But they face a much tougher challenge here in FUT. We did see former CSGO star Stax absolutely brilliant earlier today. Can we see him step up once again?
I mean, that's what they need. Again, the IGL example being the one that's kind of leading you, towards that victory. Stax had an absolute whale of a time. It was pretty damn quiet at the start of that Haven, but by the end, that 4K that 1v4 clutch that he had, that was just absolutely incredible from him, and we saw that from multiple players on the side of DRX. But that's exactly the kind of performance that they're going to need to take down a FUT who look as clean as they did. Granted, I don't think Thieves were playing to their full potential at all in that first series. Everything was kind of falling flat. It felt like Bang was doing everything. No one else really existed. I think that but it wasn't a free victory for FUT.
Yeah.
CNET is back. This guy looks absolutely incredible. But J was the gem. He was the shining star for me on that team at the end of it all. So my eyes go to him, because if he is going to have that kind of performance once again, then, well, I don't know. Good luck, DRX. You're in the quarterfinals.
I mean, as a unit, they were just so explosive and undefeated in the quals. Big convincing win to kick off here today, and we can now take a look at them backstage, because earlier on we saw them absolutely beaming with smiles. There seems to be a real, bonding synergy inside this roster, with a coach that can step up if he ever needs to.
Yeah.
Inside as well, like we saw in the quals. And you said it yourself, Yetaje Achilles, what a fantastic performance from him. And if he steps up again, paper thin, you got to imagine that's going to give them a real head start on Split.
We got Split again.
All right. Well, you know what? It's not Haven, so I'm good with it. I really am impressed with how quickly FUT is kind of finding their footing. Like, they're getting on the same. Thank you. Like, they're getting on the same page very quickly. And literally, I was talking to them earlier today, and I always like to ask team about their expectations and, what are you looking to do at this event? What's your goals? Those kind of things. And they said to me, like, obviously, like everybody else here, we're trying to all get our team on the same page. We're trying to figure things out with the Zoo stuff, but particularly with CNET, they specifically mentioned him, that we want to make sure he's on the right page, because we know if we can enable him properly, he will pop off. He can destroy servers by himself. So really, we're focused on working more with him.
Yeah, let's blow a kiss back, that's for sure, for Yetaje. Listen, this team, like I just said a moment ago, they're on the same page, and you can feel it together here. And if they can pull off another victory and lock in that semi-final spot, a lot of people will be saying, arguably, they're up there with Fnatic as potential favourites to go on and win the whole thing, Seth.
Yeah, I think they absolutely would, but this is okay. This is a double duelist composition coming out from DRX of all teams. Buzz on the Jet, Foxy 9, the one who's actually picking up the Rays. I would have thought it would have been backward the opposite direction, because Buzz has put up some tremendous performances on Rays throughout Champions and whatnot, but a little bit of a different taste here from DRX. Flashback, of course, going to be sticking with that Viper.
Yeah, this is, I mean, this is kind of the cool part about this particular flavor of DRX is that you've got two really, really good duelists. So on map, it's like Split, where it can call for the double duelist. You're able to shift into that. And of course, CNET going to be on the Raze. We do get to see that Cypher. We talked about that earlier. So again, kind of the stark contrast here between these two comps is going to be the Sentinel versus not, and a lot of times that leans towards a more defender side comp for Foot. You know, how much value can they find with that Cypher? How can those trap wires, how can those cameras really slow down the pace of Buzz and Foxy9 to keep this attacker side for DRX? And DRX, very, very good at their attacker side at times on this map, and particularly with the double duelist, you have to think that they're looking to do a lot of damage here on the first half of this map.
Well, as you can see, we've got some DRX fans still here in the building, but will they lock in that semi-final spot for tomorrow, or will it be Foot? It is time for our last best of one of the day. Guys, lead us through it and take us home.
All right, on the attack now. Again, very much going to be zooming in on Foxy9 quite often, I would think, coming into this game, because the Raze performances that we've seen from him have been up and down throughout the season. That Trailblazer spotting quite a bit. Buzz actually getting slowed down as he dashes forward, but looking for the pinch. CNET making his way up top, but the shot's not being found. Flashback with the covering fire and managing to take him down. Foxy9 gets himself a second elimination as Cracks will fall in. Ooh. Getting himself a second elimination, but now Mako wants to get involved. Scoops up the kill. And it's Zeta, the star player from their opening series, to try to get a 1v3. Flashback, low on HP, Stacks. A two-tap to come through, but it's going to be Flashback again. Who comes up with the kill, wrapping around the backside, gets the flank, and DRX will pick up their first pistol of the tournament.
There you go. A good way to start here for DRX. Able to kind of 5-stack over on A and just make their way through, even though they get checked early by utility. It's only by a Hawk, so you don't get a ton of info off of how many contacts the Hawk makes when it lands. And yeah, you're right. This is a shift here from DRX. Talked about their double duelist comp. Well, the last time they played in the 10 Valorant event, it was Buzz on the Raze, not Foxy9. So they're swapping between those two duelists, but both very capable on the agents. And I'm kind of curious if they're just, you know, seeing which combo works better, trying to figure out if we do run the double duelist, how do we want to? Who is going to be the better option overall? Swapping between these two, because they're both very capable. They're both very, very good, especially a Jet. Like, both of them I think of as very, very good Jets.
Oh, for sure.
So certainly the Raze is, I think, the one that's a little bit more in question.
Curious if this does mean that, it's like, okay, well, I'll have to hold that thought as Buzz able to find CNET, picking him down, jumping forward. Can't quite chase in fast enough to take out Zeta, but to take him down low. 36 HP remaining on him. I'm curious to see if we see Foxy9 go for the Raze operator once they get over onto the defending side, or if Buzz will still stick to it.
Yeah, I'm actually curious about that as well. I think generally I slightly favor Foxy9 with an operator, usually, but hard to say with the Jet.
Out of Captain showing a bit of shoulder there for a brief little moment. It seems like widely, Foot just going to be making the call. Go for the stall, wait for the spike to explode, let them exit. Don't bother trying to really find these exit frags and these little taps that Mr. Fallen sending out. Unfortunately, they will just have to let the 5 players of DRX get themselves a flawless second round win.
I didn't really get a chance to talk about this at the beginning of the round, but look what Stacks did in this round with his buy. Only bought a Sheriff and is going to just see if he can find any value out of the end of it. Of course, like you mentioned earlier, everyone wants to spike. But I'm really curious to see how DRX is going to shuffle this buy around. It's going to be a Guardian for Mako. Stacks continuing to bank money. So what does this mean here for DRX? Are they going to be considering an offensive Odin or operator or something with this much money being banked up? As Stacks just like, everybody's been really good with the Sheriff today, it's all I need to win.
He's just going to buy a Guardian.
Okay, there it is. Okay.
I mean, even still though, cash abounds here for the side of DRX. It's still not even opting to go for something a little bit heavier like that Vandal or that Phantom. Trapwire setup is here on A. Camera situated in heaven. A little bit of noise made as CNET find that first blood. Buzz this time. Not able to get the better of him.
Trying to see if they can catch him a little off guard. Foxy expecting the reposition. Pre-fired it, but just a little bit behind it. I should say blind fired it.
Looks like he's just maybe and trying to anticipate if somebody's going to be pushing through that smoke, get tucked alongside the box.
Yep.
Looks like no one on foot wanting to be so bold. For now, this will very much slow down the action.
When the Cypher Cam's not on the back part of the wall, a lot of times you'll see teams stick a Cypher Cam maybe at the far back side of the wall, but it's actually right around the corner. I think DRX is really trying to figure out some of these Cypher setups.
Okay. Flash goes in. Cam. I don't think it's actually destroyed quite just yet. I mean, Foxy9's completely and utterly paranoid out. Jay able to find the kill. Flashback, however, shutting down CNET as he looks to regress back in towards Heaven.
30 seconds.
He's going to be caught without the weapon in hand. Ends up falling down. Drop down into the vent. Keeps himself safe. Stacks swinging the corner. Up over top of the box, managing to get the headshot. And seems like they're going to favor their chances trying to go against Adacaptain. They know that he's fairly low, but it does not matter. 2 quick headshots with the Phantom. And Adacaptain will go ahead and get foot on the board.
I think DRX here just trying to see if they can take their time on their bonus, see if they can get a little bit more info on the setups on how exactly J wants to place his utility. See if they can take advantage of it. But a good job here by Foot of being really cagey, being really dodgy with their setups, with where they're moving to. Never really fell for much of what DRX was doing. A couple pretty nasty shots here and there. Gave DRX a couple kills, but overall really well handled there by Foot. Flash to find Mako. Mako just looking towards the edge here. But the other 4 members on the other side of the map, and Mako is going to be on lurk duty this particular round as DRX mostly making their way towards A, but potentially maybe a fake of some kind because I see Stacks with the spike going back towards mid. Looks like they might try to really sell out a big hit here over towards the A site, and then maybe try to crunch through ropes or something like that. We'll see what Stacks wants to do. Yeah.
Trailblazer got cleared out. Just sent a flash through over towards Vent. Came up right over the top of the doorway here. CNET going for the jump peaks, but no one peeking him. Just send out the boom bot, which gets cleared. Knows that somebody's going to be on that close right side. Some decent info gains. 8 out the jump forward. Adacaptain once again creeping his way up the rope. The tag comes in. Flashback trying to get himself out to safety. Draws out the weapon, but no, Adacaptain gets on top and finds the elimination. Jay going to be taken down in the meantime as Buzz finds the kill. Blast pack just for a tiny little bit of damage. As Adacaptain is full swung all the way back around through main. Gets the headshot. Stacks gets off the plant. And just to find the elimination. Mr. Fallen going to be TPing forward. Boombot not going to find much, but somehow Foxy9 redraws back down. Cracks finds himself now in a 1v2 that Stacks will win. 3 kills from the IGL and 3 rounds for DRX.
Yeah, really taking their time in this round as DRX. Stacks really trying
so many interruptions.
Yeah, I know. It was. It's just kind of like
flinching.
No. It was interesting to watch Stacks on that one because he's like checking mid, he's sending his utility in towards ropes, gets a confirmation, he's like, no, I'm going to go all the way back around, do my thing again, and then come through, but that's going to set the economy sideways for Foot, just a Bulldog and some Sheriffs. Another thing I find really interesting that I've been noticing with DRX in this offseason is they're playing with a lot more Vandals than I'm used to. They used to be pretty Phantom heavy.
Yeah, he's fallen. Taking out Buzz, that's one of those Vandals gone. It's a nasty bit of damage taken as well. Well, cracked on the opposite side of the map.
Oh, look at
Don't find too much healing here as Foxy9 almost has him lined up. It still comes away with 2 before getting traded. Things evened up, but none of these weapons in an obtainable position here. They're just breaking the noise. Absolutely cutting it. Rotation around though. Flashback may be about to get caught, but given the HP advantage as well as the weapon advantage, comes up with the kill. Seeker's now going to be let loose from Stacks. And they're going to go ahead and tell him everything that he wants to see, which is that the site is completely open.
And now that Bulldog potentially recoverable, but on the ground, Seekers are going to reveal their locations. Now look at Flashback. He's going to try to get behind him. He's going to try to take advantage of this, seeing if maybe they might go for it. He's going to hear that drop down.
Here's the footsteps. Oh, weapon taken, but doesn't want to go for the challenge. Re-swing out there from Cracks, trying to go on the chase. In the meantime, the spike has been ticking away. Mako now sending out the paranoia. They try to buy themselves a little bit more time. Double flash is available here for Stacks. The drop down in. Adacaptain now on the floor. Match just, just taking some blind spray through that smoke. The push in though, he just drags it across, finds the kill. And Mako will be good for the finisher. 4-1, DRX showing a hell of a lot of strength here on this attack half.
Yeah, good awareness as well. Identifying the position of that Bulldog. Able to use Flashback really effectively. I mean, Flashback really, really good, especially at kind of finding those timings to hit the flanks or cover the flanks. He seems to have a pretty good knack for that as that Viper player. And that's something that he's been really, you know, from the pistol round to now to here into this round, really able to keep Foot in check so far. But this is a very impressive start here for DRX. Again, especially going up against a Cypher can be tricky sometimes if you're kind of not able to really keep track of that utility. It's Foxy.
Sends out the rocket. Cracks can't get away from it. Was trying to split off to the left, but Explosion still takes him down. Very early kill spotted here as Mako. Wary about some pushes out of this pit. He's just a couple seconds away from actually greeting them, but I think the death of Mr. Fallen is now drawing the attention away here. We got a JN out of captain. Spike planted, Mako still on the lurk. The pit going to be dropping. There it goes. So they both just keep their eyes peeled. Flash into the back. Stax should feel pretty confident that they're not going to be approaching from the attacker spawn mount. In fact, it's just going to be a drift down the ramp. Stax very swiftly deals with him. Captain there. Stax just resetting that aim just enough to be able to find him. See, Ned should just have to hightail it and get out.
I mean, just really good stuff here from DRX with both Ada Captain and Yetuje sitting inside of that Viper's pit early. Mako just making sure that no one's going to push outside of it. You know, you're able to really, if you can isolate a couple kills, which they do onto that A site, using that showstopper very effectively, maybe in an unanticipated spot. Maybe you expect them to try to break the Viper's pit, you know, with that showstopper or something like that. Instead, they're just going to catch a player out in the open. Yep. Stax looking really good, really crisp here today.
All right, Stax is he's looking a bit, you know, this is OG.
This is beast mode.
Yeah. Very much prime Stax from many ages ago when he was a carry IGL. When he was that carry initiator playing that breach. But tactical timeout going to be called here by Foot. And I don't think you can fault them. 5-1, not the sort of deficit that you want to be finding yourselves in, especially when you're starting on the defending side and you have that Cypher.
Right. Exactly, Achilles. And now you've got a weak buy coming in here, most likely for Foot. It looks like they're going to have to invest into Sheriffs and a Vandal, I believe, for CNED. So you got to find a way to see if you can squeak some value out of this, because the coffers are full for DRX. They are entering Scrooge McDuck status here with the money bins. And only one away from a Viper's Pit for Flashback. A couple away from a Bladestorm for Buzz. Not that that's as impactful in a lot of ways. Potentially, we'll see, but you know, it's going to take maybe some trickery. Maybe they're going to try to contest A main a little bit more here. That's been a spot that DRX has been pretty effective at breaking open. Foxy9 has been good at that. Stax has been, oh my god, Stax 7-1. But I just looked at Mako's scoreline, 2-1-2, 6 rounds in. He's only died once.
Yep.
He's just been kind of watching while the rest of his team is...
He's been hanging around while Stax just kills everybody.
Yeah. It's got to feel nice as Mako.
Pressure off his back.
Right. He doesn't need to clutch like crazy all the time.
We've seen that really wait until the very last second to take out that boom bot, but is going to be cleared, doesn't take any damage. So the one hero rifle carried in. Likely suspecting, all right, well, I can buy into this round. I won't really be able to buy anything unless we win the round in the next one, but then I might have a showstopper.
Exactly.
So
I was literally like...
Rip a gun out of somebody's hands.
I was like, he's going to be close to a showstopper one way or another. Most likely.
Shadows traveling.
As the clouds run out and Stax just doing some diligence. And, you know, it's really interesting. Space completely given up here by Foot. We're going to play a little bit back as DRX hasn't really messed with trying to take space. It doesn't matter when you're hitting shots like that.
Well, I guess Mako decided to get involved a little bit more. Need to clear out the back sight. Dash flash forward here. Buzz catch the full blind, but now it's pushing up. Cracks with a nice shot. Does find Mako. Takes him down, but again, weapon's not going to be able to be grabbed. The sight taken here as Stax brings the spike forward and gets ready to plant it.
Left.
Foxy9 holding just under heaven here at the rope. Flashback ready for the backstab. Swinging in, catches one. Oh, J dead. The duo in heaven now absolutely dealt with. Wow. Fantastic team effort here from the side of DRX as they do not allow for the round win to come in off the back of the timeout.
That's phenomenal coordination. You can see that, you know, if the things that DRX does well, a lot of the post plants and crossfires, if they're given the time and opportunity to set them up and you don't necessarily have a good read on them or don't have the time to kind of think about them or plan for them, and they're really efficient at shutting it out. And again, I'm so impressed with Flashback's kind of natural senses for lurking on the back of these lines, finding the right timings, reading where his opponents could be, being ready. You know, crosshair placement really, really good there. That's what you want to see out of a young player like that, who's got really good instincts.
And I think he was able to impress a lot of people, myself included, at the 10 Invitational. Because again, initially, it started off pretty rocky, and it's like, oh god, DRX, what are you doing? You know, you're off the coop again. You know, you're doing some weird stuff. But then,
Ken's always on the coop. I don't know what you're talking about.
After he gets that first game out of his way, shakes off those nerves, we started seeing that form coming through, and he was one of the best performing players on DRX at that tournament, and now he's looking to just maintain that. I mean, Stax is giving him a run for his money right now, but Flashback has been so consistent here today.
Yeah, no. I mean, really, truly been impressed, and that's the thing. Like, you know, one game, you shouldn't take a ton of stock in it, especially potentially in the off season. As Buzz gets spotted there by the Cypher utility, going to be shut down right away. Add a captain following up with another.
And that's going to be the duelists taken out of the fray. So they get the neural theft. Spawning where they're going to be going. Smoke comes out, paint shell. Lobbed in, Mako trying to get out in front of it, but pushes just a little too far forward. CNET able to find the headshot. Now, he himself inching forward, but Flashback sprays away, managing to find the kill, but that is just one elimination. And 2v4 here from Stax and Flashback. Time dwindling, push onto the corner, add a captain. Managing to stay alive, can't turn on towards Cracks fast enough, but Stax comes up with two tries to make it down to get the plant in and have a chance at the clutch, but Mr. Fallen chasing just a bit too close behind.
Yeah, and this is obviously the round more so that you're kind of looking for as Foot after that timeout to get the win. And this time around, they're a little bit more prepared for DRX's kind of maneuverings towards A, and you know, able to find a great timing, a great placement with the utility, with the Cypher utility, to catch Buzz, get the easy kill, add a captain there for the follow-up, force them into bad spots, and then you've got J way out deep into attacker spawn, getting all the information in the world, so they know exactly where they are. They're able to surround them, and sure, Stax is nuts today. He's hitting some great shots, but it's a 4v2 like that, and you've got him completely surrounded. It's going to take just a once-in-a-lifetime play potentially to really shut that down. So
yeah,
really nicely handled there by Foot.
Well, they get themselves that second win. They stop the streak. Buzz, just given how some of these entries have gone for him here, probably dreading the new patch. So that Cypher has been a very big pain in the rear.
Yeah, it's a little bit less fun to play against Cyphers, that's for sure.
Oh, changing up the setup. He moved the camera 5 feet to the right.
Yeah. Well, now they have to look just a little bit in another direction. But
Seekers go out.
Yeah, I was just about to say, Seekers out. Just kind of Stax just trying to kind of divert attention, keep people planted.
Didn't hit him. Knife committed to clearing out the damn camera. He's waiting just on the other side of the screen. Yet J does get a timing on the Foxy9, and CNET sends in the rocket to shut down Buzz. Mako looking towards heaven, shut down.
30 seconds
That captain was lurking in the back of sight. Flashback and Stax. And a 2v3. Cracks the corner. Unable to find the kill. CNET swinging in from behind. Cracks, however, going to be able to find the kill. 15 seconds. Flash doesn't connect. The spike stranded in the middle of the site. There's the jump peek out from CNET. Taps it. Says, wait, no, I need to make sure that I have my gun out.
No time.
Yep, doesn't have time. He's just trying to bait it forward. But Cracks will be able to back away. stop the round win from going over to DRX. Foot, they scrape by, but they managed to get themselves a second round win in a row.
I think you should just let Stax take point. He looks pretty crisp right now.
Yeah, let's see the Stax jet.
Yeah, exactly. You're just swap chairs with Buzz for a minute.
Let's see Paul Allen's jet. 11-2-2. I mean, some very solid figures still being put up, but a decent run back here from the side of Foot. I mean, there's a chance here to recover. Bank still very strong is the problem. DRX have amassed a ton of cash.
Yeah, and this is where, you know, DRX can kind of play with their food a little bit. They're continuing to keep pressure towards A. Tried to fool them a little bit in the previous round of Stacks using those Seekers. You know, sometimes teams will use some of that Sky utility to indicate that they're making a run at a site. And Stacks tried to convince Foot that that was the case. They don't budge enough. Fnatic captain going to try to double peek. They see Foxy.
Swinging out, and they're going to be able to come out on top of that one. Buzz and Foxy 9 yet again. Taken down first and foremost. And it's looking like Foot should be able to get themselves up to 4.
And that's that Foot coordination that I was seeing against 100 Thieves that I was really liking. These kind of 1-2 punches where they're so quick to work with each other. They're so well timed, so well drilled that they're able to really just do serious damage to their opponents. And that right there was a beautiful example, and now the judge awaits.
Surely Mr. Fallen finds value on this one, and he will. Little away at, but still going to be feeling pretty damn good about his options here. But Mako,
goodness,
doing Mako things, finds 2 seated. Mr. Fallen, both going to be taken down. Stacks now jumping down off the top of the box. Mako arrives.
Ace clutch.
Managing to find it. He's going to be TPing to A. But UJ, he's still right here.
He doesn't see.
He's right out in the open, and UJ takes him down. The long lurk that's just lingering around the A site pays off dividends. Foot now get themselves up to 4.
Beautiful awareness here by Foot, by UJ, to not leave that site, recognizing that Mako still had his ult, and they knew they had to hedge their bets. You know, Mako gets this kill, okay, fine. We've got 1 on each site, so no matter where he goes, it's going to be difficult for him. We're going to make it that much harder. And Mako tries to do Mako things, and he came darn close, but it's just so well read by Foot.
Still a full buy. But a streak of their own now started here for Foot. 3 rounds consecutive. Can they make it up to 4? Cover going out. 7-5. I mean, hell, even an 8-4 scoreline. You feel decent about that one. Foot would love to make the 6-6. CNED dead off the rip. Paranoia connects here on him on the dash forward. Even with the judge, gets some good damage across on Foxy 9, but he does manage to come up with a second kill. Cracks taken down. Paint shells to delay the alley approach. The spike now planted by Stacks. Maybe they'd give it to Foxy. Say, hey, here's a showstopper. Gun barrel spotted. Just jiggling on that corner. Ada Captain creeps his way across. Mako waiting in the wings. Smoke at the ready. Knows that he's up close. Finds one. UJ now out in front of the smoke. And Foxy 9 gets himself a 4K to stop Foot in their tracks. DRX now up to 7.
Yeah, it just really good follow-up here from Foxy 9. Just kind of pressing space. Buzz going to clear the crosshairs there. The Paranoia as well. Going to give the first one easily over to Foxy 9. To spot the barrel of Ada Captain, take him down, and immediately ready for the repeat. Stacks there doing a good job kind of playing a little bit of bait, buying or eating some of that utility. Buying a little bit of time for Foxy to finish off that 4K. He's got a showstopper flashback, has the pit. 2 away from a pit for Ada Captain. UJ and Cracks 1 away from their ults. But really, really big ults in the hand of DRX here. So great cycling for DRX. And here we go.
Showstopper's out, just full blind. Looking for a target, sends it, not going to find the elimination. CNED managing to get away, takes a decent amount of damage though. Mr. Fawn going to be able to trade one back. 2 HP remaining here for Buzz as Mako catches Cracks up on top of the Raptors. Push around the corner, Stacks finishes the job, the Ray's now gone. It's going to be a 4v2 as the healing comes across and Buzz, I think it's some nice little TLC, bring him back to life. Flashback dead on the hunt on that flank. UJ putting that Bulldog to fantastic use, finds himself a second, and now brings it into a 2v2. They have the neural death. Buzz swinging out, Stacks 29 HP, gets one, cannot get the other. UJ will be the last man standing in the half as he gets to the fuse and brings Foot back up 5-7.
Oh, show me those UJ highlights. That was some work there with that Cypher. He saved that round and then immediately popping that neural theft. He was one away from it at the beginning of that round. Then he's able to isolate and identify. I mean, good tricky play here. A ton of damage done to DRX on the way in. Buzz down to 2 health. They're able to heal through some of that. I'm not sure if that flash from Stax is what caught Buzz there. Whoopsie daisies, but either way, they were under a lot of pressure. That was going to be tricky, and UJ there puts his ult to great use to shut Mako out and able to come through and finish the job. So big win there at the end for Foot as they shift over to their attacker side. But DRX, I'd say, you got to be feeling pretty good after a 7-5 half on your attacker side, going up against a Cypher comp, going up against this, very, very strong Foot comp.
Sure. It does feel good to, come out on top, getting away from the Cypher, having them shift over now onto the attack, but it can all come tumbling down very quickly, especially if DRX drop another pistol round here.
I don't think we ever saw an op, did we?
I don't believe so.
Yeah. CNET's only 4-11.
I don't think we got an op at any point in that one. Team's just straying away from it. I think DRX fairly likely to show us one in this next half. Just wait and see though, as the coaches take their last few seconds to discuss with the team, try to lay out a solid game plan going into this next half.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think it's likely that DRX will try to get into an op sooner or later. I'm really interested to see if DRX can get another pistol win. If they get another pistol win, then you got to feel really good about their chances. They lost both of them the last time, still ended up winning, but
yeah,
here against a team of Foot's caliber, really tricky affair to get this done. Really some great stat lines for a lot of these players. UJ 9 and 7 and 4 on that Cypher. So now on the attacker side, though, a lot more difficult to find that value. You're a little bit more of just kind of a gunner.
To be that much more creative.
Yes.
As far as gunning is concerned, we know that UJ is right up there in this lobby. It's Foxy9 just peeking on the corner. Spots at least one.
Here.
The gunfire, they're very curious and wary about somebody moving up behind the box.
And
Smoke.
Come
down.
Caught one.
It's important.
My camera is.
I was gonna talk about the Cypher setup a little bit, but he's pulling it back, so
Cage triggered.
Didn't matter anyway.
Sends out the cage. Rotate around. Foot. Amassing the forces now outside of A. Looks like UJ still wants to go on a bit of a linger over in mid as that flash gets a decent connection.
A little bit of damage onto Attic Captain. Flashback here to try to reinforce, play off this wall.
Running out of Toxin though.
Oh, what a dodge.
Sheets back on the opposite side of the wall. Paranoia and the bite both going to be thrown his way. Buzz now dropping down. Is spotted. Still managing to get the elimination on Mr. Fall and gets himself a second, in fact. UJ comes in with a backstab, takes him out, cracks in the meantime, did finish off Buzz. Now the rotation's coming through as they work their way over towards B side, but Mako is still here. Just a classic for him to work with. He's up against Ghosts, and it looks like for now he wants to hide his presence. Ooh, the close angle, but Foxy instantly dealt with UJ. A fantastic reaction. And the plant, it's not for Mako. So he couldn't swing out and interrupt it. He does still manage, however, to find himself a kill.
Still flash, still paranoia.
Last player standing.
Stack's not ready for CNET down below. Going the pistol, almost certainly going the way of Foot. 20 HP with the classic in hand. Yep, CNET not going to be allowing it. 6-7, Foot just one round away from tying things up.
UJ here with some great senses, but giving some credit to Flashback on DRX's side. Well, UJ this round here finds a great timing to get in the backside here, able to dodge that nade and anticipates the repeat from Foxy9. Knows his aggressive nature. It's one of the things about Foxy9 that kind of makes him really good and can kind of cause you to have some headaches with him, is he does get a little over-aggressive sometimes. And UJ very aware of that tendency. Holds the angle, shuts it down. He's 11 and 8, having a really, really solid map. Couple Bulldogs. CNET there, gonna grab the Vandal, see if he can start adding to the scoreboard himself. And meanwhile, it is the full Classics for DRX.
Zeta finding one. They're rushing forward, looking for him. Stax will be able to claim the kill, but Adicaptain going to be taken down, and UJ, who had not bought a weapon, says thank you very much. Picks that up from his fallen comrade, now has a Vandal. It's Foxy9 trying to go on a bit of a walkabout over towards Ramen. Not ready for cracks.
And immediately going the other way, his foot. Gonna try to make the B hit happen, try to dodge the remaining members of DRX, and they will do so successfully. So plant should come down. A couple pistols gonna be in hand, so DRX, we're gonna die one way or another in this round for sure, but long way to go. And also a trapwire just got tripped completely on the other side of the map by Flashback, so
he knows that they're not too far away.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go pay attention to the garage here.
Yeah.
Because they need to get into the garage if they want to die to the spike. Oh, Mako hits the dink, actually, but Adicaptain with a one tap will finish him off at range with a Bulldog. 7-7, tied up as we go into the bonus.
Yeah, and this is really great start for Foot. Starting to show that they're pretty strong on their attacker side as well. See if they can continue, and there's the old classic video of Stax getting ready to...
Wanting to punch the monitor.
Yeah, just...
He had the restraint.
He did. He did ended up restraining himself. Quite a feat. Stax has a lot of emotion.
It's a very emotive player.
Yes.
Mako considering a cheeky peek, but does back away. Flashback now. Ooh. Gonna get absolutely blown to pieces. The help of the pain shells plus the Bulldog fire, he is gone. That's so much control taken away here from DRX. The on-off toggle of the Viper wall very much hurts them.
Now you're full rotating over. Just Stacks right now, really available to deal with this, and only one flash to boot. Gonna get the flash, but he's not ready for the
in front of it.
Ugh.
Now he's just trying to hold his ground. Does manage to take him out, but he needs to do so much more. Buzz now arriving, manages to find one, and Stacks can't drag his crosshair across in time. Ends up getting taken down. It's 2v3.
Spike planted.
The potential is there, but Foot very much entrenched on the site. Smoke dissipating, but another one placed.
Cover going out.
Mako looking to try to set up for this one. Sends it over towards elbow, trying to clear things out. Adicaptain swings, as does Mr. Fall, and they find the kills. They find the lead for the first time in the map, 8-7. Foot on an absolute tear right now.
Yeah, DRX struggling here on their defender side. Of course, again, no Sentinel for them, so looking to do a lot of their damage on their attacker side potentially, and they did some, but potentially not enough, as it's a bonus for Foot. And their post plants near impeccable here so far today against 100 Thieves, and now against DRX, still looking really, really strong. And Foxy9, the Bucky.
All right.
Teach me how to Bucky, baby.
This is the budget wisey coming out here. Not quite the judge. Had it for a brief moment. But widely, I mean, just given that weapon, he's going to be completely situated here in mid, tucked away at mail. Marshall gets a tap on the one. Buzz, he got another shot. He actually does make a connection there. We've seen that. And Mako trying to push out a garage. Adicaptain ready for it. Gets the catch, gets the kill. And this is a very awkward position now for Foxy9 because he's got to be worried about that garage approach, but also nothing that he can do from heaven. So now he has to push down to try to get that Bucky to actually be good for something.
Well, if they can keep mid under control, which Flashback is watching it, he can actually just hold this angle, knowing that his back side is going to be safe.
First contact. They're to come through. There's the push. Finds one. Nade, but snake bite. Thrown down. Kind of helps dissuade him from pushing forward to try and get the gun. Boombot going to be cleared out. He's trying for it desperately. Looks like he has been able to reclaim it for himself. So now a Phantom in hand. Heaven not being watched.
30 seconds
Yeta
left.
gets himself up to that position. Smoke down to potentially try to fake that he is in this spot. Flashback now coming through, and Yeta makes his presence known. Flashback with a headshot, takes down one. Euro depth even in the 2v1. They want to know where Stax is at.
With how he's been playing today, I would too. No doubt.
Spotted. A monumental task once again set in front of Stacks. The trap wire there, cleared, as is the camera. Says 4 bullets ought to be enough. Doesn't get the contact, it doesn't get the kill. Just a bit off on that shot, otherwise would have had Cracks dead to rights. Yedajay, again, finds himself a 3rd elimination in the round, and Foot find themselves up by 2.
Oh, this has been the Yedajay show. I mean, really showing you what a Cypher could do on this attacker side. He's been fantastic. Finding the timings on these lurks, getting set up nicely by the smoke from Mr. Fallen. You know, Foxy did the best he could, and DRX had good coordination to at least set that Bucky up for as much success as possible. But at the end of the day, of course, superior firepower, but also really, really smart play from the side of Foot.
Now the operator in hand here for Buzz, taking a peek over towards A main. Showstopper, CNET going on the hunt, goes a little bit wide, and flashback counter swings out to manage to find the kill. Buzz gets a shutdown, Yedajay gone. Heavy impact being found, but now Mako going to be taken out of the fray. Out of captain, able to find one, makes the call for them to rotate into B. Says that the way is clear. And this might lead to Buzz having to pop the knives as the plant starts. Up on the floor, Flash getting the contact, Foxy 9 sending out the nade, but not before Out of Captain gets the paint shell to try to slow the approach from Ali.
Oh.
Flashback dead. On the rotation, Out of Captain not getting flashed, finds the kill on the Stacks. Buzz, there's just nothing more that he can do. It's all on Foxy, and he will fall. 2 members left standing. Foot get themselves up to 10.
Just such good awareness here from Foot. Mr. Fall in the IGL showing his smarts by keeping track of these lurks of flashback. And then immediately they're ready for this pressure out of B Heaven. Shutting it down so nicely. Just knowing right where Stacks is thinking about landing on the back of that flash. Basically watching it. Buzz, not much hiding he can do in his own smokes for very long. Eventually shut down.
Considering their options. So the flash of a Bucky, a Sheriff, now a Stinger here in the hands of Foxy 9, just trying to make up his mind.
Derek's taking a timeout today.
Nope.
Okay.
Now Johnny's doing that thing where he tries to make sure that they can fix things themselves.
Yeah, no, I get it. I'm just double checking that I...
Or he fell asleep, I'm not sure which one it is.
Oh no, dude. Damn, dog.
Oh. Buzz spawning there, base of the ramp. Cracks, wants to try to push it. Has to maybe use the right click, but now will be able to get CNED. At the same time, Mako found Cracks, TP across the map. Mr. Fallen's at B, but Spike's still over here at Sewer.
I'm okay. I mean, I guess. Why not?
I mean, Foxy 9 around the corner.
It worked.
Fallen, gonna be good for the kill.
It's fine.
Flashback. He's considering pushing this. On the side of it. Oh, running out of bullets. Stacks puts that Guardian. He could use, finds one. In this 2v2. Looks like Mako not going to rotate and try to recover a weapon. Maybe
hear that.
These Seekers would come into play, but Mako has spotted one.
30
he pieces
seconds
his way
left.
up in towards Mail.
He's able to avoid that camera by doing so.
Fallen's here.
He knows. He's ready.
Poke in, shoulder showing, Mako dead, now all on Stacks once again, 60 HP.
Spike planted.
Be some pretty clean shots. As he's out, noted them both, knows that they're garage side. Flash gets nothing. Does he commit the Seekers here? Just to try to slow them up, to try to have something to absorb some of these bullets. Drops down, takes crunch damage. It doesn't matter either way as the headshot is found. As Yedajay will once again be the finisher on a round. Foot now just 2 away from closing this out and getting themselves a semifinal spot.
Yeah, really taking advantage of kind of the open space that Derek's is giving them to get in their back lines as Mr. Fallen knows he has plenty of time on the clock to work with, even with the spike on the other side of the map, to go through there and go on a runabout and catch him just enough off guard that he gets the kill. And yeah, I mean, Foot looks great. I mean, they haven't dropped around on this attacker side. This is phenomenal. And looking like that Foot we saw earlier today against 100 Thieves, they have reawoken until then.
Okay, Buzz able to find another opening op kill. Didn't lead to a round win for him last time, so we'll see if it can this time around. The orb going to be taken. Cracks gets the Seekers online. Stacks can match in that regard. Smoke dissipates. Mr. Fallen just lurking inside of the garage. Does have the spike. Carrying that one forward. It's the push up here into mid. CNED
I've got your
getting ready to clear the corner. Boombot finally spotting him. Buzz taking a bit of damage, has to back away. Seeker as well. Thrown it at him. Flash doesn't quite connect, but CNED able to get the wall bang, takes him down. Mako now in the spot of bother has been noted. Mr. Fallen sending some shots his way, but Mako holds his ground, finds a kill. Showstopper goes out. Foxy9 gives his life for it. Does manage to find Cracks. Now CNED gets Mako. Another 2v2, and Yeta J is alive.
It's messy in there. A lot of one-for-ones. Good trades on both sides. Flashback trying to see if he can identify where CNED is. Now he knows.
Ooh, that's okay. Spike isolated.
Spike down, B.
Very snappy from Flashback to find the headshot. Yeta J, he has been delivering time and time again. 4 foot in the previous series as well as in this one now. Can he do it once more? Time is dwindling. Gets the cam set up.
The spike. 10
Takes a quick
seconds
peek.
left.
Goes for the tap, but
Team
can't get the Phantom out in time. Op is going to be recovered by Stacks. A team ace for DRX as they finally break the win streak, but there's still so much that they need to do.
Yeah, Buzz there with the opening pick, then gets kind of left out on an island. Up on B Heaven, tries to go up towards the vents there, but shut down, and then Foxy gets the rocket off just in time, just barely. CNED has a nice kill, and then everybody getting involved for DRX. As the slow-mo voice let us know, it was indeed a team ace. Viper's pits for both sides. Economy getting on the brink of disaster for DRX potentially, but plenty of money still for Foot for the next couple rounds.
Okay, off the back of the bite, Mako sends the paranoia. Flash confirming some presence. You have to suspect that it's going to be Yeta J given the cage. Squatting in the corner. Seems like Stacks, he wants to drive him out of here. Gets the concussion. How far does he want to push this? It is going to be a Phantom, but Yeta J actually wins the fight. Stacks gets taken down. It is a 1-for-1. Foxy was there to cover. CNED trying to jump up. Flashback good for one, but again, another trade. That covering fire is there from both teams. Mako now, maybe trying to push up into the pit to try to catch them off guard. Has the smoke thrown down. How far does he want to push this? Captain Helmer going to be able to find him. Buzz not able to get anything done with the operator. And it's all just Foxy now left standing versus 3 in a pit on the opposite side of the map. Foot look to move up to 12.
I mean, this is just looking so good for Foot. Just loving the way that they play off of each other. They play together. You could see that experience with this squad really showing through. You know, again, their focus today was to try to get CNED more involved. Here on Split, it hasn't looked quite as good as it did previously on Haven, but honestly, I mean, who cares? This team looks really darn good today. Every time there's somebody there to bail you out, there's some kind of crossfire that's being set up, there's some layer to what Foot is doing, and a lot of times DRX is getting caught in these isolated positions where they're getting picked apart here on this defender side.
Yeta J has just been...
He's been woohoo good.
An absolute menace. And just given being concussed, having a Phantom, still getting the kill.
Now you said Phantom, I was like, the Phantom Menace?
We don't talk about such things.
Sometimes I wish I had my phone ready for when I know I'm going to say something dumb.
So you can take a picture of my face.
To get the picture of your face when you look at me.
It's just a seething hatred.
Yeah, it's pretty intense, I won't lie. But it feeds me, so it's okay.
Well, what is intense right now is the situation the DRX find themselves in. Need to run back 4 to give us our first overtime of the tournament. Flashback now. Pit invested in mid, has that Bucky in hand. Just a Sheriff for Stacks. 3 Vandals across the other players. Another Neural Theft built up. Yeta J ready to put that to work.
See if they're going to be able to displace Flashback with that Bucky sitting inside of his pit. It's a lot of awkward weaponry there for him and Stacks. That's going to reveal Buzz's position. Again, Buzz doesn't have a ton of help here. I mean, Stacks is on site, but not really a lot he can do necessarily.
Trailblazer destroyed before it got any information there. And Flashback, I mean, he needs to play forward in the pit. That's why he's going to readjust, gets himself behind the box, but out of Captain He's like, no, I don't think I want to do that.
Now Mako here to back up Buzz. Oh, Buzz just can't pull the trigger in time.
They're just a little bit off. Jay now creeping forward, getting himself around the corner. The wall comes up. Spam shots through. They do take him low. Paranoia now up into heaven. That's going to find Buzz. Flashback. He finally gets his mark. Out of captain going to be taken down. The neural up going to be invested. And Mako, I think he was trying to swing in to try to cancel out the ultimate. Cannot do so. It's just Stacks for the Sheriff. Now taken down. Foxy9, the last one standing. His foot will not be denied. A rough start for them. But what a run back. Only allowing TRX one round on the defending side of Split. And Yeta will survive the whole way through. Another 3K here for the Turkish Sentinel Phenom. Closes it out 13-8, and Foot have now earned their way into the semifinals.
What a great attackers side on both maps for Foot today. They look so well coordinated. And Yeta in particular, you know, you always think about that Cypher on the defender side. Well, he showed you plenty of value to be found as well on that attacker side with that agent. Just think that agent's going to be even better soon for him. And he looked absolutely phenomenal on it.
Somebody who very much needs to be feared. Incredible performance from him as well as the rest of, I mean, Ada Captain, Mr. Fallen, these, you know, foundational players that have been with the Orange for a very long time, all having their moments in the limelight, looking incredibly strong. And for DRX, you know, great performances at the beginning.
Yeah.
That we saw out of the likes of Stacks, out of Flashback, out of Foxy9.
Yeah.
Looked very, very clean, very well suited to the Rays in this game. I had my concerns at the beginning, but he very much shut those down.
Foot win. And our officially Red Bull Home Ground 23 semi-finalists. DRX will continue on into the quarterfinals. What a comeback that was, Paper Thin. I mean, including the quals now, this Turkish team haven't dropped a map in a very long time.
They're pretty good. Yeah,
that's
not
pretty
bad.
good.
That's not bad. You take those. No, I mean, they're really, really good. It's beyond just pretty good. Right now, they're on another level. And I mean, you know, a lot of veteran experience on this team, a lot of players who played across many different international events, whether it be, you know, CNET who's new to the team or the rest of this team who pretty much have played at a global level at some form or another, but Yeta as well.
Yeah.
Coming newly into this team, looking, oh my God, so good.
I mean, it was a bit of a rough champions for both Foot as well as CNET when he was there on Navi. Didn't have as much success as they would have liked. Foot, they had some really rough draws. They had some really rough losses. Combine them together, bring Yeta into this roster, and this is looking like finally a Turkish team that really can challenge for a title over in EMEA, potentially as well internationally. Really strong showing. Obviously, very early days, but to see them looking this well-versed, you know, I think that is such a good sign for them in the future.
The fundamentals look incredible.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking way ahead, but this weekend alone, 13-3 against 100 Thieves, another convincing 13-8 win here. They're a real threat in the semifinals here.
They're a threat to win this thing for sure now.
Yeah.
I mean, with how at times there's been a little bit of shakiness in Fnatic, now you got to start looking at Foot and thinking, these guys could definitely take this away. To me, they maybe look the best so far in terms of the overall kind of cohesiveness, the firepower. Everything seems to be there for them right now.
Yeah, it really does. I mean, the setup's just consistently changing things around there for Yeta, just catching people off guard, knowing when, you know, his time is going to be able to catch somebody out with those darts and whatnot, as well as his rifling. Just fantastically performed from him. That linger to just hang back, stay on that A site, catch Mako after the TP. Just really good game sense, being very aware of what the enemy, what their capabilities are round over round, and using that information to just kind of regularly punish them and exploit them for it.
They never let any flanks go through, basically. It felt like that entire attackers half. Every time somebody was there, a lot of times it's Yeta, other times it was Mr. Fallen. Somebody was always there, it felt like, to make sure that the likes of Flashback or Mako in particular could not do any of that damage that they're so good at doing on those lurk angles.
I've been a fan of Foot for a while. I was part of the broadcast team when they won VRL. I think it was 2022. They've obviously had some success here and there, but their first piece of international silverware, if they can pull this off here, albeit an off-season event, is a good way to put yourselves on the map with the big dogs, isn't it?
No, it absolutely is. And I mean, it gives a lot for the fan base to look forward to, because like I said, it was a bit of a disappointing run at Champions. They got themselves over there, they go in, they play their groups, and they have to go home. You know, it's just a little bit rough for them. But you know, this is something that can instill that hope, instill that confidence. Again, we have to be very measured with our expectations.
No,
this is an off-season event.
We must react instantly to everything now.
Take everything with a grain of salt. Don't get too excited. Don't think like, oh my God, these guys are going to crush. But they already had a solid foundation. They already have proven that they can qualify and get themselves to those events. So just building off of that foundation, I think it does allow you to be a little bit more excited than you otherwise should be.
So you're taking things with a grain of salt. Can DRX take that loss with a grain of salt and still feel, you know, strong going into the quarterfinals?
Yeah, I mean, I think you just need to rework that defender's half a little bit. Well, a lot of it.
A lot of it.
Yeah. But the attacker side looked quite good. It looked like there was a lot of good coordination. It looked like that DRX that we're used to seeing with decent executes, some good lurks from flashback, a lot of the things that you want to see out of him. Good game sense. Again, those are the important things for a young player like him who's got the ability to kind of naturally let the game come to him on that attacker side. For a lot of players, that can be the more difficult side of the map. But if you're playing that well already, now you can just focus on the other side, focus on coming together, focus on reading the map a little bit better, maybe listening to stacks a little bit better. I don't know exactly what's going on in the comms, but it seems like there's still some disjointedness there with this current setup and with this current formation of players and how they're piloting their agents.
Yeah, I mean, there's still experimentation clearly that's happening here. That's why we see, you know, some moving parts, some, you know, Foxy9 playing the KJ, playing this. And
can we just look at it? Valorant is God.
Thank you,
Red Bull. You know what? I think we can all agree with that, right?
Yes.
Absolutely.
I see nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
Right now, Foot is God. And we've got another godly man standing by. Adam Savage is with Atta Captain for a winner's interview.
Oh, right back at you there, Ian. Thanks so much, mate. I'm joined right now, of course, by FUT Esports. We've got Atta Captain and translating its coach, guys, as well. Congratulations on a fantastic day. Beat 100 Thieves earlier, 13-3. Now a victory over DRX. How are the team feeling right now?
Çok güzel bir gün geçirdiniz bugün. Önce 100 Thieves'i yendiniz, daha sonrasında da DRX'i yendiniz. Nasıl hissediyorsun?
Bizim için cidden çok güzel bir gündü, verimli bir gündü. 2-0 bitti. İstediğimiz sonuçları aldık. Ya, takım arkadaşlarımın ellerine sağlık. Birazcık son maç jetlag'dan dolayı biraz geri başladık. Cidden takımın çok uykusu vardı. Ama sonlara doğru güzel toparladık. Çok güzel, keyifli bir 2-0'dı bugün.
Great day today, 2-0. We got what we wanted. Like the DRX game went a little slow at start, and thanks to my teammates. Because of jet lag, we started a little slow, but at the very end, we could get what we wanted. So we won. Thanks for everyone who played.
Excellent. I mean, we've loved watching you today as well. You've had so much fun with the cameras. You've been with the fans, making videos. I mean, how's your experience been in Tokyo? Have you enjoyed yourself so far?
İzlemekten çok hoşlandık. Bugün de gün iyi geçti. Anladı sanırım. Senin için Tokyo tecrübesi nasıl gidiyor şu ana kadar?
Tokyo ikinci gelişimiz. Cidden ülke olarak, şehir olarak cidden Japonya çok güzel bir yer. Zaten fanlar olarak fanlara diyeceğim çok seviyorum. Hepsi birbirinden iyi insanlar. Hepsi bizi bayağı destekliyor. Yok, atmosfer de burada cidden çok güzel. Stage falan bayağı güzel. Çok mutluyuz burada olmaktan.
Second time we're in Tokyo, and we love the fans. Everyone has been supporting us. They're very nice people over here. We love the attention we had and like the support we got. This place is also a great place, and the atmosphere is also great, so we're very happy to be here.
This is going to be an interesting one because I'm going to ask you about the coach, actually. Obviously, you qualified through the EMA qualifier. You didn't drop a single map here. Coach, guys, you had to come into the grand final, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm not the coach. Apologies.
Oh, you're okay.
Era is the coach.
Okay. You came in. I mean, how you must feel very confident coming into this competition as well because you had that great streak. Now you're here winning back-to-back as well. Dare I ask you, do you think you can go all the way? Have you set your expectations at winning Red Bull home ground this year?
Bu ilginç bir soru olacak. Buraya gelmeden önce koçun devreye girip de emeğe geçmesi gerekti. Ve o şekilde bile kazanıp buraya geldiniz. Kendinizi rahat hissediyor olmalısınız. Buraya gelince de 2-0 geldi. Arka arkaya yendiniz. Acaba düşünce artık Red Bull Home Ground'u kazanmak üzerine mi, amacı ya da hedefi oraya mı koydunuz?
Buraya gelmeden önce evet EMEA'da güzel bir galibiyetlerle başlamıştık. En son finali zaten Focus'a karşı Koç'la beraber oynamıştık. Koç Guys hem koçlukta hem oyunculukta üst seviye bir adam. Ekstraların adamı. Burada da tabii ki de galibiyet serisi devam ediyor. Şu an tek amacımız takımın iletişimi ve oyun düzeyinin oturması. Onun için buradayız.
There's a lot going on here.
Yani bu zaten off-season turnuvası. Tamamen takımın alışması için. Şu an güzel gidiyoruz. Final görmeyi tabii ki de isteriz.
Okay, I'll translate the parts that I heard.
It's so loud. Everything's going crazy behind us. This is so loud. You do that.
Yeah, we were confident because Coach Guys came in and we won the ML finals and we played the last game against Focus. And Coach Guys is the guy of having like extra stuff doing for us, both in coaching and in playing. So when we came over here, we were happy about it and confident about it. And over here, these off-season tournaments are tournaments to like get the team accommodated with the new roster and getting used to it and building chemistry. So we're quite happy to be here, and we hope to win as much as possible as well.
Well, look, we've loved watching you today. Best of luck. You're going through to the semi-finals here. We're going to head back to that handsome devil on the desk, Ian Chambers, and the rest of the gang. Back to you, fella.
Wait, everybody's handsome on the desk. I mean, come on, right?
The hell, Adam?
Yeah, what the hell, Adam? I just want to clarify.
He's uninvited from my ramen dinner plans.
Am I invited?
Yeah.
I called you handsome.
Yeah, see, there we go.
You're in.
Thank you. If you were watching that thinking, what on earth is all this sound going on in the background? What's amazing about this event is we are running 2 broadcasts simultaneously. We've got the English broadcast right here, and the Japanese broadcast is going on, as you can see on the big screen behind us. We've got a desk over there with those guys, and we've got people streaming live from this arena here, there, and everywhere. It is like a broadcast factory right here in the Ryogoku Koguchikan Arena. And it's loud. I feel like we need to step our energy up, guys, because these Japanese casters and hosts are loud.
They have an advantage. They have speakers.
Yeah,
true.
They are going out to the crowd as they should be, because that would be miserable if we were the ones that all of the Japanese fans had to hear.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, Oda especially knows how to work a crowd. The Japanese casters are very well versed in live events, and they're absolute legends to work alongside. So it was great in Masters Tokyo. It's great to do it here.
Yeah.
So it's just been fantastic to come here and work in this venue alongside those guys again.
Yeah, they're absolutely killing it. Let's take a look at the bracket going into day 2, as day 1 has now come to a close. Now, C9 versus Zeta is match 1, leading into match 2, DRX versus 100 Thieves, last year's champions. Now, we've got a couple of TBDs in there, and that is because Fnatic have earned the right to choose which semi-final they would like to play in. They haven't chosen yet, so we won't be able to reveal it here live on the broadcast. That's their prerogative, right? They've earned the right to pick it.
Speed it up, Boaster.
That's it. Come on, Buster. Give us the answer. Who are you going to be taking on? But it has been a tremendous day, and look, as we fill up those boxes like an advent calendar at Christmas time, we will eventually, by the end of Sunday, know who will raise that trophy high in the air and become our Red Bull Home Ground 2023 champions. Let's take a look at tomorrow's match schedule. It's another jam-packed one. Expect a long broadcast paper thin. It's going to be fun.
Bunch of best of 3s and some really, really good ones potentially. I mean, C9 versus Zeta have had some ups and downs here today, so let's see if one of them can kind of really come out, really set the tone, see if that Zeta team can continue to show some improvement. We saw some good stuff today. We saw some faltering today against Fnatic.
Yeah.
But overall, I'm pretty impressed with this Zeta team. Then the final one, DRX versus 100 Thieves. That one could be a really, really strong one.
Yeah, it really could. I mean, if DRX have those similar issues that we were seeing from them on Split after going for that side swap, not being able to really find their footing, 100 Thieves, if they play like they did today, that could be a very big issue for them, because they looked very clean when it came down to their own Split gameplay. So maybe it's going to be something that, since we will have a bit more of a shared map pool here, I guess, because we're going to be playing best of 3s. They have a little bit more wiggle room with what they want to play. Maybe DRX will take the Split off the table and will lean towards playing something else. We'll have to just wait and see what they decide on, though.
I want a quick answer, guys, before we wrap this thing up. You've got enough market research now from today's play day. Who is going to win the entire thing?
I think still Fnatic, but
Okay.
I think it'll be close.
Safe bet.
If Fnatic can
Safe
continue
bet.
to wake up, I think that they probably do manage to take this one. They did have some tight series here today, but they got their wins. But right now, I'm looking like it looks like Foot might be able to take this one. So we'll have to see what happens. It could just be an EMEA showdown at the end of it all.
All right, well, I just want to say a massive congratulations to our 6 teams that have progressed in this tournament. Commiserations to, of course, Fennel and Scarz, who dropped out of the tournament here today, but will leave this with, I imagine, decades of memories to carry forward with them. Well, a day's worth, but they'll relive it for decades going ahead. And we will see you tomorrow. This show will roll on. We've got 3 full days. Massive thank you to Achilleos and to Paper Thin, and of course to Tom and Mitch, and to our Japanese broadcast team. It has been an awesome day, a long day, and there's plenty more to come. See you tomorrow right here in Tokyo, Japan for more Red Bull Homeground 2023. Bye for now.
Yeah, life of the lawless. I'm the king of the fortress. Proceed with caution. I'm loaded and locked in. We close to the end times. Spill the blood on the thin line. You got yours and I got mine. Take my shots and I'm ceasefire. I'm the greatest alive. Yeah, I will arrive. Yeah, and get stronger with time. My power is flawless. I'm the greatest alive.
4 kills in a matter of seconds.
Unlimited power, I will prevail, I will devour, I will arrive, the kingdom is mine. Unlimited power, I will prevail, I will devour, I will arise, the kingdom is mine. Life of the lawless, I'm the king of the fortress. Proceed with caution, I'm loaded and locked in.